past all of them as well. What a move from the 48. Oh, look at this, and onto the straight they come.
Brilliant move there from number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over Hawthorne Hill, down Pilgrim's Drop, and it's brilliant stuff here at Brands Hatch. Brilliant move there from number 40 to make it through. That left-hander sliding up the inside, going up now over
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Yeah, man. Sweet. After that will be the Warrington track walk. Yes, it is. Yep, awesome. Which? Oh, yeah, no, we haven't done. If she's up for it, though, I am. Is it possible that I can hear a bit of myself in my earpiece? And there's going to be no delay. Okay, you're beautiful. Oh, well, you should have came to our room last night, man.
It's fast, it's competitive, it's thrilling. It's TeamSport Indoor Karting. It's the ultimate family day out and perfect for parties. It's getting the team together, driving performance and building relationships. It's making memories with your mates with adrenaline-fueled action on every straight, ramp and corner. It's the ultimate karting experience. With 35 tracks nationwide, there's a TeamSport track near you. Book online to save 10% with the code GET10 at team-sports.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Rob Smedley, Formula One engineer and founder of Total Karting Zero, where we're on a mission to get more families into motorsport. So once we understood that we wanted to deploy electric or battery technology, then between us we developed a drivetrain that was simple, light, because that's really important for performance, but also safe. EV or battery technology in karts for small lightweight vehicles, it's a great technology, but for us it offered us a fast route to a bunch of karts that are all equal, where the biggest differentiator is the driver's talent. You know, if EV is something that offers us that cost effectiveness, that efficiency and that parity across the field, so a level playing field, it's the best technology for us at the minute. We are completely open to other technologies. You know, our whole ethos is faster, fairer, cheaper, cleaner. So there has to be a sustainable element to the propulsion method. But as an engineer, I am interested in performance and parity and not having to pin ourselves to any particular flag. With battery technology, we can effectively map the karts differently via the ECU, which can give us different power levels. So this is absolutely perfect for beginners. We can get very young drivers, you know, inexperienced drivers that can come in, and we can turn the karts down to almost walking pace, and they can learn in a really safe environment and at a safe speed, where, you know, they're not going straight into something which is way too powerful for where they're at in terms of their experience. We're now focusing on the drivers of the future. You know, we have our cohort in Formula One, that's brilliant to watch, but where are the next Max Verstappen's coming from? Where are the next Lewis Hamilton's coming from? Where are the next Charles Leclerc's coming from? You know, we can identify and find them and bring them through TKZ. Faster, fairer, cheaper, cleaner.
It started with 4,500 drivers. Now we're here in Warrington with 158 to make it into 5 champions. It is the national final, BIKC 2022 at Warrington. My name's Lex, This is Will Lockwood. Hello.
Good morning, Lex. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to Warrington, to the BIKC Finals.
It's cold.
It's cold.
It feels good. It feels right. This is kind of how it's supposed to be at Warrington.
It is. It's going to be an epic weekend of racing, Lex. I know that for nothing.
It's going to be great. We've got loads of stuff coming up. We're going to show you all around Warrington. It's going to be great. Already lots of love for Stockton, Dundee, Crawley and Sheffield coming through. Get on those comments all weekend as well. We want to hear it. Loads of stuff coming up over this weekend then. Cadets and juniors qualifying today from 10 a.m, followed by the races at midday. Semi-finals kicking off at 2:45. The main event for the cadets, the grand final at 4:15, and the last race of today, the grand final for the juniors, is about 4:30.
That's right, Lex. And then tomorrow, then over to the 16's. That kicks off at 10 a.m. with qualifying for the races at lightweight. The semi-finals for they will be at 11:55, with the grand final, if you want to tune in for that, at 12:30. Then we're going to move into the middleweights. Now the middleweights are going to kick off at 2:15 for the semi-finals and 4:05 for their finals. The grand final, at 20:05. Sorry, my bad there. And then we're going to round off tomorrow with the heavyweights, and they're going to kick off there at 6:25. Semi-finals at 8:15, and then the last race of the year to happen at 10:10 for the heavyweight grand final.
That's right. And this year we also have a roaming man walking all over the place by the name of Akhil. There he is.
There he is.
He's going to have a camera with him eventually. Come on in.
Move over, Lex, let you in there.
Hello. Tell us what are you getting up to this weekend?
Oh, it's going to be great. So we are going to be around the track. We're going to be talking to drivers. We're going to be talking to sponsors. We're really going to get into the heart of the action this weekend. We can't wait. The excitement's already building. I've already talked to some of the young drivers. It really amazes me how they embrace this, how they're so ready for this, and they're so young as well. The parents look more nervous to me than the kids. It's amazing.
Yeah,
so we are going to talk to loads of them this week.
You spoke to a lot of them over this year, really. They're about to do their driver briefing. You can see behind us. What do you reckon they're feeling right now, these young ones?
I reckon they're quite confident. You know, a lot of them have obviously grown up through the race academy here at TeamSport, so they've been doing competitive racing sort of from an early age. So it just feels to me like they're ready for this. This is their moment to shine. But they're so young that, you know, if it doesn't quite work out for them today, they've got more opportunities. They've got next year, they've got the year after, they've got the year after that even. So, you know, there's just lots of opportunities. They're all really positive, really excited. A lot of them know each other as well, which is great. They're all friends. So, yeah, it's a great community. Look, a lot of them are walking past us now, and they're just so excited.
It is. It's really cool. And one of the big things about this year is Warrington has gone from petrol to electric. The place has been transformed. It's been amazing. Akhil, actually, you've done a bit of a track walk with a good old Tom Gibson, and this is what he got up to.
Hello everyone and welcome to Warrington, to the new revamped Warrington. We've gone from petrol to electric, but don't worry, it's still 1,000 metres and the track is as awesome as it was before. If you don't believe me, come and take a look. I've got Tom here, Tom Gibson from Warrington, who's going to do a little track walk with me. Tom, how's it been this week?
It's been manic, you know. I think about a week ago, not many of us thought we'd be here and be running. It's been a real labour of love from me and the entire crew.
Yeah.
So,
but
just
exciting?
nice to have it back.
Exciting?
Yeah, very exciting. Loads of changes. Place looks completely different.
Yeah.
It's had massive refurb, massive change, and obviously a brand new electric karts as well.
Yeah. You say a lot of changes, but obviously the track, there are changes, but it's still a karter's track,
Yeah,
isn't
the
it?
bit that makes Warrington great is still the same.
Yeah.
It's still the same great circuit, which I think that's been the concerns of a few people.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still the same great track.
So this is where the grid start would be.
Yep. Standing start straight out the pit lane, timing line's here. So just before the first corner, brand new start lights as well.
Cool.
So you've got the nice 5 sequence. So really feel like a Formula 1 driver and you're sat in the grid ready for a Grand Prix.
Cool.
So
where should the kart be?
So as you're coming up to here, you want to be just towards the barrier. This one of the great things about this track, there's loads of like furniture around. You can start using your braking markers. Yeah. So here, you just want to be tapping the brake as you go into as you come up to the red door. Turn towards the white line. Nice smooth line as you come through here. Bonus, we've got so much circuit you can use, so much real estate. So keep it nice and tight up to the barrier, and then you're effectively following this new one on the way out. So you can just see a red line on the far side. You effectively want to put the kart in that gap as you come out of it. Nice TV as well for sector timing. That's a work in progress. We're going to be the first track that's going to get that. So as you come over the line, you'll be able to see your lap times on the TV screens there. Then out of this second corner, out of this first one into the second hairpin, series of 3 hairpins, one of the better overtaking points on this track. So you normally find, as you come out of here, the racing line brings you right over to this section of the circuit here, just before this red line. But you can get a nice move down the inside, just sort of set it up here. So normally you find when you've got the races, this is one of the action zones. And again, nice sweeping line through. Tap towards the apex on the middle. This one's a little bit different. You don't want to use all the road on the way out because that run between the between the second and third hairpin there, it's really short. So you normally find the quick line sort of brings you out towards the middle.
Oh, it's wide, isn't it?
I know, you've got loads of space here.
There's a lot
you got
of
loads of
space.
space. I think we worked it out. You can go into this corner, you can go 3 wide minimum. Now on an indoor circuit, that's unique. There's not many that you can do that sort of move, so it's a really good one for overtaking. This third hairpin here, this is one where you really need to alter your line for what you normally do. So you come out of turn 2 nice and tight here. You want to pretty much be where I'm stood here as you turn in, so just behind this L that's in the tarmac.
It's not as wide as
so not right up to the side because that run's really short. Bring the kart in right up towards the apex of the corner, and then you can just see the circuit just starts to narrow in a little bit. So you can probably go 3 wide on the way in, but you've got to sort of get it all sorted out before you get to like where we're stood now. Otherwise,
see it. You can see where you don't want to be.
You can see where you don't want to be out here where it's all been run, but you can just start to see the line starting to rubber in. But again, you just want to be nice and wide on the way out. Stick towards that wall on your left-hand side. And then one of the beautiful features of Warrington Dunlop bridges.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the bridges are... I mean, we posted a couple of images on day one. And we just did these because
instantly recognisable. Exactly, you come here, you walk over. It's as you like. If you've never been here before, as you walk over that footbridge, you just walk out of a nice reception area, nice clean, calm reception area. You walk out of there to a circuit that's running. You've got all the noise. You've got the carts going round. It's like it's a real attack on the senses. It's like a nice little feature that Warrington has that you don't really get anywhere else. But mainly through this section here.
It's quite quick, isn't it?
This is a very fast section. So if I was out here, especially with the new e-carts, the boost button, I'd probably be using it coming out of turn 3. Because this now, we're going into one of the fastest sections of the circuit. So you're coming through here, threading the kart through the barriers, inside through here, keep it towards the middle of the circuit, then go towards the inside again as you go under the bridge. You got the old line here from BIKC, obviously the home of the finals. There's a few little bits that maybe a little bit different. You won't see at other circuits.
We'll talk about BIKC as we get further on, but I mean, there's a spectator area there, which is quite unique. And that's
this is brand new. So this is all brand new. We've been saying for a while that this is like a really good place. You can see loads. When we've been running our member-only stuff, we'll normally have someone in the middle here because you can see so much of the circuit. And now the fact that guests are going to be able to experience this here, it's going to be a very unique viewing point.
BIKC.
Yeah, especially with BIKC. I expect this is going to be electric when we have BIKC. Because you're right up towards the carts, you get to see the start, you got the checker flag. So if you are thinking about doing BIKC, this is where you will become a BIKC champion as you come over this line.
I just want to watch our heads.
Bridges are a little bit low here. You find a lot.
Watch your heads, guys.
You'll find a lot as you come through. They actually look a lot lower than they are. So you'll see people as they come through, they just start ducking under the wheel. You don't need to, but a lot of people do it. This is one of the sections of the track where you can really make a lot of time. So we nickname it Dunlop 2 because it's the second of the Dunlop bridges. One of the few circuits that does have names. But if you look at where we are now, this is like a left-right chicane. So if you were looking at a normal racetrack, you'd expect you clip the apex here, you'd then try and clip this one here. That's the exact opposite of what you want to do. So as you come through this section here, you effectively want to stay nice up and close to this barrier on the outside because you've got a nice big corner here that you really want to try and maximise your track width. I normally try and explain to people when you're coming up into here, if you're right on the inside, you're making the corner very acute. Whereas if you can come out of here, open the corner out a little bit, you effectively make the corner look more like that. So as you're coming through, you take a bit more speed through. What it does mean, again, this is one of the action zones of the track. You find a lot of overtaking points. Because if you're over here with your cart, you've got a lot of real estate over there that you can quite easily find another cart going down your inside there. So you'll find when we get to like the BIKC Finals, most drivers will probably sit towards the middle of the circuit just to cover it off. Because if you're if you're too far over, it's just going to invite someone down your inside.
Someone to go through.
It's just going to invite someone down here. Again, under the mez, really long section that we've got through here. It's a nice, fast and flowing section here. But as you come out of this Dunlop 2 corner, again, racing line etiquette, you'd probably want to be over here. Now the run to that corner is again very short, so I'd probably be about where you're stood there, Akhil. So towards the middle of the track here, because what we're going to do is we're going to pull the cart back over to the right-hand side before you turn in for this tight left-hander. You can just see the marks now as people have tried it. And you also see the marks where some people have gone a little bit too far out as well.
Yeah, there's a couple that might have gone a little wide there.
Yeah, just take an alternative line through the corner. So your turning point for this one, you're probably going to be about here, just where the line in the floor is. Bring it in. The track does drop away slightly here. So you want to try and get the nose of the cart in, so you can use the force of the cart coming down to try and get that little bit more of a bite on the turning. So clip the apex here. This is another one where it's really short on the run. So you want to stick towards the middle here. Stick towards the middle and then go through this nice right-hander. Again, loads of space though. So again, you do normally find you can get a good overtaking move done down here.
So I've got to say, you don't want to lead the whole way here, do you? 'Cause it's very difficult to defend. You sort of want to be sort of.
Yeah, this is one of those tracks where you can really have a good race. We were talking earlier. I've seen races here where you've seen drivers side by side for the entire lap and they've not making contact on an indoor track. It's exceptionally difficult. But around here, you've sort of got the real estate to do it. Now, for anyone who's been here before, this section is going to look completely different.
So this is the new bit?
This is the new bit. This is where things have changed. So originally, the circuit would have gone over to your right-hand side just here, but now this is the pit lane entrance. So if you are unfortunate enough to be shown a black flag during your session, or the checker flags come out, which is probably even worse, you come through the pit lane entrance into the new pit lane. The new corner here is a nice, quick right-hander as you come up the ramp. Now,
so not much braking, just a bit of.
Through this one, you can actually lift. It's actually a very fast corner. It's one of the nuances of this track. It is very, very fast. But you can just see is where the general consensus is here. It's a nice late turn in to bring it to the inside. Use all the road on the way out as you head up the ramp.
Boost button opportunity if you haven't used it.
If you haven't already used it down the bottom section there, if you're maybe fighting with another car and you want to try and get the move, if you maybe look at the boost button as you come up to that corner, give it a kick, maybe try and go down the inside here. Again, you can quite easily go too wide up here. It's a very, very wide ramp. Now, this section here, while the layout is relatively the same, it's all been slightly reprofiled. So I think the guys who've been down so far have all said, while it's a similar layout, it's a very different track to drive. So they're just still trying to learn it.
Used to it.
But out of here, you find you get a load of speed coming up the ramp. You've got to get the cart slowed down into this like teardrop hairpin. So it can be quite difficult. You do find
go a bit wide.
Yeah, you can see the tyre marks where people have been coming just a little bit too far out. But you've sort of got to get the line correct here, because the next section of corners come at you so quickly. So really, there is only one line through here. Again, it's one of the nuances of Warrington. We've got the fast flowing stuff at the bottom section of the circuit. Up here, it's a bit more tight, technical, so you can really appeal to.
That's what makes it special, isn't it?
It appeals to just about everyone. If you're one that likes to thread a cart through the corners nice and quickly, then this is the sort of section of the track for you. If you want to go as fast as physically possible in a go-kart, you've got the section down the bottom there, which is really going to help you. So as you come up the ramp here, you want to pretty much stick towards the middle here. As you're coming up, there used to be two schools of thought. You could either go down the right-hand side. The way it's been reprofiled, the middle seems to work a little bit better. As you're coming up here, this section looks really open. However, with the power of these new e-carts, it comes at you really quickly. So you're finding now that you're trying to get the cart stopped, turned in, and if you take a little bit too much speed up here, the back end of the cart's just going to slide out and it's going to leave you really tight on the way in. I think these were my tyre marks. I think these ones were mine from the other day. So
you can see the line really developing here though, can't you?
You can
do it right.
Yeah, you can see the general consensus here. Everyone's sort of got the same idea.
What's happening over there?
Yeah, I don't know who did that one. That was rather interesting. But out of here, nice and wide, just get towards the exit of the circuit. I think this bit feels a little bit narrower. It physically isn't.
It does, yeah.
It just feels a little bit narrower than it used to.
It feels, even just walking, it feels a lot narrower.
Yeah, so through here, you can really only go like one by one. However, This again is one of the action points of the track. It's a real overtaking point. Even before we made a couple of changes here, you'd still find you get a nice move down the inside, because this used to be one of the only braking points on the track. You come down the ramp and you can just see all the marks in the floor here where people have been slamming on the brakes as you come up. What I find works best, as the car bottoms out, so probably about here, tap the brakes, just see where the rear wheel marks are there before you turn the car in. Now this used to be really tight on the exit. What we've done, that barrier on the exit is about a foot and a half further back, so you've got a load more space on the way out. So whereas it used to be, whereas it used to be quite difficult to run side by side through here, it's now exceptionally easy. And we found when we've been, I want to say testing, playing, that you can get an overtaking move done here, because you used to run out of space. Now you've got loads of it. Then two corners before we head down one of my favourite parts of the track. You want to stick towards the inside here, stay nice and tight through this first one. You come out towards the end, exit the circuit, stay nice and tight. You can just see how the line, like you say, is developing. So it's a nice, smooth run. Even though this is like two right-hand corners, you treat it as one. You keep the wheel turned in. And if you keep the wheel turned, it feeds you nicely out towards the middle of the track.
It's quite a natural corner then, isn't it?
And then you've got the fastest section in indoor karting. As you come down the ramp, this is really the money part of Warrington.
So you've potentially got 3 boost opportunities then, if you've got this one as well.
It's going to be a real strategy game watching people use it. But as you come down the ramp here, you've got a nice long section, whereas if you use it coming out of here, you've got one of the
This feels quick.
This is very quick. As you come down here, you're just getting up towards the top speed of the karts. It's just threading the kart through the left and the right. Even though this looks like two very tight corners, as you take it, it's pretty much a straight. So following effectively where I'm walking now, you want to try and stay relatively close to this one here, and then just coax the kart over to the right-hand side. Now, you've got the old grid markings here. These are from a time gone by. However, talking about track furniture that helps you learn. You can use these markers to turn, to help where you turn. So we used to tell drivers to look between the 8 and the 6. Now you're probably looking between the 6 and the 4.
Watch
Another low bridge, watch out.
Quite a low bridge, guys.
So you can see the markings here. You've got, used to say between the 8 and the 6. Now you want to go between the 6 and the 4. So it's a little bit of a later turn in, but I think this corner here, this left-right chicane, a lot of our guys have been liking it to Eau Rouge Radion, Spa-Francorchamps. It's one of those corners where you really, it's come and have a go if you think you're fast enough, because this corner is just flat. If you get the right line, put the kart in the right place, you can do this absolutely flat out. Stay right up close to the barrier. The apex point is very late in the corner, so it's just about here. So you can see if you turn at the 6 and the 4, a nice smooth line, stay towards the inside here, and then use all of that curbing on the outside, and that'll take you on a lap. But
you can see why the BIKC finals are here, can't you?
There's no other track like it. I liken this more to like an outdoor track with a roof. It's really the best mix, and you normally find that does start bringing the best out of drivers, and obviously with all the overtaking points, if you've got a nice close grid, you're going to want to try and see some overtaking, and I think BIKC's shown that that's doable, especially when you've got a tight field.
And what about Race Academy as well? Because I imagine that's quite challenging as well.
Because there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. But the fact that we've got, like I've been going around saying, we've got loads of track furniture, it's bits that help us, that try and allow drivers to learn a little bit quicker. So like I say, when you're going up to drivers saying, oh, you turn at this point, maybe look for this. If you're going up into that first corner, brake at the red door, turn in for that, get towards the apex and use the barrier on the outside. It just helps drivers learn a little bit quicker. And you find a lot of drivers that come through here normally end up being quick just about everywhere. We see, especially while we've been shut, we've had drivers going to visit our other tracks. It's been quite nice going through the leaderboard and just see Warrington drivers all at the top who've been through our academy. So maybe a little bit of an ego trip for us, but definitely works.
Why not? Internal competitions always work.
It always works.
Right, that's the track walk done with Tom. As he said, come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. TeamSport Warrington, reopened.
Well, wasn't that lovely? That's what the new Warrington track looks like. And as always this year, we're joined in the commentary box with Russ and Tom. Hello, guys.
How you doing?
All
Good
right.
to be back, isn't it?
You looked at me like I wasn't here then. I was like,
It was a really good start, wasn't it? It's almost like we've been doing this for 4 years.
I know, literally. How you doing? What do you reckon of the track, Russ? What's going on?
Well, the track it's Warrington. It's fantastic. I've just been told, actually, that the track temperature here today is the same temperature as the Las Vegas F1 track. So we are literally at the Las Vegas of the North.
Yeah, they always say that Las Vegas is the Warrington of Nevada, don't they? So,
love that.
Nice little twinning.
But seriously, the track is Warrington. It's epic. It's huge. It's long. It's technical. It's twisty. It's got the big open section. It's just built for an event like this.
So electric now as well, Tom. You've driven it. We're going to show that very shortly. But
Yeah.
Tell us briefly, tease us. What was the main differences that you noticed?
I think while the layout's the same, like the track itself now is very different to drive. Like you've got that much more power under your right foot. You sort of have to treat it a little bit differently. Like a lot of drivers, especially when they've been coming down practicing, you've been seeing them struggling to get used to the brakes. So you've not really got that engine braking to try and help you. So it is a very different challenge. It's still Warrington, but it's taken me a bit of time to get used to it, as well, as you'll probably see later on.
I think what's really impressive this year as well with these electric cars is the boost button. Now, there's loads of love and questions about the boost button, Tom. Do you want to kind of expand and tell us how it works?
Yeah, so the idea effectively, it's the best way of liking it. It's like DRS in Formula One. Similar sort of idea. It's going to help you going down the straight. It's a button that's activated on the steering wheel. It'll give you a 5-second boost. After that, there's a 55-second regen. So effectively, once you've hit that button, it's going to be about a minute before you can use it again. What that means on a lap that now is about 52, 53 seconds, depending on how good you are, is you're not really going to be able to use it in the same place every lap. So you're going to have to get strategic about where you're going to use it over the course of a race distance.
That's amazing. So that's really going to make a difference, I think, over this weekend in terms of kind of the leaders and where they end up ultimately.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how people use it in qualifying as well, to see if they maybe try and go for a recharge lap to get that boost in the same place, or if they just try different things through the 10-minute sessions.
That's awesome.
So for the past 4 years, we've had a Russ Mabley lukewarm lap. This has now changed.
Lukewarm.
That's what people
I think we got
say.
to room temperature or tepid.
Did we ever get to room temperature?
I think it got that low at some point.
Well, it's changed now. Tom's in the hot seat, and this is what it looks like around the newly refurbished Warrington track.
My name's Tom. I've got a beautiful Biz Eco Vault GT to play with. I'm going to take you for a lap of TeamSport Warrington. Through this first one, you want to stay nice and wide on the way out here. Bring the car over to the right-hand side. Use that red line as your turning point. Stay tight to the apex, middle of the track on the way out of here before you turn into turn 3. Nice and tight to the barrier. Get all the way on the way out through here, through the S's under our trademark Dunlop bridges. Stick towards the curbs. Use these as your markers as we go under the BIKC start line into second Dunlop, as we now stick over to the left-hand side before we turn into this tight right-hander. Stay towards the right-hand side of the track, as this left-hander is going to come at you very quickly as you go through the left, through the right, staying towards the middle of the circuit, now to the outside. Here's the new part you're going to have to get used to as you come up the ramp. Right-hander, as the cart crests the top, you're turning in to this double right. It looks like 2 corners, but treat it as one. Thread the cart through the barriers here, up the middle, and then these 2 come at you very quickly. It's very easy to get caught out, but nice and tight as you go through those will sort you out. Here's one of the places most people can make a lot of time on this ramp. As you just bottom out about here, that's the point you brake and turn in. Nice and wide as you come through. Again, 2 left-handers here, you're going to treat them as 1 corner. You're going to go nice and wide as you go out, and look what awaits you. A nice, fast flowing section as you come down the ramp. Almost straight line this, just getting to your left-hand side. Stay over to your right as you now come through a corner that's been likened to Eau Rouge. It's just flat if you get the cart in the right line. Just thread the needle. That's a bit of a slow lap. Let's try and hook a quick one. As we now go into turn number 1, use the power of the cart to get you through the corner. Brake in towards turn number 2. Nice and tight on the way out. Turn 3 is where I'm going to start using the boost. Get the cart in a straight line. Hit that power as you now thread the cart through the S's, one of the longest flat out sections on the circuit. Stay left as you come through Dunlop 2, then throw the cart into the right-hander, back end stepped out as you now go into the left. Again, try and thread the cart through here. Little bit of a lift just to get that rotation. And now flat out as you come through the left-hander as you're on the ramp. As the cart crests, turn in, treat this as 1 corner. Stay up towards the middle of the corner as you come up the ramp. Right-handers, see how quick they come at you. Very easy to lose a load of time. Remember, as the cart bottoms out, turn into the right-hander. Use all the road on the left-hand side. Treat this as one corner as you gain speed coming through the fastest section on the circuit. This is absolutely amazing. Turn at the 6, throw the kart in, use all the curb on your right hand side, and that completes a lap here at TeamSport Warrington. This thing is absolutely electric. If you haven't got booked on, you need to get yourself down here and try these. And remember, turn 3 is where you go boost, boost, boost under the Dunlop bridges. Get yourself down here and try this circuit out.
Hey, looks exciting, doesn't it? Hey?
That's amazing. What a race.
Looks really good. Make sure you're watching tomorrow as well, because we've got something really cool. Commentator versus commentator on the track, all right? Russ versus Tom. I've seen it. It's hilarious. Make sure you watch it. So the races today are sponsored by Total Karting Zero. They're going to be soon known as the Global Karting League.
That's right, they are. And now the top 3 drivers from each category over this weekend, they're actually going to win some track time, which is really cool, from TKZ or what they're known as, Lex?
Global Karting League.
Global Karting League.
Which they decided to do yesterday.
That's it.
But it's all good.
That's it. And it's a fully funded race session as well across the whole season. Awesome. So it's really, really cool to win that.
Yeah. I caught up with Archie Hogan, Total Karting Zero or Global Karting Zero League champion at Liverpool a couple of weeks ago, and this is how it went down.
So I came here in June last year for the first time ever karting, and I just loved it just for the birthday party, and it was just amazing. Like, I got in the car and loved every minute of it. I've been back pretty much every week, every Thursday and Monday. So I saw TKZ as one of the prizes, like a fully funded season in TKZ, and I just thought, I want to go faster. So I booked on a test day with them, and it was in the wet, and it was the most fun I think I've ever had. I don't think I'll ever forget the feeling of when I first got in a powerful car. And it led into me doing a full season in the Northern Summer Championship. I ended up winning it. Oh, it was the best experience I've ever had in karting. Racing like that, wheel to wheel at the start, and then ended up driving away from them, lapping someone. It was the best feeling I've ever had, and crossing that feeling, and because it's electric, you could hear everyone screaming for you. It was a completely different atmosphere.
This is absolutely perfect for beginners. We can get very young drivers, inexperienced drivers that can come in, and we can turn the karts down to almost walking pace, and they can learn in a really safe environment and at a safe speed where they're not going straight into something which is way too powerful for where they're at in terms of their experience. We're now focusing on the drivers of the future. We have our cohort in Formula 1, that's brilliant to watch, but where are the next Max Verstappen's coming from? Where are the next Lewis Hamilton's coming from? Where are the next Charles Leclerc's coming from? We can identify and find them and bring them through TKZ.
You can hear the clapping. It's all about to get going here at Warrington for the juniors and cadets. Got to say hello to Bristol, Stockton and Leeds, especially Kieran, who wants a shout out to Adam. So I'm glad I got that one in. Get in, get your comments in, get your shout outs in. We'll do them all. So will commentary as well. Before we get going with the karting action here, though, there's an opportunity to win some karting from TeamSport. We've got 5 vouchers to give away. All you have to do is answer this following question.
It is competition time, so make sure you get your pens ready for this one. What will be the new name for Total Karting Zero? So that's what is the new name for Total Karting Zero. Send your answers in now to win at BIKC.co.uk. That's win at BIKC.co.uk and see if you can be a winner.
That's right, you've got to do it before 1 p.m. today. If you get the answer right, 5 of you will be chosen at random to race at one of the tracks in the UK. Remember, you need to be aged 8 and above to race with TeamSport, and you need to redeem the voucher before December. Full terms and conditions at BIKC.co.uk/competition terms. Shall we get to do some racing action?
I think we do. I think we're ready, Lex.
It's exciting. We can't wait.
I think we're ready.
Let's kick it off with comms from Russ, Mabley and Tom Gibson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is happening once again. The BIKC Finals 2023 is about to begin. And ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that the atmosphere here is electric.
Yeah,
that's all I can say now, isn't it? It is electric. We have got, Tom, so much to talk about with regards to the competition this year. So much, I don't even know where to start. But let's start perhaps with the format. Let's just go through exactly how this racing is going to go on. Now, there is a bit of a change to this year as to previous years, in the fact that we've actually got two competitions going on at the moment at the same time. So we have got cadets and we have got juniors, and basically we will be running each race alternatively. So first of all, we will have the cadets going out for their practice quali, and then we will have the juniors going out for practice quali, and that is how it will move on. After the qualification, they'll be put into heats. Each driver will get 2 heats, which they will score points in. Then at the end of that, we will be into the semi-finals. And then the winners of the semi-finals, top drivers, I should say, the semi-finals, will go through and race in the grand finals. That will be much later on today. So my name's Russ Mabley. I'm joined as ever by Tom Gibson. For fourth time that we're doing this.
I know, for some reason we keep letting us back. I don't know why. I think some people might like our random ramblings, especially at this point. But I think the interesting part this year, and there is lots of different stuff, is the way the format works this year. Traditionally what we've done, we've run all the classes one by one, so we do all of the cadet racing, then we do all the juniors. This year it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. So with running cadets and juniors back to back, it's going to make the day a bit longer for these drivers. So not only are they going to have to compete for a similar amount of time, because I think it's just over an hour's worth of track time, which on this track, if anyone who's raced it will know, it's not an easy feat in itself. But it's going to be drawn out over the course of the day, so it's not just going to be a case of making sure they can physically take the racing. It's also going to be the mental aspect of this, trying to stay in the zone for quite a long amount of time. I'm pretty sure it works out. We're going to get towards the finals around about 4 o'clock. They see 4 o'clock later on, and it's about 9:30 now. So that's quite a long day for these guys to stay in the zone. Raw replicates like a proper race meeting, and hopefully we'll set some of these drivers up for the future.
It's interesting you said that, Tom, because when we were interviewing previous champions, they would talk about how difficult it was, how the heats and the early stages of the competition is so important. But as well as that, they come to exactly the same point. It is mentally very, very stressful. You've really got to stay in the absolute zone, the absolute peak of your driving all the way through the event. And there's so many distractions. With so much going on, there's loads of... There's loads of incidents, there's loads of appeals, there's the points. It can sometimes take a while to come out as the race directors review everything. So it is a long day, and it's to stay focused for that amount of time. And also we mentioned the kind of the setup here, but just to remind everybody that we have done as much as we can to make this a total level playing field for everybody. So just first of all, let's talk about the karts. The karts are fantastic, and they are literally virtually brand new. I say virtually brand new. What, 3 weeks?
16th of October we reopened this refurb, so I'd say 3 weeks is a safe bet.
So really, and for a kart, we deliberately put them on because it does take a bit of time for a kart to bed in. And so they are as new as we can actually get them. The second thing is the testing, and how much testing has gone into this fleet over the last few days. An enormous amount, to the degree that they were once again being tested at literally 5:30 this morning. So the amount of testing that's gone into these karts as well, and I think they're all within, I can't quote it, they're within either 0.1 or 0.2 of a second from the fastest to the slowest.
That's impressive.
So anybody that gets into a kart in this competition right here today will have something underneath them that they can use to win that race.
Yeah, it's one of the big things with rental karting especially, is that parity is the most important thing out there. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the talent of the drivers is what's separating everyone today. And we want to make sure the carts are underneath them and give everyone an even playing field. And I think the quality of the drivers we've got this year, again, like every year, it's impressive to see how many drivers come through from previous years and come back and try and maybe take the BIKC title if they finish like on podium or towards the top end of the field. It's also quite interesting to see like the new names coming through. I think tomorrow, especially lightweight, there's a lot of very fast drivers that come out of absolutely nowhere. So it's great to see some of the younger ones coming through and some of the new blood, let's say in BIKC, but it's also great to see drivers coming back and seeing what they can do after maybe they didn't have the right run or maybe came up 1 or 2 places short each year. It's good to see them trying to see what they can do late in the latter years.
Indeed, and also we need to talk about the speed of the cars because this has been directly set up for today as well. So we've got, first of all, let's talk about the Cadet carts, and the Cadet carts are on a special BIKC setting, I am told.
We always like to give them a bit more power every time just to try and test these drivers, see what they can do. They're on a specialised BIKC map that is just for this event, just for this day only. And every year we always give the Cadets a little bit more to play with. Obviously, some of these drivers are coming through, they've done a lot of karting. A lot of the time we try and set everything up to make sure that they're great families that are coming down to race. But I think these drivers normally just deserve that little bit extra, so we always try and just turn the karts up to 11 for them. So I think I heard a quote of like 1 minute 3, 1 minute 2 is where we're looking.
I heard 8 seconds faster than the standard Cadet.
Yes, which in motorsport terms is about a calendar year.
About that, light and day.
Yeah, it's around about a calendar year in motorsport terms, but it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers adapt and how they learn these karts, because we've got a 10-minute qualifying session to try and set their day up effectively, and then we start racing straight on after that. But even the juniors as well, trying to see them adapt from petrol to electric. Some of the guys, there's a very real chance that this will be the first time they're racing electric cars at this sort of level. They quite easily have gone through a petrol circuit for a local, a petrol circuit for a regional, and this is the first time they're going to get into an electric karting competition.
And the other thing is with the adult cars, which the juniors will be driving, is that they are also on a BIKC setting. So I'm going to talk technical a little bit. Really tactical. We run these karts on something that we call Speed 3. Okay. Now, Speed 3 is what we use day in, day out, and Speed 3, in my estimation, is probably slightly quicker than what we used to run with the petrols. And they are definitely almost night and day quicker around the hairpins, the big, long, sweeping hairpins that we've got on the far end of the building. The amount of extra grip that they've got and sheer torque coming out the corners is significant. So that's for Speed 3, but we are not running Speed 3 today. We are running Speed 4. And that means there is extra power, and the Speed 4 is like having the boost button pressed down in Speed 3 all the way around the lap. So that's the level of power that they've got. But then what do we do with the boost button? Well, a boost button still exists, and it is used more like in Formula 1, like a DRS button is how we're kind of describing it. So it basically gets used, and you'll get an extra, I think 300 RPM, so your car will just continue accelerating. So the idea, it is, isn't it? It's the end of the straights, and what I really love about it is we've deliberately set it up so it goes off like 55 seconds. So all the drivers can't use it at the same place on every lap. If you're going to use the same place, you're going to have to use it every other lap. And I can't see them doing that, if I'll be honest.
So I find in qualifying. So I've said this at the start. I said this when we were going to go up, when we were talking about originally going electric. You'll find drivers maybe doing like a recharge lap, or take 1 lap slower, and then maybe go for a push lap after it where they can use the boost in the ideal location. But that 55-second cooldown is going to be a little bit interesting for drivers to manage, because that 55 seconds starts once the boost runs out. So effectively, once you've hit that button, it'll be available for you another minute later. A lap around here is about 52, 53 seconds if you're one of our drivers today, about 54, 55 you're towards my sort of pace. But it should be a bit of an interesting challenge to try and find out what drivers can get involved, can do out there today. And if you want to give us your opinions on how things are going, obviously we've got live chat with us today. quite a lot of people in there already. Team Basildon getting a shout out there from Count Eves, loads of different tracks being supported here. This is another year where I think overall the categories, every single track that we've got within the UK is represented here in some way, shape or form. I think we also see one track that's got the most drivers I've ever seen in a BIKC final. So well done to the guys from Crawley who have, I believe it's 14 drivers qualified in BIKC over the 5 categories today.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, out of the original qualifying positions, there's 15 places available in the regionals. Crawley took 12 of them.
You can just see that the drivers down in Crawley are super competitive.
Yeah, having driven that track, the best way I can describe it, it's a roller coaster. If you can be quick and race on that track, like you must be set up quite well to race just about everywhere. Because that track is a proper roller coaster.
Absolutely. Going back to the boost button, for me, it really means that we should see a lot more overtaking. Because if you've got a driver who's already used that boost against a driver who is using it at the end of that main straight, sometimes we see these drivers go down and they just need that little extra push to get them through, to get them past the driver in front. And now they've got it. So I'm really excited to see exactly how that translates into racing. And the other point I want to make is that in all practice that these drivers have done, they have practiced on speed 3 when driving the adult cars. And in the cadet cars, they've been on the normal settings. So suddenly the practice is going to be super important because they're going to have to really start to understand exactly what kind of package they've got underneath them and really start to understand how quickly it will go, how quickly it will go around corners. Then they've got to understand the boost button, when is the best time to deploy that. And they've got to do all of that just in the practice. And they've got to think about the qualifying times, because the qualifying times, we were talking last year, Tom, that the qualifying is actually one of the most important areas. Because if you qualify well, that gives you great grid positions, and then more chance of getting points, more chance of getting into high grid positions in semi-finals, and grid positions in semi-finals is so crucial to make it into the final.
Yeah, I think by the end of these events, we'll have the last 16 drivers in each of the categories. So from the semi-finals, we're looking, I think it's 4 or 5 from each of the cadets, and then we're looking at the top 8 as we've got a safety car going around, just getting a couple of laps on themselves, talking about practice, just learning the circuit, ready to lead the field away later on. But going back to the point about qualifying, we saw it last year, especially middleweights comes to mind. We were, like you say, speaking about how qualifying matters and how it can sort of set your day up right. If you look at the time, defending champion Sam Slater, I think he qualified 7th. Overall, 7th in his class, and that really put him on the back foot really for the rest of the day. He was trying to cover the entirety of it, and he did recover quite well. I think he finished 4th in the end last year, so a good run for him. But if he'd have had that maybe 1 or 2 more places in qualifying, we never know what could happen there. He may have been on the podium, maybe even retained the title. So it just shows the emphasis you have on qualifying over the course of the day, and that's what awaits us to the start of it.
Lots of recovery drive, I remember, from last year. And I think we're going to see something similar. I mean, we are talking about the elite drivers in the country. It only takes some of the favourites just not quite get it together, and suddenly they will be starting in a grid position which is just not where they should be. And then here come the recovery drives. And there's nothing wrong, Tom, with a good recovery drive.
Yeah, makes for good racing. Gives us something interesting to talk about. Means that we've got a bit more fun, but it also as well, looking at like the type of drivers we've got out there today, I believe it's 8 or 9 drivers we've got in this cadet category that have been here before and have been through a BIKC final, that have a bit of an idea of what they need to do. A lot of drivers in this on their first time round in BIKC. We also have some very young drivers in these cadets. There's some of them that are just tipping into 9 years old on this grid, which is impressive to see. They've already managed to get themselves towards the BIKC final at that very young age.
And I want to mention we have a driver here, Elena Santos, who is coming through the Discover Your Drive program. Now, the Discover Your Drive program only started in the spring of this year, and this is a program that is led by none other than, I think, I think I can use the words Formula 1 legend, Susie Wolff. And she is obviously very prominent in Formula 1. She used to race in Jimmy touring cars. She was a Williams test driver for many years. Almost got on the grid at one point. I was a bit of a Susie Wolff fan, if I'll be honest, Tom. And there was a point where Valtteri Bottas had a bit of an injury. And it really did look at some point she was going to be on the grid, and it didn't happen at the last minute. I was absolutely gutted. But anyway, that's just that. She basically is heading up the Discovery Drive program through Formula 1, and it is a program to try and produce a female Formula 1 driver. And it all starts at grassroots level. And it all starts in the BIKC and the Discover Your Drive, and we have got a driver. Elaine has come through the programme, and she only started karting. Get this. She only started karting, Tom, in April.
Wow, that's impressive. To be able to get here that quickly is really impressive out there. But yeah, Discover Your Drive's got a lot of promise back with F1 Academy and their Women's Championship. It not only is looking to try and bring young girls into the world of Formula 1 and into Formula 1 as a driver, but also to bring them into the engineering side of it, the backroom side of it as well, trying to establish between STEM subjects. You get STEM thrown around quite a lot, science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Very traditionally male-dominated industries. But there's absolutely zero reason why we can't get involved. I remember watching World Endurance Championship a couple of weeks ago, the Iron Dames, all-female team, winning the last GTE race ever in World Endurance. One of the best female-run teams. There's no reason why we can't have more of this. And F1 Academy and Discover Your Drive aim to try and bring more drivers and more young girls into that sort of department. As we now think about bringing them into the departments. So we've got drivers.
So just a big shout out to any girls out there aged between 8 and 11 years old. Okay, the Discover Your Drive program is partly funded by Motorsport UK. And it is a fast-track development program that you can join, you can start, and also we have taster sessions here. Even if you think that it may or may not be something that you want to do, we have very cheap taster sessions that are only £10 to do a taster session, and that will give you the experience of driving a kart. And then, if you feel that this is for you, then we have the Discover Your Drive program. It is, I think, 50% funded, I think, by Motorsport UK. We have fast-track development, we have lesson programs. It is fully designed to give young girls the skills as quickly as possible for them to progress in the world initially of indoor karting, hopefully to then make it to the BIKC final, where we've got some fantastic prizes, which is there really as the next step in motorsport, as the prizes will see them racing outdoors in Total Karting, Zero, and run by Ross Wesley.
Yeah, another Formula 1 connection. Former Williams
another Formula 1 legend.
Williams and Ferrari engineer to Felipe Massa, famous for the line, Felipe, baby, stay cool, we're bringing you the white visor in Malaysia. But yeah, TKZ is a really interesting championship. It's great to see that idea taking off, really pushing the electric side of things. I know a lot of drivers, obviously I'm based down here at Warrington, I know a lot of our guys have spent quite a bit of time with TKZ and our other prize sponsor, Club 100, who we'll talk probably a bit more about tomorrow. But it's a fantastic championship, aimed to try and bring parity into karting at a real affordable price. They're also going through a massive expansion over the next little bit, looking, I believe, to have 1 million entrants in the next 5 years and 50 championships globally as well. It's a fantastic series to be a part of. Obviously, going through a massive rebrand. If anyone does know the name, enter the competition, you may be able to win some nice prizes by the end of it. And make sure to get that in by 1 o'clock. So you've got just under 3 hours if you want to try and take home some TeamSport vouchers there.
Yeah, and the point is that this is the pinnacle of the indoor karting championship of the UK. However, this is very much a stepping stone to bigger and better things. That's the whole purpose behind what we've run in the junior academies for years and years. But however, and in fact,
with this magic, I got my box of tricks out.
Tom is going to talk to us a little bit about what he's got literally a section called "Where Are They Now?"
Yeah, so literally looking at, like, if you want an idea of what BIKC drivers have done and going through, there's a few drivers we'll talk about tomorrow who are currently down at Butmore Park trying to win a championship in Club 100. Let's look at maybe our champions and see what they've done. So, two-time junior champion Charlie Raffin from a couple of years ago, he just sealed the Daniel Ricciardo Series for 2023. So very good achievement there for Charlie Raffin. Ed Spain, our cadet champion from last year, went off and he's been racing owner-driver stuff in the Cadet Car Championship since 5th.
Did he go to Spain?
Didn't go to Spain, but they believe they do have an international round next year. I believe they do have an international round next year off the top of my head. I can't remember their calendar off the top of my head. Jacob Lamas spent a bit of time with Club 100 after his prize drive in Total Karting Zero, and Riven Welsh, cadet champion in 2020. He's been spending a bit of time with Sam Pollock Racing junior road tax now. He's moved up and he's been having a bit of a run in there. So if you do want to have a crack at BIKC, there are places you can go. We'll talk a bit about our adult champions tomorrow, see what they've been doing. But it does look to me like we've got some drivers in karts, and hopefully we should be getting ready with qualifying very, very soon.
Indeed. Now, we are where there is a little bit of sound issues going on the live stream. Please know that we are working on it. We've got Joel at the moment with smoke coming out of his ears, and it will not take us long, and it will be back. Kieran says the sound is hurting his head.
I think that's just your voice, Russ.
Is it that bad, really?
I think it's just your voice there, man.
It could be. It's going to happen all day today and all day tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone's just be saying, what's that noise coming out of my speaker? And it's just me and Russ talking.
Indeed, but on the we are working on it. We will sort it out, and yes, the headaches will cease to exist in a short period of time. Just bear with us. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's. Well, we've talked about racing. Yeah, let's actually look at some racing. I've got lots of people with thumbs up. Is that because the echo's sorted, or no? They might be. Hopefully, we're kind of getting there. However, we have got drivers on track.
Yeah, kart's now leaving the pit lane for the first of these qualifying sessions, just going through the mandatory brake tests. So just a quick rundown of the format. So each driver is going to get a 10-minute practice qualifying session to try and set the fastest time that they can. After that, we'll head straight into the heats. With the cadets, we've got 30 drivers here today, so we split them into 3 categories. The juniors, 3 groups, sorry. The juniors, we've got 32 of them, so we're going to split them into 2 grids of 16. As the karts now start firing out onto circuit, all under yellow conditions, just being released to try and give them a chance to just feel these karts out, feel the circuit out. Obviously, very early in the morning, there's not much track temperature. The only thing that's been run so far is the testing we've had this morning. As the driver's now just trying to warm the karts up, get a little bit of heat in the tyres, as we give our live timing a kick, and we can try and see who is going to be heading out on track in this one. I believe, off the top of my head, I think that might be Alex Rattan in the 56, as he heads up onto the top section of the circuit.
And also, Tom, there's a lot of love on the live stream just for the fact that we fixed the sound.
Yes, there's a lot of love there, and hopefully our dulcet tones won't be ruining too many people's ears over the course of
Ollie Zed says, is BIKC ever hosted at TeamSport Newcastle? We did, with the regionals do run there.
Yeah, but Newcastle normally get a regional every year.
But Warrington is very much the home of the BIKC final. Just to let you know, any comment you put in there, we're usually pretty quick at getting them on. If they're funny, they'll be read out within 2.4 seconds of it appearing on the live stream.
Yeah, you're pretty good at getting caught as well. So if anyone wants to try and catch him out, then Russ is very good at falling for. What was it last year? Liz Anya in the chat.
I'll read anything out.
Was it Liz Anya we got last year in the chat? There was a few others that we couldn't go through.
Catherine Wheel was racing as well.
Catherine Wheel,
because it was November the 5th.
I'm pretty sure we had Brittany Steers in there as well. Was someone.
I'll read anything out. Anything out, no problem.
What you've just done there is you just opened yourself up there. This is going to end up really bad. This is going to go really badly. You're trying to make sure you don't come back and do this next year.
It's this time of the whole weekend. I've got to always remember there are cadets racing.
Yeah, I think
we get a bit late night on a Sunday when we're running the heavyweights, and it's kind of. But we're running
it all goes to pot.
8 to 11-year-olds.
Yeah, and
keep it clean.
To be fair, the other part as well is you've got to really remind yourself when you're watching these young lads and lasses race is that they are 8 to 11. These are going to be some of the closest races you're going to see all day. As the lights go red, this is going to be for their mandatory lights test, just to make sure the drivers know what all the lights mean out there, just to test their knowledge. Hopefully at this level, the guys are pretty good for that. So once the guys are happy, everyone's come to a stop, we'll go back to green flag racing, and the guys will be able to start their qualifying session where they're going to be aiming to try and set the fastest time possible. See a couple of hand signals there to all the spectators we've got on the bridge. It's one of the things I love for BIKC, the amount of people that come out and support all the drivers. The atmosphere in here just ends up being electric. And this year as well, you may be able to see it.
We're going to say that all weekend, aren't we?
Now, haven't I? The other part for me as well is you can just see where just see off to the left of the shot there, we've got a brand new spectator area.
We do.
It's in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah.
You had a nice interview there with Akhil a couple of weeks back, and honestly, it's probably one of my favourite parts of this circuit now. Whenever we used to run like members-only stuff, I was trackside watching it, I'd always put myself in the middle there because you get a real good idea of what the speed of carts are like. Here now, you can get in that spectator area, and you are literally a metre, maybe half a metre from the edge of the circuit.
It's really close, and it feels close.
Yeah, it feels close. It feels fast, and especially when we get to the podium at the end of the day, you're going to have people lining that there. It's going to be a really good atmosphere when we see these drivers hopefully picking up some nice silverware towards the end of proceedings. But first group's out for qualifying. And drivers flying around the circuit at the moment.
Can I just say, Lisa Curry said, so proud of my daughter Sophie Curry. Good luck. Lisa, right, you might be proud of her. We're proud of her as well. Yeah. She's made it to the BIKC final. Representing Clydebank. What a great job. Absolutely. Let's hope she has a really good... Jen has put a shout out to the best commentator team. That's
definitely not biased.
That's because Jen is stood right next to me.
Yeah, we've got some expert analysis this time. So when it gets to looking at what's gone on over the course of the day, instead of me and you just looking at the screen and wondering what manner of thing has occurred, we've got an actual racer here to tell us what's gone on.
And she's got the Gen pad, so she can literally, just like a pad that appears in another motor racing thing, she can actually scroll forwards, backwards, and give real kind of expert analysis on what we think is going on. So, really good. Anybody else we've got? Yeah, shout out to Joe Jennings and Kai Jackson from Bradford. We've got lots of drivers going on there. I'm just going to literally scroll up and see. Academy Racing tells you better not duck your celebration. Can't wait to see what that celebration is going to be. We've got anything you want to put in the live stream, we will be watching it, and we will be literally. We've got Joan Whiteford just put in there. Best of luck to my Cambuslang boys who are down, one from each class. Oh, it's going to be an exciting day for you, John, isn't it? You're not going to be able to take your eyes off this one.
Yeah, there's lots of tracks that have someone in every single class over the course of this, and it's quite interesting to see how the different dynamics play out. We're just currently waiting for live timing to pop up here as well. We'll be able to talk about some specific drivers here, but you just see drivers going through the top section of the track. This section of the track, especially at the top, it's one of the sections, I mentioned it on the hot lap, it's quite a tight track to drive. It's quite a very tight section. It's a very different section to drive. It's just maybe been reprofiled a bit, so you've got a little bit of a more of a run as you come up off the top of the ramp. But those two left-right corners, they come at you really quickly. So it's going to be interesting to see how drivers fare there. It usually is only one line. You have seen some people try and throw a move down the inside there as you've got drivers flying through the top section. This section here towards turn 3 as well. Just talking through a couple of the changes we've had here at Warrington. It's a lot wider on the way in, but it's just about the same on the way out. So I think we worked it out. You can go like 3 or 4 wide on the way into that third hairpin there, which, especially off the start, is going to make it a little bit easier for some of the drivers to maybe get side by side and set up a move. But you're going to have to really have it sorted out by the time you get towards the apex. Otherwise, all hell may break loose.
Indeed. And we've got Kieran Roby says, I was in this championship, I got eliminated. Kieran, some tough love here. Unlucky. But don't worry, there is always next year to come back and to try again. The standard, like 4,500 people. It's always an exact number, Tom, every year. Always exact. First year was 3,500. Next year was 4,000. Now it's 4,500. It's also always exact. Anyway, so here we go. So we're in the practice for the cadets at the moment, and we are well into it at the present moment in time, and we have a black flag being shown out there. Black flag.
Now that's not the sort of thing you want to be seeing at the start of the day here. I believe, I think off the top of my head, that may be for an issue with some driver's kit, from what I could see there, as the driver's going to be pulling off into the pit lane. I think I could just see something with a rib protector they had on their right-hand shoulder. So very good spot from the guys trackside as they get the drivers back in. So we now see drivers going through the top section once again. And it's quite interesting to see how these guys are starting to try and find a bit of space on this track. A 10-minute session is not very long, so it's quite hard to try and find your space on the circuit. You see a little bit of a look over the shoulder to drop down towards the fastest section of the track. And this is where now these cadets are going to start to really feel that extra bit of power, that extra RPM they've got on these karts. You see, it's not really taking a wide line on the way, and this track is so wide in places.
So the black flag, Tom, black flag was for a loose chest protector.
Yeah, so just see the shoulder pad on his right-hand side. It just started to come off. So it's a good spot from the guys' trackside to make sure that that's back down, and we'll get the drivers back out. A very important part safety kit we introduced towards the back end. I believe it was last year we brought the chest pads and the rib protectors just to try and help these younger drivers in case something does happen. Obviously, trying to make indoor karting as safe as possible. As we now have drivers again back up onto the top. This again is one of my favourite parts of the track, and the fact that with Warrington here, you've got all the fast flowing stuff towards the back end of the track, and then you've got this tight technical section up here. You just see the 53s now really starting to catch up to the 48 we're looking at here. Through the double left-hander, a good line through there as you fire down the ramp, sticking right over to the left-hand side. Someone's definitely going to watch my hot lap guide, probably to their detriment, we'll probably find over the course of the day. Not the quickest driver out there, but you just see that 53's really closed the gap there over the course of the lap. So definitely really good. Quick time there for the 53.
Kerry Tingle has just said that Stockton team are here not to take part, but to take over. That is how. So let's see how Stockton drivers get on. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of other tracks who'll be trying to not let that happen. Oh, here we go. It had to happen. I was wondering. I wondered how long it would take before it happened. Somebody has put the mighty words "cat grease" in the. I can't even go there on it this year.
You can't go there.
I cannot even go there. Yeah, that's all from last year, where we ended up talking about it all day on Saturday, didn't we? It was very funny. There's no doubt about that. But we've got to move on in life. It's taken me 12 months to get over it.
I think we'll have to find out new ways of starting races. I've had a couple of ideas from Will and Lex. We'll have to try them out later.
Yeah, definitely going to try.
We've got a lot of heats to try it out. So total of 5 groups. That makes 10 heats before we get into the semi-finals. 5 groups of qualifying, as we've now got the guys from Revolution Audio tapping keys away, just getting us some live timing here.
Very quickly explain the category, because people, I'm sure, be watching this going, what on earth are they on about? Well, basically, we did a kind of thing where we wanted, like Crosty's got his lovely saying of "it's lights out and away we go."
The old Murray Walker, go.
We wanted something we could say at the start, and we opened it out, and basically this girl typed something in, and it auto-corrected, and it came through as cat grease. And then, unfortunately, we tried it. Okay, it was a bit random. And it went fine. And then the next race, we didn't try it, and chaos happened, Tom.
Yeah, I know.
Chaos. And then we just thought then that the best thing to do was to say cat grease at the start of every single race.
Yeah, it was like a good luck omen for the start of a race, where we had one where it just really went where it went Pete Tong. But that was one of our cadets from Warrington that gave that idea. It was one of our lads, Jasper, gave that idea out. So as we now have.
But it's a great thing. Everybody wants to say anything at the start of races. Hey, we've got a little catchphrase. Yeah, bring it.
Wow, those times are blistering. So looking at the lap times here, there's a reason we're looking at the 53. That is young Niall Bill, qualified through from Preston. And that is a scarcely believable 58.927. he's currently setting there. Second place at the moment is Lucas Fragile in the 60. He's there on a 1 minute 1.8, so blistering lap time for young Niall Bill. There's a reason that he was catching up to the 48 as quick as the 49 as quick as
I'm even questioning whether that lap time is real.
Yeah, that's a blistering lap time, especially when you look at a petrol lap time. The old petrol lap record was a 57.0. That was set by one of our track guys. But a 58.9 is a very scarcely believable lap time. It looks like an average of about 1 minute 11.4. So maybe he's taking a couple of laps just to try and get himself in some clear air, and then maybe go for it. His driver's now posting some decent times here. 1 minute 1.6 for Luke's in the 60s. Sam O'Deep in the 45 is on a 1 minute 1.8. Jude, another one of our drivers coming back for this year in the 55. He's on a 1 minute 1.8. Theo Thomas on a 101.9. John's there on in 51. He's on a 1 minute 1.9. Alex Rattan in the 56 on a 1 minute 2.0. Nishwan in the 48 is running on a 1 minute 2.2. Mason Nicol there in the kart 58. 1 minute 2.5, and Finley Darroch, again one of the youngest drivers in the field, really second youngest, on a 1 minute 3.9. As these drivers start adapting, you just see Alex Rattan there in the 56, right under the rear bumper of
Jude Pudderfoot, just gone third,
just
on 101.780. That's great
Theo
stuff.
Thomas there goes up to fifth.
Yep.
So very impressive times here, as you just see Niall Bill is just carving through the field of drivers here. You can just see a little bang of the steering wheel there for Alex Rattan. He wasn't quite happy with that as they now go over the line.
These are important laps, Tom. The tyres are now starting to get some grip.
Yeah, so these drivers now have been out for a good portion of the session. Cannot be long left. Looks like it's just under 2 minutes on the clock. These drivers head up onto the top section. Currently watching Alex Rattan, one of the oldest drivers in the field. This will be his last year in cadets before he ages out the category and moves up into the juniors. It's a nice tight line through the top section. It's going to come down the ramp here. Good turn in. Little bit of a step there, actually, is the kart turn in. It's very rare to see the cadets with a bit of a step out there. Oh, a bit of a touch down the bottom. That was the 45, Samardeep Dhariwal, who's just had a bit of a touch with Niall Bill. Niall just trying to get a little bit of clear air here. And with the speed he's putting through there, 58.
So we're focusing on 53, who is Niall, who's literally done that stunning lap time. And now, frustratingly, he is stuck behind. He's so much quicker. You can see him absolutely all over the back of kart number 45. Kart 45 is the driver that is actually in second. He's got the second fastest lap time.
Yeah, he's just popped up to second place.
And there's even a little bit of contact. In fact, another little bit of contact, and through into that position, even though it is not a position because it is only practice and qualifying, charges the absolutely flying Niall Bill, who's absolutely on it. I mean, you could see the speed difference there. You could see where that 58.6 lap time has come from, because he was pretty aggressive, but there was no doubt that driver was going through.
Yeah, I have a feeling the mechanics may be casting an eye over that one a little bit later on, just to double check that it is all good. But Samardeep definitely not a slower driver out there. One of the drivers returning from last year, 10-year-olds from Leicester. He's currently sat in second place, just edged out Lucas Fragile, another driver who...
checkered flag.
Yeah, checkers out there. So that is... Looks like for me in Group 1, that looks like pole position for Niall Bill on 58.6, as we now see the last of the times popping in. Nishwan Marshall just dropped into 8th on a 102.2. Didn't quite improve that time by. It was a 102.4. As you can just see, the juniors are all sat in karts getting ready to go. So the bonus for here being electric. Hopefully the change rounds can be nice and quick. But fastest time so far, 58.6. That is incredible for the cadets there. 101.3 for Samardeep Dhariwal in second. Jude Pudfoot, another driver who came back from last year. 10th overall he finished. So just edged into the main event last year. He's going to be hoping to go a little bit further.
And also another thing, Tom, is that we had another black flag there for kart number 49, Finlay. Again, another chest protector. And we have to do this. We have to bring drivers in if they are not kitted out correctly.
Yeah.
That's the way all these drivers got to absolutely triple check. They are well kitted out, because otherwise you wouldn't want that to happen when you are battling for a position. So yeah, 2 black flags in that race for chest protectors. As we say, chest protectors are relatively new to TeamSport. They've been around for about 12 months now. And just to give cadets, obviously a lot smaller, a little bit more fragile, let's say, a little bit more protection. And very successful they are as well, Tom.
Yeah, really adds that last line of defence effectively. But now we've seen the cadets. Now we get to see the first of the juniors. Now juniors, again, bit of a stacked grid as always. This year there's only 4 drivers from what I can see that are back from last year. So there's 4th place from last year was Bobby McGurr from Basildon. Mason Chahal's back, he finished in 6th last year. Max Kilby's back, he finished 11th, just making it into the final. And then Liam Martin Bradley managed to get into the semis. This is his 2nd time around. There's also young Ollie Peters, who is, I believe, in this next session. He's the youngest driver in the field. He's only just inside the age bracket of cadets. He's 12 years old, not long turned 12. There's another 12-year-old in this field as well, which is Charlie France, qualified through from Victoria. Again, 2 very young drivers right at the start of their junior careers. And if they're in the finals already at this stage, they've got, I think, 4 years in this category. So it's going to be interesting to see how they get on, maybe try and set themselves up for a good run through. This isn't Ollie Peters' first time here in the finals. He finished 12th in the cadets. He's also been doing a bit of running with Club 100 this year. Finished 14th overall in that. But as we say, grids of 16, so slightly more drivers on circuit, and we're hoping to get the first of them out shortly. Juniors always a very close fought field. You never really know which way it's going to go until you get to the finals. You always look down the entry list and you'll be like, there's probably about 12, maybe 13 drivers who you could quite easily place on the podium. Jesse Clark, of course, James Hislop heading towards the front, just to double check that we are all good to go. And as soon as we've got the clearance, we're looking to get the drivers out on circuit as soon as possible. But this as well, alternating between the cadets and the juniors, like I say, just makes it a little bit more interesting for us as we now get different classes to talk about each time. So it just means that we need to be on it. We need to be on the ball here and remember what's been going on. Yeah. With a lot of sessions today, it's going to be quite difficult for us to keep track of it, let alone.
But we've got Jen. We've got Jen, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, we've got the expert analysis from our karting guru, let's say. I believe she had a play in the electric karts last night as well, and I believe she's about it's like mid 53s, which considering like it's what first time she's seen the track in electric form, and the fact that she's never really driven an electric kart before, to be about a second off really is actually quite impressive. A lot quicker than I was when I did that when I did the hot lap. As we now see the juniors heading out onto circuit. We'll hand her a microphone later on and hopefully get a bit of analysis and chat about
because there is a bit of a change to the track this year because of the electrification. Have we mentioned that?
Yeah, I think we have. I don't think we have, you know.
Yeah, well, basically, because we now have 2 fleets of karts, we have the biggest pit lane in TeamSport. The pit lane is enormous.
60 karts we've got.
And we've expanded the spectator areas, so that areas are much nicer as well. And that has meant that a corner has been cut out. So they will literally, on this corner, you can see on the screen, they can rock to around there and straight up onto the ramp, which the general feeling from the drivers is they're quite happy with it. Because it was very bumpy going round that long left-hander, then onto the old hairpin, onto that up ramp. And even though that was a good spot for overtaking, I have to say that I think everyone's generally quite happy with the fact it's a little bit of a smoother run. We did have a bit of a bump when we first opened. In fact, we've got some issues here. We got spin already. Now this could be, because these karts are running speed 4. And these drivers are not used to it. There might be a lot of drivers out there that are trying to take everything with the same kind of speed and what they were taking in practice yesterday and throughout the week, and suddenly there's a lot more power there.
Yeah, maybe a combination of speed 4 and very cold tyres. So this is the first time these junior karts have been run since they were tested this morning. So it's just going to take a little bit of time just to get a bit of heat into them. As the lights go green, these guys going through their lights test at the moment. So they'll quickly go to red. So you're going to see all the karts stop as the red flags do come out, as the drivers going on their lights test. We're looking at kart 8 here at the moment. That's Caelan Beddoe. I was chatting to him late on yesterday after he did a couple of test sessions, and just trying to go through some expectations for the weekend. And yeah, very, very confident young lad. Hopefully he can have a good run through the course of the day, coming in with the idea of let's go out, let's have some fun, let's see what happens. We get a good result at the end of it. That's all a bonus. But yeah, good, hopefully he gets a good run here. Good run up the ramp there as you now go through the top section. Just threads the car through the barriers, through the middle there as he now gets a good line through. Going a little bit wider than some of the others up the top section. Brake as you come down into this ramp. Maybe he's a little bit more track on the way out of here as he now comes down towards the fastest section of the circuit. Corner I like to liken to sort of Eau Rouge Radion around here. It's a corner you can really take with the car off towards the side. I think that was Joe Jennings there. As the lights go yellow, just to double check, make sure it's all good. I don't know if that was a kart swap or anything along that line. Now got a hand in the air. I think you may have a kart off towards the side. Just trying to get a marshal's attention and say what manner of thing is occurring here. As the drivers now head off again. So the marshals in attendance hopefully get the instance on the circuit clear. And then we can go back to green flag racing and get this qualifying session underway. As the drivers now just looking round. Just trying to double check what the score is there as the drivers going under the bridge. Yellow's here, nice slow walking pace, no overtaking. We normally try and stick them to maybe quarter race pace at the moment. As 40 lets him back through, overtook in the yellow. Good sportsmanship to start with there. It's one thing we love to see around this place, the sportsmanship towards the end of it. You see a lot of times after a close fight in the finals, you see drivers coming around with fist bumping each other, just that show of respect that you see at the end of the race. It's quite good to see.
Because it's not always there, Tom. We have banners that call a race with respect, and it's so important. How many times over the years have I seen fallings out from drivers on track? And yes, there is a lot on the line here today, but we have to rise above that. It's kind of, we have to have respect for what goes on track. We've got the best adjudicators that we've got in the whole of TeamSport. We've got James Hislop. We haven't mentioned James yet. He's the clerk of the course, and he basically has been in motorsport since 1842.
Yes, just a small amount of experience that he's got in the world of motorsport. He's looked after.
He comes out each year at Halloween, okay, and hangs around just for the BIKC and then disappears again.
Yeah, so he's normally been looking after the last few finals. Also got Ben and Darren, his Clarking team.
Yep.
They're going to be helping him over the course.
And VAR.
It's taken us a heat and a half to mention VAR.
2 years ago, I would have mentioned it 25 times by now.
Yeah, by the start of the day, it was like VAR. And by the way, do you know we've got VAR?
I think we have.
The other point as well is this year now we have more cameras around, so we have more VAR. So there's more places to have a look around. It looks like the session's been paused just while the guys dealing with a couple of issues, just trying to give the guys a bit of time back there. As the lights go green once again, so hopefully we're going to start seeing.
And all this will really destabilise us, because first of all, there was, and so we went to yellows. That would have immediately destroyed everybody's lap times. And then again, we've got another issue which will again destroy everybody's lap time. So I actually think we are yet to see the actual ultimate pace of what can be achieved, I think, at the moment.
So currently 1:01.2 is the fastest time.
And time,
about 10 seconds off, really.
Time is running out. I mean, there is 10 minutes left, but the time's ticking. And it takes a few more yellow flags, and it's about getting a lap in.
Yeah, you really need at the start of the session to try and get what's known as a banker lap in nice and early. So focus on getting a decent time on the board, then start maybe trying to change some lines, use boost in different places. Now we start seeing a few times that look a little bit more like him. Kalen Better goes
Here
to the
we
top
go.
of the times on a 53.7.
That's what I'm talking about, Tom.
That's getting there or thereabouts. It might be another maybe 8, 9 tenths to come as other drivers come over the line to complete a lap. Second at the moment, Jaden Linfoot in the 11. He's on a 54.0. Freddie Navarro in 41 as Robert Borowski comes up in the 36 into second place on a 53.9. As it looks like there, that's Joshy Wood that's been hunted down.
James Burgess, 53.560. Oh, they're flying in now.
A 53.0 for Charlie France, youngest driver, second youngest driver on the grid. So we've got the two young lads on the grid together in Charlie France and in Ollie Peters, as Jet Clayton now goes to the top of times. First driver to drop into the 52s, and the times are really starting to tumble here as Navarro and Farrell also move into the 52s.
There is heat being built up, Tom, out there.
Yeah, these guys
in
are
their
starting
tyres
to push now. And these guys are starting to push. Looked like that was the 4. I think that was Joe Jennings again. Maybe having a few issues there. I think we'll try and get him in. The lights go yellow.
I thought we would be.
Yeah, the lights have gone yellow. I think that may be an issue for Joe Jennings in the 4. So I hope to get the marshals up there as quick as you can. Oh no, we got a car backwards. That's the 39. That's Liam Martin Bradley, who's backwards up on the top section. Looking at where that car is, I think he may have just caught the brakes a little bit and just spun it round, which I think there is a very easy thing to be done, especially in these electric cars. The brakes are really sensitive. It's one thing I had to figure out pretty quickly. A lot of drivers, especially in a petrol car, you try and trail brake in towards the corner. The idea of trail braking, you're keeping a bit of brake pressure on just to try and keep the car settled. It's really tough to try and do that. So you've sort of got to unlearn what you're doing over the course of these sessions. The lights are now green again. The drivers start to try and push. So currently at the front, Frederick Navarro is fastest on the 41, with Freddie Farrell, Jack Clayton in third, Charlie Frank, Jaden Linfoot, Hector Sadlowski, Caelan Beto, Ollie Peters, James Burgess, Matthew Stevens, Liam Martin Bradley, Robert Borowski, Joshie Wood, Bobby McGurr, Max Kilby and Joe Jennings. I think for Bobby and Max, they're really yet to see a representative time, especially for Joe, as well as Borowski now comes over the line, still on the 53.9. You've got 3 drivers at the top of this in the 52s, just over halfway through this session now. The drivers really want to start winding up these busy Go-Volt GTs just to try and hook a lap time of them as they now come through the last section of the corners. Just to remind people as well, if you've been here and raced, you'll see the timing line is in a slightly different place here. So for the purpose of our rolling starts, instead of having the timing line just before the first hairpin we know as T1, it's just about here where the 39 is going to cross the line. And Liam Martin Bradley jumps up into 5th place, another driver to go into the 52s.
And Tom, only less than 7 minutes to go now in the session. And with the risk that exists of the yellows going out, there's 16 drivers out there driving cars that are faster than what they've actually ever driven them before, in a situation where tyres are significantly warming up as they drive around the track. I think there's high risk that there could easily be another incident. So for me, it's about you've got to get your laps in. You've got to get your laps in now. It's not like, right, okay, let's do a warm-up, let's save the boost for the next lap or anything like that. It's get it in. Get it in, because you might not get another chance to get a lap in. But Jack Clayton is in there with a 52.636. I don't think it's going to be in the 51s.
Yeah, Kilby's just gone 4th. He's on a 52.7, so that's a good run from here. Hector Sadlowski's also moved up into P6. So top 3 still Clayton, Navarro, Farrell. Kilby now in 4th, Linford in 5th. As the live timing now comes up on the screen, so you'll be able to see exactly what we're looking at here. But you can see already the top 15 drivers are covered by just under a second. Joshie Wood just a little bit further behind with let's look here. Yeah, Joshie Wood, last driver on circuit 16 cars. Joe Jennings now gets a bank a lap in there. He's just a 10th and a half off, and he's now on a 52.8. So that's just over half the field now are into the 52s. You can see those early times like Charlie France, Bobby McGurr. They've got a bit of work to do here, especially 9th and 10th, as we are looking at the number 1 car. That is Jack Clayton, number 1 on pole position as he heads up onto the top section. Couple of taps of the brake there, just trying to get the kart settled before you head up there. If you try and take that flat out, the kart does start to raise a little bit, so it can be a little bit difficult. We found that one out the hard way. If you want to see it, commentator versus commentator, I believe.
I think that is coming up. But can I just say how close, how tight this is? Unlike the first Cadet qualifying, we have got like the top 10 are literally separated by less than half a second, and the gap from lead 0.134. It could all change. 4.5 minutes. This is the time. This is that golden time. The tyres are at the right temperature. Now is where the hot laps have to come.
Yeah, this is indoor karting at its very best. We want it to be nice, close and tight. As you now see the drivers just starting to push a little bit more. Hector Sadlowski now goes into P4. He's just got 1.7 tenths to try and find Ollie Peters now moves into the top 10. Max Kilby takes pole position so far. 52.491 as Bobby McGurr beats him again. These times are tumbling here at the moment. 52.295.
Come on, 51s. We've got to be 51s.
Got to be 51s doable here for these guys. As we now look at this pack coming through. just start seeing, you sometimes find that being in the pack can help you a little bit. If you've got a driver in front of you, it's a little bit quicker. You can hopefully use them to try and pull you along, as that's Max Kilby currently tucked up behind. I believe that's Ollie Pease in the 19. So these guys, some of the quickest we've got on track. I think it's Frederick Navarro's moved up into 4th place. He's about 3.5 tenths off. Overtake there for the 17.
There, yeah. That's Max Kilby.
Has anyone
He's
told these lads
desperate
this
to
is
get
qualifying?
through. Max Kilby, right, he's 3rd place, but he's got a lot of traffic right in front of him. He had a tough run last year. He raced last year, it was his first ever BIKC, and it was a tough one run. He did make the final, came, I think, low 8, 9, 10, something like that.
Last year.
He is absolutely on it, but he knows, he's looking behind him, he's thinking, right, I need a lap time, but I'm in traffic. It's quick traffic, but it's still traffic. He's 0.196 away from that top position. Freddie Farrell, 0.3 behind Hector, 0.395. Kart number 39 there, 0.4. That's Liam Martin Bradley. But it's Bobby
who's been held
who
up
is
a little bit there.
literally in there. No 51s just yet, but you just get a feeling that a lot of drivers just holding each other up. If Matt Kilby, if he had a bit of clear space, because he's there right on the rear bumper, he needs to get past quickly, because he's only got 2.5 minutes to go. He needs to get past and get that lap in, otherwise he won't be improving.
Yeah, it looks like Max Kilby and Jack Clayton there running together at the moment. Bobby McGurr still up at the top. He's just got about a 10th in hand. Top seed from last year as Navarro now splits these guys that we're starting to look at. It's Jaden Linford actually in front of him. I've misidentified him already. So through the top section here, Linford and Kilby. Has anyone actually told Max Kilby that we're not racing yet? This is just qualifying. He's currently trying to race just about everyone here at the moment. There's our pole man. Bobby McGurr's up on the top section there. He's got one of the BSR drivers just behind him. Let's see if we can try and get an idea on them. He's gone even quicker at the moment, a 52.248. He's now got 1.5 tenths over Jack Clayton. A little bit of a look over the shoulder just to see who is there. James Burgess moves up.
Yeah.
James Burgess moves up into P6. Freddie Farrell in the 28, I think, is following Bobby McGurr from what I can see there. No, that's the 41. So that is Frederick Navarro. So you got 1st and 3rd nose to tail there. This is James Burgess here in the 27, one of the Hall Pass Racing drivers as they go through the top section. It's quite interesting to see all the different teams coming out in this. So even though this is an individual event, you have drivers all competing, they're all part of teams. You see them travel around the country. Some of them even go abroad to try and show them exactly what the Brits can do. But there's various different outfits you'll see. You'll see other ones later on, like Warrington Warriors, a group who met around here and been going off doing a lot. TKZ, a lot of Club 100 this year, and TRX as well. We'll see later on different groups just out to have a bit of a laugh and do some karting, but also try and do it together. But as we now see, James Burgess has gone over the line. He stays in P7. Charlie France now goes up into
Last chance
P6.
saloon now. Last chance saloon.
Yeah, these guys are really now on their last
50
laps.
seconds. It is the final lap. If it's gonna,
just see how bumpy it is at that top section.
It has to change now.
Yeah, if you're going to make a move, this is where you really want to find the time. As he's up now on the top section, 40 seconds on the clock here. You just see drivers coming through. No improvements we've seen so far. Jack Clayton's improved his time, but not his position. Caelan Beddoe on a 53.0. He's just come through in P15, just behind Matt Stevens and in front of Joshy Wood. Ollie Peters still there in 12th place. Joe Jennings goes over the line in P10. That was a 52.7 for Joe, but even though 52.7 to be 4 tenths off in 10th place, that just shows how close this field is. The checker flag is out. Burgess goes over the line, doesn't improve his time from what we can see there. 53.0, that one was there. Charlie France now over the line. That wasn't an improvement, but him. Doesn't look like we've got anyone on a blistering time just yet. Salowski's back over the line. He's still in 7th place. It looks like that is pole in Group 1 for the top seeded driver. 4th place Yassier, pole position for Bobby McGurr.
And ladies and gentlemen, just to make an announcement, we will be having a minute's silence at 11 a.m. this morning. Obviously, in memory, it's Remembrance Day for 11th in memory of all that have fallen in our history, and so we will be respecting that. And on the stroke of 11 o'clock, we will be having a 60-minute silence. But what a great lap from Bobby McGurr, Tom.
Yeah, and just touching on the Remembrance side of it, you see the nice poppies that are all adorning the car. It's quite a nice little touch we've got for this year. The drivers now all sat in the carts, and we get ready to hopefully get going with the next Cadet one shortly on. But yeah, as we hopefully pause to remember everyone who's fallen, not just for those who we've lost in various conflicts, but also for those who've lost personally as well.
Indeed. So we will be going quiet very shortly for that 1 minute. Okay, we're going to get the racing back on the next of the, where are we running cadets? Or yes, we're back at the cadets, indeed. So we have, another 10 drivers who are in their karts and are about to leave in order to go for their qualifying. Obviously, these cadet karts have been sat there for the last 20 minutes or so now, just cooling back down again. So everything is on a total level playing field for all these drivers. So 58 there, right at the front of the pack. That's James Vout.
In front. That's Francesco De Caro heading out behind him. And a young driver from Leeds, very confident, very happy, bobbing around the circuit. One of the faster drivers we've seen so far in the 46. That's one thing you may notice, these cars do have an automatic pit speed limiter on. So if it looks like the drivers are respecting walking pace of the pit lane, they're sort of forced to. It forces the karts down into a walking pace. I think that's Akhil Vyas in the 51, really trying to get some temperature into those tyres before we go racing and before we go qualifying for this 15-minute session. And a lot of support coming through for various drivers as we go through. Go James from Dylan Tracy, one of the juniors from Warrington. Hopefully he'll be here for BIKC at some point. As a bit of support for more support from James out there. A lot of the local drivers there, and well done from Sam Slater, BIKC champion, who's going to be racing tomorrow, praising the BSR drivers there for Navarro and Farrell for P3 and P4. So don't forget, shout out your drivers as we're going through, as we currently look at Akhil Vyas in the 51 heading up on the top section. Remember, these guys are still going to have to do a lights test, so it's going to be a couple of minutes before we start seeing representative times coming through. And at some point in this, we'll have a look at some of the girls that are racing here. So you've got Elena Santos is in this one, Lottie North as well, another young lady who's going to be racing today for a very strong performance on our Monday Night Race League, doing a bit of testing. Started pole for a reverse grid and absolutely drove away from the field. As you now see the lights around the circuit going yellow just to try and slow the drivers down, give them a bit of a lights test. Remember, yellows, nice slow walking pace, no overtaking. As the last drivers make their way out onto the circuit here. And we'll start getting some representative times from these cadets in a couple of minutes. But the bit I always do need to remember here, and I say it a lot, is you see how close some of these guys and girls will race. It's quite easy to forget these are the youngest drivers that we're going to see over the course of the competition and over the course of BIKC in general. Between 8 and 11 years old, as we see, I'll discover your driver. Youngest driver 57. In the field, 57, Elena Santos. She's come through from Acton, and she's had a decent run through. She's come through from Eastleigh, so quite a trek for them. Quite a trek for them so far. 9 years old, finished 9th in her qualifying, 3rd in local finals, 4th in the regionals. And the youngest driver in the field is now heading up onto the top sections. You just see a bit of a duck from the head, trying to get that last little bit of performance. But we're under yellow conditions for the lights test here. So the light's going to go yellow. We'll get a short little burst of green, and then you'll see the reds to get the drivers to come to a complete stop on the circuit. Standard procedure that we do here at TeamSport. You'll notice this if you've run a standard session here. You just need to make sure that everyone's aware of the lights and exactly what they mean. Every now and again, you'll find racing drivers just try and push it a little bit to gain that last little advantage.
So here is kart number 57, and just again a big shout out. If any driver out there, this is a program designed for 8 to 11-year-olds. It is to find the next female Formula 1 driver. We have a 10-year target to get a girl in Formula 1. Simple and straightforward as that. And you know, it's fantastic that Eleanor's made it through to this stage of the championship. She started karting in April. It's like, and here she is, and she's 9 years old, Tom. Yeah, 9 years old in this kind of competition. I mean, it's just for me, this is just a continuation of her learning and development. But it's just fantastic to see. The program's only been around since the spring, and it's already starting to bring talented drivers through, which is amazing. Which is why we are focusing on kart number 57. We can actually focus on any kart we want. We just literally lean over to our tech crew we've got here and say, can we look at so-and-so driver? And magically pops up. Yeah. There's also some absolutely brilliant comments coming in. Jamie Chase, can't wait for lightweights tomorrow. Looking for revenge from last year.
Yeah, Jamie Chase racing later on.
Running cadets, Tom. Running cadets.
Already looking forward
he's making it very clear, right, from the word go, that 24 hours notice, okay, that he means absolute business. So really,
support coming through as well from Tony Brown for Sophie Curry, who we'll see a little bit later on. Another one of the young girls racing in this one. They hit the trip all the way down from Scotland for this one. As we now start to see the first set of lap times coming through. It's still Eskild Hewitt. It's currently at the top of the timing sheet. Lottie North, Harvey Ball, Francesco De Caro, who's currently P4. Cam Carney, then Elliot Griggs, James Vout, Kai Jackson, Hashim Ijaz and Elena Santos. We're yet to set a representative time just yet in these Biz Eco Vaults junior karts. As they go over the line, let's see what sort of time. She goes straight up into second place, but that time is bested by Lottie North, who heads on to pole position. So currently on a 1 minute 3.895 as James Vout now goes over the line on a 1 minute 3.4. Here's the time starting to come through as we now look at the 45 of Lottie North. Good line through the top section. She's now up onto the flyover, just threads the kart through the barriers. The chicane comes here extremely quickly. She's now following, looks like she's following Elena Santos just behind. So two girls running on track, nose to tail. As Lottie just looks over her shoulder, just make sure there's no one there. As they fire down the ramp, just see how much she's closed in there as they drop down towards the top section.
Notice this is much tighter than what we saw in the, as I say that, I said that Eskild just gone down at 101.560. But it has to be said, all the times are relatively much more closer than what we saw in the first of the quali runs. But we're going to have a similar story here. Those karts have been sat there, okay, it is November. Those karts have been sat there, those tyres have been cooling down. They've got exactly the same issues to deal with than what the first group had. And we're going to be really seeing the top times come through as near the end of the session, and it should develop as we actually go through. But what is brilliant is no yellows. I don't know if it's a commentator's curse, but no yellows.
Oh, you've said it now, haven't you?
I've said it, but we'll still agree. And so when it's much easier for drivers, I think, when it just stays green, they can just focus, they can just get their head down, get lap in, get as much tyre temperature in, you know, work out exactly where the grip is. And sometimes you've got 45 here who's really about to overtake, and this could be a good thing.
Yeah, down the inside,
because literally Ellen's going to get a real chance to see and watch exactly what lines the kart number 45 is taking. That's Lottie North, who's currently 6th at the moment on a 102.2. But there's a lot of learning that can be happening when you're driving directly behind somebody who might be a bit quicker. There's a lot of learnings, and you can see that actually Eleanor is staying like quite close, because she's now getting a lesson in how to drive the Warrington circuit. Yeah. And be interested to see what Eleanor's time comes in when she gets right to the end of the lap.
Yeah, Lottie's done quite a bit of time here, the 11-year-old from Sheffield. She's now up on the top section as Akhil Hewitt takes the fastest time ahead of Francesco De Caro, James Vout. Lottie currently sat in P6 as she heads through the top section of the track, about to come down towards the flat-out left-right chicane before heading through one of the fastest corners in indoor karting. And looks like we've got driver under review, Akhil Hewitt, for excessive weaving under yellows. So that may have been for the start. There's old regulations, even at Motorsport UK level, that you should only be using half of the width of the circuit if you are trying to warm tyres. Currently fastest on circuit, Akhil Hewitt at 101.074. He's got 1.3 tenths ahead of the leads driver, Francesco De Caro, with Liverpool's James Vout now just moving into second place, 33 hundredths of a second. Ahead of the leads drivers, Elliot Griggs moves up into P4. He's got a bit of time to find, but 8 tenths at the moment. The gap there from first to fourth, just over 1.5 tenths from first to third, as the 51 of Akhil Hewitt now comes through the top section. Just takes a bit of a tighter line through here. You find with the cadets, because this track is so big and so wide, it's actually slower to use all of the circuits. So if it looks like the cadets are taking a bit of a strange line, it seems to be the quicker way round this circuit. You almost want to try and minimise your gap through the corner as Hewitt comes over the line. It's not an improvement, another 101, but it's a 101.176 last time over the line. Still enough to stay ahead of James Vout. We'll wait to see what the 58 has in their pocket. But currently Lottie North still in P7, Hashim Ijaz in P8, Kai Jackson P9, Elena Santos rounds out the 10-kart field. As we can see the drivers come through the top section of the track. It's all nice and close, 33 hundredths of a second between first and second. Hewitt versus Vout, that is Preston versus Liverpool. Could almost argue these guys are Warrington drivers out on loan for a year, because obviously Warrington, with this massive refurb we've had, we've not run any BIKC. These are the first BIKC sessions Warrington's seen all year. So unfortunately we're not going to add to our tally of 3 titles, but we've got a few drivers who've been out to other circuits, and Lewis Jackson here, one of the guys from Liverpool, giving us some choice gestures as we try and take his drivers back for next year. So we farmed them all out. We've got Warrington drivers everywhere, but don't worry, they'll be back with the main team, let's say, next year. As still Hewitt on pole position, chasing down the 60 of Harvey Ball, who's just moved into P5. As they now come up through the top end of the track. This ramp section, even though it's a new corner, it's a right-hand. It is a flat-out right-hander straight into the top of the ramp. Now, there's a few drivers still trying to figure out what the best way of doing the top section is. Some are debating whether it's best to lift off, take a bit of speed off towards the top just to settle the kart out, because if you do take it flat, you do lose quite a bit of traction, as almost feels like you get airtime coming up through that top section. You just see the 51 focused on the back of the 60s. That's Hewitt versus Ball as they now come down the top section of the track into the run of 3 hairpins. So still Hewitt on pole, Vout second, De Caro third, Kai Jackson in P7 improves his time That's a 1 minute 1.8. As we wait to see what the 60 ball can manage and what the 51 of Hewitt as they come over the line. 4.5 minutes to go. Harvey Ball just dispenses Lottie North, who moved into P6. So Harvey Ball now in P7, and an improvement for Eskild. Hewitt is the first driver in this session to go under the 1 minute 1 bracket.
And 60's looking behind.
60.7.
Harvey Ball is literally looking behind him. Going,
he's just looking over his shoulder. He's like,
how come
where
Eskild is so quick?
Yeah, he's just like, where is this car come from all of a sudden? As they're now on the top section. The smart money here would be most likely for Ball to try and let him through.
Fastest lap, Eskild Hewitt.
Hewitt's backed off there. Hewitt's trying to find a gap. So the smart money there, I just said for Ball, was would probably have been to try and let Hewitt through and figure out where he's gaining the time. See if he can, see if maybe he's pulling it on the straight, see if he's getting out of the corner, see a little bit of a duck behind the wheel for the 51 as he's trying to improve his time. So this one won't be an improvement. He's backed off just to give himself a bit of space. Maybe start seeing the Formula 1 tactics. It's almost like Monza now. They all start backing off, try and find the gap. The bonus for these young drivers, with only 10 karts on track, finding some nice clear space, it's going to be relatively easy for these guys. Over the line now for Hewitt to start another lap, so he's lost about 4 seconds there, 3 minutes remaining.
And we've got a few shout-outs. So Kieran Roby said, mention Jack Harrison, please. We will, obviously, when he's racing, because he's a junior. And we're watching cadets, but I will. That is noted. I will mention Jack Harrison when he's out on track. Tony Brown is saying Sophie Curry.
Yeah,
why
Sophie,
not?
I think we saw Sophie in the third group of the cadets, another one of the three girls that's racing in this cadet class. With 2 and a bit minutes to go, these drivers are now going to have to start trying to find the last little bits to see if we can try and
crunch time.
Sometimes this is really, as you say, this is the thick end of the session now. So 2 and a bit minutes, these drivers really are going to try and improve. They're going to have to try and do it now. Kai Jackson again, P7. He's gone for a 1 minute 1.8. Hashimi Jazz comes over the line, 1 minute 2.0. That's Callum Carney in P4. He's just moved up to 1 minute 1.4. Hewitt's over the line. He matches his time. So that's exactly the same time over 2 laps. That is consistency for you. As we're now looking at the top section of the track once again. So that is the 48 of Kai Jackson. 1 minute, 1.1 seconds he needs to find. Fastest time so far is a 1 minute 1.8. Not slow for a cadet by any stretch of the imagination, but that time currently good enough for 7th in this group. The 48, the Lewis Hamilton-inspired bell helmet, channeling maybe his motorsport heroes. They come through. The 7-time world champion. He's hoping he can try and find some of Hamilton's
Here we go.
pace.
This is last lap time.
Let's see what the 48 can manage this time.
Lap.
So through the last hairpin, it's like a relatively tiny lap here for Kai Jackson. Let's see if this is enough to try and move him up. It's not an improvement there. He's got another 1.5 tenths slower. Good consistency from these cadets. It's quite impressive to see them bang in lap times that are extremely similar. It's quite hard to teach consistency. You can normally teach pace. Pace is quite an easy one. Racecraft you can normally teach, but consistency, banging those laps in every time.
And they've adapted really well because these karts are much quicker than what they would have practiced on. And very few incidents in the cadet racing. And these karts look quick, Tom. They even look quick to the naked. There's a few comments coming in about these lap times are fast. They are fast. And these karts do look quick as well. So these are proper tests for the drivers, as now we are really at the end. We were about to see the checker flag go out, and Eskild has done absolutely brilliantly to get that top spot by 0.3 of a second is brilliant. James Vout is second, Francesco De Caro will be third, Callum Kearney 4th, Harvey Ball 5th at the moment. Lottie North, there is the checker flag. Is anybody going to improve on the final lap?
So that was a slight improvement for Jackson. It wasn't enough to improve his position, but he definitely improved his time. Over the line, Callum there on the 55, he's improved his time as well. Hewitt goes over the line, it's not an improvement for him.
And look, Tom, look who's watching. Ed Spain is watching. 2022 BIKC Cadet Champion.
Yeah, so it's great to see drivers having a look. We were chatting about him earlier. He's had a good run in the CKC this year, finished P5 in the move up to
brilliant
into owner-driver karting, and to be fair, you can't underestimate what that sort of step is. It's quite a big step to go from a rental kart that's relatively heavy, it's got a similar amount of power, to go into a kart where the minimum weight is just under 100 kilos. These cadet karts these guys are racing today without a driver, about the 150 kilo-ish mark. For the cadets, I still need to find the chassis plate on the adults. They've hidden it away from me. They know if they leave data out anywhere, I'm going to find it. So they've hidden them on me. Maybe they just pulled them away. Just
Also,
so I can't find
a
the
lot
data.
of love for Warrington track. Okay, Lucas says up the Warrington. Okay, we got Marshy. Warrington equals best track. Yeah, it is pretty epic. A few comments about how bumpy it is, and but you've got to remember these cars are going quicker than what they usually go in normal spec, and the faster they go, all the bumps are exaggerated. So it might be. Let's touch on it. It might be a bit of a physical challenge as well, especially as we get
definitely,
into
100%. This track is a physical challenge. I've always likened it to be more like an outdoor track with a roof and a couple of ramps on it. So instead, whereas most indoor circuits are relatively tight, technical, not many places to overtake, this place, if you had an outdoor circuit, stick a roof on it, put a mezzanine section into it, that's pretty much what these guys are racing here today. Pretty much all tarmac, loads of grip, especially then you get down to the wood section, you got all the tight, flat, you got all the tight flowing section up the top. Just makes it very much of a driver's track. So
it's an outdoor track indoors.
It's about as close as you're going to get, and you find especially where drivers go off and do other stuff. There was a couple of our guys went and did a 24-hour race at a track up in the northeast, and they were testing here. And when they came back, I had one of them say to me that half an hour on this track was tougher than 90 minutes in that 24-hour race. There's a few guys use it for a bit of practice there. As the next kart starts heading out onto the track, we're back to the juniors.
We've got a lot of shout-outs out there. So we've got Ben Hamilton is getting a lot of love on the live stream. Callum Eve Racing is in there. Harry QS is also in there with... can we have a shout-out for Jasper? Jasper! There you go, Tech Nation. Supporting Jasper. There's a shout-out. Jasper all day long. Right. Ren Carter, when I was able to come to Warrington... No, it's like an essay, this one. When I was able to come to Warrington for finals last year, we got taken out and couldn't make the finals, but definitely doing it for 2024. There's always next year. Always there. F1 drivers say it all the time. Well, we're just looking forward to next year. You know what I mean? Forget the races coming up in 3 days' time. We're just, next year's coming. Next year's coming.
Yeah, there's always two schools of thought. There's always certain fans that are always like, this is my year, and some of them are like, well, there's always next year if it doesn't go quite well. But we see the top set. We see these guys now out on for their lights test. We're looking at the 39. That is Benjamin Hamilton, who was getting a shout out earlier on.
Indeed.
Juniors now going through the lights test. Nice slow walking pace. Well respected for the lights there.
Also, Ed Spain is just to say, he also came third in the Weir Tools British Kart Championships in the Honda GX 200.
The full-on British Championships. To come third in any class in the British Championship is impressive.
Yeah.
But third place in Honda Cadet, spec motors, spec engines. It's a very tough class. So fair play for third place. Just proves that I don't do my research hard enough. Because I should be looking at the British Championships. That's the full-on British Championships.
Indeed.
As we've now got the British Indoor Karting Championships on circuit here at Warrington, and the drivers now hopefully trying to bang in a quick time. So that's Ben Hamilton we're looking at now. Just behind him is John Wall. As you see the time starting to pour in, this is going to be a little bit skewed because these guys have done the lights test, and we'll hopefully start seeing the first flying laps come through.
King Adam TV says, is it possible to have a shout-out? Anything's possible.
Yeah, there's a shout out. Oh, 39 spun out.
Oh, look at that!
Just look like there, he just caught the brake on the way in. So.
Yeah, this drivers, it's just the cold tyres and faster karts. They're not used to this. There's a lot of seesawing at the steering wheels here that we just did not see when we were watching them practice over the last few days.
Yeah, you've really got to try and work to get these karts in the window. I wouldn't necessarily say a lot of weaving around, but just trying to build the pace up. If you try and go for a push lap straight away, the kart's going to bite you and it's going to spit you out, which is what Ben Hamilton's just found out the hard way there.
I'm just going to say, Martin says, guys, the boost push to pass being used in qualifying.
Being used in every session.
It is. And just to go through it, it's used every 55 seconds. It means drivers cannot use it at the same place every single lap, so it becomes more strategical. I've also got to say that because we are running speed 4, that what happens with the push to pass, it gives you extra revs. So basically there's an extra 300 RPM at the top of the rev range, which means we're really excited what that can do for the actual racing. But it's going to get, if anybody's using it when they're coming out of the hairpin, waste of time. Yeah. Don't bother. End the straight, that's when you need those extra little bit of speed. But at the moment, Ben Hamilton, okay, he's had an interesting first few laps, but he has managed to pop in a 52.755. But Mason Chahal has just gone through in 52.456 and has gone straight to the top. These are early days. He's probably another half a second at least. I think we get into maybe get into the 51s on this one, because 52.4, we're a little bit ahead where we were on the previous run on lap times.
51 is definitely going to come in here. So at 52.4 already, looking at Mason Chahal, kart 11, he's back for his 4th time in the BIKC Finals. Anyone, the astute amongst you will know, it's the 4th year we've been running it. This is his 4th time here, so every year so far he's qualified through. I believe, off the top of my head, this will be his last year in juniors. He's going to age out the category, so if he comes back for BIKC next year, he'll be moving into the adult category. 6th last year, Mason Chahal. He's had a good run so far. 1st, 2nd, 2nd is his form guide.
Now he's stuck on something. Let's see what he's going to do. Is he going to push? He's going to try and get past him, or he's going to back off? No, he's pushing. He wants that corner, but all this lap, this ain't going to be a good lap, because he is stuck and I'm behind driver number 40.
That's John Bolter, as he's now thrown it down the inside there. Bolter's let him have it. But Chahal now 52.0. He's currently got 5 and a bit tenths in hand.
You can see they wanted to get on with it.
Yeah,
like,
he's
could have backed off and gone, let's
trying to find
space.
time now. Boom. He's just trying to find time. So he's now got a bit of clear track. So this next lap might not be the best. The lap he's on might not be the best, but it may be enough to extend his advantage over 2nd place Jake Anders, Preston driver, currently about half a second off. One of the quickest drivers we've seen around here. His best time off the top of my head is a 51.6, which on this track is extremely quick. As now Elliot Potter now comes up into P4, just edges out Henry Barrington and Jacob McCule, who's in P6, John Wall, Adam Sims, Ollie Henderson moves up into P9 ahead of Casper Abaki, then John Bolter, who we just saw being dispensed by Mason Chahal in P11, Jack Harrison, Lawrence Cameron, Tyler Richardson, Edward Haslam complete your 15 runners and riders here. So 31 overall from juniors as Jack Harrison moves up into P11. That is a 53.2. No one so far able to live with the pace of Mason Chahal. Still half a second to the goods over Jake Anders. He did improve on his last lap on a 52.5. John Wall now goes 3rd on a 52.6. Really close behind. Mason Chahal definitely has the measure of this junior field. As they come through this 3rd hairpin now, they're going to come up under the trademark Dunlop bridges here. Let's see if he can find a 51. Not quite, a 52.3. I feel that time is definitely coming here.
Jacob Lammers says, can he have a shout out? He says, can't make it here this year, wants to be here. Of course you can, Jacob. Absolutely no problem at all.
Jacob Lammers, former cadet champion here for Warrington. So won it back in 2021 from the top of my head.
I'm saying like I know that.
Yeah. It's definitely not been reading the book.
I'm saying like
notes, Russ.
Of course, of course, I remember him.
Yeah, I thought you took him home to study him last night. What was that about no prep? As we now get back to the action still, hopefully, let's see what Mason Chahal can do. Jake Anders has closed that gap at 52.4. It's about 3 tenths now is the gap. Let's see if Chahal can open it up. We're looking for that magical 51. We haven't seen it just yet, but a 52.0 is the closest we've got so far. Out of the 3rd hairpin. Let's see if Chahal can manage it.
I've got something I've never seen before in BIKC.
Go on.
Okay, driver, this is straight from Race Control. We've got a link straight to Race Control, so any decisions, anything that happens, we get to find out straight away. Driver Charlie France in Julia Group 1 has been given a grid penalty for Heat 1 for ripping the boost button off a kart.
That is impressive.
That is, I've never seen that. He will start from the back of the grid for the 1st heat. Have we got a bit of vandalism going on our karts?
That's an impressive feat there if he's managed to
didn't we spend £1 million on those karts?
I think there's something in the order of that.
I think we did.
Something in the order of that. These electric cars, they're not cheap, but they are fun to drive.
They're not cheap.
They are
and we need twice as many. hence the cost and all that. But they are fantastic. But they do last twice as long. It does. They are actually an investment because we do actually see the money back eventually. But yeah, really, really good. Oh, shout out Paul Brodie, great commentary from you guys. Like anybody wants to put any love for the commentary. I'm not vain at all. Yeah, I'm not vain one little bit.
If anyone wants us to come back next year,
we only do it once a year.
All right, job for a change. Instead of just us random ramblings, as we now watch some racing over the top. So still, Mason Chahal would not have that 51 just yet, but the gap is 3 tenths at the front. John Wall's up into 3rd place ahead of Henry Barrington. Elliot Potter, Jacob Akhil round out the top 6. Ben Hamilton, who had the spin earlier on, is P7. Jack Harrison, Adam Sims, John Bolter is your top 10. As we now try and see if we can get.
See, Ben Hamilton had the early pace there. See, the others, I think, were just getting used to it. And Ben Hamilton he was the early pace setter, and now he's 7th. And yeah, interesting that there's a lot of learnings going on out there. And that's the way we like it. This is a difficult event to win. It requires a full skill set. For me, being able to win this event, the drivers who kind of win it, they're the most versatile drivers. They're drivers that have got every single part of the racing kind of package in their bag that they can kind of use. They can defend, they can attack, they're smooth, they know how to understand the car, they know exactly how much grip there is as the tyres get hotter. There's so much involved in this, really exposes all of it, which is why we've got drivers out there who could be absolutely stunning in their home track, the track that they know like the back of their hand. But then suddenly they go up against the absolute elite drivers that exist in indoor karting. And it can be tough.
Yeah, it's not an easy field to be a part of. And if you can hang with these guys, you can really hang with the best. As we now look at number 10, Jake Anders, he comes over the line. Let's see if he's improved there. He hasn't managed to just yet. As Jake has won, he's done quite a bit of racing this year, quite a few different things. He's been racing with both of our partners, both TKZ in the Northern Championship. He was doing the National Championship as well as Club 100, being 13 years old. He's still in the cadet version of Club 100, hopefully getting into the 125 adult ones later on next year. But a very fast driver around here is Jake. He's normally one of the ones we find at the front of the race we see so far. He goes through the fast chicane, hopefully keeping it absolutely pinned as they now go into T1. Nice smooth line through there. Let's see if we can get a 51 from Jake Anders. It'd be enough to put him on pole if he can do it. He's done a 51 before. Let's see if we can find.
There is a lot of love for Jake here on the live stream. So yeah, there's a lot of support out there for Jake Anders, currently running in 2nd place. So really, really good. Yeah, Lee Davis, come on, Jake, closing that gap now. Yeah, indeed. Tom, specifically for you, can you give Lewis Tracy a shout out, Tom?
Can I give Lewis Tracy a shout out? I believe I can give Lewis Tracy a shout out. It's a shout out for Lewis Tracy. There's also a lot of stuff coming through here. Harry Eden, come on John, do Trafford proud. Taylor Norton, come on Mason, Team Edmonton. So that's referencing the top 3 drivers that we've got there. So that's Edmonton, Preston and Trafford are your top 3 in terms of tracks. And you all know the tracks amongst the country. We all get a little bit competitive, try and see who can get the most drivers through. No one's been able to top crawling for the amount of drivers through so far. They've had 2 champions over the course of the year. Can they add a 3rd one to their tally? Or in juniors, are we going to see Edmonton or Preston pick up a championship? It'd be a 2nd title for Preston and a 1st for Edmonton off the top of my head. But Jake Anders has not been able to improve just yet. Still fastest time is Mason Chahal, 52.073 for the driver from Edmonton in the 11. And so it's Anders still 2nd, Wall still 3rd, Potter still 4th, Harrison, Barrington, Akhil, Hamilton, Sims, Bolter your top 10, Henderson, Rebecki, then Richardson, Haslam and Cameron are your 15 runners and riders. About 3 minutes left to go here.
Crunch time.
Yeah, we're really getting towards the business end of the session now.
Will we see a 51? It'd be great to see
I think we will, you know. I really want to see that 51. Even if we don't see it in qualifying, we'll definitely see it when we get to go racing. Just in front of Anders, that's John Bolter, P10. He's got 8 tenths to find. He wants to try and get towards the front. Akhil goes over the line. He doesn't quite improve there. Not an improvement for Bolter or Anders. These times are just starting to drop off at the moment. All the drivers seem to be a couple of tenths, maybe 2 or 3 tenths slower than where they were where they were at the start of the session. So maybe these guys just starting to maybe get a little bit tired and they're just struggling to find that. Say that's Casper Bacchi moves up into P11. He gets one position. It's really close towards the bottom section here. You've got 12 karts covered by 8 tenths at the moment. It's exactly what you want to see in indoor karting. You want to see it as close as possible.
We've got Dark Force 2543. It says I commentated on my local final and the people on track loved it. So if I can one day I can join you in the commentary box, I just want to make it clear that me and Tom will be commentating for how many hours over the next 2 days?
I think we worked it out at one point. It's like 15, 16 hours or something like that.
Yes, is the answer to that. You definitely can.
You get to Sunday and your voice is just starting to feel it over the course.
Here's great. Rianne says, TeamSport Karting, will the third floor ever return at TeamSport Reading? It was so good. Well, we've got combat karts now in TeamSport Reading, which is also amazing. So at the moment, Combat is doing really, really well. Combat is it's like a certain video game that's got an Italian
plumber in it and his mates. That name that we can't say.
Yeah, so you can boost, you can fire things, you can do. That's all at TeamSport Reading as well as Preston and Newcastle and.
He's in Mitcham as well at the moment.
Yeah, might be.
Yeah, maybe a few other circuits to come. You know what? Honestly, I was originally when I saw the idea, I was like, well, it's a little bit like electrification to be fair. But we took a group, I think it was like 10, 11 of us went to Preston. You know what? It's actually hilarious fun. So you get a group of you together. You can find there was one. I think one of our regional F&B managers was chatting to him when he was down at Reading. He was very, very happy that he managed to go from first down to last in the space of a lap and a half because everyone got all the missiles and just started to spam it and make sure he didn't win.
Indeed. I just want to point out that Elizabeth Friesmuch that said Dark Force 254 is my son. So I assumed it was we don't know who these people are. We just see the tag names come up. So yeah, but you know we've got Dom's lad is here today. Dom is the CEO of TeamSport Karting.
Yeah, driving he's done BIKC himself.
Indeed,
a couple of his young lads have given it a crack.
And he'll be in the commentary box for a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we do employ people under the age of 16 years old. It has to be said. But yeah, we've got
checker flag comes out on session.
Mason Chahal wins. Jake Anders second. John Ward third. Elliot Porter. Well, he's the son of the CEO. Jack Harrison is in fifth. Henry Barrington is in sixth. Jacob Equal is in seventh. Ben Hamilton after that stunning start straight to the top of the times. Eighth place, 0.6. I don't think he's going to be happy with that. Adam Sims in ninth. John Bolter in 10th. Ollie Henderson in 11th. Casper is in 12th, Edward Haslam is in 13th, Tyler Richardson is in 14th, and Lawrence Cameron 15th, 1.2 seconds behind the fastest driver, that was Mason. So, fantastic. Yeah, I think we've got something. I'm heading back to Mitcham tomorrow to try out their combat carts, says 81.
Yeah, especially if you get a group together, it is really good fun. It is really good fun to get a group together for...
Here's a great shout out. I've got a... JJ says, shout out to all the Discover Your Drive girls, including Layla Ray, watching on. So yeah, there are, as we know, we've got Ella who is racing here, but there are lots and lots of drivers who are coming through this program and are honing their skills and getting quicker and quicker. And we are really, really hopeful that we will see them in next year's BIKC final. So,
cadets now head out onto track. And we just try and pull up our timing so we can try and get a rundown of the 9 runners and riders that are in this one here. So one less driver in this one, so 29 cadets total for this third of 3 qualifying sessions for these young drivers. And it's great to see the amount of support these young guys get. As we've got loads of people here today. We just ask as well, if you are spectating here today, just make sure to, if you are on the footbridge crossing the circuit, please just make sure you are leaving enough space for us to be able to get access through there. It is the main way in and out of the building. We do want to see loads of people here. We've got the brand new spectator area in the middle of the bridge, in the middle of the circuit, where you can get right into the middle.
Can I also a bit of a shout out for everybody who's actually on site here, physically watching what is going on. We do have a merchandise area at the front of house. And there we have a guy called Charlie. Now, he was Scott, but then he became Charlie later on, because, yeah, it's complicated. But they sell programs, official programs. We have an official program, the BIKC Finals. That is fantastic. A huge shout out to Cameron Potts for producing them. Absolutely fantastic. So we've got programs down there. We've got branded water bottles. We've got branded hats. We've got branded lanyards. We've got some T-shirts. So if anybody just want to pick up some very cool, I think we make it cool, if I'll be honest, Tom. We do make the BIKC cool. If anybody wants any of that, it is down there out front of house. Go and see Charlie, and he will sort it out. But we're back on track, and we are running in the next of the practice qualies. And at the moment, we have some times. They are not representative because they are only the first lap of the circuit. So the list you see on the screen is really just where drivers are out there. But hey, here we go again. And the next drivers are going to qualify, and we wait for some representative lap times. We've got 56 there we're zooming in on. That's Max, who's out there. He's got lots of space. Nobody anywhere near him whatsoever. I think that's his strategy there. Just get a nice gap and then wait till we can really put some lap times in and really go for it. So here we go. We got some. Here we go. Rory Hamilton. Here's a shout out saying, I can't find it, but here we go. Callum Eve Racing. Shout out to Rory. Got a feeling this year is his year. So Rory Hamilton, really the first of the drivers to put a representative lap time in. It's a 101.426, which is a very, very solid start to the session, I would say, from Rory. We were focused in on Max, and he's in second there on a 101.487. Got Luca in third, Bertie in fourth, got Matteo in fifth at the moment. Very, very early days.
Yeah, just about 3 or 4 minutes into this session. Rory Hamilton, top-seeded cadet coming into this. Third last year. It's his third time in the finals. He's been here twice, and he's finished third both times. So he's really going to be hoping that this is third time's a charm for him, and he can try and hopefully take home the gold. Also out there at the moment, Luka Batuev, who's now gone up to the top of the times. He's on a 1:01.1. Rory Hamilton now moving back down into third ahead of Max Banahovic, who's there on a 1:01.2. It's extremely close here at the moment. Another driver back through from last year, Matteo Ehrenfurter in the 45. He finished in P9 last year. As we've had a lot of shout-outs for us so far. Sophie Curry out on track. She's currently P7 on a 1:02.1. As we now look at the 51, this is Ben Hunt, who is currently throwing a 1:01.513. Currently good for fourth fastest. We'll get the times refreshed on the screen and hopefully get you guys some accurate laps on there. But it's a 1:01.1 for Luka Batuev.
I want to do a shout out as well, because Dark Force, I'm really liking Dark Force 2543. Okay, because it's great points. Just want to say everyone out there and have qualified for the Warrington should be really proud of themselves. That is such a massive point. 4,500 drivers taking part, going through a lap time competition, going through a local final, qualify then for the regional final, and with tracks that have been scattered around the country, so it's all, there's different skill sets and different venues, and they've all made it through, and it's a great point, Dark Force 2543. They should all be super, because it is every single driver racing in today. I know it's a bit of a cliche and it's a bit corny. They're all kind of winners because they've done exceptionally well just to have their name on this grid. Okay, let's see who we are. Luka Batuev at the moment is 1:01.132, is the fastest driver. We got Max Banachwitz is 1:01.294. Rory Hamilton, the early pace setter, on a 1:01.352. And the key there, he's lapping at the moment considerably slower than what he has done. Look at that. That is the curse of the commentator.
Yeah.
He's just lapping. He's literally just lapping slower than what he's done. He's just gone top.
Yeah, just gone top. First driver in this session under the 1:01 bracket, a 60.996. back when this was petrol, if you got that lap time as in an adult car, you'd be extremely happy around here.
I'd be delighted.
Yeah, I think my PB in the petrol cars on this lap was like a 60.3. So they're like 3 and a bit tenths, and these cadets are quicker than what we used to run in the adults. To give you an idea what this BIKC map has done to these cars, we're now looking at Ben Hunt in 51. He's about 4.5 tenths off in P4. The irony for me, he's driving kart 51 with 53 on his helmet. You see drivers do have different race numbers. It's a bit of a strange thing you see with race numbers. It's quite a personal thing. You see, especially in Formula 1 when they're talking about it. George Russell, his 63 was due to that was being the fastest kart at the indoor track he used to go with his brother. It's nice seeing the different stories there. Yep. So we may have to try and find out what the story with 53 is later on. Yep. But currently driving kart 51.
Is it Herbie?
Maybe.
Will you remember?
Well,
I'll show my age a bit there.
My one's 43, and everyone assumes that's Ken Block. Which, to be fair, it did become at one point. It's a sad part to it.
Of course.
The meaning of life is the number 42.
Yep.
Karting is one better. So 43 has gone one better. It was also the first ever race number I got assigned whenever I started racing. So it just stuck. And then obviously Ken Block no longer with us, fantastic rally driver in his own right. Yep. So it's interesting to see how the numbers do play into it over the course of a driver's career and how that sort of follows on. But 51, Ben Hunt, he's about 2 and a bit tenths. That was an improvement on his last lap, a 1:01.217. Currently just over half a second separating the top 5 here, in 1.4 separating everyone. Abby Palmer down in P9, and we got the call to race about midday yesterday.
Wow.
So a driver who had qualified through, I believe it was Max Brown, ended up withdrawing, not able to make it here. So the place was offered to Palmer, and they are literally here with, I believe, 0 practice. This is going to be, I think, one of the first times they'll see this circuit. So making the trip from Mitcham, finished 4th in their regionals.
Making the trip from Mitcham?
Yeah.
Even that
it's not a small trip.
Yeah.
It isn't a small run. Mitcham just outside London, so it's not a small run. So you've got to remind yourself how far some of these guys have come. You've got drivers competing from Scotland, the far reach to Dundee. You've got Eastleigh, which is down Southampton sort of way, Bristol as well. As Ben Hunter, who we're looking at now, goes 3rd fastest with 2 tenths to find. Rory Hamilton still in 2nd place ahead of behind Luka Batuev, who's got 3/300ths of a second in his pocket, a 60.966 versus a 60.996. That's how close these cadet drivers are at the moment. But Luka Batuev with the fastest time in the 55, 6 minutes to go. We're starting to get towards the crunch time here, 2.1 tenths covering the top 4 here, exactly half a second down to Bertie Hodgson in the 46, currently there in P5. Ferris Pelk in P6. Matera Ehrenfeuchter has a bit of time to find in P7. Lots of support for Sophie Curry. She's currently running P8 in the 57, and Palmer 1.4 seconds off. One of the fastest drivers we've seen so far at the moment. It's not a bad showing considering their lack of practice here.
Yeah, it's really good, and we're just starting to get into the real hot lap part of it with just under 6 minutes of qualifying yet to go. So this is the point where you really should start to feel the kart get quicker and quicker as tyres get up to temperature. And it'd be interesting to see what drivers can kind of use that and deploy it, get that lap time in. You know, the thing is with Warrington, it's such a big place that you only have to make a few mistakes on 1 or 2 corners, and there's half a second gone. It's getting it all together when it matters, and with 5 minutes to go in the qualifying session, this is when it matters. We should see these times get quicker and quicker as we get through to the end. But at the moment, it's still Luka Batuev with a 1:09. Look at this, 9.66. Rory Hamilton on a 1:9.96, 0.03. Less than a blink of an eye.
Ben Hunt now within the same 10th of a second as the guys in
Great
3rd.
job, Ben Hunt. Great lap, I think, in there.
These guys are extremely close here. Less than half a 10th of a second separates your top 3 at the moment. Looks like this is going to be your racy group over the course of the day. Looking at the 55, that is your pole sitter at the moment. Luka Batuev looks over his shoulder. He's being hunted down by Rory Hamilton just behind. So your first 2 on circuit are 1 and 2 in the time. So maybe this is going to be an idea of what we're going to see in the heats later on. Batuev just focusing now on trying to get a good time through. He's going to come over the time in line. Let's see what he can do. Is this an improvement? Not quite. But Rory Hamilton improves and he takes pole position. 12 hundredths of a second between Luka Batuev and Rory Hamilton. So 60 and 55 have swapped around, but they're still nose to tail on circuit. So maybe Hamilton just starting to find a little bit of time sitting in the coattails of Luka Batuev. Ben Hunt still in third place on a 59 hundredths of a second, with Max Banahovic in fourth place. Bertie Hodgson, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Ferris Pelk, Sophie Curry and Anne Palmer as well.
So here we go with 3. There's a flying over the ramp there when driver number 60, Rory Hamilton, have scored back in the top of the pack there on a 1:09.54. Currently the fastest driver. This is a tight one, isn't it? This is really, really tight. Luka there, who was the fastest driver there, and that lap time has stood for quite some time. He's lapping very close to it. Last lap time going around in 101.124. Now it's a 103 has dropped off.
Dropped off
a little bit.
Two of them have switched on circuit there, so Hamilton now is ahead. So the order they are on circuit is the order they are in the time. So Hamilton at the front. Let's see if Batuev can maybe pick up a couple of tips, see where he's losing that 12 hundredths of a second. That's less than the blink of an eye separating the top 3 at the moment. Max Banahovic still there in fourth place. Hodgson, Ehrenfeuchter, Pelk, Curry and Palmer are your runners and riders. 2 minutes 40 seconds left. So probably at this point maybe 2 laps left for these drivers if they want to try and improve their times. You see Rory Hamilton looks really relaxed in that car. It just looks like he's just suited it, sitting into it, nice and comfortable. He's absolutely on it here. You normally find a comfortable driver is a fast driver here, not focused on trying to hold yourself into the seat, just focused on extracting the maximum that you can out of these Biz EcoVolt Junior karts. Let's see what he can do over the line. Is this going to be an improvement? It's not quite, but Batuev now goes ahead. So he's dropped behind Hamilton and he's managed to find a bit more time. So Batuev lowers the bar to a 60.892. These two drivers are watching
and
trading
the
fastest laps at the moment.
Fastest drivers are together on circuit, bumper to bumper. Got another question I've got to ask, because Dark Force says, I'm not going to bother the 2543, if that's right. I kind of think we're mates now. So, like, Dark Force, right? Is that a headlight in front of the Cadet cart? It's an energy light.
Yeah, it's a smart light.
It's an energy light.
A smart light.
Yeah.
You'll see them on the front of the adult carts as well. It just gives us an indication that the cart is functioning properly, it's in drive, and the cart is ready to race, so to speak. So, it looks like a headlight, but the official term is it's a smart light. It gives us an idea of what the
carts are doing. Light.
Energy light, you can call it what you want, Russ. I have a feeling you're probably going to anyway.
Probably.
As we now see these top 2, they're most likely going to be coming round in a moment to take the check flag. They might just get this lap. They might get this lap and one more in. Look over the shoulder from Hamilton. Let's see if he can improve, take back pole position. He's not quite able to, but Batuev lowers the bar once again. It's 60.756. Really shows that you want to be behind the driver here, because when Hamilton was behind, he was faster. Batuev's now behind, and he's going even quicker.
He's focused on getting closer. He can see that gap. His gap is almost the physical cart in front, and he's just focused on that coming in, and it's almost like he's just getting dragged along. In a way, is what I would say.
Yeah, you see it a lot in most forms of racing as the checker flag comes out. So drivers now coming around to finish their laps. As we now see these top 2, it almost looks like we're racing already.
It does,
here.
doesn't it? It actually feels like a race.
Yeah, these guys 1 and 2 on circuit. The other way around to what you can see here. Hamilton in the red looks over the shoulder. You'll see Batuev's caught him quite quickly here. So Batuev in the green and Hamilton in the red as they go through the second hairpin into the third. Hamilton just has a bit of a bobble on the way in there. And it looks like Batuev just tries to get close to the steering wheel, just to put a little bit of time over the line. Can Hamilton do anything about him? No, he can't. So pole position goes to Luka Batuev in the 55, ahead of Rory Hamilton.
That's a proper shootout.
Yeah, that was very close. It felt like a Formula 1 Q3 there.
Really did.
Group 3, qualifying 3. It's really felt quite close there, but a very closely fought pole position there for Luka Batuev. Rory Hamilton, Ben Hunt, Max Banahovic, Bertie Hodgson, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Ferris Pelk, Sophie Curry and RB Palmer round out your runners and riders for Group 3.
Fantastic stuff, and we get a little look at the pit lane there. A few TeamSport characters moving around. There's Adam Beale there. Adam is working on all the karts. He has got the biggest cold. He's got a cough, he's got a cold. He's literally struggling along, but he is, look, the commitment of the man is unbelievable, and a big shout out to Adam there Don't know if he can hear or not. If he is, he's pretending not to, if I'll be honest, but hey-ho. Here we go.
So
that's
top of my head, that completes qualifying now.
That's qualifying.
So all the qualifying
done.
sessions are in the book. Now we get ready to go racing, and that was very action-packed qualifying. Some of these guys really needed to know they were racing, but I think it's probably time that you bring in the third member of our team today.
It is.
Hello, Jen.
It's Jen with her Gen Pad.
So what have you got for us? What have we seen so far today?
Okay, so at the moment, I've got like notes for all the sessions and stuff.
Yeah,
we
you've
have one thing to
furiously
review.
writing over the courses today.
It looks like you've written
I
a
got a little
novel.
race report for every heat so far, or every qualifying session. So just going to recap on everything right now. So we had Niall in the Cadet Group 1 qualifying, who put it on pole, I'm pretty sure. I have not actually...
It was a very quick time from Niall.
It was a 58.6, I think, pretty early on, and it didn't get improved by the rest of the pack then. We had in Junior Group 1 then, we saw Bobby McGurd taking pole on that one with a 52.248. They're a Basildon driver, just so everyone knows as well. BIKC veteran too. I think they finished quite high last year.
Yeah, top-seeded junior coming back, Bobby McGurd. P4 he finished last year at only 14.
Yeah, it's a familiar name to me, so I remember seeing them last year. So in Cadet Group 2, we saw our two female drivers, obviously with Sophie in Group 3. But we saw... Hewitt taking pole, I'm pretty sure it was.
It was
with
Eskilde up at the front.
1 minute 2, I think it was. 1 minute flat 0.2 or something like that.
Yeah, again, another quick time.
Yeah, so he is a Warrington driver on loan to Preston.
Yep, out on loan at Preston, one of the two James Vout as well, out on loan to Liverpool, much to
Yeah,
Lewis
they love to
Jackson's
remind
dismay.
everyone they're loan drivers. So they are Warrington drivers, in fact, who should be taking the win for Warrington, but are on the track for Preston.
We've got to
this
give
week.
another track a chance.
So we are seeing a trend here as well, actually, with the Warrington drivers. We've got two currently on pole. So in Junior Group 2, we saw Mason. They put a 0.5 lead, I think, on everyone else.
Yeah, it was
pretty early on.
very quick time from Mason Chahal.
Yeah, they're an Edmonton driver, and they pretty much did it on lap 4. They put their qualifying
very
time
early
in.
on.
No one managed to improve on that, and they kept the time then the entire session. And then we had the Cadet Group then at the end, and we had Luca putting it on pole. Didn't get improved that session as well. It just stayed the same the whole time.
Yeah, it was very, very closely fought pole position between Batterworth and Hamilton in that one.
Yeah, so we have one thing to review on the, as we call it, Gem Pad. It was just a little spin.
Everyone
I'm feeling
calls
this
it
driver
Gem
might
Pad.
not be too happy with this one, but
I
think we need to show off the technology as a bare minimum here.
Yeah, so we'll show a little preview how it all works. So when it's up on the screen.
Look at this.
So this, I'm pretty sure, was Liam, who is a Coventry driver. Just a little mistake there on the line. I can't tell whether the driver thought it may have been where the timing line was and was going for a gunner lap and now broke themselves.
Yeah, I think it was quite early on in the session, this one, from memory. So I think it was Ben Hamilton in the 39, maybe the second of the junior sessions. And I'm pretty sure I called this when he came in. He just caught a break, maybe, as they lock up. So...
Yeah, it looks like the brake just fully locked itself as he was coming into the corner here. He looked like he braked quite late.
Shot. Yeah, just that shot. He's fully sideways as he comes back in.
Yeah, usually I brake around about the timing line or just before it, just to get the little bit of a rotation in, just to get around the corner. It looks like he broke a little bit too late, which just caused the spin then.
Yeah, so obviously you were playing in these electric karts last night. How did you find them out there? What do you think of the brakes in them especially?
I enjoyed them on the tarmac, personally. I think it was probably better than the petrol karts when I was on the tarmac surfaces. When I was on the wooden surfaces, it was extremely painful. I didn't expect the launch up the ramp the first session, and I went flying. So it was quite fun, I'm not going to lie. There's multiple points where you take air on this track. Obviously, all the drivers now know that when you're going up the ramp, turn before you hit the top of it,
yeah,
or
you've
you
sort
will
of got
go
to
flying.
set the car up. I've always been saying you've got to set it up before you land. It's like it sort of feels that way when you're out there.
Yeah, so I'm from Cardiff's track, so personally I've never experienced a ramp that does that before in my life. So it was a very, very interesting experience. I found the karts picked up very, very well out of corners. Not like the petrol karts and stuff, but using the revs is what I'm used to, so not hearing anything coming from a go-kart was a bit weird for me. I've almost been run over by them twice now because I did not realise they were around me. Obviously, again, I'm used to the petrol noise and stuff, but I found them fun. I feel like they're little toy cars and stuff. I used the boost button a couple of times coming down the ramp, and that was fun. Didn't line the angles up correctly one time and went to the barrier, but other than that, I was having a little bit of fun.
You're supposed to admit that.
Well, I've got to admit it. Everyone makes a mistake, you know. Obviously, we saw a driver make a mistake during qualifying as well. So, I'm just going to admit everything that I've done. That was learning curve for me. I've never used the electric karts before, so it was a first.
Yeah, it seems to be the learning curve of a lot of people, especially when we're looking at even open sessions as well. The brakes just feel a lot more sensitive. They do have regenerative braking on them, a little bit like an electric car. There seems to be quite a few people, especially like Ben there, that just coming into the corner and just catching a rear brake. They almost feel a little bit more sensitive than the petrols from what I'm feeling.
Personally, I prefer the brakes on these. I prefer them over the petrol karts that we've got anyway. We've got the Biz petrols that I drive mostly. The one thing I didn't like was the steering wheel setup, personally. It felt the steering was quite low down, so I kept hitting my arms on the seat on the car, which was, again, very painful when you're airborne. But overall, they're great to drive. They're great karts, and you can tell they're very heavy compared to the petrols. The grip's down a lot better on the tarmac surfaces. But other than that, I think they're great karts, and I think they're going to enjoy driving them today.
Yeah, I think one of the good parts of these as well is where petrol car, you normally have engine set off to the side. Here with these, you've got two nice battery packs either side. You've got the motor and the small with your back, so it's pretty centralised weight, nice balance. Do you notice that while you're out on track?
Oh, definitely, yeah. You can tell going into the corners, everything feels the same. There's no weight shift and things like that. Usually I use my body a lot into corners. I sort of lean out of the cart to sort of get the grip on the rear end. I felt the cart was a lot more stable going in and out of corners, so I didn't have to do that as much. Again, it does benefit drivers when they do that anyway, when they're using their body weight to sort of rotate the cart around corners. But yeah, you could definitely tell the karts are a lot more balanced. You didn't have to rely on the brakes as much as you do in petrol.
Yeah, so the other part of these as well, you've seen, especially in a few of the sessions, like this fleet is extremely close. There's like been sessions where you've had the top three separated by a tenth of a second or so. What do you think that's going to breed when we get into races, when we get into the heats in a few minutes?
I think we're going to see a lot of driver trains and a lot of tactical use of the boost button. It's going to be interesting to see how it's used, probably mostly down the ramp and into the main sort of braking zone at the end. I think it's going to form some close racing though. Hopefully we get a lot of drivers happy when they come off track, even if they have been stuck at the back because they're in a driver train. I think switchbacks are going to be very, very, very useful on this track now. I think we're going to see a lot of actual racing and focusing on the karts in front, switchbacks, and setting karts up for overtakes. It's so important when you're driving to look what the drivers' mistakes are in front and don't copy them and don't follow them. Sort of go into a corner differently and set it up on the exit. So you want to prioritise your exit speed over your entry, and that's why you make the overtakes 99% of the time.
Yeah, so it's all about trying to be as smooth as you can, carry that speed, and then maybe try and find a gap and see what can happen from there.
Find a gap and send it. That's what you've got to do.
Lit the stamp and send it. The old Daniel Ricciardo line.
Exactly.
But, yeah, so keep the notes coming. Hopefully we'll have a lot of action to review during the heats. And
I've got something from Race Control, got
an update from Race Control.
So we've got Mark Martin who said, "Hi guys, did kart 53's 58.6 get looked into as it seemed odd compared to the two?" It has. We have withdrawn the kart from the competition. It will not take part again. We are honouring the pole position because the driver did get in that kart and set that pole position. So they will start from pole. But the kart has been removed from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's good to see that's been looked into just to make sure. We've seen some really close fights over the course of qualifying. Now, a very quick driver in their own right, but it's going to be quite interesting to see how the rest of the races pan out. You just see a show of respect there as the drivers get into karts. Obviously now, we're going to get ready to go for the heat racing. Lots of heats we're going to have over the course of today.
Can I just say, before we start, we had a shot there, of a bit earlier on, and it had the engineers there, and they were, I can't get used to them plugging laptops into go-karts.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to say, okay, what's the issue with this kart? And you just plug a laptop in, it spits out some error codes, and they unplug the laptop, and it's good to go again.
You can literally now fix a kart by using a laptop.
It's crazy. There's still a few mechanical bits, obviously, on these karts, but the majority of the issues we've got out there can be solved with a laptop, which, it's going to take a bit of getting used to, as Jen touched on as well, like the lack of noise. The fact we've got an automatic pit speed limiter on these karts is fantastic, because every now and again you will just look round, there's a kart there, and it can be a little bit interesting there, but pit limiter obviously keeps them at a walking pace, makes sure it's nice and safe for us guys running these sessions. It also means that drivers can't gain advantages if they're coming in on pit stops.
Also, there's a lot of tech that is coming into the industry. There's a lot of really exciting developments. I don't really going to talk too much about them, but it really, not so much from a racing, but from a safety point of view. Things like that now at the present moment in time, you know, as we already said, that as a kart comes into the Warrington pit lane, it will automatically go down to the correct speed. In fact, as soon as they cross the line, they go down to speed 2, and then as they go into the pit lane, they go down to the kind of walking speed that we need drivers in the pit lane. Now the pit lane is, oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. This is from old school karting. The pit lane is the most dangerous part of the circuit, and in the pit lane, it's when you've got lots of activity, lots of drivers getting in, getting out, marshals wandering around, and it's a dangerous place to be. And suddenly now to have that tech that everybody comes into the pit lane and has to and will be at that kind of really, really slow speed is another move forwards. There's another bit of tech that when there's an instant, we haven't got it yet, but I think it's coming. That they will automatically slow the karts down as it approaches the instant, and then they'll be allowed to go back up to speed. And that would really help with the adult flashing light and disrupting lap times and so on and so forth. But anyway, that's for the...
take a sector of the circuit out instead of the whole lap, so it should hopefully make it a little bit nicer. You see the pace kart goes out.
Here we go. Look, we got a great pace kart this year,
look
haven't we?
At those lights in front
that
of it.
is a stunner. It's like Christmas come early, isn't it?
Yeah, we said that first year we had the electric car, it looked like a proper Christmas tree out there.
Yep.
That's a proper job there. Full-on pace kart, nice bright red, nice flashing lights, poppy front and centre. Almost reminds me of the race Remembrance one that you see at Anglesey. The guys at Mission Motorsport racing this weekend, having a 12-hour endurance race in the name of Remembrance, and it's a fantastic fantastic event to be part of, and front and centre there with our pace cars. Niall Bill comes forward to take his pole position.
If I saw that car in my mirrors, I'd probably pull over.
I'd move.
I think
I would definitely move.
I'd probably be speeding. It just looks like a police car.
Yeah, drivers just pull over. It's like, sorry, officer, wasn't me. Didn't mean that. You now see that racing driver stare at the front as Adam there waits for all the drivers to come up behind him. You just see the drivers all being formed up. Now, for anyone wondering why we didn't just send the drivers out in grid order, it's one of the things we try and do with BIKC is a kart rotation system. The idea being that each driver won't drive the same kart twice, especially when we get towards the last parts of the day. Just means that if there is any difference in the karts, that driver will only benefit from it once. It's almost standard practice now in the world of rental kart racing. But just to run you through the grid of this one, driver 60, Niall Bill, is going to start from pole position. Samadip Dhariwal will start in second place. Duke Pudfoot in third. Lucas Fragile in fourth. Theo Thomas in fifth. John Maparanga in sixth place. Alex Rattan, Nishwan Marshall, Mason Nicol and Finley Darrick, one of the youngest drivers on the grid. Second youngest overall, and definitely the youngest in this group, as the last karts now just form up into position as Ben gives some instructions to Mr. Beale.
Can't just say there's a shout
too
here.
Fast.
Amy Edmonds said, I miss petrol, but understand why people are going electric. I tell you what, there's so much more we can do as a business with electric karts. Like the boost button is just the start of it. And I can't even begin to tell you how much electric karts have improved over the last 10 years or so. We were running electric karts in Tower Bridge back in the late 2000s. Yeah, indeed.
Like
and these are different kettle of fish, and wait to see what's going to come in the future with them. So and we're also protecting the industry. You know what I mean? With all air rules and regulations that exist, that going electric means we are protecting the industry and making sure we've still got indoor go-karting for future generations, if I'll be absolutely honest. So it is very much the future. And here we go. We are on the pace lap here. So we are awaiting. We're not going to do any catchphrases just yet, because we just want to see some racing, and we're looking for the green light. And we've got it.
A bit of overtaking there before
and
the
we're
start
off.
line. A little bit of a messy start there, maybe, from what we can see there, but it looks like we are off and racing from what we can see. And it is Niall Bill who leads the drivers away. Samadip Dhariwal is there in second place. 51, Duke Pudfoot's already looking a bit racy, as I believe that start will end up being looked at maybe as the top three head up onto the top section of the circuit. 55 Lucas Fragile there in fourth place, as Alex Rattan now has moved up a position. He's now in sixth, following the leaders as they come down the back straight for the first time, come under the footbridge, absolutely full of spectators, but it is the 60 of Niall Bill that leads the way here, just ducks down trying to get those last couple of tenths as they head into the top section of the circuit, already taking a middle line towards turn number one. Looks over his shoulder. You can just see the 46 there as they try and go side by side. That could let the 51
Here we
in
go.
here. Bit of a touch.
Oh, bit of contact.
Still
But he's going to hold
side.
it. He's going to hold it. That's really good defensive driving there from driver number 46, Samardeep, who really knew that he was in real trouble there. At one point, he was literally on the tail, about to go through and maybe even take the lead. But suddenly, because Niall was just a little bit slow round those hairpins, that there was 3 or 4 drivers just queuing up. But this, ironically, has given the driver of kart 60, Niall Bill, a good, that looks like a 2-second lead, it looks like. We'll see as they come round, and the battle and the real tension has moved backwards towards driver number 46. Sammy's got Jude Pudford and Lucas Fridgley and Alex Rattan right behind him.
Yeah, down the back straight. You just see that contact. It didn't cost any positions, but it's definitely not let Niall get a little bit of breathing space over these two, and especially in a tight, close field, a little bit of breathing space is a luxury in this sport, as it looks like Pudford now trying to find another move through. We've seen him have fantastic defensive drives through the course of this. Now we get to see him on the attack. You just see Samardeep looks over his shoulder just to try and see if Jude's there, or whether he's going to throw a move again over the line. That gap, I think, has come down by about 4/10. So even though Niall Bill managed to run away, that gap is already starting to come down. It was 1 kart for the lead. It may well be 3 once again as they now come through the top section. Again, a look over the shoulder there from Niall Bill. You can tell he's just trying to figure out where the guys are behind him. It's still all line astern at the moment as they head up on the top section through the right.
I think Samardeep is driving brilliantly because he's still closing in on the leader. There's no doubt about that. He's closing in on the leader, Niall, but he's also, you can see him looking behind him, several points on the lap. So he's driving defensively, yet he's still managed to put himself into a position where he's going to attack.
That gap has really closed for the lead, so it is now once again 3 karts to the lead. They're just starting to drop. Lucas Fridgley in 4th and Alex Rattan, who's there in 5th place. Samardeep looking a little bit racy, tried to look down the inside. There was
that bit of contact there, maybe. Very slight nudges. Look at this.
There's a slight overlap there, but not enough. Niall gets a good run out the corner and just manages to hold him off. But now what this battle is doing, we say it year after year, the moment you start fighting, it just starts to bring more and more karts into this. So it was a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th. Now there's 1 second covering the top 4 as there we go.
Look at
That's
this.
Super for down the inside. Oh, what a move down the inside there as he managed to keep it. Oh.
See, you can overtake. You can overtake. It can be done.
Rattan's just gone down the inside there. Is he going to get all 3 of them? Big contact there down the inside. Bit of a push as these guys are really starting to fight here, as I think Alex Rattan saw a bit of a gap and just tried to profit there from, I think that was Pudford going, no, it was Dhaliwal going a little bit slower, as now.
And what can Jude now do about Niall? Jude, he knows he can overtake on this track. He's already got past a driver really cleanly, really beautifully. He's got the leader now in his sights. The leader's he's been at it for a while. 6 minutes to go in this one, so there's a lot of defending yet to come if he's going to win this. And number 51, Jude Pudford, already looks like he is quicker. He's already closed in, and we are now seeing it. Is he going to try the same manoeuvre that he did on the previous lap? Because that was a winner. Absolute winner, right on the upside. I tell you what, the leader there.
He's right on the rear bumper already.
Yeah, but the leader there, halfway in the track, almost knew about what was coming there, and already driving defensively. The art of defensive driving. It's can Niall keep going, driving this defensively for another 5 minutes and 25 seconds? We shall see.
Very closely fought race so far.
Samardeep did well to keep hold of 3rd.
Yes, he did very well there. He could have very well lost a couple of places when Pudford went for the move. It looked like he may have been under attack from Fridgley, who's dropped down, but Pudford really looking racy. Last year he showed us how well he can defend. Now we get to see how well he can attack. Niall Bill's just trying to hold him at an arm's length at the moment. Halfway through this first heat already, ducks down just to try and get those last couple of attempts, goes a little bit defensive down the inside as the 51 versus the 60.
King Adam says wonder move from Jude, wonder move. Can he do another one?
Yeah, he set it up at
He's
that corner
need
just
another
there
one.
last time. And you can see how quickly these guys have dropped. Sam Ardeep in third place, Alex Rattan, Theo Thomas, Lucas Fradju, Nishran Marshall, Mason Nicol, Finley Darrick, John Maparanga in 10th place. Rounds out your runners and riders, but we're watching the fight for the lead. It's Bill versus Pudfoot as they now come through the quickest section of the circuit. Once again, look over the shoulder. Pudfoot now knows that he hasn't got any pressure from behind, so he can afford to try and attack. Even if he can't quite get the move off this time, he knows he's got a little bit of breathing space. Now he's seen that Dhaliwal's got a bit of a space. You can see he's already trying to go on the attack there.
And so using different lines, very different line, much wider, going into that corner, really trying to smooth out, trying to use parts of the track that Niall is not using, so he can benefit, he can get that extra speed to try and then make a manoeuvre. Surely underneath the flywheel, you can see him going so tight. Niall Bill really defensive, super defensive driving, really tight going underneath the bridge here. That's what you should have done the other week, Tom, when we were having our little fires. But here we go. It's still on.
You had to bring that up, didn't you?
I had to bring it up. It's still on. Here we go. It's going to be on all the way through to the end of this race.
Yeah, you can just see Bill. He's just constantly looking over his shoulder, just trying to make sure that Pudfoot's not going to throw a move on him. He needs to try and focus on what's in front of him. Just try and focus on getting a bit of space. The moment you start focusing on what's behind you, you instinctively start to defend. You instinctively start to drive a little bit slower. And you can see how quickly Dhaliwal's come back into this one. So the top three once again on nose to tail. Rattan's not too far away from this as well, with Theo Thomas, Lucas Fradley having a good fight just behind. But once again, with 3 minutes to go, there are 3 drivers for the lead here in this first heat. Again, a look over the top. There's the signal from Pudfoot. He's saying, right, let's go get him. Let's try and build a gap and get away, and we'll fight over it over the next lap, over the last lap or two. As they now, again, a little bit of a look over the back from Bill. Bill is just focused on the driver that's behind him. He's not looking towards the front. You just see checks over his shoulder. There's Jude saying, go, 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 let's get away, let's run away, let's build a gap, and then we'll fight for it later on. These are the heats. The point of the heats now, they're just trying to bank points. This isn't fighting for a title. Yes, a heat win's a great thing to have on your record, but what you want to do here is just bank points. And Pudfoot can feel that pressure coming from behind, so just saying, go, 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 let's get some space. That's what the waving is. He's trying to find the gap. That's what the tap on the head is there. It's like, think, come on, let's work together. Let's not do anything daft. Let's just bank the points, and then we'll try and fight over it in the semi-finals later on.
But you can see the defensive drive for Niall is just, he knows precisely where to put his car. You get the feeling these drivers, they need to do something different. They're all trying the same thing, and at the moment, Niall knows exactly where the danger is going to come. He's got such... he's in the middle of the track when he goes up the up ramp. Look at this dolly right on the inside there. And, you know, as long as he keeps driving like that, then effectively how much patience? They almost look like 51 and 46, Jude and Sumadeep are almost working together here. But the bottom line is there going to be one winner of BIKC. So at the end of the day, you've got to try and make a move somewhere. And with 90 seconds to go, let's see if there is a bit of a do-or-die manoeuvre to see if we can pick up that win, because every point matters.
Yeah, every point matters. This is the start of the stage of the competition. We just start to see those temporary alliances start to form. Every now and again, you'll find working together will help out, but what you're thinking about is the title. You're thinking about the end game and making it to that main event. So yes, every point does count, but banking points is better than than having contact and losing a load of positions here. As the drivers now come through the last few corners under the Dunlop Bridge, checker flag in hand, Niall Bill does manage to hold on. 2/10 is the gap, half a second covers the top 3. First win of BIKC 2023 goes to Niall Bill, but a very, very close fought battle between himself, Jude Pudfoot and Samadip Dhaliwal. Alex Rattan comes home in 4th place, Theo Thomas in 5th, Lucas Fradley in 6th, Nishran Marshall and Mason Nicol, with John Maparanga completing top 9 with Finley Darrick in P10. We can already see the juniors starting to make their way towards, but a great first heat there for the cadets. And what do the juniors have in store for us later on?
I think if that is a taster of what is to come, I'm counting down the seconds till we see the first of the junior heats. Because one thing it's pointing out is that even though the cadet carts are significantly faster,
look how happy he is.
Look how happy he is. It's a great drive. We haven't looked at it. It's a great drive. You know what I mean? He much faster drives behind, but it doesn't matter. It's all about points in heats, and he did brilliantly well. Drove. That's the great. We saw so much great defensive driving last year. It's a real skill that you need to have, and that was a stunning drive to win that race. But one thing is that the cadet karts are much quicker than what we usually run. They do not have the boost button. Okay, but however, the juniors that are literally leaving the pit lane at the moment very much do, and this will be the first time, obviously, that we would have seen the boost button used in anger, so to speak. And we're really, I can't wait to see what kind of difference it makes, very honestly. It could be really significant. So just going to go through the starting procedure that we didn't really talk about all that much in the first time round. So we do have to make sure that everybody leaves the pit lane in their non-grid order, but then they are manoeuvred into the correct positions. Then we have a pace car, just as we saw before, the pace car will lead them away. If there is any issues with carts spreading out, which there was quite a bit last year, then we will not start, we will not go green as they go over the start-finish line underneath the Dunlop bridges. We will go round and do another lap, and we will make sure that all the drivers are bunched up, because obviously you get to, if 3 or 4 pull away and suddenly there's a 2-second gap, then whoever's starting further down the field, it's just unfair. They've got further distance to catch up to the drivers who are ultimately at the front of the pack. So that is how we do. So what we're doing is currently manoeuvring everybody in, and then we'll go off. But that was a really clean start, and the cadets, honestly, generally are driving really well. I mean, there are a lot of race academies out there, and all the tracks have got race academy. There's a lot of hard work being put into the lessons, and you can almost see that there's quality driving going on there, Tom. I can almost feel the hard work of all the race academy instructors all the way up and down the country from TeamSport. I think they should be really proud of what they're watching as well.
Yeah, we always say that the tracks always get competitive between each other, and you really do start to see the different instructors and the different teaching methods. I've already seen some of the chief instructors are sat in chat watching how their drivers get on. It's almost a passion, or it can almost be a passion project, Race Academy, for the guys that are running it, and you can really see where the time is spent. And you normally find that the guys with a good academy normally have a decent crop of drivers coming through each year. As we now see drivers on there, so that is Bobby McGurr from Basildon up on the front with Jack Clayton from Manchester Trafford Park.
Lewis Marchant says good luck to all the Eastleigh and Gosport competitors this year. Scorpio Palmer says good luck, Abe Palmer. We got King Adam TV. Bobby absolutely dominated regions in Brighton. He won every single race. Yeah, he's in the big league now, though. He's in the big league, if you know what I mean. Mark Martin said, well done. Yeah, no, great defensive drive. It has to be said. So we got Shahib says, come on, Jaden. Yeah, we've got D Tutton. Let's go, Liam. Let's do us proud. Yes. Susan Doyle. Oh my God, I can't breathe now. Great driving, Alex. Super proud is Susan Doyle. Great stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Anything you want to put in the live stream, please do so. We will read most of it out. If I'll be absolutely honest, we're pretty good at reading out live streams. Sometimes you can literally get it on air within 10 seconds of you typing it in.
Usually you read it out that quickly, you don't actually check what you're writing, what you're reading.
That's to come, I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, less said about that, the better. So yes, Casa Media say, allez, Jack Clayton. Hyperigniter, let's go, Bobby. Yeah, so we got loads of love coming in for lots and lots of drivers. Tom Allen, come on, Joshy from Stockton. TL53 Karting didn't make it to the finals, but beat Bobby in the locals. I'll take that as a win. Might as well.
Yeah, Bobby finished P4 in his locals. First in qualifying, fourth in the locals, first in the regionals. That he was there, top seed from last year, the 14-year-old who will start from pole position, finished fourth last year. Hopefully he can get himself on the podium, but he's got 31 other drivers who want to take that podium away from him. So final instructions being given there from Ben Savory, being warned about keeping it in the tram lines, keeping it nice and slow, command for visors down, and then had to be given the nod to go. So Here we go, the first of the junior heats ready to rock and roll. You'll notice now with the juniors, we go 2 by 2 here. Track at Warrington is wide enough to be able to run 2 karts side by side. Cadets run single file and under the control of Andy Beale with that fantastic pace kart. Really done a proper job with that one. You see McGurr, Clayton, Navarro, Farrell, Kilby, Sadlowski, Burgess, Martin Bradley, Jennings, Linford, Peters, Borowski, then Smith, Beddoe, Wood and France are your 16 runners and riders here. As they come through the third hairpin, the pace kart is going to drop the throttle and make a beeline for the pits, and then that will leave the field under the control of Bobby McGurr. The drive from Basildon, hoping to try and get his BIKC campaign underway. As we go false start this time around, they're not quite happy with the formation, so the drivers are now going to go round for another lap under yellow. And the thing with false start here, it does keep the clock ticking down. So these guys are going to be losing effectively a lap or so from their heat. The driver's going to be coming through. They'll make sure the drivers are in formation, and we'll try and find out from race control the reason for that false start. As it looks like we are bringing the drivers up, nice slow walking pace. What these guys are doing here is sort of emphasising the width of the track here at Warrington. You say you can go 2 by 2 just about everywhere, and I think these guys are about to prove it. This chicane may be a little bit interesting for them to try and do 2 by 2. But no, they're managing it. Even the tightest part of the track, you can still go side by side here, albeit at a relatively low pace into one of the hairpins. This corner here has actually been reprofiled since we were last here. It's got a little bit more space through it, so you can run 2 by 2 on the way out. The drivers now come down what will be the fastest part of the circuit, being led by Adam Beale in the pace kart. That's the false start flag being shown by our start line marshal, Mr. Aidan Musgrave. As Charlie France with his hand down, he's not quite happy with that start. Probably a little bit further back.
I've just been asked to say that Liam Tricker it's his 18th birthday, and we've been asked to sing happy birthday, which is definitely not going to happen at this particular point.
I was going to say, you singing is not what we need here.
I'm not ruling it out for the rest of the weekend, but not just at this moment. But a big shout out, happy birthday, great. 18th, look at that. Wow. It's a long time ago for me, but hey ho.
Oh man, right. Second time of asking now for these juniors.
Start the race, Tom.
Second time of asking for these juniors. Let's see if we can get a good formation this time.
If they don't start this time, I'm saying cat grease.
We might have to. We might have to at this point. It might be the bad luck charm, not giving them their catchphrase. But 2 by 2, the drivers will go as they're being led by the pace car. Looks like a good, nice, close formation for these drivers. So McGurr, Clayton, Navarro, Farrell are your top 4. Pace car drops the throttle. False start flags stays away. The lights go green. We're racing in juniors for BIKC 2023, and it's still Bobby McGurr on the inside. It looks like Jack Clayton may have just been shuffled out a little bit. That's looks like Frederick Navarro's moved up into second place. There is a lot of pushing as the guys go up onto the top section of the track. 2 by 2 as the drivers go up. I think that may look like James Burgess getting shuffled out as well through the top section, but I think as we go down here, it is still Bobby McGurr there in first place. That still looks like Navarro there in second place as they go down. That beautiful purple helmet sticking out quite well for the 8 driver. Moved up from 4th to 2nd in one go. That's the 19th and 3rd. That's Matt Kilby, who's moved up from 3rd to 6th place straight away. So that's a very good start for him. It looks like that might be Freddie Farrell on the recovery drive already, having moved off the front row. Now they head through the top section. We'll get the carts as they come over the line, confirm the order, but it is Bobby McGurr who leads them over the line. Navarro, Kilby, Clayton in 4th. Liam Martin Bradley's had a good start. He's up into 5th at the expense of Freddie Farrell. As they now drop into Dunlop 2 corner as the lead is getting ready to head back up on the top section. A little bit of a look over the shoulder for Bobby McGurr. The top 2 have a good gap now. So hopefully these guys are going to work together, and then we might see a good fight towards the end of it. But Max Kilby has Jack Clayton all over his rear bumper at the moment. The top 2 are breaking away. The fight really is over 3rd place in this one.
This is where drivers are now regretting what they did in the qualifying, because the drivers who were quickest are further up, and it is making their lives a lot easier. Max Kilby is up to 3rd, so for me he's kind of the main mover at the moment, but after a really feisty start, trying to 11, we're in the yellows. Let's see what's happened. We're literally gonna scan around, and I'm sure what are we going to see? Somebody in the tyres,
So the guy's currently trying to find the incident for us. If there is anything out there, we'll find it. I saw a black and white flag being shown there by the looks of it. Can't see anyone who's disappeared. Let's go back green again, as it looks like everyone has come through over the line from what we can see there. McGurr now retakes the charge as they head up on the top section. Looks like he's actually dropped Navarro there, who was caught napping by the restart. That's left him under pressure from Max Kilby. Jack Clayton still there. Lee Martin, Bradley, Freddie Farrell, Hector Sadlowski, Jaden Linford, James Burgess, Joe Jennings are your top 10. Jennings didn't have a good running qualifying. He's going to want to try and make amends for that now in this race. From the back of the grid already, Charlie France up into P14. He's got 2 karts already, but with that false start, he's going to have a couple less laps to be able to try and make a move from that
grid penalty. It's a tough day for Charlie France now because he's a long, long way back. But there we go. So yeah, and at the moment, the battle is really kind of like 3rd, 4th, 5th. That's really where the kind of action. Here we go. Here's a move. Clayton. Here's a move.
Clayton tried it there. He tried it.
I thought he was through there. I thought he was through. Great slingshot there.
And under investigation there, Joe Jennings for contact. I think I may have just seen a kart facing the wrong direction down towards the bottom section of the circuit. I did. I thought I saw a kart there. That looked like Robert. I think that's Robert Borowski who's been turned around. No, that's the 29. That is Jaden Linford from 8th place. So that's a disappointing run for him. He's going to have a lot to do, and definitely he's going to give the Clarks a little bit of work to do. They've got a nice camera focus there for some VAR at that section of the circuit, so if anything's gone on, they will hopefully have seen it. But we're back under race condition as Jack Clayton now has been able to get back on the rear bumper of Max Kilby, hopefully make amends from the move he tried to pull, but Frederick Navarro looks pretty racy here against Bobby McGurr. He's going to try and make this move early. 4 minutes to go here of this slightly shortened heat thanks to that false start, as they now go into the top section.
Yeah, that black and white flag was for number 40, Joe Jennings, so it's just a warning flag. There's no penalty or anything, it's just a warning to improve the standard of your driving. But Bobby McGurr here has led every single lap. He's done absolutely brilliantly, but this is not over. Frederick Navarro absolutely on the back of the bumper for 0.4 seconds. Max Kilby just a little bit behind because Max has got Jack Clayton all over the back, and you can just see Max now starting to do a defensive drive. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Bobby and Frederick. This is a 2-horse race, and we got a manoeuvre there.
Clayton looked for it.
Yeah, Clayton looked, had a big look on the inside, and yeah, Max Kilby, yeah, just about late on the brakes, making sure he stayed in that position. But once again, you can see the overspeed that Clayton's got going through these S's. He just needs to use it. Can he use his boost button here?
Yeah, it looks like Kilby's just throwing the hand there just to tap the helmet and say, come on, lad, let's work together. Let's try and catch the 2 in front. Clayton's been just chucking a couple of moves, just almost having a look. He's not quite been close enough. What they've got to be careful of here is there's 3 karts really close behind with Farrell, Sadlowski and Martin Bradley. You just see them snaking through just behind. What they don't want to do is let these 3 back into this fight, make it a 5-kart fight as they head back through. But if Clayton just keeps making those moves that aren't quite working out, it's going to slow them down and bring those 3 in. Meanwhile, at the front, you can see the gap they've already got as a 5-second penalty goes out for James Burgess for ABC. That in karting terms of Clayton goes down the inside. Ooh, ABC for those who aren't in the karting know that is advantage by contact.
And here we go, number 4.
There goes Freddie Farrell. He's just
41.
taken
Freddie Farrell.
He's just taken that move away, so Clayton tried to make the move down at turn 2.
This is going to explode.
Kilby returned it back at
all
turn
over the
3.
track.
These guys are all really close together. Exactly what I said they didn't want to happen is what's happened.
Big contact from 32 there, Jack Clayton.
Yeah, so Clayton now, having lost to 1, but having tried to get a place on Kilby, he's lost the position to Freddie Farrell. Farrell put his hand up and say, come on, let's work together, let's go get him. Because what's happened now is a gap's formed, allowing Kilby to get away in 3rd place.
I'm not sure they're working together, Tom.
Well, that's what the signal. That's what Farrell's trying to say. Farrell's trying to say, right, let's go, let's try and catch him.
After that little exchange underneath the flyback,
his intentions may be there, but I don't think Clayton's going to be interested in working together after the move that was just pulled there.
There's no working together, I don't think, out there. Here we go. Is it going to be? Is it checked? No, one more lap.
One more lap now for these guys. To put Bobby McGurr and Frederick Navarro half a second there, back behind. It's now 3 seconds to Max Kilby, thanks to all that bumping and barging. These guys, it's only heat 1, and they're going to give the Clarks something to really look at over the next few minutes and laps. Joe Jennings there up into 8th place. Ollie Peters, youngest driver in the grid, is there in P9 with the top 10 being completed by James Burgess. Charlie France from the back of the grid up to P11. Who says she can't overtake indoors? He's found 6 places already over the course of this one. With Bobby McGurr, those just holding Frederick Navarro at arm's length as they now head into the top section. Look over the shoulder, he knows that he's not quite close enough to go for it. As they head through the final couple of laps, he's just going to drive his line nice and smoothly and focus on trying to bank these points for a first heat win as they come under the Dunlop Bridge. The checker flag now falls for Bobby McGurr. He takes the first win in juniors. Navarro comes home in second place, 4 tenths just behind. Kilby holds on for third. Farrell, Clayton, Sadlowski, Martin Bradley, Joe Jennings comes home in P8 thanks to that penalty. James Burgess will drop down into P10, giving Ollie Peters 9th place. Charlie France from the back of the grid comes home in P11. Caitlin Beddoe has a good run to come home in P12. Jaden Linford after that earlier spin, assuming the penalty may have been for the contact with the 29. Borowski comes home in P14. Matthew Stevens and Joshie Wood complete your 16 runners and riders. It's an action-packed couple of races you've had already.
There was, and I'm surprised actually, only 1 5-second penalty in that race, which was for James Burgess, which was about halfway through that race. But that's the kind of action that we were expecting to see maybe in the semis. We've got it straight away in the
There's
heats.
been a lot of action so far. I think we need to try and pick it apart. So I think we bring Jen in on this one. So she's got a couple of little bits for us, haven't you, Jen? Give us 1 second. I believe our man with the audio needs to actually turn your mic on first. Let's try that now.
Is it on now?
There we go.
Yeah, is it working? Awesome. Okay, thank you. So we got one incident to look at the moment from the cadet race. Obviously, just looking back at the junior race, and there was a lot of ABC through that whole that race there. The race start was pretty crazy as well, so it's probably under review as well. So just going over the cadet race, once the clip comes up, I will play it through at full speed and we'll go through little bits by here.
So this was the fight for the lead with Nawabil Samadip Dariwalji Pudfoot. This is the move that Pudfoot pulled. A little bit of a push there maybe from the start, and this is where it all really kicked off.
Yeah, so we didn't quite see the move finish by Alex at the back, but if we just play it through a little bit slower as well then. So we have the leader going, obviously, just normal racing line, trying to hold a little bit defensive. Bad exit from 46, that 51 up the inside. If I was in the situation, I probably would have backed out of the move, knowing that it was done already, to stop the inside driver coming up the ramp. Obviously, you had Alex behind, keeping momentum up the ramp as well, which saw him get a overtake at the top as well. You'll see it in just a moment. So at this point now, I would have backed out of this move just to make sure I kept my position, because he ended up losing 2 places in the end of this now. Obviously, he's got momentum coming up the ramp.
Really good run. It almost looked like Alex was going to get 2 of them in one go there.
Yeah, so I would have, in this situation here, I would have just checked to my right-hand side, just seen 51 at the inside and been like, okay, the move's been done. I know what's about to happen at the top of the ramp, because obviously the corner is his corner, basically, at the top of the ramp as well. Yeah. So I would have just accepted that move, backed out of it, and let 51 go ahead. That would have stopped me then from, if I was him, losing more position and more points and stuff then as well. Obviously, it depends what corner was next. At other tracks, this might have been your corner next if it was a left-hander. Because it went into a right-hander, we just saw the move being completed basically before it, because you just knew you were going to get the switch back up here with the momentum coming up the ramp as well. So that's the only position, or the only overtake we've seen so far on the gem pad. So obviously, we have some contact and stuff we're going to review in the junior final, but hopefully we'll get some more stuff through for the next set of heats.
Yeah, I love being able to deep dive into this sort of stuff. It's absolutely fantastic. But yeah, hopefully that junior one's provided quite a bit of action so far, and let's see what we get later on.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, we predicted fireworks. We've almost got them already. Now we head back onto the grid. We look at our fantastic safety carts just waiting to receive some cadet carts behind it. Heat number 2 for the cadets. Just a reminder, the cadets are put into 3 grids, just because the amount of them, 29 drivers. So that's 2 grids of 10 and a grid of 9 out there. And again, the reason why we don't have the exact same carts going out one by one, it's just to rotate the carts through and just to make sure that we can keep it as fair as possible, make sure drivers are getting the carts rotated through, and hopefully when the guys compete for that Total Karting Zero prize in the main event, then they've got something to fight for later on.
Because it is a great prize.
Yeah, it's a fantastic prize. And obviously a lot going on with Total Karting Zero over the next few years, looking for a massive expansion. And there's about 25 minutes left if you want to get into the competition to try and win some fantastic vouchers to come back and race with TeamSport. You need to tell us what the name of the new Total Karting Zero is going to be. What are they rebranding to? Get your entries in to win at BIKC.
But can I just say, for cadets and juniors, like the first prize here is a full season of racing in Total Karting Zero.
9 rounds. The national championship that the guys are running for next year. It's a very different sort of package that they're putting together, but a fantastic new brand they've put together, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Anyone who's on site today will be able to see some of the karts in the front desk area, and they really do look like proper racing machines. As you see some of the juniors that have just come off track, just in the karts, just maybe having a little bit of a chill, trying to process what's gone through in that race, and then hopefully get themselves back in the zone to go for heat number 2. So now just double checking everything, making sure we're all good to go. Some fantastic shots being done for us by Rev Audio from Joel. He's out there with his massive rig. Looks quite impressive while it's out there for a nice little small camera. Keep it nice and smooth.
I just want to say, Tom, we've got listeners and viewers. What am I about? Viewers and listeners in Norway. Because they are cheering on Akhil Vyas.
Yeah,
who's doing very well so far in the competition.
He's had a very good run. He's going to be starting this next heat from pole position.
Hello, Norway. There's one country we actually don't have any tracks in at the moment.
No, so
we have tracks in Germany. We have tracks in Holland. I'm sure we'll get to Norway at some point. But for the moment, you are very welcome tuning in all the way over there in Norway.
Yeah, hopefully Akhil starting this next heat from pole position can do you guys proud. 10 drivers in this one, including 2 of our lady racers. Lottie North going off P6, and Elena Santosh, our Discover Your Drive driver, just being spoken to by Reese. Down the back section there, we'll start off P10. We've got some interesting actions going on here in the comms box. The microphone's being dropped.
Lewis has just put the microphone back as if nothing happened.
Yeah, it's quite literally a mic drop moment in the comms box.
We all saw it. Wait till Jen comes back, that's all I'm saying. Right, okay, here we are. We are just in the process of, as ever, gridding up. And, of course, the one slight rule change, I've got to mention it, even though it's pretty obvious, is the cadets do go in single file. So there is just something that is made slightly easier for them in the whole grid start. And the grid starts really for anybody in the adult karts. We're going to see this a lot tomorrow, but the positioning of your kart as you drive through those S's, every single millimetre counts. We've seen a lot of drivers who just almost fall asleep a little bit and just drift over to the right-hand side, which really compromises them when everything goes green. But yeah, for cadets, it is single file, and we will be seeing Akhil. So hopefully everybody in Norway will be sitting up in pole position for this race. So sometimes I think pole position, it's sometimes it's a bit of a curse, isn't it? Because all you can do, the best you can do is maintain your position that you started the race in. Whereas if you start at the back, you think, right, hang on, here we go. I've got everything to gain here. I could pick up 3 or 4 places, and effectively for every place you overtake, you pick up a point. Here's a lovely shot of our safety kart.
The Sonair safety kart. Sponsored by Sonair, sort TeamSport Radio out for us.
Yep.
Want a nice corporate radio station. Sonair are the guys to put it to
lots of sponsors this year.
Yeah, lots of different
really
sponsors.
Good.
Motorsport UK also, and Monster Energy.
You've got Club 100 sponsors tomorrow. You've got Total Karting Zero sponsors today. We've got some monster stuff as well that's appearing around the place. Also, it's really, really good to see lots of businesses backing what we do. Got great support as well from Biz. Has to be said, Biz Karts always provide us with a beautiful safety car and lots of support in the run up to this event.
As we now, here we go.
It's the biggest karting competition on the planet.
Yeah, just over 4,500.
Yeah.
4,500
There is
drivers
not
involved in this one. Down to 100.
Another competition like it.
Yeah, down to the last 29 of our cadets drivers, 8 to 11 years old, as we now get ready to go for heat number 2 for these cadets. First heat for the drivers that are on circuit. Second for the cadets overall is Akhil Vyas, who's going to lead us away ahead of Francesco De Caro, James Vout, Cam Carney, Harvey Ball, Lottie North, Kai Jackson, Elliot Griggs, Hashim Ijaz, and Elena Santosh. The pace car drops the throttle and a false start once again.
False start!
It looked to me like that was formation at the back of the grid. There was a couple of drivers quite far back.
Indeed. Let's see if anything crops up on the race control.
But what this means, once again, it's our second false start here, and it's just going to mean the time is going to start ticking down. So these drivers are now going to be losing race time effectively here. So they'll stay behind the pace cart. It'll pick them up as they come through there, as it has done now, and leave them round for another formation lap under yellow flags. But from what I could see there, it looked like the issue will have been at the back of the pack. So the last couple of drivers looked like they were quite far away, and maybe they just need to keep that formation, keep it nice and close. So when we go racing, it's fair for everyone, and everyone can have a good run through. But that's getting quite a lot of time this on safety car today. Doing a lot of laps so far. Hopefully you can keep a point in the right direction, unlike yourself when we were doing the hot lap testing. If you threw the jab at me earlier, I'm going to have one back. As we've got our false start flag being waved by our chief starter here at BIKC as we now come down the back straight. And this just makes it a little bit harder for these cadets, these young drivers. So not only are you trying to focus on making the most of your race, you've now got less time if you're towards the back. So if you're sort of like Kai Jackson, who we're just looking at going through shot, or Elliot Griggs, or Hasham, or Elena, you've got less time now to try and make a move. You've already had a minute and a half off the clock here. So that's probably 1, maybe 2 laps of this heat that these drivers are going to have to not deal with. It means that Akhil's got less time to try and have to hold on and defend, but it means the guys behind him have less time to try and make those moves if they want to try and do so. Ads looks over his shoulder to make sure he's got all the grid nose to tail. We're going to give this another shot here as we come under the Dunlop bridges once again. Hopefully we keep a nice formation. The pace car drops the throttle once again, and this time we go racing. Lights go green. Nice close formation this time around as Akhil Vyas leads us through the first couple of corners and down towards the back end of the circuit. The pace car runs away, hides in the pit lane, and Hewitt is going to lead them up onto the mez. Look over the shoulder there. De Caro still right under his rear bumper. Vout is still in there as well, just to see the top 3 starting to build maybe a little small gap.
James Vout looks really fast. Has to be said, he is absolutely glued. Contact.
There was contact. The back section there, side by
contact.
side. Yeah, a bit of a push there towards the top section of the circuit on Francesco
he might
De Caro.
get a penalty there.
He might do there. That is what he may be looking for. ABC, advantage by contact, no advantage gained, but what it has done is allowed Akhil Vyas to start running away. Look over the shoulder, you can just see the 56 is a little bit further behind this time as Hewitt. Now, I'd probably say that gap is about half a second, and it's now everyone fighting over second place. So De Caro currently holds on to second place. Vout, Carney, Ball, North, Jackson, Griggs, Ijaz, and Santosh. Black and white flag goes out. That will be for the contact with James Vout. That's a warning. Say, watch out.
Lucky there.
Yeah, but very lucky he's just got away with a warning.
It's come into the hands of Hewitt because he's now got a bit of a gap. And he was looking behind him. The only thing he's got to make sure he doesn't focus too much on what's going behind him and make sure he still gets those lap times in, because he still has a bit of a gap. And when he's got that kind of gap, he can focus and see if he can get lap times in. But he's spending more time looking behind him. And as soon as the driver starts looking behind him, the focus
just start
goes.
hemorrhaging time.
Yeah, exactly. And all you do, you just fall into the trap that is 56, Francesco De Caro. That will absolutely, if the gap was 0.5 a second, nowhere near that now. Absolutely bumper to bumper, and it's because he's looking behind him.
Yeah, the top 3 very quick drivers we've seen in testing so far. Probably 3 of the quickest cadets we've seen so far, and you can see how they're building a gap as Harvey Ball's going on the offensive there, trying to get 4th place. But the top 3 coming over the line this time. It's still Hewitt, De Caro, and Vout. That's how close they are. Black and white goes out once again. That looked like it was for the 51. We'll have to maybe check our race control channel, see if we can get a word on that one. But the fight for 4th is really hot here, but the fight for the lead is the one we're looking at. Look over the shoulder once again. That's Akhil Vyas looking at Francesco De Caro in the red. Vout's got the white helmet. Vout's got the yellow helmet. Hewitt is in the white. As they go through the top section of the circuit once again, you just see the gap that's starting to build over the 51. Now that's because they're fighting behind with the 55 and the 46 as they come off the ramps once again down through the fast flowing section here at TeamSport Warrington. Again, a look over the shoulder there, and you see how close to Caro is. He's making all of his time up on the top section of the circuit, but Hewitt is just about holding him at arm's length here. You can see he's going a little bit defensive on the way out of the corner, just to cover off a move on the way out to stop Caro going side by side over the start-finish line. Now 5 minutes to go in this one, just over halfway, 3 laps in the book. They come over to start lap number 4 here at TeamSport Warrington. Hewitt again going really defensive on the inside. The 49, the 56, the 45 of Hewitt, Caro and Vout we're watching here at the moment. Again, a look over the shoulder, just focusing a little bit too much on the car that's behind him, and that is allowing Vout to stay in this one, and it's starting to allow Callum in the 51 to start catching up in 4th. It looks like that battle behind is starting to fizzle out. We're starting to work together here. This group are still 4 seconds covering the entirety of the top of the 10 drivers that we have here, as the drivers now again come down the bottom section of the circuit. Caro's looking racy here. He really wants to get this move done. He looks over, so Akhil Hewitt looks over his shoulder. He's going to see the red machine there of Francesco De Caro trying to push him along. Tries to go for a nice wide run on the way out, but Vout's looking in this again. He's already got a black and white.
He's lining him up.
He's got to be careful here. If he makes a move and it comes off with a little bit of a push, a black and white could quite easily go up into a 5-second penalty. But you can see that these guys fighting has already brought Callum and Harvey in here into this battle. So it's now 5 karts for the lead here. They've just started to pull away from the 46 of Lottie North, who's there in 6th place. Again, a look over the shoulder for Hewitt. He's really focused on the driver behind him instead of trying to put a bit of a gap in between him. De Caro, though, is just off the rear bumper of him here, as you've now got the yellow helmet of James Vout. You can just see a hand up. He's trying to signal to him. Let's go. Let's try and get him. Let's try and build that gap that we had before over Callum Carney.
A little bit of contact there again from James Vout in 3rd place.
Fastest lap for Callum Carney behind. He's on a 60.8. That's a really quick time here. The 2 karts that are running in 4th and 5th are the fastest karts on track, and they are currently about 3 to 4 tenths of a second quicker than the karts in front of them. So now you can see there's a 5-kart train here for the lead of this second heat. It's almost like a semi-final at this point. You'd expect them to be this close. You just see the head down for the 51. They're trying to get the last little tenth, trying to get everything out of these Biz EcoVolt EcoVolt Juniors. Sorry, the GTs, what the Juniors are racing later on. As we now look towards the front of the field.
A bit of contact at the back as well. Look at that.
Like that
has been on Elliott. That is a little bit of contact there, but here we go. Now we've got 2.5 minutes just over, and this has been really stable all the way through. And you just think that maybe some of these drivers might be thinking that a 1st or 2nd or 3rd is good points. You bag good points, you live to fight another day in another race where you can maybe take a bit more risk. But number 49 Hewitt has led all the way through and still leads. You just think that
going really defensive now.
Yeah, really defensive. Really not. If you get too defensive, it will really open things up behind. And he went a bit wide there, a little bit wide from Hewitt on that corner. Now he's really looking over his shoulder, but there's no space there. There's no space to get alongside and really put the nose. It's the next corner. It's going underneath the flyover here. That's the point, and you can see absolutely bumper to bumper. A lot of love for James Vowles as well on the live stream. A TeamSport Liverpool driver. You know what I mean? It's like Jake Saunders, come on, James. We've got Marshy, come on, James. A lot of love out there going on for number 45, James Vout.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do here with probably one lap left in this one. There's 5 karts here that could take the win if this all gets really messy, but Hewitt has put up a fantastic defensive drive so far. Can they hold on from 2 very, very quick drivers in De Caro and Vout behind? You can see Carney and Ball are right on this fight as well. Ball with the fastest lap of the race so far. Look over, Hewitt's really going defensive here. De Caro goes over to the right-hand side, tries to make the move this time.
What's that weaving, Tom? What's that weaving?
45 on the inside.
Where did that come from?
Where did that move come from? He came from absolutely nowhere. Dakara lucky not to lose 2 places there. We'll have to have a look at that one as checker flag falls. Meskilled Hewitt. Vout takes 2nd place with a fantastic move down at turn 1. He came from absolutely nowhere.
The winner there was Akhil Hewitt, but hey, for me, the real winner there was James Vout, because it just shows that these overtaking maneuvers, okay, we've got to be patient to see them come through, but they are coming. The best drivers are finding ways to overtake the drivers in front beautifully, cleanly. That was a great overtaking maneuver, and that was a great race, but it has to be said, fantastic result for Akhil Hewitt, who uses that pole position to clock up the first win and maximum points, so he is well on his way. But I think a lot of drivers in the second, third, I think will both actually, because that was really tight, probably both be quite happy with the points that they are going to get, because 2nd or 3rd in the first heat, not the end of the world. It has to be said that there is a lot more racing coming up. And talk about racing coming up, we have karts leaving the pit lane and going out onto the grid for the formation. And once again, we'll take approximately be about a minute, 2 minutes or so, just to rearrange the drivers into the correct order, and then we will be going again. And this is obviously the second of the race in the junior heat. So we saw how competitive the first one was. And no real evidence yet, I think, with regards to the boost button. We haven't really seen 2 karts fly down to the end of the main straight there. Then suddenly one of them is able to pull out and make that maneuver because they've got those extra revs. Jen has just come into. She's just got one of the programs, and they are really impressive.
They are properly snazzy.
They are fantastic. And there's lots of write-ups about all the regional finals and some of the local finals and all the build-up to this event. There's a little bit on the Discover Your Drive program. It's a fantastic thing, isn't it? It's worth the money, I would say, Jen. I mean, it's like there's circuit diagrams, there's an update on Warrington. It's good. So if you do want an event program, they are very much available. And they are available down in, as are the T-shirts and the water bottles and the hats that are all currently being sold at the front of house in TeamSport Warrington. I can literally imagine the people in Norway thinking, hang on a minute, let's hop on a plane, let's get all the way over from Norway and get to that front of house and see if we can pick up a program.
Yeah, they are properly snazzy, those things. They look really good. And all the write-ups about all the regionals, all like how all the tracks have done in the future, what tracks have been on the podium. Obviously, all the rivalry already kicking off. So we've got Cardiff and Bristol on one side of the room over here with Jen. You've got Warrington over here.
Is there a section on the commentators? Jen, have you found it yet?
No, they couldn't write anything about us. None of it would be printable. None of the stuff would be printable if it was. But there's words from the guys who run it, from Steve Evans, our ops director, from our clerk of the course, James Hislop, including timetables of what you can expect, what all the flags mean. It's a proper race program there, and all for a great cause. Most of the proceeds going to Driven Minds, a beautiful charity doing quite a lot of good work there. So £10 all goes to a good cause, and you get to walk away with a very nice program as well. As the juniors now all sat on the grid, and you see them sat there. You've got Mason Chahal and Jake Candace on the front row. John Wall, Elliot Potter is row 2. Jack Harrison, Henry Barrington, Jacob Kuehl, Ben Hamilton, who we saw with that spin early on, hopefully trying to make it amends.
Kieran Roby has said next year I'll be there, because the reason I got limited, I let the rules get in my head.
I feel like there's a story there.
I know. Like, you can't just leave us hanging.
You can't leave us hanging with that. I think
you can't leave us hanging on that
one. But that story time is going to have to wait, as we've got cars heading round to start the second heat for the juniors. First heat for these drivers here. So, Chahal and Anders on the front row, Wall and Potter on the second row, Harrison, Barrington, Kuehl, Hamilton, Sims, Bolter, Henderson, Rebecca, Haslam, Richardson and Cameron are your runners and riders. 15 drivers in this one to make 31 total in the junior category. You can see Chahal and Anders. Anders just looking over to the side, making sure he doesn't end up with a jump start. Are they pushing the safety car there? That looks to me like they are. As the pace car drops the throttle, we are going racing here. So Chahal and Anders lead us away, and it is Chahal who keeps it down the inside. As it looks like an attack there from John Wall has pushed Anders down into third. It may be fourth. Here as it looks like Potter's trying to go down around the outside there, as the drivers now file up onto the top section. So it's Chahal and Wall, your top two. Anders down into third place.
Lots of little bits of contact all the way down the field.
A little bit of bumping and pushing. You can just see a bit of barrier contact there. Drivers trying to go side by side through the top end of the circuit. But it's Chahal who's going to lead them down with a little bit of an advantage. Looks over his shoulder. He knows that he's got a bit of time here in hand over John Wall. Chahal, the fastest driver in qualifying by about 0.3 of a second here. Can he show his pace and drive away from the field in this first heat?
Oh, look at that. Number 9 goes, 19 goes really wide. John Wall there. He's got might do a bit of defensive driving coming up here. We've got Mason Chahal leading. Jake Anders, who's got a lot of very confident fans in the live stream, just saying that he's going to run and hide. He's not quite hiding just yet, but it is really tight. And look at this. There's literally some contact here, and 41 makes contact, then has to look behind for 35. Elliot Potter right behind, and all this is giving Mason a little bit of breathing room right at the front of the field. But John Wall in second, Jake Anders is now down in third, Elliot Potter in fourth, Henry Barrington in fifth at the moment. Jack sixth, Ben Hamilton, who made such a fantastic start to the event when he was lapping really quick, currently coming around about 7th, and that is obviously as a result of a bit of a poor qualifying. Jacob in 8th, John Bolter in 9th, Adam Sims in 10th, Casper's in 11th, Tyler Richardson is in 12th, Ollie Henderson is in 13th, Edward Haslam in 14th, and Lawrence Cameron is at the back in 15th at the moment. Look at the gap that Mason Chahal has got. He's absolutely charging away, and the battle for second is so fierce. Sorry, Tom, I was literally spat at you when I said the word fierce. John Wall and Jake Anders, our battle is so fierce that I think he's got to run away and hide. The battle here is for second.
Yeah, fight for second here at the moment. Anders is trying everything he can to get past John Wall, but as they do that, Chahal is just going to run away at the moment. He's about 7/10 of a lap quicker at this stage of the race than the guys who are behind him. 52.3 is the margin, is the lap time he's setting at the moment. Last time by Anders is going to have to, if he wants to try and get on the terms of Charles, Anders is going to have to try and do something about this quickly. He tries to go to the outside, there's no space there. The 19's just going to hold him at arm's length. Anders really looking racy here, but he's going to have to try and get past him while not letting Potter and Barrington, who are bearing down on him, get into the party on this one. Jack Harrison's not too far away, so if he's not careful, this is going to be a 5 or 6 car fight. Bit of a touch there as they go through the top section. Anders got the overlap. Is he going to be able to make a move like the story gets? Oh, there's a touch as contact. He tries to come across and cover it, but that's not really where there's a lot of contact there. That's going to end up with a bit of a review later on. I have a feeling the black and white may be coming his way.
That was quite fortunate. I thought that was going to be carnage because lots of drivers got compromised there, and lots of drivers went for gaps that suddenly did not exist, but somehow they all got up there, they all got through. With anything, what it's resulted is it spread everybody out a bit. And here we go, we are under yellows. I can't see the yellows, but we are slowing down.
I have a feeling the black and white there, if one is leveraged in Jake's general direction, will be more for the move after the contact to go right across the circuit than the contact itself, as it was quite a heavy defence that he made going up the ramp. As the lights are on yellow, the guys will scour the circuit, see if we can find out where it is. We'll have a look at our timing, see if we see a driver drop away. As soon as we go green flag racing again, we should get it going very quickly. Lights go green again, we're racing. Chahal looks over his shoulder, drops the throttle and tries to keep that 2.3 second gap as the fight for second between Wall and Anders reignites. Looks like it was Jack Harrison that's had a few issues. He's dropped down the order into 11th place. Not aware of any penalties just yet, as now Wall and Anders are nose to tail once again. If Jake's going to get past him, he's going to have to try and do it cleanly, and he's going to have to try and do it quickly, because Chahal is now running away at the front of this one. 2.3 seconds is a massive gap in this sport, and he's already got that halfway through the heat. If this carries on, it could get even bigger.
This is one of the most spread out races I think we've seen actually in BIKC. Very rarely do we find like literally clumps of time between drivers, like 2 seconds here, 5 seconds there. But the big battle, no doubt, 19 John Wall and 41 Jake Anders. Here we go. 41 looks the cart's bobbling around there as they went underneath the flyover section, but it's still 19 John Wall. They are at war, these two, aren't they? They're absolutely locked in combat.
Yeah. And Jay, one of the smallest drivers here, that's really going to help. That's not really going to help him over the bumps of this circuit. You just see the cart unsettling, like you said earlier. But he's got John Wall just holding him at arm's length. It's actually quite a good defensive drive so far from Wall. He's defending everywhere he needs to, and he's trying to run and be as quick as he can everywhere. He doesn't. So 1.5 seconds looks like the gap at the moment from what we can see. He's still Mason Chahal with the fastest lap on a 52.306, while Jake Anders is still trying to get back on terms and move through. Looks like Anders may have been assessed a penalty there. He's moved down the order. No, he popped back up. He definitely has been assessed a penalty. We've not seen anything pop up on our timing. And I think that may have been for the move at the top. We'll consult race control and see what we can find here. But Anders now, he's third on track. He's fifth in the order, as he's got John Wall in front of him. Elliot Potter, Henry Barrington now third and fourth in standings. Fourth and fifth on the road.
We've got it right on the live stream saying they're spreading out under yellows. I can report from race control. We have got 8 seconds for kart number 41, 5 for driving standards and contact, and 3 for speeding in the yellows. And also kart 35 and 36, Elliot Potter and Henry Barrington, both speeding in the yellows, and 3-second penalties have been applied to them. So number 1, well picked out on the live stream, and number 2, we're on it. We're on it.
That was a very good spot from the guys.
Oh, here we go. And once again,
still fighting here.
Still fighting.
He might be carrying a penalty, but he still wants to make this move on the road. He tried to go for it again there.
Yeah.
Maybe tried for a repeat move of what he tried earlier on. He thought better of it this time. I think he's going to make the move. He's going to have to try it somewhere else, because that move up the ramp doesn't look like it's going to work for him this time round. Wall is he's wise to it now. So if Anders wants to try it, the other point here for Jake, if he wants to try and keep hold of third place here, he's going to have to try and find 8 seconds on the karts that are around him. He's going to have to get past Wall and try and see how far up the order he can get now as they come through.
In the background, right, Jen is literally, she's got so much to work with in this
furiously
race. She's got so much. She can go, right, I want that one, I want that one, I want that one.
I think we're definitely having an extended chat with her at the end of this one. But two and a bit minutes left on this. Anders is really looking racy. Wall is still going defensive. You can just see them trying to push and trying to go. Anders is really good out with this back corner here. He's going to have to try and find a move somewhere else, though, because Wall is just wise to it. Behind Harrison's made a move on Kasper Backi to move up into the top 10. But it's the fight over second place on the road
he's glued
that we're looking at. He's absolutely pushing here. But what this backs up, it backs up the points we were making earlier on. What you don't want to do is in these sort of heats, the idea of the heats is you want to try and bank the points as much as you can. If you go for a risky move just to try and get a position on track, you could end up losing a lot more, either through contact like we've seen earlier on with a few drivers, or through a penalty itself like we're seeing at the moment, which is why you see in the cadets you've got the drivers starting to form like mini truces and just trying to work together just to bank those points. It's better to bank points for third.
2 places.
Yeah.
For kart number 41 at the present moment in time, Jake Anders.
Yeah.
And that could easily increase.
Yeah, it's better to bank the points now than to end up feeling it in the semi-finals.
If John Wall knew this, he could back the pack up.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then he'd push him all the way down.
Happening because Elliot Potter's coming back into this one. These two seem to be slowing off from what I can see. I say that, and they're rapping in the low 52s. Very quick times for the guys that are running around. They're sort of matching the pace of Mason Chahal, who's out in front. We've not really spoken about him in the last 5 or so minutes. He's that far ahead. We're focusing on this fight for second on the road, which now is a 3-kart train. But
and 19 very wide again. Really wide from John Wall.
The thing for John Wall, even if these 2 karts overtake him, Anders is carrying an 8-second penalty. As the checker flag falls, Potter was carrying 3 seconds, so it didn't really matter if they did get past. So Chahal takes the first win. Nearly 3 seconds is the gap. It's the biggest one we've seen so far.
Wow.
I think we'll be hard-pressed to see something bigger than that over the course of the day. Elliot Potter, 3rd place. Henry Barrington in 4th. Jake Anders, after that 8-second penalty, is in 5th place. Ben Hamilton in 6th. Jacob Akhil, 7th. John Bolter in 8th. Adam Sims in 9th. Jack Harrison in 10th. Kasper Backi in 11th. Lawrence Cameron, Edward Haslam, Tyler Richardson and Ollie Henderson round out your top 15. I think after those couple of races, we've definitely got something, we've got a lot to unpack here.
Are we going to hand over to Jen and her Gen pad?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to have a chat. I think we're going to have to have a chat here. We're going to have to try and unpack some of this stuff that's gone on recently. So, Jen, what have you got for us?
So at the moment, I've only got one clip that's currently loaded. So it's the Cadet move in the first or the second heat that we saw. So I'll play
this was the
full
fight
speed.
for the lead, was it? Yes.
Yeah, fight for the lead. So this is full speed clip right now, just so everyone can see what happened.
So you've got Hewitt on Caro there. This is that move of Valpool. He stayed to the right-hand side. He just pulled the absolute worldie down the inside. I don't think Caro saw him coming. I really don't think Caro saw him coming on that one. I think that was a worldie, personally.
Yeah, so 49 is going heavily defensive on this corner, just checking over their shoulder, make sure they're all clear. I think 56 made contact on the back of 49, which we didn't see because of the pillar.
Yeah.
Because of that, that slowed their kart down significantly, which just 45 just took the opportunity and went up the inside.
Yeah,
56 just didn't quite check over their shoulder. So, yeah, it was a great move. I think 45 that made the move, or 46? Let me just check.
Yeah, it was Vout on Caro there, and I think... Yeah,
there
so
we go,
45 down the inside of 56. That's Vout down the inside of Caro. He just looked like because of that pillar there, he just looked like he came from absolutely nowhere when we were looking back at it live.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a great move. He saw the opportunity and he went for it, and that's the reason why he took the position. Obviously, 56 could have closed the door on that one a little bit earlier if they checked over their shoulder, but again, like it came out of nowhere, so he wasn't going to expect that. And let me just check if the other clips have loaded. They have not quite, but obviously in the junior heat we saw a penalty. So just going over my notes had that real quick. Sorry, Russ.
It's all right.
So obviously we just saw a car making a move up the ramp. That was kind of an overambitious move, I think.
Yeah.
I think the momentum was there, but not quite. Which ultimately saw then a penalty being received by the driver at the top of the ramp. Obviously, when we get the clip, we'll play it back so everyone knows what happened.
Yeah, I think the main issue there, I think just from what I saw there, was the move itself. He did back out of it. It's the move over the top of the ramp at the top to try and defend it. It's a little bit, probably pushing it a bit too far there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the driver with the sort of multicolored helmet, I think it was orange and green. I wasn't sure if they got a penalty for what they did. I think it was a bit more
so there's
easier
a few
with him
handed out.
across.
So I think Anders in that one got 5 seconds for the move at the bottom, and then a further 3 for closing up under yellow, and then there was another 2 3-second penalties handed out to the drivers who were running 3rd and 4th, also for closing up under yellow. So
yeah, definitely. Obviously, drivers should never be trying to gain positions on or gain obviously advantage over yellows and stuff like that.
I think
Yellows
the technical term
safety,
is an unfair advantage, is the technical term.
Exactly.
But looks like we're going back to racing. You get those junior clips, and we'll check back with you later.
Will do.
Okay, here we go. So we are on for the next of the Cadet heats. I'm loving your comments coming in. Kieran Roby, I've got to say, I watched more F1 if you guys were commentating. Look, we're ready to sign a contract, aren't we, Tom? We are literally ready to sign a Formula 1 contract.
David Croft, who's
put it in front of us. Right, here we go. So we have got Luca starting in pole position with Rory Hamilton, and it looks like the pace car has disappeared. Pace car was very close, did you notice, to the pole driver in the last heat.
Yeah, it's almost pushing him as they go down the line, but now we go green.
It's a great start from Luca. It's a great start in 55 as well. It's a very clean start, which is great to see after the last couple of races. Oh, a little look there for 55. Rory Hamilton, a little look. He means business in this one. He means business, but Luca at the moment makes a great start. Ben Hunt in 3rd, Max is 4th, Bertie Hodgson is 5th, Matteo is in 6th, Ferris is in 7th, Sophie Curry in 8th, and Abby is at the back at the moment.
Yeah, as the drivers now filed down, we've already seen a bit of a fight between Batuev and Hamilton over the course of today. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now. You've got Hunt and Banahovic in this as well. As they go down into the first corner, look over the shoulder from Batuev. They're taking quite a wide line through that first corner. You can just see these guys maybe taking a more traditional line, maybe picked up from their time in Club 100 for the pair of these young drivers. As they now go through the top end of the circuit, we see the first of the flying laps coming through. But it's Batuev that leads over the start-finish line. Rory Hamilton in second, 2/10 is the gap over Hunt and Bertie Hodgson, who that is up into 4th place. Misidentified a driver there, so apologies there, but Bertie Hodgson up into 4th at the expense of Max Banahovic. Matteo Ehrenfugter in 6th place, Ferris Pelk, Sophie Curry and Abby Palmer in P9. Looks like a close fight at the back between Pelk, Curry and Palmer, but we're looking at the fight at the front between Batuev, Hamilton and Hunt at the moment. We're going through the top end of the circuit, and Batuev's just holding Rory Hamilton at arm's length. These two cadets racing very close as they drop down the top section, just starting to put a little bit of daylight between Hamilton and Hunt as they now go through the fast left-right chicane. As you just see now, a more middling line for these drivers as they come through, maybe looking a little bit defensive for Batoev as they now look towards the inside. You just see everywhere he's looking. That clear visor, it really helps you just see the focus on the driver's eyes. It's almost like racing at night in Formula One. You just see that arc, you see the driver's eyes. There's a tap on the helmet. It's like, right, come on, let's work together, let's go, let's build a gap. Especially in cadet racing, you seem to find those like temporary alliances always form. Even if it's at this level, at British Championship level, you'll see driver like packs of 4 or 5, 6 drivers just working
55
together.
Rory Hamilton, he's just made contact
Yeah,
with the back Luca. I don't think he's working with him.
You'll find in cadets especially, you'll see bump drafting quite a lot. It's a bit of a NASCAR idea, but you want to try and work together because 2 karts pushing through the air with 2 motors is going to help you along a little bit more than one just trying to do it on their own. And what we're going to try and do, hopefully, is build a gap over Ben Hunt, who sat in 3rd. And then as we get towards like the last lap or so, then start fighting it out. Because we've already seen how quick a gap can close when you start fighting. Look over the shoulder, Batoev, look over the shoulder from Hamilton as well. He now knows he's got a little bit of breathing room. So are we going to see a temporary alliance between the first 2, or is Hamilton going to go all guns blazing and try and take that
I think
heat
we
win
are,
early
because
on?
the key for me there, when they at the end of that main straight there was no defensive driving whatsoever, and he was right behind. It's like he knew that he was not going to go and have a jab there, kind of thing. So I think there is a little bit of working together, and it is working because 51 and 55, Luca and Rory, no doubt they are pulling away from the rest of the field. They are working together, and but it's to see how long the whole working together lasts for, bearing in mind that it is a race.
Yeah, it'll probably get to the last 2 or so laps and start fighting. So you build a gap so that then you can start fighting, which means that you've got a little bit of time in your pocket.
You've got a comfort zone, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
The idea there is, obviously, we've seen how quickly a gap can close when you start trying to fight and overtake. What you want to try and do is work together so that if you start fighting and you start slowing each other down, you've got that comfort zone.
Now there's a bit of defensive.
Hamilton's starting to look a little bit more racy now, so maybe Hamilton
because now
thinks,
that gap exists between 2nd and 3rd. They
maybe
now
that
know.
1 second gap is enough for Hamilton to be like, you know what, let's have a crack at this, let's see what we can do. So over the line they go, 6 minutes remaining in this heat, as Batoev has 2/10 over Rory Hamilton. 1.5 seconds is that little buffer zone they've built up over Ben Hunt. Now Hamilton looks like he's going to try and go defensive, just pulls out from behind the driver. Now he's looking towards the inside, just a look down the inside. Fastest lap so far is still Luca Batoev with a 60.731. Hamilton's about 200 slower, so these two definitely the class of the field so far, the fastest 2 drivers by a couple of tenths. But Hamilton just maybe trying to think about making this move. But Batoev's just built a little bit of a gap.
Yeah,
now,
Hamilton made a few mistakes there.
Wondering what's going on there as that gap has opened up. Has Hamilton made a mistake? Is there maybe something going awry there for him? Look over the shoulder. He still knows he's got a bit of a gap, so he's going to be able to try and make a move if he wants to, but he's right back on the rear bumper of Luca Batoev straight away. We've seen these 2 drivers fight in qualifying. Now we get to see it for an entire race. Is this going to be the story for the second heat as well? Only time's going to tell.
I think he was almost complaining about his kart there. He was just wondering why that suddenly, I'm not sure he was aware he made the mistake. And that's the reason why he kind of dropped back. But my goodness, he's right back on the tail now. There's no doubt that 55, Rory Hamilton, if he had a clear track in front of him, he would be significantly quicker at this stage of the race. But as the great Mary Walker says, catching is one thing, getting past is another. And
one of famous Murrayisms.
Is it? You can't commentate on BIKC for 2 days and not mention Murray Walker. It would be rude not to. The great man. Okay, so anyway, here we go. Luca still leading, Rory in second. Let's see what happens now at the end of the straight, because now, much more middle of a track now, watching to see if
it's the quick look over
any
the shoulder
movement.
For me.
Indeed.
Side by side,
over the bump.
You normally find that. You normally get the overlap into the second hairpin. You try and carry it into the third, and you just get the overspeed there. Just see Hamilton start to catch up, but the car effectively just runs out of pace as they get up towards the top end of the rev range on these EcoVolts Junior karts. But Hamilton really feeling racy here. He wants to get this move done.
The drivers to get that move done, they do it early. If you come out of that corner and you've still got a bit of work to do, you've really finished. You come out of that corner and you're absolutely alongside, you've got half a chance.
Yeah, you've got to really set the move up at the first hairpin. That's part of the reason I like that section. It can be a really good overtaking point, but you've really got to set the move up towards turn 1, get a good run out of that so you can get fully alongside coming into T2. You almost want to be ahead around the outside going into the second hairpin, so you can take a good line through the third one and be side by side, like you say, coming out of that third hairpin. At that point, that's when you can start looking at the side-by-side move. But Batuev still trying to hold off at arm's length. There's really good fights brewing behind between Hodgson, Banahovic and Aaron Foyter over 4th place. We're still focused on the fight for the lead. Again, look over the shoulder there from Luka Batuev. Knows that he's got a little bit of time over Rory Hamilton, but a couple of laps remaining in this one. He's starting to go a bit defensive here, the 51 versus the 55. You can see he's just pulling out. He's able to get alongside him, but he's not able to get close enough to make a move. He's quick out of this corner here, though.
Here we go. Here's the move.
We're going to see the move.
Here's the move.
What a move from Rory Hamilton to take the lead from Luka Batuev. That was beautifully clean, millimetre perfect. Just enough space left. Perfect racing room between the pair of them.
What a
Hamilton
move.
Takes the lead here at Warrington.
What a fantastic move. Absolutely, but as ever, the move was done early. Got alongside, then used that space that was there, managed to get on the inside on the up ramp, and then dominated the corner. And now, will he accelerate away? Because once again, it's amazing. As soon as they hit the front, now Rory's looking all over the back of him. And the Hunter is suddenly suddenly being pursued, and suddenly the Hunter is Luka. I just got to say, a big shout out for Ryan Rapini, been in BIKC for 2 years in a row. Didn't do it this year. Good luck for Rory and Benjamin. Hope we see you next year. Okay, we're close now to the end. This is the last lap, and Rory Hamilton. That's one of the, for me, that's one of the moves of the whole event so far. That was so clean and crisp. That was beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely,
it was millimetre perfect. It was millimetre perfect. There was just enough space left. Batuev was wise to it. He knew that if he'd backed out of it,
we should have said it. Through goes Hamilton.
Oh, we missed a trick on that one.
We missed it. I promise you, if that happens again, it will be in.
That's got to happen.
Goes Hamilton.
How did we not see that one coming?
I know.
Proves that we're not the professionals here. But down in towards T1, I think this may be the last lap. They might have one more, but Hamilton now with a little bit of an advantage over Batuev comes through the third hairpin here as they now go through the Dunlop S's. A look over the shoulder. He knows he's got the space. Checker flag in hand. Hamilton wins at TeamSport Warrington. Not a first time for a while we've seen a Hamilton win, but it's Rory Hamilton who takes the win at TeamSport Warrington in his first heat of BIKC. Luka Batuev in second place. Ben Hunt comes home third. Bertie Hodgson, Matero Aaron Foyter, Max Banahovic in 6th place. Ferris Pelk, Sophie Curry with a lot of support in live chat comes home in P8, just in front of Abby Palmer, who's right on the back of that fight. Looking at the times, it was a good fight over 7th place there between Pelk, Curry and Palmer.
Also,
of that later
big
on.
shout out to Happy. You're absolutely right. Was it KPP that only really had no practice in Warrington whatsoever?
Yeah, they found out I believe it was midday yesterday. Palmer found out they were racing in the finals. They came down to try and find a session, but because everyone else was racing, and they know they've been racing for a while, they booked everything out. So they came in here today. The first time they'll have driven this track in BIKC spec will have been qualifying this morning. They've had about 25 minutes on this circuit so far, and to be there or thereabouts with the rest of the drivers, that's quite an impressive run so far.
53, shaking. Max is shaking his head
Max
there.
Banahovic's not happy with that one.
Not happy.
Maybe giving them maybe giving the Clarks a bit of work to do later on. As there's Palmer, who's really impressing so far with the fact that they've had absolutely zero testing compared to some of these guys who've had a lot of time on this track so far leading up to this event. And there we go. Hamilton wins again. Jokes. He's not had one this year, but there's a couple of races left. So there's a couple of races left, but hopefully we get a Hamilton win at the end of today. He's finished. This is his third year doing it. He's finished third twice. It's got to be third time's a charm here. It's got to be able to do it this time round. So as we get ready to get the next set of kart drivers in, just see the juniors all stood by. Let's get a running order for this next heat. So,
Okay.
we see the drivers there, ready to go. Nice smiley faces on all
Lots
the
of
drivers
waving.
of the IKC this
Lots
year.
of thumbs up. All good.
It's one of the things of this event, like, it's quite easy to forget how big and how many people are involved in this one. Not just from like the amount of drivers that we've got here, like 4,500 drivers we've got total at the start of the year, down to the last 30 in each of the classes now. But just like the support networks that they all have, like most of them have parents that are coming down to support them. Some of them do have backers that help them with their racing to try and do as much as possible. And most of them as well, they're not just doing BIKC. Some of them are in Total Karting Zero already. Some of them are already doing Club 100. And those who are trying to take home a TeamSport voucher, that has now closed. It's gone 1 o'clock, so no, your entries will not be counted, but you won't be charged anyway because it was a free-to-enter competition. There's a nice shot of the Sonair safety cart ready to go racing, and hopefully lead everyone away as the juniors all get into their carts. What we'll do.
I also think the support for these drivers, it ripples through the whole families, doesn't it? It really does. You know, I bet there were Christmas presents that were given that were track time or race suits or race helmets or that kind of thing, and support from grandparents and aunties, uncles, and lots of talk. There's the race academy instructors at all the tracks, and that's it. In order to produce superstars. The superstars of the world, they all talk about all the support they've had over multiple years to get to the absolute elite part of their sport, and it's very visible here, is what I would say. And it's great stuff. It's why we see BIKC very much as, even though we see it as the absolute pinnacle of indoor kart racing, we also see it as it's there for the next step in Formula One, so the drivers can move forwards and get motorsport careers. And once again, just as well as the Discover Your Drive initiative that we have with trying to make sure that there is a female Formula One driver racing in Formula One within 10 years, but it is great to see lots of drivers go through and end up with motorsport careers. So that's happened. There's lots of examples over the years where a lot of kart drivers have become touring car drivers. Years ago, I'm showing my age, we had a young lad in our cadet club. This was back in the 1990s, and his name was Jensen Button. It does happen. You know what I mean? It's Lewis Hamilton, when he was going through, he would have been racing in the indoor karting. We know George Russell, his number, 63, is named after a kart that was used in indoor go-karting. It does start, it's a long journey, but it does start here.
Yeah, karting is sort of like the grassroots motorsport, and like you say, there's loads of drivers that come through into different echelons. Obviously, you've got GT touring cars. It's an old funny story for me at touring cars. I was with one of the teams at Brands Hatch as a guest of a driver, and it turns out when that driver was racing in cadets, I started marshalling about that time. He was 8 years old. He came off and he was marking track limits for all of us at one point when his kart failed. But we were then at Brands Hatch at the end of last month, and he was racing in British touring cars. So. Wow. It's quite interesting to see where drivers go over the course of their careers. We've seen drivers that have been through let's say Warrington, for example, that have been racing in Civic Cup, who are one maybe going towards Mini Challenge next year. A couple of drivers looking to do another stuff. Obviously, Club 100, Total Karting Zero, good places. We've got drivers that are moving off into their own stuff. We've got quite a lot of our guys now looking towards maybe going towards owner driver karting as well, which is a completely different minefield to get involved in. And the great thing about this sort of level, it gives the opportunity for drivers to showcase what they can do on quite a big stage for karting in general, but also get their name out there. Also say, look, this is who I am, this is what I can do, and maybe hopefully attract partners to maybe take them on and see if we can take them any further in their karting careers. Because one thing I've seen, you see a lot of talent come through the doors of any circuit, and it can come from absolutely nowhere. We'll talk about them tomorrow. We'll talk about some of them tomorrow, but a lot of lightweights come through this year.
So we've had Norway. We're in Norway. Okay, the whole of France and Catalonia is rooting for Jack Clayton. Can I just say, I was in Barcelona 2 days ago. It's just strange that comment comes up.
Go out and just chill in Barcelona for a little, get yourself in the right headspace to go.
Exactly. I didn't see any indoor.
Spend 2 days in Warrington.
I didn't see any go-karting. But yeah, no, fantastic. We are that people are listening in, hopefully in France and in northern Spain. It's fantastic. And we've got, this looks like another absolute belter, doesn't it? Bobby McGurr there in pole position, Jack Clayton second, Frederick Navarro third. The key is, right, all along here, the qualifying is so important. I'd even go as far to say, right, that the qualifying actually might even be the most important stage. Because if you get those, like Max Kilby was a little bit unlucky there, and it means all his grid positions just a little bit away, because at one point he was on the ultimate pace. And what we were seeing here, it's this competition is relentless, but it's fierce in the way that it starts immediately. It's you literally go out, and the first stage that you do is one of the most important parts.
Yeah, it can decide whether you're having a good day or whether you're having a bad day. But we'll see now if this time around, if Jack Clayton can get a good start. He lost a position off the start last time. He's going to look to try and make amends.
Look at this moody camera shot
on the formation. That's a fantastic shot there from Joel, just hiding behind the pace car. You couldn't even see him there when he was hiding.
He's got to get up now. It'll take him 30 seconds to get up.
Yeah, hopefully he gets up and gets back here before the cars come round for the next racing lap.
He'll still be there on lap 3.
As we've now got his entire production team just laughing their backsides off at that one. He's getting told over his mic that he's getting absolutely terrored on commentary here as Adam Beals. Normally Adam's taking the brunt of all the terrorising here, so we're throwing it on the guys who actually make it look like we know what we're doing here. So great work going on for the guys at Revolution Audio, but we've got some great racing to bring you here as Bobby McGurr is on the front row with Jack Clayton, Frederick Navarro, Freddie Farrell. The drivers run off. It's a good start this time. Lights go green. And we are racing once again. McGurr looks like he's got a really slow start. Jack Clayton's got the lead on this one here, so Clayton's really made up for it. He lost the position last time. Now he's leading this one. McGurr's in second. I think that looks like Navarro's still there in second place. Kilby's
already
back up in fourth place.
Gap. 4 corners. There's already gap for second and third.
Looks like Farrell's lost one behind Kilby. Just see another driver getting shuffled out there as well. We'll see what that cart was when they come down. But it's the 40th Jack Clayton who is leading away here with Bobby McGurr behind. So we've seen Bobby on the defensive. Now we get to see how he can attack. So it's Clayton versus McGurr at the front, Navarro, and then Kilby just behind in the grey as they head into McGurr's gone for it straight away. He's wasted no time in getting
Look
back.
at all the overtaking.
Clayton didn't even get to lead for a whole lap there. McGurr's gone straight for it, and it's brought Navarro and it's brought Kilby into this one as well. As the drivers go through, Farrell's down into 5th place, Martin Bradley and Sadlowski are up, Charlie France in P8. He's going to look to make amends from his first heat where he had to carry a grid penalty, but up onto the flyover for the second time. Bobby McGurr leads from Jack Clayton, Frederick Navarro and Max Kilby are your top 4. A second separate the drivers as they go through there.
I thought staying on the track there.
Yeah, I thought I spotted something there, but it looks like it's been cleared away pretty quickly by our drivers.
By the carts?
Yeah, the drivers have cleared it away. Nice
very kind of them.
Side. Nice close 5-cart pack here for the lead.
Max Kilby up into 4th. He was running in 5th. That's a good move. We're seeing lots.
Here we go. 32's back. Caelan Beddoe is backwards there. Not quite sure what's happened. Don't even think he knows what's gone on there. His hands are in the air. He's like, what manner of thing has occurred? We'll have to see later on if our camera guys got that one. But Beddoe's going to be helped to get in the right direction there. I think we may have to get a bit of a reset on this kart here. And this may cause a bit of a pause in proceedings. Kart's all sorted there by the looks of it. As you just get it going back in the right direction. As the 32 now under yellow flag conditions. Caelan Beddoe.
Off yellows really soon, surely. Harry's got eyes peeled on those yellow lights. Is anybody going to make? Here we go. It's green. It's go. And has anybody got an initial advantage? I don't think so. It's just green flag and it's game on once again. And it is still Bobby McGurr. What great overtake maneuvers on both these drivers. Jack Clayton surely thought after getting into lead on the first corner that wow, what a great opportunity he's got to win the race. And literally by lap 2 he's second again.
I think Paul put it quite well there. McGurr was like, nope, not today.
Not today.
But yeah, it's McGurr now who's leading the way. He's being cheered on as they go through. Clayton's got the backing of the fans here by the looks of it. But Navarro, Kilby and Farrell are looking to try and get onto the top 3. There's 3 places available on our podium. There's 5 drivers fighting for it as they now go through the top section. All of this battling and defending is starting to let Bobby McGurr get away here. 7 minutes left in this heat. over the line. Half a second is the advantage. Another half second separates Clayton and Navarro, with Kilby, Farrell, Martin, Bradley, Sadlowski, France still in 8th, James Burgess in 9th, Jaden Linford, Ollie Peters up into P11, Joe Jennings in P12. He's got some work to do, with Matt Stevens, Robert Borowski, Joshua Wood and Caelan Beddoe trying to play catch-up now after that spin early on.
Here we go. So Bobby McGirt leading Jack Clayton by 0.5 in second. And these two drivers, yeah, but I think what they're not doing though is absolutely leaving the rest of the pack standing. The rest of the drivers are absolutely there. I mean, this really is, obviously, just a 5-car chain for the leads, like gap there for second or third, but really,
it's a gap forming for third there between Navarro and Kilby.
So really, they're still looking behind. Put this way, the drivers in second, third, and fourth are still looking behind him when they go out onto the main straights there. So it is really, really tight indeed. But we've got 6 minutes to go. There's a lot of laps left here to try and invest, and literally there is lots of drivers looking behind. There's every single, the exit of every single corner, it's like, where is he? Where is he? Where do I have to produce? Where do I have to place my cart to make sure they can't go through on the next corner? And that's the difference here, okay? Because all these drivers, right, they're looking and they're thinking, right, okay, in all their minds is thinking, right, I've got good points here. This is the heat, you've got so much to lose, and sometimes very, very little to gain. And it just bodes well with such a fantastic level of racing in the heats. What we're going to see when we get to the semi-finals, we're going to get to see drivers really have a go, because they will know as well when they get to the final, the grid position on the final is absolutely crucial. If you're in the front row of the grand final, then yeah, it's game on.
Yeah,
if you're third or fourth, it's tough, it's harder. It's that front row that you need to try and get by the time that you're starting the grand final to really have a good chance of winning this. Yeah. But here we go, 29, Bonriga still leading, and if anything, he has pulled away a little bit. It is, Navarro was right there, and then suddenly he's had a slide, and Jack Clayton now has got a bit of breathing room, and now there's a bit of breathing room between first and second and third, and now it's Max Kilby putting the pressure on Frederick with Freddie Farrell right there.
Yeah, Navarro, Kilby, Farrell went going
top of the barrier. I know what that feels like, Tom.
Yeah, you've done that a couple of times. Normally that second hairpin is the one that you normally struggle with.
There is a commentator's race. I'm sure they'll show.
Yeah, I believe that's been scheduled for tomorrow. And
oh, is it?
Honestly, it's hilarious. I can't wait to show it to everyone, show it off to everyone. But currently, we've got a really good race to see here.
And a second the lead now.
Yeah, Navarro, Kilby, Farrell is probably the biggest fight here at the moment. It looked like Navarro's lost the position. Actually, Kilby's got him. That was done off camera there. Max Kilby's made the move for third place there on Frederick Navarro. We saw he had a bit of a slide up towards the top section last time round, but this time it's cost him a position. So he's going to have to be careful. Now he's in the middle with Kilby in front and with Farrell behind. Fastest lap of 52.2 belongs to Bobby McGirt from Basildon. He's getting a lot of praise here. It's like, go Bobby, Basildon is counting on you. As they now go into the bottom section here. Basildon's got a history of good, quick juniors. Remember Charlie Bradford, 2-time junior champion. He's a Basildon driver. Are they about to add a third junior title to their locker room? But Max Kilby confirmed there in third place with 2.4 seconds behind Bobby McGirt. Jack Clayton in second place at the moment. There's a lot of fighting going on behind. Looks like Navarro is going to try and make a move again. No, not quite on Kilby. These three are absolutely nose to tail here. But Kilby made what we think is going to be a nice opportunistic move on Frederick Navarro. Freddie Farrell trying to maybe pick up the pieces should it all come to blows just in front of him. But it's still Liam Martin Bradley in 6th, Hector Sadlowski, James Burgess, Charlie France in P9, so he's lost a position thanks to James Burgess, Jaden Linford, Ollie Peters, Joe Jennings, Matthew Stevens, Robert Borowski, Joshua Wood and Caelan Beddoe still in P16, but still up towards the front. Bobby McGirt has a 1 second advantage over Jack Clayton. Over the line, couple of laps left to run here in this last heat for these drivers. So there's one more junior heat after this. This is the last chance these drivers have to try and get it in advance. Looks like Freddie Farrell's managed to get up into third place. I've completely missed that one. Fair play, Freddie.
Yeah, brilliant move. We missed it, but it must be good moves, because any move here with this kind of level of competitive racing is really, really noteworthy. We'll see if we can even track back and see if we can pull that back. So Max Kirby back into fourth position. And Stacey Ratford says Charlie Ratford won it from third. Heck, I didn't say it can't be done from third or fourth. I just said that it is much, much tougher. That I remember it. In actual fact, Charlie drove absolutely brilliantly on that day. So, yes, here we go. This could easily be there'll be one more lap here. One more lap. And pretty comfortable up front. All Bobby's got to do is just really keep it on the tarmac. You can even sense here that he's just almost allowing the gap to reduce, and even though it's reducing, it's still 0.7 of a second. But behind, look at it, absolutely brilliant stuff. All bumper to bumper, and there is driver number 28, Max Kilby, who is leading a whole chain of karts with Frederick directly behind in Hector, Liam, James, and Charlie France, who's driven Charlie France has actually driven really, really well, because he's done some great overtake maneuvers, really out of camera really, because he's being at the back of the grid, but he's moved up all the way to 9th place in this race. Yes. So here we go, final few corners.
Yeah, so Bobby McGurk going to come through and record a second heat win. Jack Clayton will have been hoping to try and keep that one, but over the line it's going to come. The Basildon driver takes a second win here. Jack Clayton comes home in second after a massive moment towards the back end of the previous lap. It's Freddie Farrell who comes over the line. Max Kilby in P4, Frederick Navarro in P5, Sadalowski in 6th. Oh, change on the line. Charlie France gets P8 there, so moves back up to 8th place at the expense of James Burgess, Jaden Linford, Ollie Peters, Joe Jennings, Matt Stevens, Robert Borowski, Joshy Wood, and Caelan Beddoe. You got an update from race control?
The move for 3rd place is all legitimate. The reason why we missed it is because Lee Kilby just lost it. So he half spun, and then the driver behind.
So Kilby's lost it on the way. Kilby's lost it on the way in. That's brought Navarro into it and allowed Farrell to absolutely go for it.
Absolutely.
But I think one move that I do want to have a look at was that absolute worldie that we saw to take the lead off. Take the lead of that race. So
no pressure,
let's
Jen.
bring in Jen, because I think she's got all the details here for us.
Yeah, so I got the move on the gem pad, as we like to call it. I'll play it back through at full speed, and then I'll just go over it as well. Absolutely insane move. I think the driver first didn't realise the driver behind had so much momentum going through to the corner, but no contact being made, fully alongside, and just got the needle perfect.
Yeah, as you say, it looks like he's almost just caught him napping. So Clayton's trying to just take a normal line through there, but McGurk's just sent it down the inside. It's quite good vision, actually, from Clayton to notice that he's there. You can just see on the way in, he sees the kart coming and just adjusts his line. That quite easily could have been contact. We've seen both of them flying off towards
At one point,
he
thought he was going to round the outside and hold it round the outside, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, he's had so much of an overspeed.
Personally, I just think it was really good reading of the situation from McGurk. Obviously, you're going a lot faster when you're in the car and you're a lot low down, so you're just reading the situation, seeing what happened. As soon as that door opened, he went for it. If he just backed out last second, it would have caused a lot more of an issue, but kept his foot in, it was a perfect move. So
yeah, I think it's also, like I say, quite good driving from Clayton, actually, just to keep it and not have any contact with that. It could have, like you say, it could have been quite easily, if he just turned in, not noticed he was there, quite easily could have been contact from the pair of them.
Yeah, exactly. It could have ended someone's race completely today if someone just didn't check over the shoulder and look. So I think it was just a great real situation overall. I think the driver who's in first, looking over their shoulder as well, just saved that as well, not trying to turn across the front, trying to hold the position unfairly as well. It was just clean racing and good racing as well. So it was nice to see that we've got some good racing from the juniors.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see. Juniors can normally be quite a hard fought category, but in fact we've got some nice clean racing out there today. It's exactly what we want to see in a final.
Exactly. The first heats were a bit chaotic, but heats 2, we're sort of working it all out now, and the field's spreading out evenly now.
Yeah, so we've now got cadets heading out onto track, and hopefully we get a little bit more action. We can bring you in a little bit later on, Jen.
Exactly, hopefully.
Awesome. So, looking at your pole man, Niall Bill, getting ready for what will be his last heat, and last chance for him to try and get a decent position on the starting grid for the semi-final. 3 semi-finals for the cadets, 2 for the juniors. So we've got 1 more junior heat, and I believe it's 2 more cadet heats to go. And then we're getting towards the business end of the day.
It's all lining up very, very nicely, isn't it, if I'll be honest? It's we're almost, Tom, going to be into pick a winner stage. You know what I mean?
It's getting there.
Not quite yet.
Getting there.
Not going to get through the heats, but yeah, we're going to have a few bets, I think, on who we think is going to do it. So here we go. We got Adam driving the pace kart there, the beautiful pace kart, and he's going to accelerate off. And we've got Niall Bill, who has driven brilliantly in the first race. Samardeep is second. Jude Pudford did so well in the great overtaking manoeuvre, wasn't it, in the previous heat? And it looks, oh no, it's not. It looks good. What's that? That wasn't a commentator's curse. By the time I was saying it, it was already aborted.
Yeah, looked
but
like the formation at the back again.
We're going round for yet another lap, and it gives a little bit of opportunity to say, look, you know, if you're at home and you're watching this, I've got a great idea. Okay, why don't you buy an elite membership, and why don't you really take up indoor karting? And you never know, you might be racing in the BIKC final this time next year. Because also with the Discover Your Drive program, okay, we already have somebody who started not 12 months ago, but in April, and is very much racing here today. So it can be done, and it's a fantastic sport. It is the gateway to motorsport in general, and yeah, I can talk about it all day long because it's been my life for the past 33 years. Oh no! But hey ho, here we go. Let's see if we can get a clean start this time around. A much better bunch this time, don't
It
they?
almost looks like it's the formation at the back of the field is the issue. So the front guys are all really close together, and the last couple of karts are just off the back of the train. But once again, the fact that we've gone for a false start, this means that these guys now have a little bit less time to try and impact where they're going to be starting their semi-finals, which we're not all too far away from. So we've got 2 more cadet heats to go, and then we've also got another junior heat to run as well. So after this, 3 more heats, and we'll be looking to get towards the semi-final stage of the day. But here we go, second time of asking. Let's see if we can get this cadet race off and running. There's 8 minutes left on the clock, so we've had 2 minutes of this one. So Adam Beale is going to drop the throttle once he gets to the Dunlop bridges. We want to try and keep everyone
already
nice and close together.
Signals from Samir to Jude there.
There we go. Looks like the lights have gone green there. We are racing once again here in Cadets. The 55 of Niall Bill leads the way here as the lights are green. Oh, big contact in the back section there. Looks like Alex Rattan has been span out towards the back section. The 53 caught up in that as well. That's Theo Thomas. It's a really bad start. It's not what he won with the last heat heading in towards the semi-finals. But it's Niall Bill who currently leads the way. The top 3 are as they were in the start of the last one. Top 4, that is as well. Lucas Bradley still in there. There's Niall Bill now through the top section of the circuit. He's just going to want to get his head down. He's got a bit of a gap. Let's see if he can pull it out here.
Fantastic start, and that's exactly what Niall wanted, really, wasn't it? He's charging down there. He's got a decent gap there. You know, in cadet driving terms, yeah, he's not even remotely trying to drive defensively around the fastest part of the course. And 49, yeah, is the contact, and will that be contact game position? Definite
there.
Contact, but no game position. Puts his hand in the air, shakes his head, but no, that did not come off. That is not how you do it.
It might be a black and white. Don't know advantage gained, but there's definitely some contact there between the 51 and the 49. So that's Jude Pudford and Lucas Fradley there making contact with each other. Sam Adeep looks over the shoulder there as Niall Bill is starting to run away a little bit here as the fight for second is really starting to hot up again. Look over the shoulder as they go into the top section of the circuit. You see Pudford now is going to try and get on the back. So, there's a little bit, he's got a bit wide there. That almost let Lucas Fradley in there in towards the hairpin. So these guys really fighting. He's right on the rear bumper as they come down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Once again, the 45 of Nishwan Marshall's trying to get into this one as well. So this is a 3-kart fight now for third place as Sam Adeep's run away from this one. Defensive on the 49, on the 51. Let's see if there's more push in there. Hand in the air from Pudfoot. What manner of things going on? He's pushing him again. He's going to have to be really careful here. Lucas could get a black and white, and if there ends up being an advantage,
and also already a black and white, a 5, was it a 5 or a 10? I think it might be a 5-second penalty for John Marapanga. Maparanga. Sorry.
You'll get it right one of these days.
I will. So I'll just check. Was that 5 second? And I'm absolutely certain that what we've just witnessed there is going to be reviewed as well.
Yeah, that'll be for the start, I'm guessing, there for Maparanga. So
underneath
that's pretty much,
the chaos.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to have taken him out of this one as these guys are still pushing each other here. You can see Fradley's definitely the quicker of the two, but Pudfoot's just starting to defend. We've seen defensive runs from him before. Remember, last year, he put up a really good defensive run, hand in the air. He's like, what manner of thing is going on behind? You can just see that Fradley's on the rear bumper there. He looks over just to try and see where the 51 is, and it looks like it's just a bit of a push on the way out of the corner here. So it looks like Fradley's definitely going to end up with a black and white here.
What I would say though is Jude Pudford is slow through that corner. He's shaking his head because he knows he's not
There's
quick.
the black and white. So there's the black and white. That's the warning. So if that's the warning to Fradley, it's like, right, we've seen the contact. You need to just make sure you keep it clean. Otherwise, this could go a little bit further, especially at this stage of the day. The last thing you want is you don't want penalties. You don't want to be dropping down. Just bank the points and focus on getting yourself a good start for the semi-finals. Because if you end up with a bad semi-final, there's a good chance you may not even qualify to get into the main event and race for our prize this evening. As it still looks like Pudford's trying to defend a little bit there from Fradley. Nishwan Marshall still in this one as well, but Niall Bill has run away at this one. He's 2 seconds clear at the moment. We're watching the fight for second place, and they seem to have hauled in Samadhi Dhaliwal there. So Pudford again looks over the shoulder, tries to see where the 51 is. Again, he looks like he's into the back of him there. He's going to have to be really careful here because multiple black and whites is just going to be a penalty. We don't want to see that here. We want to see nice, close, clean racing, and these guys are racing on the absolute edge.
Also, a 5-second penalty.
A
5-second penalty could easily be 5 positions.
Yeah, especially how close this is. And under review, Lucas Fradley for loading. That is the art of pushing a kart through a corner. When we say loading, there's a few bits of karting terminology we'll try and fill you in. So we've had ABC, advantage by contact, and loading is sitting on a rear bumper and just pushing towards the corner, effectively trying to push them on.
Jen said her files were loading as well, though.
Yeah, different type of loading.
Is it?
That one. Different type of loading. We'll explain that one later for you.
Niall Bill, here we go, leading the race. Samurai Deep in second. Jude Pudford in third. The big thing for me here is Jude he was so fast in the previous heat, and he's struggling here, and he's pointing. Look at that! Is really, you know, there's no working together there.
Here comes Marshall. Marshall's around the outside. Oh, these guys have got to be careful here.
Totally.
These guys have got to be careful, not just for the.
There's signs going out as well.
That looked like
warnings.
a penalty board. That looked to me like a penalty board to me.
Here we go.
And from what I can see here, Fradley's dropped down the order. That looked to me like a penalty board.
Cut 51, Lucas, is a 3-second penalty for loading.
Yep, so he's
They had more files to load as well, obviously.
Yeah.
You get a penalty if the files don't load quick enough. That's unbelievable.
Then that iPad needs black flagging, then. So there you go. There's the confirmation on the screen. 3-second penalty for loading. We said that he needed to be careful. The black and white is a warning. Say if it carries on, we'll take this further. And now the 51's carrying a 3-second time penalty. But now Pudford, even with that penalty, still going to have to worry about trying to attack and defend at the same time. Looks like at the moment he's just focused on attacking. And you see the 51 again is round the outside there, hand in the air as Pudford just starts to show him a little bit less space than previous.
Look at the lead.
Niall Bill's run away
the
from
lead's
this
unbelievable.
What is
I've never
that gap?
seen such a lead.
4.3 seconds in a cadet race. That is absolutely crazy. As the 51 or the 49 again, this is just allowing Sam Hardeep to keep hold of second place. All he's got to do is just keep driving around, keep it nice and smooth, and you never know, he might walk away with second place here in this one. The 49 and the 51 tearing chunks out of each other here, but Nishwan Marshall may end up picking up the pieces if it does come to blows. He's already got one position thanks to the penalty, so the 45 now running in fourth in the standings, fifth on track. Mason Nichols also profited from that 3-second penalty. He's now up to fifth in the standings as the drivers come through down the back section of the circuit. This may be checker flag this time for Niall Bill, or they may just squeak one more lap out of this. Look over the shoulder from Samadhi Dhaliwal as the leader is going to be coming through the third hairpin now, heading towards the start-finish line. The 41, the 51 is pushing there. He's side by side. Will they turn in and give the space?
Here we go.
Here comes Marshall.
Here we go.
So Niall Bill leads and Marshall looks like it. No, he's not quite. Nishwan Marshall very nearly took position for Fradley on track, but he's going to get it thanks to the 3-second time penalty anyway. I think there's going to be some words from the clerk's office in this one. I think there may be a little bit of bumping on the slowdown lap. That's not what we want to see. I think there may be some words from the clerks at the end of this one just to try and keep the lid on everything after that one.
Callum Eves got it right. He said, just say cat grease and nothing bad will happen. We haven't said it at all.
Yeah, we've not tried it yet.
Do we want to say it though? With all this action.
I was going to say this action's making our job nice and easy because it means we've got loads of racing to talk about.
Yeah.
If we start trying to say stuff to take the action away, it's going to make our job harder. We'll have to think of things to say.
Also, there is some feedback. Oh, we miss petrol. You know, well, I'll tell you
what.
I've got a question. Okay, would you miss karting? Because the point I want to make is that, trust me, okay, there is real risk to the indoor karting industry by running
there you go,
petrol.
Finger in the air from Niall. He's happy with that one.
Yeah. And by going electric, we are very much preserving the industry. It means there will still be kart racing circuits in, I was going to say 10 years, I'm not even going that far. I'd say less than 5.
The thing for me, I'm going to be honest, when everyone says this, you know what? I get it. Like, I understand it.
No, I know it,
However,
'cause I know the legislations that's coming in. And it's we've already had air quality restrictions reduced quite significantly. It came in about 2 or 3 years ago, and there's going to be more of these coming in.
Yeah.
And it just means if you imagine a petrol car in an indoor environment, that no, it's trust me, it's we at TeamSport, we love the karting industry. It's what we do. We love it through and through.
Yeah.
And we are very much, the way we see it, we are protecting the future of it.
Yeah. So we've already had some great racing today. I think we've got a bit more to unpack. I think we're going to have a look at that start. Jem, what have you got for us there?
Okay, so we've got the first lap incident then from the Cadet final, or Cadet heat, I mean. So I'll play it through at half speed for everyone.
Yeah, because it was it all sort of broke loose the back. So, there we go. So the 48's gone down the inside. There, that's quite clearly what we know as an ABC, I think, from there.
Yeah, I can see what the driver was trying to do. I think obviously
the
they're using a lot less track to going on the inside line. It's just the outside of the circuit brought momentum, because obviously when you're coming around through the Dunlop Bridge, you're like turning the steering wheel and scrubbing a lot of speed off your tyres and stuff, so you're losing momentum down the straight. So just inside lining the car just wasn't really worth doing, you know?
Trust me, I know what it's like to be overtaken down there, as people are going to find out tomorrow. But I can see the logic in what the 48 was trying. I think there they just probably weren't quite far enough to be entitled to the space. The 53, they've just taken the race in line there, and that's where the contacts come in.
Yeah, I think from just looking at this, we can see that if 53 had looked to the right-hand side, maybe it would have been a different outcome.
Yeah.
There would have been a bit more space left for the driver on the inside. But at the same time, it's first lap incident, so there's not going to be really looking for an overtake on that certain section of the track. So it's just unfortunate how it came off. Obviously, if 53 left a bit more space on the inside, it wouldn't have been as dramatic as it was with the kart being T-boned basically at the corner. But obviously, the driver on the inside was at fault for that one.
The other sad part there is you just see the other carts caught behind it. So I think that's Ratan just behind. He's just got absolutely nowhere to go. He's just got a spinning cart in front of him, and that cost him a couple of places in there as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I can see what the drivers were trying to do.
I can see why they've gone for it. I'm going to be honest, I probably would have done it as well. But
exactly.
It's one of those. Sometimes the move works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just about knowing who you're around, and we've said it before. We said it with the last heat as well. That move for the lead we saw quite easily could have ended up like that, like the incident we just saw there. It almost demonstrated itself live for us. Yeah,
exactly. I think if the driver set it up on the rolling start slightly differently, maybe he would have had more speed when it comes to the turning point of the corner. But just obviously by the fact that he wasn't at 50% by the point where the turning was, that just saw him.
Yeah, once you committed to your turning point at that point, you can't really make any changes.
Exactly. Plus, the track is so brutal that I don't think the drivers really notice, because you can't really tell what's going on. Even when the first bit of contact's made, you don't really know if it's the track that's doing it.
Look at Jake Anders there. What a pose. Sorry I had to interrupt.
He's striking the ball.
If you're going to pose in a car, do it like that.
There's no golden opportunity for some nice photos of people, right, who sat in the carts. I don't know why they're not posing more.
Well, the grid walk now, it's effectively their opportunity to almost show themselves off, show the kit off. A lot of these guys spend a lot of, there you go, visors down,
a lot
race
of moody
face
drivers,
on.
who just put their visors down, don't even smile at the camera, no waving, taking it very, very seriously. This is Henry. He's also visor down, but fortunately it's a clear visor, so you can still see his face. So didn't really
it's not quite the same, really,
goal
is it?
There.
That's a Christmas present.
Yeah.
Tinted
there
visor.
We've got a little bit of a wave there.
Nice little design. That's Ben Hamilton there. I think one thing I quite like as well is you see a lot of drivers spend quite a bit of time on helmet design as well. Becomes quite personal at a point. There's some really good looking ones out there. I think Ben's got quite a nice one. There's a nice purple one. I think it's Jacob Akhil's It's a nice purple metallic one.
Oh, that one's Frederick Navarro. That one.
Navarro, there we go. I knew it was one. I knew it was one of the BSR drivers. I got the wrong ID there, but yeah, some really good looking stuff out there, and hopefully we get a nice, good race to analyse later on as we head towards the semi-finals.
Yeah, of course. So we'll get on with the racing now.
Yeah, so last of the heats for the juniors to get in the final instructions with Harvey at the front. Joel gets his nice artsy shot as the drivers move away to the middle, as we now get ready to go racing for the last junior heat.
He didn't get down that low as he did last time.
It's no, like, just make sure
it's just a one-off.
That's all. Yeah, one and done, yeah?
He's literally put his hip out.
We're terrible to him, aren't we? He spent, him and his team are taking all this effort to make us look really good and like we know what we're doing. All we're doing is terrorising him.
We are, yeah. He loves it as well.
Right, so juniors on the grid. It's Chahal and Anders on the front row. So the last opportunity for these juniors to influence where they're going to start for the final. They're really close to the pace car there as Ads may end up finding himself get overtaken here. But it's Chahal versus Anders as they go through here. It looks like, again, Anders has been done off the start. I think Wall... There you go, Beals backed out of it there. I think Anders has been done by 1. He's been done by 2 this time, so not a good start there for Anders.
And maybe a third.
Gone down the inside, maybe. No, that's Jacob Akhil. He's got a really good start. He's up into 3rd already. Barrington's now followed through as well, so Anders is plummeting down the order here. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts in front of him now.
It's brilliant. Oh, here we go. So, what a great start from Mason Chahal, who has been the class of the field so far. He's really built on that qualifying performance, with everybody else having to race really, really hard. In the background, we're round the hairpins, and it is driver number 8. Jacob has come so far up the field. It's like fantastic. So here we go. We're going to go over the start-finish line. We're going to get the lap times and just see exactly how far away they are. So it's 39, John Wall in 2nd, Jacob with a absolutely flying start. That's going to really help him going into the semi-finals. Henry Barrington in 4th place, Jake Anders in 5th, Ben Hamilton is in 6th place after such a fantastic heat in the previous heat. 7th place, Elliot Potter. 10th is Adam Sims and John Bolter. Casper is in 10th. Tyler Richardson, Edward Haslam, Lawrence and Ollie bring up the rear at the moment, but it seems to have calmed down a little bit. There's about a few tenths or so between most of the drivers as they come and charge down to the fastest part of the corner. That's a decent lead from Mason Chahal. He doesn't have to worry too much at this stage of the race. Seems to have it under control. That's another fantastic manoeuvre. He's come from like 5th or 6th.
Jacob Akhil from absolutely nowhere gets the move on John Wall.
He could do something here about number 17, Mason. He is really in tune with what he is doing in that kart, no doubt about that. And he's got that move lined up. He's got it perfected on all the previous drivers that he's overtaken. I think, and he's already right on the back of driver number 17, Mason Chahal. I think we're going to see another attempt at that manoeuvre. We will, but we're on the yellows, so we're not going to get a look at it just yet.
There's number 41 rejoining, so that is Tyler Richardson. He was in 11th place, so it looks like he may have come to strife. We'll have to see if someone's caught that. We'll maybe see if we see it pop up on race control. The drivers now all under yellow flag conditions. Can we just say Jacob Akhil from 7th on the grid, 3 minutes into this race, is running in 2nd place. How has he managed that in a final, in a heat that is so close? We always say qualifying is important. He's just proven you can still overtake as we go racing once again. John Wall straight away going on the offensive here from Jacob Akhil. Mason Chahal's going to want to try and run away, but it is Chahal, Akhil, Wall, Barrington and Anders your top 5 as they come over the line to start another gap. Now there's a massive gap there behind them. And we saw drivers gaining advantages under yellow. It looks like they've got a 3 and a bit second advantage there. So maybe this top 5 may be under investigation at some point. Leave that one down to the clerks and we'll talk about what we've got on screen. But Jacob Akhil looking very, very racy. Him and Chahal have already built a bit of a gap over John Wall. We've seen Akhil come from absolutely nowhere to make a move. Is this going to be the driver that can take it to Mason Chahal in this group as they go through the chicane, the 17 versus the 8 as they come up towards the top section of the circuit? They've already got a bit of a gap over John Wall, who's got Henry Barrington right up behind him. You almost think Akhil was debating a move down the inside there, but he thought better of it. Looked like he just tried to pull the cart out a little bit before they head down under the S's. Over the start-finish line once again. Lap 3 completed, 4 laps completed. On to lap 5 here as Chahal only has 4/10 of an advantage over Akhil. He ran away in the first one. He's really having to work for this one. Here is Mason Chahal. He's trying to bounce and get that car going. But up onto the top section, Akhil has an answer for everything. And there we go, Tyler Richardson, a 5-second time penalty for speeding under yellows. So he had that spin earlier on. I think he's trying to hit the gas, try and catch the pack. And all it's done is give him a time penalty for the honour of it. Akhil really tucked under the rear bumper of Mason Chahal here.
I think he's setting himself up. Look how close he is now.
Chahal's defending. He hasn't had to do this before.
It's coming. This move, though.
Akhil's going to go for it.
It's coming now, surely.
So he's not quite close enough this time. Chahal just hasn't done. You can see him looking all over his shoulders. Like, where is he? Which way is he going to go? At this point now, all this is going to do is going to bring Wald, Barrington and Anders back into this one. Akhil's looking racy here, and he's going to try and make the move as early as he can. Going through the top section here, Chahal's going to have to try and hang on for another 5 minutes here. Looks over the shoulder, he can feel Akhil breathing down his neck as they head up onto the top section. He's from 7th on the grid and he's currently running 2nd. Are we going to see a win from the middle of the grid for Jacob Akhil? You can start to see that John Wall, Henry Barrington, Jake Anders are right up behind them. So this does come to blows at the front. Expect the 3 behind to try and get in and pick up the pieces. Ben Hamilton's still there in 6th. Elliot Potter, Adam Sims, John Bolter, Casper Rabaki in P10 as Elliot Potter sets the fastest lap of 52.3. That's not surprising considering these guys are really fighting here. Chahal maybe a little bit more breathing room this time as Akhil really looking racy here. As Barrington's also looking racy against John Wall here.
I also really like what Mason Chahal is doing here because he's not really driving defensively because Jacob can't quite get absolutely onto his rear bumper. He's still got a lot of speed. Ooh, we're all over the place in the camera. There's something going on somewhere. Mason Chahal is definitely absolutely really pushing. And that's why there's just that gap. And the frustrating thing for Jacob is he can't quite get absolutely on the rear bumper. When he made all those fantastic manoeuvres earlier on in the race, he was absolutely there. And he's not. And once again, Mason looks behind and sees a decent gap. And I think it's 4 minutes to go. There's still time. But basically, Jacob needs a bit more pace. He needs to find a bit more pace at this moment in time. See if we can really get on the back bumper of Mason and then line up one of those fantastic overtaking manoeuvres that he has done so many times in the last few laps.
Yeah, so it looks like that challenge has maybe started to fizzle out. There's a couple of tenths to the advantage there for Mason Chahal this time. Looks like Barrington's having to go defensive against Anders further behind, as Anders really trying to make amends for that poor start that he's had, but it's still Jacob Akhil tucked under the rear bumper of Mason Chahal. John Wall, Barrington, Anders, Hamilton, Potter, Sims, Bolter, Rabaki, top 10 as they go through the top end of the circuit. Chahal looks like that gap maybe a little bit small. He looks over, he can see that he's not close enough to go for a move. Now Chahal just needs to drive his line. There's no point defending just yet. Akhil's not quite there. Akhil, he's still debating it. He's still trying to defend, and all that's done is brought Akhil back onto him. So he's going to try and go wide, cover him as he comes through here, so he can't get a good run out this third hairpin and get the overlap. Again, Chahal's just trying to pull his car and extract every single tenth of performance to try and stop Akhil getting on terms with him here. So round the Dunlop 2 corner into Mabley. Little bit of a bump there from Jacob Akhil on Mason Chahal. Chahal goes defensive again. Akhil trying to throw everything. He's defensive up the ramp. Mason Chahal really trying everything to keep Jacob Akhil behind him. Are we going to see the BSR driver go for a move down into the bottom section of the circuit where he's been so fast already here? So Chahal needs to try and build the gap as they go down the bottom section of the circuit. This is where Akhil's fast. He looks over his shoulder. He knows he's not got a challenge from John Wall behind. Are we going to see the move? Chahal's not going to defend it this time. Smart move there for him. But is Akhil going to find a way down the inside this time? He's, again, not close enough. I reckon this is probably going to be them coming round to start the final lap here. So if Akhil wants to try and get a BIKC heat win, he's got one last tour of the circuit to try and get it. Chahal, again, a little bit defensive through there. Not quite the optimal line, but he's not trying to give anything away to Jacob Akhil. He's going to run it down the middle of the road here. He looks over his shoulder. He knows where Akhil is. Holds it up the middle of the ramp again. Akhil really has maybe 1 or 2 opportunities left to try and make this move. If he gets a good run out of this section here, he could set him up into the first hairpin. But again, Chahal is going defensive as they go through the top section of the track. Akhil really needs to try and get on the rear bumper now of Mason Chahal, try and get a good run out the first hairpin, set him up into the second, and complete the move in the third. Chahal again goes defensive. Let's see, can he do it?
Yeah.
Chahal goes wide. Akhil's going to run him up, run along the outside. He needs to try and get a good run out of this third hairpin, but I think Chahal has just held him at arm's length. It's a fantastic fight between these 2 young drivers, but it is just Mason Chahal who hangs on. In second place is Jacob Akhil. John Waugh goes over the line in third place. Barrington comes home fourth. Anders in 5th place. Ben Hamilton comes home in 6th. That was a fantastic fight at the front between those 2 drivers. A lot of respect shown between Chahal and Akhil. 1.6 tenths was the advantage at the line, but that's 2 heat wins for Mason Chahal.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And yeah, that just gripping stuff really. And if anything, he managed to find the pace, Jacob, at the end of that. If that had happened, if that race had been another lap or so, I think we might really have seen another change. But here we go.
So I think Akhil really needed maybe another 10th or 2 in terms of pace just to get on to Mason Chahal. Chahal seemed just about having covered, but we've seen that Akhil's overtaking can be extremely feisty and extremely forceful, let's say, but it's been on the right side of it. He's been able to make good, clean moves, and he had a fantastic start at the front of this one just to get up to 3rd straight away. So we've got the last, we're getting ready to go into the last couple of heats for the cadets.
As you said, the live stream are loving that. A lot of love there.
It was a fantastic run.
Great battle.
Honestly, it was a fantastic run to come from like 7th on the grid. I think we're going to get a chance to have a look at that move in a moment. Jen, what have you got for us there?
Okay, so we've got the entire first lap then. We can just watch real quick while we wait for Adam on the grid.
Let's take it back.
So we'll watch the first lap and unpack it right here. So what I can tell is obviously good run underneath the bridge and things like that from the drivers behind. The drivers on the inside that went to the far left obviously lost a lot of speed. They let Jacob go up the inside of them. That was 2 positions gained then back from 7th, so instantly up to 3rd. Obviously we got the video then of Jacob making the move up into 2nd as well, which we'll play in just a moment. Just watching the first lap unfold right now.
So it looked relatively straightforward there. It was a good run to get up into 3rd from 7th on the grid. So that's what 4 places almost straight away. And we come down into this bottom section here, and then he's going to throw an absolute worldie on the 39 out of absolutely nowhere.
I think this one's on the next lap actually that makes the move. Yeah, he's defensive here, so he'll be on the next lap. So I'll just flip forward to that for you guys. Here we go.
We've seen a few moves down here at the 2nd hairpin now, and they do seem to be coming from almost nowhere. Because he set it up there. 39 goes to move down the inside, and he's just committed to the inside, and it's
he just flew through. He was not just overtaking. He looked like he was in a completely different class.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that the driver on the outside didn't even check over his shoulder because he saw Jacob try that the lap previously as well and just left the door open. So while I just discussed everything with you guys, we'll just play it really nice and slow so people have something to watch while they're at home. So the first lap, I think, was just right time, right place, right time for the drivers. So obviously we saw there that the driver on the outside there in the orange suit and the green helmet went too far to the left.
Yeah,
which just left Jacob with the normal racing line. So obviously going around this corner, it's compromised his entry, so his exit's worse. And that's where Jacob has the space to get the inside.
Obviously there's your move there, and it's allowed Anders has been on the outside there because he's trying to get with Waugh going through, so that's opened the gap there.
Yeah, I think with the new layout coming underneath the Dunlop
he holds the inside there as well.
Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to head back to the circuits. I think we've got some more racing. The cadets are underway here, so we're getting ready to go racing for the last heat for these guys, the second to last heat for our cadets. So Eskil Hewitt is on the front, Francesco Caro there in 2nd place, and he's got James Vout just behind. We've seen these guys already have a good fight, and now we get to see it reignited. So we come towards the start-finish line. You get ready to go here. Pace car drops the throttle. False start flag stays away as we go racing here. It's the last heat for these cadets. Last chance saloon to try and improve your positions. for the semi-finals. But it's Akhil Vyas that leads away, and it looks like Cameron Carney's there trying to make a move already on James Vout, trying to go side by side there. Just gets shuffled out. That might leave him under a threat from Harvey Ball. Not quite close enough to be able to do it, but it looks like Akhil Vyas just about got a little bit of a gap over Francesco De Caro. De Caro is now going to try and deal with James Vout just behind him as they now go through the top end of the circuit. As we're now going down, Akhil Vyas leads the way. Driver with a lot of support from Norway here, hopefully trying to do the Preston circuit proud. Qualified through from Preston. De Caro's come through from Leeds. Liverpool is rooting for James Vout. We've seen Lewis Jackson showing his support in the comms box for him watching the race, and these tops three are starting to break away here. As they now looks like we've got a good fight behind with Carney, Ball and Lottie North getting into that one as well. They go over the start-finish line to put the first lap in the book. It's Hewitt, De Caro, Vout, Carney, Ball, North, Jackson, Griggs, Ijaz and Santosh.
Slight contact there from
a little bit of a
46, James Vout, who has not held back really in letting the drivers in front know that he is there. But as ever, we've got Iskell, who's literally started from pole and made great starts in all of his heats. And at the moment, he's won every single race so far, hasn't he?
He won his first heat. He had to fight for it though.
Can he literally go home with a 100% heat record? You don't get anything for winning the heats, but hey, it'll put you on the right path to winning the final.
A heat win gives you points, and it's points that decide your grid for the semi-finals. It's your position in the semi-finals that puts you on the grid for the main event. Remember, not all of the drivers that are on track today will get to compete in the main event. We'll whittle the cadets down to the final 10 or 12, and then we'll take the juniors down to the final 16 as we get the drivers over the line once again. It's still Hewitt, half a second separates the top three. It looks like Carney there is still in fourth place with Ball just starting to fall off the back into the clutches of Lottie North. Hewitt again looks over his shoulder, just tries to see where Francesco De Caro is, as James Vout is still pretty close behind. These three were nose to tail for the majority of their previous run. So let's see what happens now. Are we going to get fireworks? It looks like behind Kai Jackson's trying to make a move on Lottie North, who's still not quite close enough to make anything stick just yet, as the drivers all come off the Mez level. 4 seconds separating the entirety of the field here as they come and file through one of the fastest corners in indoor karting. The 48 and the 53 leading the way here, just starting to build a bit of an advantage here over James Vout. So maybe a two-horse race at the front of this. De Caro and Hewitt are pushing away, trying to maybe build a gap against Vout and see if they can try and maybe have a fight a little bit later on.
So James Vout, he can't afford for this to happen. He's in third. He cannot drop back. He's got to stay with it, because if he stays, then 53 is caught right in the middle, and this is better. He's right with it. There was a little bit of a gap, but suddenly he is right on the bumper. This puts so much more pressure on driver number 53, Francesco De Caro, because he's got two things to worry about now. He's got to try and overtake, he's got to try and defend, and very difficult to do that. When you do a defensive line, it will mean that Eske will just move into the distance. Whatever happens, I think Francesco desperately needs that second place. And for James, it's really now or never. He's done some brilliant manoeuvres so far in this competition, but he really needs to make sure he maxes out the points. So it's the last chance, and that will be in their minds as well. All these drivers will be thinking, especially the 3 or 4 at the front, this is the last chance. There's too much that can go wrong. You've got to make your moves absolutely stick, but at the moment it is just pretty stationary. And again, it looks like James just drops back a little bit as you go onto the S's. See how he gets on going underneath the mezzanine, because he pulls in
right
again.
Up again.
Pulls in again. Like, it literally stretches out, but then he's right back on it when he comes to this part of the track. He probably needs to line up. This is it. Is it? He had a look.
Thinking about it.
Really had a look.
He had a look, but I don't think he had the run to be able to get side by side there.
Need a bit more.
Yeah, he just needs a little bit more, but he's not more than about half a second off the leader at the moment, even though it looks like that gap is ebbing and flowing over the course of the session. Looks like Hewitt just getting a little bit of a better run off the top section there. Carney's not too far behind this as well. So it's a second covering the top 4 as Carney sets the fastest lap of the race, a 60.904 for the driver sat in P4 as they head through the top end of the circuit. The driver from Campbell's Line in Scotland, he's had a big run down here, and he's hoping for for a big run on the 3 in front of him. Look at that. Come through the top end of the track. Nose to tail here. It's very quickly becoming a 4-car fight in May, about to become a 5-car fight as Harvey Ball from Farnborough is coming in. The young 10-year-old trying to just close onto the back of the drivers in front, but still Eskild Hewitt just holding Francesco De Caro at arm's length as they head on to the top section. Halfway through this final heat for these guys, there's one more cadet heat, and then we're getting ready to go into the semi-finals. Nose to tail for Vout. He's right on the bumper of the car. A little bit of a slide as he kicks the back end through that top hairpin before they head through the top section. But again, Hewitt just looks like they're a little bit quicker up through the top section, but it looks like De Caro's quicker as he comes through on the bottom section. So that just seems to see the gap ebbing and flowing as the guys come through over
different
the course
driving
of this
styles.
one. Yeah, very different driving styles.
Little look over the shoulder there from 48 Esther, who literally, he's spending more time looking behind him than looking in front. That is, as we've said so many times today, that is so the danger. You get kind of sucked into the pace that's going on behind you and not what you could actually set. Because all these drivers, they are driving the racing line here. Because they're in cadet karts, you don't need to come out really, really wide. You can take really tight lines. So there's less of a defensive driving that's required on certain parts of the track.
A bit of a bump.
Not saying you don't need to do that at the end of the main straight, but yeah, a little bit of contact. And again, a little bit of contact might just be enough to put some of these drivers off. It only takes a little break in concentration, and then that's it, place lost.
Yeah, so it's very tough to be racing this close for this long. But it does look like Hewitt's just starting to pull away a little bit. When I say a little bit, it's more like a tenth or two at most, as De Caro now is being pushed behind from James Vout as Harvey Ball now takes the fastest lap. Those two drivers running 4th and 5th, you just see him in the back of shot there, are currently catching in on these guys. So the leader currently running 1 minute 0.8, De Caro running 1 minute 0.9, Vout's running 1 minute 0.7. So these guys, they're pretty close as they come through the top section of the track. But it's Harvey Ball with the fastest laps. The driver in 5th place is starting to close in. So it's about to become a 5-car fight if we're not too careful here. But Hewitt just soaking up the pressure here as more and more karts are joining this fight. He's just looking over his shoulder to make sure he knows the kart are there. He's not looking over too much. He's not focused on the kart behind. He's focused on what he's doing in front and just trying to drive away. It's enough to know that he knows that the Caro's there, but not enough to try and have to defend too hard from it.
There's only one more lap after this, this is certain. Chekhov might even fall on this one, so it really is right at the closing stages here. I tell you what, Esther is really defensive. Really a masterclass in defensive driving, I think, all the way through his heats. We might have an extra lap here, I think.
Yeah,
but,
it's definitely going to be one more after this, but Hewitt has just soaked up the pressure so far. It's a very mature drive so far with one more lap to go. Anything could change here as there is now 5 karts covered by 1.5 seconds as they come over the start-finish line. Vout looks like they've got a little bit more breathing room, so if something kicks off between De Caro and Hewitt, be there to pick up the pieces as they now come through the top end of the circuit. Through the left, through the right. Hewitt again looks over the shoulder, just make sure that they know that De Caro is there, but not defending too hard as they come up onto the top section. Just like I say, defending where they need to, but not enough to slow them down and bring more drivers into this fight. It actually looks like the top 3 are starting to pull away here at the moment through the top end of the circuit as De Caro now bangs the fastest lap. There's only like half a tenth in between all of these drivers. They're all running about the same sort of pace, 1 minute 0.6, 1 minute 0.7, but it is De Caro in second place who has the fastest lap, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Hewitt again looks over, just brings the kart to the inside to make sure De Caro doesn't think about a move in towards turn number 1. De Caro tries to get the overlap into turn 2, but it's not quite enough as they now come through the 3rd hairpin. Eskild Hewitt looks like they may be about to bank a second heat win here at BIKC 23. Over the start-finish line they go. 2 from 2 for Eskild Hewitt. De Caro finishes in second place. Vout completes the top 3. Half a second separating the top 3 at the end of that. Can't ask for much closer than that, right?
Can't. Yeah, really, really close. Shame we didn't see any dramatic overtaking there, if I'll be honest, because we have seen it with these cadet drivers. But still, the opportunities did not come. It was nobody made any mistakes there whatsoever.
Yeah, it was just a very smart,
precise
Yeah, it was
race.
a very smart drive. So they clearly seem to be focused on just banking those points. Because what you don't want to do is, we've seen in heats gone by, if you make a mistake or if you have too much contact, if you end up in the hands of the Clarks, that could absolutely ruin your day. These guys just banking points, a very mature drive. That's probably the best way I can put it. Fighting hard enough to try and put a bit of pressure on the drivers in front, but not too hard that they attract the attention of the karts behind them or of the clerk of the course. So I think a mature drive from these very young drivers is probably the best way I can put that one.
Can I just take this point? It looks like we're not quite ready for next heat, because I want a really special announcement. Okay.
Oh God.
So there is, okay, a lady who, with Dave, has really supported TeamSport for years and years and years. And it is her birthday tomorrow. I just want to have a massive shout out to Rachel out there that it's happy birthday for tomorrow. Dave has already said he's got the most extravagant gifts for you. The presents that Dave has bought for, he's literally said he's spent $7.5 grand on your presents tomorrow. So I just want to say you are such a lucky lady. I can't do a big enough shout out to say also thank you for everything over the years that you've done for TeamSport. She's worked in several tracks back in the day, and yeah, a massive happy birthday for tomorrow, and look forward to those amazing presents. I think Dave said one was a trip abroad as well. Don't want to let too much out the bag, but hey ho. So yeah, happy birthday, Rachel. Right, here we go. We're now heading into on the screen, there's Sam McNally there. Lees looks mean, doesn't he? Yeah, you wouldn't want to mess with Sam McNally. You would not.
Chief of the CLOs.
The way he holds his clipboard, the way he holds that clipboard, Sam McNally. He's head of...
definitely someone not to be messed with.
Indeed, yeah.
And then arms in the air like a proper racing driver. Yeah. It's like, what's going on?
There you go. That's the pose. That's the pose, Sam. That's what we all wanted.
Oh, striking the pose there. Just showing the drivers how it's done. We've already seen some good poses on the start-finish line from some of them, but Sam, chief of the CLOs, showing them exactly how it should be done when you're not sure. He's showing the exact way you should throw your hands in the air if you're not too happy with something that's being said about you.
Indeed. That's the way it's done. So we're right down to the final few heats then, aren't we? In what have we got left? One of each, is it?
You're getting hate in here for ruining Rachel's presence and telling everyone what they're getting there. I think the person who's most annoyed about you telling her is Dave.
Why?
By the looks of it there, Dave seems to be the most unhappy person about it.
Absolutely. He's now got to go around and spend the other £7,400.
Oh man, you're killing him here, man. You're killing him.
Right, here we go. So, yeah,
so just waiting for
a few more heats.
Yeah, so we've got one more heat to run, and it's the last of the cadet heats, just to make sure the karts are all good and ready to go.
Can I just say, right, just as I said, there's two gentlemen just at the top of the screen, if you can see at home, okay? And they haven't got much hair. One of those is Steve Evans, right, the operations director. And the other one is James Rogers, the Regional Operations Director for the Midlands, okay? So this is when a big event like this happens, right? There's always a little bit of lack of communication, okay, right? So this man, Steve, is on the exec team. He's literally the head of all the ops in the UK. Yeah, then you've got James, who's also very senior in the business. They got told the wrong start time this morning. Right, so they were our car park marshals. So literally at 6:30 this morning, right, they were stood outside Warrington with nothing, everything closed, yeah, with their high visors on, yeah.
I'm wondering why not even the crew were there when they were told to turn up at 7:30.
To direct cars into their spaces that basically were never going to exist.
I think the only car that was parked at that time was Jen's because it was left overnight. Oh man, that sounds like someone stitched them up there. That sounds like a proper stitch up to me.
In an event like this, it's I just thought, yeah, hilarious. They're obviously not listening because I thought they would have had some kind
they
of...
They either are or they're just currently figuring out how quickly you're going to be removed from this commentary box and or the business. I think that's the meeting that's currently going on up there at the moment. You've got Alex from marketing saying you need to come down here and get this man away from a microphone before he says something that's going to get you in trouble.
Anyway, right, that's Akhil, who does all our social media in the pit lane there.
Yeah, you can just see the man with the hardest job in BIKC, just currently up in race control, Mr. Hislop overseeing proceedings.
Indeed.
It's got that position has a nickname in Warrington.
Yeah.
It's called Godbox. It's all-seeing.
Also, you see that shield between him and the customers. That's for this year. that's been made bulletproof. So he is safe, unless there's a sniper in the building. He's absolutely safe. No, James does a fantastic job. Yeah, do you know what his nickname is? I literally went out for dinner, right, with James and the lovely Jack, who I'm sure will be listening in, probably in the kitchen or sewing something at the moment. That's what she does a lot. And yeah, so yeah, James's nickname is Hawkeye. Hawkeye Hislop. Hawkeye Hislop. Now, he's called Hawkeye Hislop, yeah, surely, because, yeah, he sees everything. Yeah, and yeah, Hawkeye is very much up there running the show at the moment. So
well, looks like we're getting a nice little behind the scenes of how social media stuff is built in Warrington.
So here we go. Who else can we take the mick out of? Yeah, I mean, does anybody mind us taking the mick out of everybody? Well, we could talk serious about karting, or we can have a bit of a chat. The problem is when we have a bit of a chat, things usually get a bit out of hand. But hey ho. So yeah, Jack, if you're out there, just a big hello. You must be tuning in because you have to put up with a lot with BIKC at this time of year. She basically doesn't recognise. She's literally watching the screen going, "Oh look, that's what James looks like."
Why does it look like Sam? Why does it look like Sam is currently briefing all of the crew that are there and saying, "Don't do anything daft,"
yeah,
because everything that you do is going to be on the stream, and someone is going to say something about it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, it looks like you got a bit of a heated discussion going on up in race control.
Where's Ben?
It's one of the reasons why I quite like having it open there. You can see all the discussions, all the decisions.
Yeah.
Remember one year we were waiting on a decision for something. You see them all crowded around the screen trying to figure out what manner of thing had occurred before some penalties were handed out. But looks like hopefully we should be able to get karts in a moment.
So Ben Tyson's
Akhil doing his.
Where is Ben? I can't find Ben on there.
He's up in Godbox, mate.
Oh, I see. Oh, I got it.
Now, whatever we do, we're not allowed to put Akhil off while he's doing his social media stuff. That can't happen. He looks like he's like full flow. He's like working quite hard. But it's a behind the scenes look of.
Should we take the mick out of him while he's on social media?
No, it's behind the scenes look of how social media at TeamSport is done. And to be fair, having done the trap walk with him, he's actually quite good at what he does.
Yeah.
We did that trap walk in one take. No one believes me that it was one take, but yeah, we did that in one go. I think the hot lap as well was like my third or fourth lap. So
we both tried the hot laps, and it took me about 20 attempts. It took me 29 minutes to get a lap in.
Yeah, you were out there for about half an hour, of which most of that time you spent backwards at the second hairpin. I think that's why they've let me do it this year, even though it's only a lukewarm lap. Because we get another view of race control now with the CLOs up there. Just ferrying information between the guys in race control, the Clark team, and the rest of the competitors, just to make sure that we are all good. Looks like some commands being given from Mr. Hislop, double checking the state of charge of the sock of the karts, and hopefully we should be able to get these cadets in very shortly. You just see drivers there being interviewed there maybe by the guys down there, social media going off. The dancing in the pit lane with Akhil. It's always good fun. Always good fun here at TeamSport. That's one of the reasons I like. One of the things I do like about these sort of events is even though they're like quite serious, they're all really focused. It's a title everyone's fighting for.
Indeed,
everyone's here to have a laugh. Like karting is supposed to be fun. If this isn't fun, what's the point of the sport?
I'm surprised we haven't seen any drama from Emily yet, because she has a degree in drama. So why haven't we seen any drama from her? Emily, if you're out there, do some drama for us. She was on camera. She's just off. She's literally helping some of the cadets there.
Jen, save us. He's clutching at straws here.
Yeah, no, I'm struggling for something too. I'm having a little look around the cameras with you guys as well. Obviously, you can see all the cadets waiting there to go out.
Yeah, I think we've got one more cadet heat to run. We're just trying to make sure that the karts are all ready, all with enough charge to make sure we're all good to go. And then we'll start getting drivers in. You've got a lot of them with helmets on. This last heat for the cadets, it's got just the 9 drivers in it for this one. And then we should be able to go straight into the semi-finals. Now, semis is where this event really does get brutal.
We've got some predictions already. So Adele is on live stream saying Ben Hamilton for BIKC champion. I think you have to have a storming final.
Yeah, he's going to have a storming run so far.
Because he was only 7th, wasn't he, in one of his second heat?
something along that
Still riding on the semi-finals at the moment to see where everyone finishes, obviously. So I think the format that runs here is you got 2 semi-finals, obviously 3 for the cadets, and the top, I think it's 6 or 8.
8 for the 8 juniors is 8.
8 juniors.
So we
and
take
how many
16
cadets?
drivers through. I believe it's the top 3.
Top 3 cadets, yeah. So top 3 cadets, top 8 juniors will then proceed to the grand final. Obviously, your position in the grand final then is determined by your lap time. So, for example, let's say Paul in one group got a 53-second lap time, Paul in the other group got a 52-second lap time. Person with the fastest lap will start first, and then first place in the other one will start second, and it will ladder down like that. So, obviously, if you are in 8th place with the slowest lap, you will be starting last in the grand final.
Yeah, so this is where this event really does start. I always say BIKC, while it's good fun, the event format itself, in terms of knocking drivers out, it's brutal.
Especially at regional level too. Yeah, it takes a lot of drivers out of the competition, and that's what makes nationals so challenging. That's why it's such an achievement to make it here in the first place.
Yeah, so I think especially juniors, we normally end up with around about 1,000 drivers, usually in the junior category alone. Then after that, only top 24 from each site go into locals, so you're already knocking a handful of drivers out there. Then out of those 24, only 6 move forward. Then that takes, I think, 27 drivers to each regional. Then only 3 of them come forward into the nationals to get us down to like 32 drivers.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just to be on the grid is an achievement for some people, especially with very little karting experience in some cases.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we've got Eleanor, who's a DOD girl, who's been karting for like 4 months or 5 months or whatever. So that's sort of like the least amount of experience we've got with drivers here who've learned a lot as they're coming through. Obviously, shout out to the chief instructors who have worked hard with the juniors and cadet drivers at the home tracks to get them to where they are now. Obviously, I work between Bristol and Cardiff, and I've got, I think, 6 Cardiff drivers, 7 Bristol drivers. I think that's the correct math. If not, it might be the other way around. But I've got quite a few drivers here from both of my sites, so I am obviously very, very proud of them.
Not as many as Crawley, then, Jen?
No, Crawley just stormed it through. So shout out to Chrissy for the extra work that she's put in there.
Yeah, Crawley somehow 15 drivers total.
Amazing.
Then Farnborough's next best represented with 9. Trafford Park have 8. Then there's 7 for Basildon, Birmingham, Bradford and Dundee. Clyde Bank have 6 drivers, along with Leeds, Leicester and Stockton. 5 drivers for Bristol, Cambuslang, Cardiff, Edmonton, Gosport and Liverpool.
Definitely calculate that one then.
10 drivers still through to the finals out of the 2 academies. That's pretty impressive, but every single track is represented in at least one category with, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them having a driver in every single category. So that's Crawley, unsurprisingly, Farnborough, Basildon, Birmingham, Bradford, Dundee, Stockton and Cambuslang all have a driver in every class.
That happened for us last year at Cardiff. So we had Dan Clancy, who didn't unfortunately make it through this year in cadets. We had Toby, who is currently going to be in the lightweights tomorrow, who's graduated to the lightweights now from juniors last year. In lightweights, we had Luke Evans, who came to the nationals. We had Chris Ball and Neil Durrant last year in middleweights. And then we had James Wiltshire, who won the regional final for us last year as well, and made it to nationals. So obviously we had a lot of drivers last year make it through. A bit more of a challenge at regionals this year though. The regional final was held 3 years in a row at Coventry, so a lot of challenges for our drivers and stuff, that they knew the track very well then. Trying to find any sort of hidden talents or anything like that to get through was just not as easy this year.
Yeah, I think one point for quite a lot of people is a lot of the tracks to the regionals changed. So it was quite a difficult one for quite a lot of them. It's like a few of us, obviously, we kept the location secret this time, but obviously everyone sat there thinking like, oh, let's see, we can figure out which one it is. And what I found quite funny is all of our guys were trying to guess, because we were obviously trying to figure out where each track was going to be going. We all got it wrong. Like, we weren't even close.
I managed to guess mine. I was just looking at sort of the tracks in the areas, how far everything was, and what we raced last year. So I sort of guessed what mine was going to be. I guessed the tracks that potentially could have come to my home track as well, so for their regional.
Yeah, there was a couple for us. I think the majority of our guys thought that like the tracks around here would probably end up somewhere like Nottingham, maybe Sheffield. Turns out we were a couple hundred miles in the wrong direction, and we all went to Stockton. So
yeah, exactly.
a bit of a different one for us. So
you've got a lot of tracks in your location in the north and
yes,
Midlands and stuff.
I think just around here there's 5 of us. So we've got Liverpool that Lewis is championing. There's the 2 Manchesters with Trafford and Victoria, both quite well represented in this. The newly reopened Preston, probably one of the hottest reopenings we've ever had.
Who have borrowed all the Warrington drivers, just to note.
Nah, Liverpool have a couple of them as well. And then obviously here at Warrington, where you've got the national finals now. So it's quite interesting to see drivers bounding round there, and obviously 35 sites around the country. Most people probably within about an hour and a half at most of one of our sites.
Yeah, exactly. We had Dunstable was a new one on the calendar this year for the regional finals. It was in the regionals for 2020. So I did the BIKC in 2020, and I made it to regionals at Dunstable that year. And obviously, this is the first time it's come back then in 2023. So it's been off the calendar for 2 years. I don't think we had any other new tracks I can think about. It was supposed to have Nottingham, but that changed to Leeds, I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
So yeah, we had a couple of new locations come through this year.
It's all good. There's a lot of love going on for lots of drivers out there. So, yeah, there's a lot of people saying, like Adele is saying, Jude for Cadet champion. We've already said that. She also said Ben Hamilton for juniors. We've also got Brandon saying going to be time between Mason and Bobby, I think, for the juniors. Adele, yeah, Bobby's looking good, but so is Mason. Yes, indeed. Ben Sproat, as a BIKC legend of the past, this is my money is on Mason. And Adele said, well, Bobby, he's showing better attacking pace. Oh, okay. Not going to put in what Hybrid Knight is going to even kind of go there. But I want to just go back to Paul Freeman, who says, better than watching EastEnders, first time here, not the last. It's got me thinking. Like, perhaps we should start a race, and then we get to the first corner, cut it, and go boom, 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 boom.
Oh. And then come back. Happens in 2 weeks' time.
And then come back. And to see like karts in barriers and and that kind of stuff.
Join us after the break for lap 2.
Yeah, for lap 2.
Yeah, so every overtake has an ad break before it.
Yeah,
totally.
Just before the check, just like 5 minutes before the end of the final, it's like straight into an ad break for inexplicable reasons, and then it comes back and we've just missed like the overtake that decided to the title.
Adele says, will electrics be coming to Basildon soon? They kind of will be, because to my knowledge, I don't think it's imminent on the radar. But there is no doubt that we will be moving to electric everywhere. I think the plan is for 75% of the tracks to be electric by maybe the end of next year even. So it is coming very soon. So soon you will have the boost button as well, if I'll be honest. Lewis Fraser says, big up Victoria. And Simon Shire, electric to be at all tracks by the end of 25, I think. I was told. You were told well, Simon Shire. You were told well. And when they're coming to Birmingham, says Jaden. Don't know. I don't have a list off the top. Of my head.
If you knew all the dates off the top of your head, that would be quite impressive.
I know a lot, but I don't actually have a complete list. Don't chase Stockton. Stockton, I do know. Stockton being in my region. Stockton, you are at the far end of the list. So I think you're going to be either late next year, you might creep into 2025, but don't hold me to that. But I know you're not imminent. You've just had a new fleet of petrels as well as Stockton.
Yeah, it's a very rare occurrence there.
Definitely made someone very happy.
Yeah, it made one person very happy there. To be fair, I saw originally when all the electrification thing was coming in, I've been a petrol head all my life. I was brought up on two-stroke karts. Like, you have a grid of 34. You can only actually see the front 6 of them because you've got like blue smoke everywhere from the two-strokes. Originally, I was like, maybe. Like, we'll have to see. I'm going to be honest. It took me 5 laps to be converted and be like, you know what? These are sick.
And
they're really good fun.
Also, Paul says the electric karts are great instant acceleration. We're seeing that today. That the speed completely, like, will wipe out petrol karts going around these big hairpins at the far end at the end, the fastest part of the track. These electric karts are so much faster going through that section of a track. It's great. Yes, keep Stockton last. We'll come on Trafford. Oh, yeah. Trafford's having their electric karts this afternoon.
I think someone's in there plugging them in now.
Yeah, they are. They'll be in by 3 o'clock. So, Trafford's way down the list as well, kind of thing. So we're trying to do it kind of regionally. So in each region, that petrol is like still around. So like Newcastle just gone electric. We have Stockton petrol. We've got Cambuslang in Scotland, which is petrol. Clydebank electric. Trafford petrol. Manchester Victoria electric, because it has to be electric because it's underground. It's got no windows, so it has to has to be electric. So, but they will all go electric soon. But just to reiterate, you know, I'm an old school karter. I was literally, well, I was in this industry. Oh, let me tell you a story about the war. When I was
about ye olde days.
In 1990, when I joined this industry, there was only 6 go-karting tracks, and I love petrol tracks through and through. But I am totally convinced that electric is not only the future, but they're fabulous karts to drive. The first time I really felt it was I went down to when Brighton had their new fleet, which was probably about 12.
Fleet of of these, wasn't it? One of the first GTs.
12, 18 months ago, I drove that track, and I used to be I used to be GM of Brighton many moons ago, and they were epic. But anyway,
they're so much fun.
I'll tell you what's also epic. This competition, because we got a race on.
Yeah, last of the heats now.
Last of the heats, so here we go.
Really, last chance saloon to try and improve your chances for
last chance saloon, and we've got the kind of favourites. All the drivers in here. There's a lot of banter going on. We got Luca, we got Rory Hamilton. How much banter's been here? We go round and on to start-finish line. Are we going to have a nice, clean start for the last of the cadet heats? We're looking like it's very slow. And we're kind of zooming in. There's a lot of, away goes it. Now, we should have karts on the screen at this point. The pole sitter really is.
Yeah,
it's a false start. And that just kind of totally just went wrong, really, very early on.
I think it was probably a combination of really slow and the guys at the back are a little bit too far behind. So
bit too much caginess there, with drivers there having to accelerate and brake, and brake. I think the pace there was way too slow. There's even drivers making contact now with each other just underneath the flyover there.
This can be the thing with a rolling start. Like if the pace at the front and like the second and third karts aren't consistent, you find that move forward, jumping on the brakes, stopping, jumping on the brakes, it can just cause a concertina effect at the back. But what this means as well now is that these guys are effectively losing about 2 minutes of the race. That seems to be what an extra pace lap seems to be costing us at the moment, about 2 minutes to try and get everyone back round. But just going back to the grid, if you look at the drivers who've been here before, a lot of the top seeds are actually in this heat. So Rory Hamilton finished 3rd last year, then Ben Hunt finished 4th. Aaron Fugter finished 9th. He's in this heat, and then you've also got the likes of in the other ones you've got Jude Pudford, Callum Carney, Theo Thomas. They all had good runs last year. James Vout in 19th and Sam Ardeep as well in 21st. So this one really, if you look at who was here last year, this is the stacked grid with effectively the top 3 seeded drivers on track together through their heats, and that could make it a little bit more interesting. We get towards the semi-finals. Effectively becomes a game of musical chairs, and at some point someone's going to be left without a seat in the main event.
Absolutely. Right, let's see if we get a better stab at the start on this occasion. They're going a little bit quicker. They need to stay with the pace car is what went wrong last time. So Adam is driving around there, and the pole sitter Luca trying to be very strategic. A bit of kind of F1 kind of restarts going on, I think, on the last lap there, where you are allowed to do this, but this looks better. Let's see when we get the main shot. They're at least they're behind. We've got to start. It's off. Green. Here we go. 48 Luca is leading. We've got 51 Rory Hamilton right behind. Is there going to be any real moves in the first couple of laps where everybody's absolutely bumper to bumper? A little bit of contact going through the corner there, going onto the up ramp, looking at the inside there. Rory had a big look down the inside. If he does go through, we're going to have to say it. One of us is going to have to say it.
Someone's going to have to get
One of us will have to do it. Ben Hunt there in 3rd place at the moment, with Max in 4th, then Bertie, Matteo, Ferris, Sophie and Ape at the back at the moment, coming round past the pit lane. Here we go.
Yeah, down the back straight here. Batuev looks like we've just got Hamilton at arm's length. The top 2 again, just starting to build a little bit of a gap. These two have fought all day through qualifying, through heat 1, and Hamilton looks like he's trying to go for it around the outside. If he's going to make the move, he's going to try and do it early by the looks of it. Batuev goes a bit defensive on the inside. This could bring Hunt into here. Some very famous racing names, Hamilton and Hunt, fighting at the front. And then you got Luca Batuev trying to hold them both behind over the line to start the 3rd lap here of this last heat for the cadets, the third and the sixth and final heat that we're going to see for the cadets. After this, it's just into the semi-finals. Hamilton's going to go down the inside. He's looking for it. Batterweb slams the door in his face. There's no gap there for him.
We were both going to say it there, Tom.
You were thinking about it.
We were both thinking it.
I think Hamilton was thinking about it as well, but it looks like they've still got a bit of a gap here on Ben Banahovic just behind in fourth. Hodgson, Ehrenfeuchter, Pelk, Curry and Palmer are your runners and riders here, but you can just see Batterweb and Hamilton, the tap on the back of the helmet. That's like, come on, let's build a gap and then let's start fighting.
But will you do the same? Because they did that last time.
They started to work together in the first one. There you go. Hamilton's definitely not going to.
He's not
interested in working together.
No, he wants to get on with it.
You can say he's thinking about working together, but I'm going to get in front of you first, and then we'll think about it.
It's all right for the pole man to say that. To say, hey, let's all work together, because it's all in his interest to do it. And at this stage, Rory Hamilton's definitely got a pace advantage over 48 Luka Batterweb at the moment. Oh, a little bit of contact.
He's thinking about it.
Little bit of contact, and they're all taking slightly different racing lines around here, which is a good
Hamilton
sign. And
goes tight.
Contact again.
Slamming the door again. Batterweb's really defending hard here. Hamilton just looks like they're going to try and open up the door, and Batterweb just slams it back in their face. So through the top section again, top three, all nose to tail. Banahovic still there in fourth place with Hodgson and Ehrenfeuchter close behind. Still watching the fight for the top three as Batterweb just looks over his shoulder. He sees that Hamilton's still there, knows that he can't afford to make a mistake here. Last of the heats, remember, Hamilton won the last one. If Batterweb can win this one, it'll tie them on points again. Hamilton looks down the inside, but he's not close enough to go for it. He's trying around the outside here, but Batterweb again is wise to it, just gets enough of a run as the top three now head through the bottom end of the circuit to complete yet another lap here, over halfway in this, the final heat of the day here at TeamSport Warrington, as they come over the start-finish line once again. Batterweb keeping it to the inside.
Hamilton's got to be so careful, because Hunt is, because you can just see his driving's just tightened up a little bit. He was so much faster, and he's
Batterweb throwing his hands up. Maybe it was a little bit of a touch on the way through there, but I think Hamilton just backed out of it to make sure that there wasn't a run.
Like, leave me alone. It's, I don't think Luca's going to get put off by that. He's looking behind, but he's very smooth, isn't he? Super smooth driving there, which is exactly what you need in this particular scenario. Sophie Curry with a fantastic lap time there.
Yeah, fastest lap for Sophie Curry. She's running in 8th place at the moment, so she's certainly not lacking for pace at the moment. Watching the top three at the moment as Batterweb looks over the shoulder. Hamilton just about thinks about jinking out. You can see Curry is right up behind Pelt there for 7th place. We're watching the fight at the front. Batterweb again. Hamilton looks like they were thinking about a move down the inside there with the third hairpin, but not quite close enough to go for it. Time is starting to run out for Rory Hamilton. He's been third twice in BIKC. He's currently running second at the moment. He's got one heat win to his name, and he's going to try and make it 2 from 2 here. He's got a 2/10 gap to try and claw over Luka Batterweb. He keeps going for that tighter run on the way out of there. I think he's going to have to try and think about making the move somewhere else. We've seen a lot of drivers confident about making a move up the ramp, and they've just tried to go for it and ran out of pace to do it. I think what he's going to have to do now is try and set it up maybe into that run of hairpins towards the end of the lap. He's tried that move a few times now. It's not worked. Batterweb's wise to it. He needs to try and change tact if he wants to try and get this place.
Totally, and he needs to change tack and also worry about what Ben Hunt's going to do. He can't just move wide on different parts of the track. And down there, we haven't seen any overtaking the cadets down into the fastest part of the track, which is really surprising. We do get a few moves usually in BIKC. But hey ho.
Here we go. There's a good fight behind here. That looks like Banahovic has lost 2 places. So Max Banahovic has lost 2 places.
Wasn't it, moving up?
So that's the 53 of Bertie Hodgson. I think Ehrenfeucht has moved up as well. Banahovic has lost 2 places.
Wow.
As the leaders now are still getting nose to tail, so it's all kicking off behind. Meanwhile, Hamilton, again, he's still thinking about that move down the inside, but Batterweb is just wise to it.
He just knows. He just had to take a slightly tighter line coming out of that hairpin, and that move is off. But if he's focusing so much on that move, if Luka knows that that's the place, try it somewhere else. Try it somewhere else. It'll really, put the cameras and pictures a little bit in this race, because it is a little bit kind of first, second, third, and we want some overtaking, don't we? We've seen some really classy overtaking with
Hamilton's proved he can do it. He's proved he can do it. So
he's still having a look.
he's still debating about it. I think he needs to really focus on trying to get a good run out of that first hairpin to set him up into the second and third. But if he keeps trying to focus on going for the move at the bottom of the ramp, I can't. Bit of an overlap there. Nearly got a run on him, but Batuev again just had the pace to match him. This is going to be the last lap of the heats for today. It's going to be the last lap of the heats for these young drivers as Curry now makes up a move. She's into 7th place. We're watching the leaders here. Is Hamilton going to try and go for it again? Yes, he ducks out, but Batuev's got enough pace. Now he's really, again, running out of time here. But Hamilton's got to be careful, because if he makes a move and it doesn't come off, there's a very real chance that Hunt could come through and take the pair off him. We've seen it done before in cadets. We've seen it in the juniors as well. But Hamilton really running out of time if he wants to try and make it 2 from 2 here. He's had 1 heat win already, but he's sat in 2nd place with Luka Batuev, separating him from a 2nd heat win. Over the shoulder looks Batuev. He's not quite close enough to go for it now. On the rear bumper does Hamilton. Batuev slamming the door once again.
It's now or never.
It's now. If he doesn't get it now, all looks like it comes Hunt. Hunt's trying to get into it. Down the inside of the last lap. Contact was made. Last lap saloon. Hamilton comes down the inside.
He's going to do it.
I think we'll have to have a look at that one there. But on the last opportunity, Hamilton takes it. That he waited till the last possible second to try and make that move.
My life is complete. I said it.
Oh man, I really didn't. I thought he'd run out of time there, but fair play, Rory Hamilton. He found the move right at the end.
With a real sting in the tail. Right, we're going to go. I'm looking over to my director in the background, because we are going to go over to the studio and we're going to catch up with Lex and Will.
Awesome, guys. Thank you very much, and welcome back to Trackside with me and Lex. And as you can see, we're joined with Jacob from Total Karting Zero, or formerly known as Total Karting Zero, now known as Global Karting League.
Is indeed, yes.
So, Jacob, what I'd like to know today, so we've got some great prizes on offer, and you guys are the main sponsor this year. Just want to kind of let the viewers know what's up for grabs.
So some great prizes on offer for the top 3 today. So we've got a few things. The winner's going to be taking a fantastic prize, which is a complete entry to the 2024 National Level Championship with Global Karting League, which is an awesome opportunity. For the driver who finishes 2nd, they're going to get a free race entry to one of the rounds next year. And for 3rd place, they're going to get free entry to a test day with us again in 2024.
That's awesome. For those who don't know what Total Karting Zero is or Global Karting League, everyone has to look at that now to make sure we get it right.
It's a bit confusing.
For someone who's never heard of it, just explain what it is and the differences between this and that.
So Total Karting Zero was set up to help provide a more affordable pathway for young drivers to help reach the top of the sport. Along with that, we've realised a very big dream of the company over the last few weeks to take that initiative global and make that dream even more achievable. So it's to help find some talent that comes from a background that might not necessarily have had the opportunity prior to the existence of this championship. It's essentially an arrive and drive experience. We provide the karts. All you need to do is turn up with your racewear, ready to get in the kart and give it a go. Races of the championship across the UK. It's outdoor karting. It's still in electric karts. We've got high-powered electric race karts. They're on Birrell chassis, as you'd expect a race kart to look. Open wheel, fresh air feeling with those, and all the adrenaline that you get with racing. So it's really a transitional from indoor karting, and we have products that kind of suit people that have less karting experience and really help them guide through the product until they reach the top of that at a national level.
Mention some of the tracks that you race at, because there'll be some people that will be familiar with them.
Yes, of course. So next year, for example, we're going to Shennington, which is just north of Oxford, Wilton Mill, which is a similar location, Hooton Park, which is not too far from us right now, and then further down south as well, we've got places like Buckmore Park. We're even taking a trip to Wales at GYG. So there's real bucket list tracks for a race driver on that list as well.
Yeah.
And just for anyone that does want to check you guys up online, website address?
Website, you can still find us through the totalkartingzero.com website. That will direct you to where you need to go, or you can go for globalkartingleague.com as well, and all the information that you need will be on there on how to take part, enter, or register an interest.
That's phenomenal.
Awesome. So obviously, when these guys come off track today, they're going to be full of excitement. With them being so young, how would the transition to Total Karting Zero progress for them? How, what would it make? What differences would it be for them? Because for some of them, they may have never done this before, and now they're going so suddenly to something.
So what we can do to make their life easier is as you are probably well aware, with electric karts, you can turn the power up and down very easily. And what we tend to do for drivers that come to us with a lower level of ability experience, we start the karts on a lower power mode, and as they show that they can handle that power, we increase it gradually throughout the day. Till the end of the day, they're flying around at top speed with the top power available to them. So it really helps with that period of adjustment from one to the other. You're not going straight in full whack with a kart that can hit around 70 miles an hour, which is obviously a big difference and quite daunting for a lot of parents as well, that their kids would make that leap.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Can I just get your take as well? So we just watched that last race, and it was pretty close, right at the end there,
that was
last
awesome,
overtake. What do you think of that standard of karting?
I mean, every race I've seen today, in particular, this is probably the best view I've had of a race down actually on trackside. It's all been very close, seemed very fair, bumper to bumper racing right up until the checkered flag. So it's been great to watch. I think that was a quality move pulled off at the end there. It was. Hopefully the race directors don't disagree with me and make me eat my words. But yeah, it certainly looked like a great move, and it's been a great standard of racing.
I'm sure it'll get looked at. I'm sure there'll be something to say.
Yeah,
quite excited.
I think there
I'm sure the comments are going to be going off with it. Very quickly, need to say happy birthday to Rachel Percy. Happy birthday, it's Rachel's birthday.
Rachel's birthday. Happy birthday,
Happy
Rachel.
birthday.
And we've also got Hannah Noland as well. Happy
Noland.
birthday, Hannah Noland. She's 35 today.
35.
Happy birthday, Hannah.
Any more birthdays, get them in the comments. Get in touch with us. Yeah, I guess we may as well hand back to the commentators. Thank you, Jacob. We'll see you soon. We'll see you. Are you presenting anything later? Are you
I'll be around for presentation at the end of the day. So.
You'll see him then. But for now, let's hand back to Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are just in the part of this where we are warming up for the semi-finals. So every driver obviously will score points for all the heats that they have done, and that will equal a grid position. I'm just looking. I can see the clerks of the course. Bieber was dancing then. Ben Saviour up there was even dancing. So perhaps they don't have many appeals to look into, but that's what's going on at the present moment in time. All the scores will be added up after any appeal has gone through, and then we will come out with the grids of what will be running in the semi-finals. So it now gets incredibly more serious, because whereas now we have seen drivers racing for position, and we might still see a little bit of that. Would there be drivers out there who'd be content just to get in the final, or would the mindset be, not just content to be in the final, I want to be further up the grid so I can win the whole competition? So we're going to have to see exactly kind of how the driver's going to play out. But usually, using BIKC experience from the fourth time we are running this, is that there is a lot more going for gaps, because the drivers will know, we've been running this competition a few years, as I said earlier on today, that it is so much easier to win this competition if you're starting the final from either first or second position.
Yeah, one driver who definitely wasn't content with a position there was in that last heat. I think now we've got a bit of analysis on this one, so let's bring Jen in on this one. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so obviously we got the last lap overtake that everyone's been waiting to see. So obviously we'll play it back now for you guys.
Right, so let's take it through at half speed here. So Batuev's looked over his shoulder. It's the 51 we're looking at here. So he's gone out there. You know what? I'm erring on the side of firm but fair here.
Yeah, I think it was a flawless overtake.
The point you've got to really look at here is the point where Batuev turns in. So you're looking. We normally have in karting, it's the 50-50 rule. It's known as the 50-50 rule. At the point where the driver commits to the turn-in, you want to make sure that you're halfway alongside. And from what I can see there, it's
definitely more than halfway.
It's there or thereabouts.
Exactly.
So at that point, you can...
Tom, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver.
I believe the quote is you no longer go for a gap that exists.
Well,
and from what we can see there, that is a gap that exists.
Exactly. I think the one thing that didn't help the driver in 48 was they took the hand off the steering wheel. I think that's a lapse of concentration during the final corner. So
good spot,
obviously,
Jen.
if we go back here, we can see the driver taking the hand off the wheel. So I'm not sure what they're doing, just adjusting.
So it looks like they're trying to
visor.
adjust the helmet. So it looks like they're trying to adjust the helmet at the front there.
So if we look at this a little bit slower again, look how long this driver is sort of blindsided of vision. So he's completely out of the fact that there's a driver right behind him.
He's just taken the racing line. He's looked over to the left, so he knows the car is there, and he's just not expecting Hamilton to have thrown it down the inside.
It's a great move.
Yeah, like I can fully see why you could look at it and be like, you know what, there's contact made, but at that point, the 51's down the inside. The 51 is entitled to a kart's width. And the 48, from what we can see there,
I think if
probably
we look
hasn't
as
given them
well,
that
we can
space.
see that the 48 doesn't actually turn the steering wheel out of the overtake at all. So obviously we see that he's alongside completely at this point here. If you look at the steering wheel of 48, there's no movement whatsoever to turn out of that move and give the driver space. I think if he gave the driver space and no contact was made side by side, he actually would have kept his foot in the door had they moved on the next corner.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a good chance, we've seen it before and we've spoken about it before, that it takes a lot of, when you're trying to race around an indoor track, you really have to know the driver that you're overtaking as well and trust that they're going to leave you the space as much as you need to leave them. And had the 48 there probably left that little bit of space, if they'd have stayed side by side there through into the third hairpin, they'd have quite easily held that move there.
Exactly. It's all about like kart positioning, and I think if they had the sort of momentum around the outside, again, they had great positioning 48. If he turned out of that, he would have been at that wall quicker than the other driver, and he would have had the inside line ready for that corner.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times where
48 is going for a late apex on that.
Yeah, they're just taking the racing line.
Such a late turning.
They're just taking the standard racing line, but maybe just slightly opening the wheel just to. They both think it's Stella's fault.
But yeah, if we penalise that,
I think it'd be interesting to see how the Clarks view that one. I think the decision in the comms box, if that was us, we'd probably go down the line of play on effectively.
Yeah, I would have either just said it was racing incident or anything like that. It could have been avoided. I don't think the driver on the inside had anything to do with the contact in that situation. I think it was driver on the outside. Could have just backed out of that move, and again, they would have kept the position if they opened up the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those. That's why we have a Clarking team, and that's why we're in here. We just talk about the moves, and they're the ones up there. They make all the decisions.
Exactly. We view it completely differently when we're in the go-kart. You know, when we're racing and all the adrenaline's going through us. To the driver that obviously got hit, I think that might have seemed like it was a bad move, and obviously that there wasn't any space given there or anything.
Yeah.
I think it was a fair, clean move. It's viewed differently to when you're in the car, and obviously to spectators as well. If you watch it from a different angle from what we've just seen, it probably looks a lot different as well.
It's the old adage that hindsight's 20/20. Like when you're in the moment, it's like, what manner of thing is happening here? There's someone trying to move my cart. But when you look back at it, it's like maybe if it had been done this way, then it could have ended a little bit differently. But it all comes down to experience. Really, we've seen with like the juniors, they've had moves like that where it probably wouldn't ended the same way. We saw a good one between Bobby and John Wall earlier. Jack Clayton. It was almost a carbon copy of that, but it showed us what would happen if the space wasn't left there. So I think it's really interesting to see, and hope, and it can sort of be like an almost an education for me really of how to race, because I think me and you are going to prove at some point that there's a reason we talk about racing and we don't actually get involved in it.
Yeah, I think one thing would be helpful for spectators to know as well, obviously, with the VAR team, it hasn't been mentioned as much this year, but when we're looking at overtakes and obviously driver positioning and stuff, we're not actually just looking at the move itself. We're looking at body movement, body language, where the head's looking, where the steering wheel's going. So we're not just looking at the overtake itself, we're looking at everything else around. The lead up to it, the setup to it, what the driver's thinking, what the driver's doing. Obviously, again, you can see where the contact's being made by how the driver's moving. So again, it might seem like something's happened, but we can see that obviously based on the movement and stuff, it's not that way.
I also think as well, it's quite interesting to see through quite a lot of the regionals, looking at like the team that have been doing it, quite a lot of the people doing VARs of races themselves, which I think, to be fair, it sort of helps. It gives them that little bit of an extra input to be like, okay, I can see why they've maybe gone for a move down there, as opposed to somebody maybe just runs general everyday racing like we normally do. It helps to have races in certain positions. It's almost like the driving standards observer in Formula One. It's normally an ex-driver that's been part of it, so having that sort of input sort of helps as well.
Yeah, so last year we had Molly, who was on VAR, who's done Formula Woman and other karting events as well. This year we have Jono on VAR. I think we have another person on VAR, but I'm not sure their name is, so I'm so sorry for not mentioning you. But Jono is a driver who races in Club 100 and BUKC, so he's a very good driver, very talented driver as well. Obviously he races at Coventry. He is the chief instructor there. So obviously if you guys have met him before, you'll know he's a good racer.
Jack is also the other VAR.
It's Jack that's the other VAR. Sorry, I did not realise who it was.
There we go. Now they get the shout out.
Someone else. I knew it was someone else. I didn't know who it was though.
Now we get the shout out as well. So I can see drivers heading into a kart, which means to me there's a good chance that we've got a grid in here. If we go and do some digging. The bonus of having the full timing software available to us in the commentary box here, we can start seeing different stuff in here. So that looks to me 49, just jumping in the cart.
See, that's what an overtaking manoeuvre does. Like, I've just seen the grid.
Yeah,
I've just seen the grid.
The grid here for the first of the semi-finals, it quite literally is going to get rather interesting. Do you want to take us through,
Yeah,
Russ?
why not? So let's go. Where should we go? Let's go from top to bottom. I'm not going to keep you in suspense. It's not EastEnders, is it? You know what I mean? I'll start at the top. I'll start at the top.
Dun, 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 dun.
Right, so first of all, driving car 48 in pole position will be Rory Hamilton. Indeed, second on the grid, resuming battle is Luka Batchev. Third on the grid, we've got Samaddeep will be in third. We've got Callum in fourth. We've got Matteo in fifth. We've got Max in sixth. We've got Theo in seventh. We've got Sophie in eighth. We've got Hasbin in ninth. We've got Elena in 10th. That is going to be the grid. I'm just seeing there's a bit of activity on race control, so let me just... one for commentary. Oh, when they start a message like that, come on. Okay, so yes, we've already said, in actual fact, they're trying to do our job. Like, just focus on what you have got to do. Rory versus Luca, yeah, round 3, yeah, we know, we've just said it, in actual fact. So the battle, I get the feeling that if Rory had not have pulled that move on Luca in the heat that we just saw, then those positions would effectively be reversed.
Yeah, had that not have happened, it'd have probably been a tie on points, actually.
It's important because that would mean that, because effectively, if Rory can win this, it will definitely push Luca down to third or fourth on the grid for the final. And he by that making that move in the last heat, he might be essentially, if he can get to the checker flag here, removing a rival potentially or making it very difficult for Luca to win it. So I think that overtaking manoeuvre, however great it was, and the more I see it,
very crucial one.
The more I see it, the greater it looks, is absolutely crucial.
Yeah, I think the correct line is firm but fair. Right. So from what we see there was clearly space there, and it was very good vision to try and spot it. But had he not have made that move and Luke had taken the win, they'd have been tied on points, and he'd probably ended up in either in a different semi-final or maybe a little bit further down, because the bonus of him being there is because he's won two out of 2 heats, hence why he's straight on pole position. But it's going to be interesting now. You've got a few drivers I would almost say out of position, that really need to try and make some moves in this one to try and effectively keep their BIKC journey going. So just got the last of the drivers making their way into karts, and once we've got them all, looks like that's Max Banahovic jumping in. We should be able to get the first of the semi-finals off and running. And remember, we've still got the semi-finals for the juniors as well, so 5 semi-finals to run. These races now are going to be a little bit longer, so they're going to be 12 minutes long, so maybe an extra lap or 2 compared to each of the sessions that we've run earlier.
A lot of people saying that if that gap was there, they would have gone for it. It was a racing driver's gap.
I think I'd have gone for it.
Really, really was. And yeah, indeed, we should go pay-per-view.
We should go pay-per-view. The problem there is
what a great idea.
We actually want people to watch BIKC though. Imagine someone paying to listen to us.
Indeed. Yeah. How much? Let's put out there. How much would you pay to tune into this today? Because then
I think you've got more people who pay not to listen to us. They want pay-per-view. They want proper commentators. They want a David Croft, an Alex Jakes, a Jake Sanson, something like that.
Also, Paul Freeman, Russ sounds like Jason Plato. Unfortunately, I do not drive like Jason Plato.
Oh, no.
Touring car legend is...
Jason Plato's cleaner than you. Jason Plato drives cleaner than you as a touring car driver.
So be streamed on TV. It is streamed on TV. Dom, the CEO, has just walked in and said, I would not pay to listen to you two idiots.
That he's got to pay to listen to
he's
the pair
got
of
to.
us.
Oh, sorry.
He is paying. Yeah, he is paying to listen to the pair of us, which just proves the exact point. It just proves the point.
Dom, is this a bad time to ask for a pay rise? Can we put it out there whether we and Tom deserve a pay rise?
Oh God, no. Right, thankfully we got carts heading out onto the circuit, so we can stop you digging a hole before we have to book your flights back from China. So...
we got some responses. Really appreciate the commentary and the overtakes analysis. Good, yeah, the overtake Jen is awesome.
Chuck it on Sky Sports F1. It's better than the F1 racing half the time. I'll say that. The thing to remember here is the racing we've had today has been extremely close. It's been really hard fought, and especially in the cadets, these are some of the youngest drivers that we're going to see. Yep. Most of these drivers are right on the start of their journey in motorsport, between the ages of 8 and 12, the juniors between 12 and 16. Like, these are all really young drivers, and they're putting on a massive show. They're racing better than, as some people have put it already, drivers who've got a lot more experience than they do.
Absolutely.
It's almost like watching drivers maybe at a world championship level, seeing them that close. So it's almost a testament to how good some of these guys are.
Driving skills are driving skills. The driving skills they're gaining by doing this will serve them well in any form of motorsport. That, you know, hopefully we'll see some of these drivers move on to single-seaters and start going up the motorsport kind of ladder kind of thing. And you know, this is, you know, you get the best racing drivers in the world, and they have that racing class kind of thing. They know, you know, exactly what is a move, what isn't a move, and it's you know, for me the most dangerous sector of Formula 1 is the stepping stones going up.
Yeah,
GP2 is like, you know, on the cusp of Formula 1, and it's like, it's some of the moves that go on is incredible. But anyway, here we go. We actually do have a semi-final to run, and this is mouth-watering, isn't it? After what we've just witnessed, okay, in the heats, to have these two drivers, you know, this could be revenge time for Luca, if I'll be honest, because, yeah, he probably in his mind thinks that, you know, he should have really won that race. He led every single corner apart from the last one, pretty much. Let's see what happens. Is it going to be a clean start? It looks good. It looks really, really good. And Rory Hamilton takes a little look behind him. But he is safely through into the lead at the moment. No real pressure coming on. There's a little bit of a gap there between himself and Luca. No need to go defensive just yet, but he goes around the middle of the track on the up ramp. Luca Batrev, let's see. We've seen all the defensive driving coming from him all the way through. Let's see how he goes about his business here, because he's easily into the final here. But if he wants to be the British Indoor Karting Champion of 2023, then he really needs to think about making a move on Rory and going through and winning the semi-final and lining up on the front row of the grid for the grand final. And once again, slightly different lines there going through. And once again, we've got a very difficult, very wide, takes a very late apex. That's what he did when he lost out on the last lap. But what it does, the reason why he does it, it gives him much more speed going down the S's. The problem is he can't really do much with that speed, especially when Rory is taking such a tight line going underneath the flyover. The gap's just gone up. Luca at 0.166. And also Luca take a little glance behind, because the last thing he wants after losing out in the last heat there is to go backwards and end up third, because suddenly then the hopes of becoming British Indoor Karting Champion suddenly disappear unless something really dramatic happens in the final. Here we go, coming down the ramp once again past the pit lane, and Rory Hamilton, he's not really pulling away, has to be said. The gap is really steady here. I wouldn't say it's quite bumper to bumper, but it's not a million miles away. Here we go, tight line once again from Rory, and this is the corner, isn't it? And very defensive, already defensive from Rory, and he might be locked into a defensive drive all the way through here.
Yeah, so really, we'd already know that Rory Hamilton, when they're overtaking, takes absolutely no prisoners. And Luca Batrev already knows that, having raced them just previously, but the pair of them still locked nose to tail. Now, as we said, these drivers effectively fighting for a position in the semi-finals. Finishing first in this will guarantee you a spot in the top 3. Then finishing second, you'll start between positions 4 and 6, so it can really affect how your main event is going to go if you can make 1 or 2 positions in this race. And Remember, there's quite a lot of drivers who are going to be left without a seat at the end of this one, but still, it's Hamilton, Batoev, Dhaliwal, Carney currently occupies 4th place. Aaron Voigta is just behind. You just see the 49 trying to put a bit of pressure on the 57 in front. But it's still Hamilton versus Batoev. Look over the shoulder. The 48 still knows that Batoev's there, but he's not quite close enough to have to try and defend. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if Batoev can return the favour here.
Yeah,
so
here
Hamilton
we go,
put an
side by
absolute
side.
So thinking about it, he's left himself open there to Dhaliwal there, maybe trying to get into it. Hand goes up, just adjusting that helmet once again as they head down towards the bottom end of the circuit. Hamilton is just going to have to try and defend for all he can do, or maybe try and see if he can open up a gap as they head up towards the top section of the circuit. Top 3 separated by just 7/10 of a second. So it's the 48, the 59, the 53 heading through the top end of the circuit. Hamilton still just soaking up the pressure from Luka Batoev at the moment as they go around the top section. The top 3 really seem to be in a class of their own at the moment. It's these 3 that are definitely going to have a position in the main event. It's going to be interesting to see who is left without a seat when the music stops. It's the 57 currently sat in 4th place, but they've got Aaron Voigta tucked up behind.
Lucas closer.
Just a little bit defensive there from Hamilton. Everyone's looking really racing behind. You've got Aaron Voigta
Look at this, virtually alongside him there.
He's trying to go around the outside there. If he gets a good move down the inside, if he can get it down to the inside, maybe get a run. He's not close enough.
I don't think he's going to do it there, Tom. I don't think he's going to do it.
It's a tough one to do. You effectively have to try and cross over and get a good enough run coming out of the corner to go down the inside through the S's. It's a tough move to pull off, but it can be done. It's just going to take a lot of setting up from Luka Batoev, who wants to do it there.
Little tap from Luka there. Just let me know I'm still here. I'm going to be here for the rest of the 7.5 minutes left of this first semi-final in the BIKC 2023 for cadets. And once again, here we go. I mean, all these drivers, it must be so difficult. There's already a comment on the live stream saying, like, the pressure that's going on here. And there is high pressure, but this is high stakes. This is national final time. You know, this is not locals, this is not regionals, this is absolutely
this is where it counts.
Top end.
Batoev again, he's round the out, he gets a good run out of the first hairpin.
Yeah, he loves that.
Just isn't able to make anything of it. Hamilton's just holding him arm's length around the outside. And as long as he can do that, if he can park the nose of the cart on the apex, there's absolutely nothing Batoev can do about it. So he's got to try and make sure that when they're coming through, he can get a good run coming out of one of the corners. It's good having a run on the way in, but he's got to try and make sure that he's got a run on the way out. That's where he's going to get the move done. But Hamilton going a little bit defensive, going up the ramp as they go through the left, as they come up the ramp again, through the right-hander, thread it through. Here we've seen people trying to go for a move through that section of corners there. Maybe if you can time it right, you might be able to pull a move out of that hairpin, but 6 minutes to go. Batoev's sort of running out of time here.
And just remind everybody, we're after the top 3. So that's what top 3 we are after. We are going to put through the fastest 4th place to make a 10-kart grid. But we are after... Tom's wondering how I know that.
Yeah, just in race control, like I was asking there. So the 3 drivers occupying the place.
Look, here we go.
Left the door open. For it. Left side by side. Batoev's been caught napping.
Yeah.
Still side by side. He's just managed to get it back in.
He's very, very lucky there because he put all the eggs in the basket of trying to get past Rory, leaving the door wide, wide open. My goodness, how many times have we seen position changes when that has happened in the past at BIKC? All these drivers, just top 3 that we're looking at, that have pulled away, they are about 1.2 seconds away from the 4th place driver. They are all confirmed finalists, but with so many semi-finals, but you have to remember that second place, it might even be 4th, it might even be 5th, might be 6th on the grid. So that's why these drivers have got to race. You know, I don't think that there's any kind of that you can't hold back here. You've got to give it your all. You have to. And here we go again. He didn't make that mistake on that lap. Let me tell you, Luka and has another look behind. Like, he knew exactly how close he was there to what I would describe as a bit of a disaster. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. But Swabadeep is really, really all over, you know, to use a Formula 1 saying, all over the gearbox of the kart number 59, Luka there. He had a look on the up ramp there. And yeah, this is really tough stuff for Luca. He's at one point he was really looking to go through, but now I think he's really learned a lesson from that overtaking manoeuvre from driver number 53, Samara Deep, that didn't quite come off, to make sure he keeps it tight. At least with second place, you know, it might be third or fourth in that final if he's lucky, but really, you know, he needs the win.
Yeah, so looking at the lap times here at the moment, Batuev's fastest on circuit. The slowest of the top three at the moment is the leader, Rory Hamilton. He's just trying to hold these guys at arm's length. But Batuev's currently... Darlywell's gone for it again.
He's gone for
Contact on the inside. That's just going to give Hamilton that breathing room that he needed.
Yeah.
Now look at that gap.
Look at it.
Look how far that gap's just stretched. He's just found 9/10 thanks to that small mistake. And what that's just done is it started to bring the fourth place driver of Cam Carney into this one. So he's really got he's got a clear track at the moment though, so he can focus on trying to get his head down.
Yep.
So what he needs, if he's going to finish in fourth place, he wants to be the fastest driver who finishes in fourth place. And when we say fastest, we're talking about their fastest single lap. So we look at fastest laps here, as fastest lap over the race goes to Sophie Curry, a 1 minute 60.5. That's
She's
quicker.
got the pace. That is not the first time we've seen her set fastest lap.
And that's about 0.3 quicker than the leaders are running at the moment. So
Yeah,
3 minutes to go. I think she's going to run out of time to try and make something happen here. As here goes Samadip again on Batuev. He's looking down the inside. The fight for second place is really what's on here. Batuev's going to have to be careful. Nearly opened himself up to a return move of what we saw earlier on. But now he's just got the gap. They're going to head down towards the back end of the circuit. I think this is going to be 2, maybe 3 laps if they're lucky. Black and white flag goes out. That'll be for the contact on the 59 earlier on. So the black and white, I'm assuming, is going to be for the 53. Is behind. Manahovic is up back into 6th place at the expense of Theo Thomas, and Hashim Jazz is into 8th at the expense of Sophie Curry. It's the top 3 that we're looking at the moment with
Samadi
2.5.
gets a black and white flag.
Yep, so that'll be for the contact we saw with Batuev on 2 laps to go, with 2 laps previous. But Hamilton now is just soaking up the pressure here. Batuev's thrown almost everything he has at the back of this young driver, and now we're going to see if he's got anything left. Remember, these guys now effectively trying to qualify for the main event. Hamilton, if he finishes where he is, will start inside the top 3. Batuev will start positions 4 through 6, and Daliwal will start 7 through 9, with the fastest 4th place driver occupying that 10th place position. But there's the confirmation for the black and white there.
Throwing the cart in there.
I reckon this is going to be the final lap now. So if Batuev wants to try and get a position inside the top 3 for the final, he's got 1 more lap to try and make the move. So Hamilton looks over the shoulder. He's gone a little bit defensive on the way in through the right-hander here. He's really throwing the cart about. He's been really aggressive with the turn-in into the tighter corners. He looks over his shoulder, can't see Batuev there. He's on the other side of him. You just see him stretching to try and see where that 59 car is.
It's going to be another sting in the tail, Tom, but the other way round.
Could this be a repeat of what we've just seen in the last heat, but the other way round? This would be interesting if it can happen. The overtaking points left are the same ones that Hamilton had when they were in the heat. Now it's Batuev's turn to see if they can try and make a move stick. They're right on the rear bumper of the leading kart here. Are we going to see a repeat of what we saw in the last of the finals here in the first of the semi-finals? Hamilton takes a nice line through there. The 59 is right on the bumper, but they've got the 53 around the outside. Little bit of a push here. Can they go down the inside? Not close enough for it. Right on the rear bumper, but Hamilton is going to come under the Dunlop bridges and take the checker flag. The first semi-final win goes to Rory Hamilton, who books his place into the main event. He's going to be joined there by Luca Batuev and Samadip Daliwal. Hopefully, we're going to be looking towards the fastest 4th place driver. The benchmark set by Callum Carney is a 1 minute 1.129.
I just want to have a shout out, right? Coming last, Elena, but you know what? Started karting in April. Part of the Discover Your Drive program, finishes in the semi-final, only less than 7 seconds behind the eventual winner, who will be going through and occupying one of the first 3 spots on the grid for the grand final. I think that's amazing. But Rory Hamilton will be racing in the grand final. Luca Batuev will be racing in the grand final. And Mardik Daliwal will also be racing in the grand final. And we'll have to wait and see for Callum. Could also be there. It's going to be the fastest 4th place. So that we will find out very shortly. But we move from cadets back over to juniors. And let's see how racing in the semi-finals is going to affect this element of racing, because this has been pretty ferocious up until this point, and usually it gets even more tastier.
Yeah,
so I can't wait.
Juniors is always a hard fought class, and now for us it gets a little bit more simple here because we're looking for 16 karts to make up the main event.
Yep.
So for us, that means we're looking at the top 8. Top 8 finishes from this will go forward and continue into the main event. The bottom 8, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to them, and that will be the end of their BIKC Finals for 2023. Now, you can just see on the front row, poleman for this heat, as if by magic, we get it confirmed, is Bobby McGurr from Basildon, is going to start on the front row. John Wall will join him there. We've got Jack Clayton and Max Kilby. Jack Clayton, we've already seen he'll have a good start. We've seen him have a not so good start. It's going to be interesting to see what we get from him here. Max Kilby, we've seen, is a very quick driver. Jacob Akhil is going to start in 5th place. We've already seen what he can do off a start. It's going to be interesting to see where he is at the end of lap 1. Jake Anders is going to start from 6th place alongside Akhil. You've then got Ben Hamilton, John Bolter, James Burgess, Joe Jennings, Lawrence Cameron, Casper Abaski. You've then got Ollie Henderson, Matthew Stevens, and Caleb Beddoe is going to complete this 15-kart field. As you see Joel getting some nice, beautiful artsy shots. There's John Wall there on the grid, ready to go. For some of these drivers, this is going to be their last race in the BIKC for 2023. Remember, we're looking for the top 8 drivers here on the grid. We've got Jack Clayton there, ready to go. Bobby McGurr just focused in front, just ready to go racing here. So drivers now just getting ready to go. You just see the race face on, a little bit of acknowledgement from the camera there. You just see the visors down, all in game
moody
mode
shots
here.
again. Moody shots.
Yeah,
Never
so
just moody
all the
shots,
drivers now are going to have their game faces on, with one 12-minute race separating them between an opportunity to get into the main event. For some people, this is going to be their last race in the BIKC for 2023.
And that is a shame, but they have driven so well. Like, to come through all the, 4,500 people took part in BIKC 2023, and every single driver racing here has done a phenomenal job. But this is the creme de la creme, the absolute elite. But, it doesn't get any better than this in indoor karting in terms. And here we go. Let's take you round for the start. And are we going to get a clean start? This is looking sort of, everyone's nicely bunched at the present moment in time. In a second, because they are staying very close to the pace car. I mean, really close. As we're going through the first few corners, it's almost like our pace car's been part of the race. But here we go. We've got Bobby McGurr in pole position. What kind of start are we going to see from Bobby this time? Here we go. Pace car disappears.
It's nice and slow.
Looking
Here we go.
good. It's looking good. And 36. Yes, he's got the inside line. It's looking good for Bobby.
Middle. It's a bit of a push in the middle of the pack. McGurr's still in the whole shot there. It looks like that's Wall, Clayton. So the top 3 are as they were. It looks like that may be Akhil trying to go down the inside of Max Kilby. There's definite contact there. But it's Bobby McGurr who's off and running. And it is Jacob Akhil who's managed to get himself into 4th place. Ben Hamilton's also got a move up there. Where has Jake Anders gone?
Another great
He's fallen down a little bit there. Yeah, so great move to get up towards the top 4 as they now file through the bottom section of the circuit. Lights are yellow, so some manner of thing has occurred on circuit.
And they're pointing next to the... they're pointing
guys
over
now
to
will
the
try
pits,
and see what we've got. Wondering what manner of thing is going on. They're trying to see what's going. And the lights go back to green and we start racing once again. The 10 quite a bit offline there. As we now go racing the top 3, all nose to tail here. So it's McGurr, Wall and Clayton are your top 3, not necessarily in that order.
John, let's have a look as they go through. Yeah, Jack Clayton, big slide going on to just out of that last hairpin, right down the far end of the track.
Clayton looks racy here. Clayton really looks racy here.
Really does. But here we go. Bobby, he literally shakes his head as he goes out that corner. He's like, he knows he's got to drive defensively here. For Jack Clayton, this is an absolute opportunity. If he can go through and take this, and he's looking really racy, and then put his foot down and get a faster slap, he might be in pole position for the actual grand final. Could easily happen. So Bobby McGurr leading, and he's driven absolutely beautifully all the way through the competition today, it has to be said. Jack Clayton Let's have a look. Is he going to send one around? Yeah, this is the favourite overtaking point.
That's
really
where
has
McGurr
been.
got Clayton back in the heat. So when Clayton managed to lead one lap of the heats, that's where McGurr managed to take it back almost straight away. So these two at the front have a bit of history between them.
Totally.
As we're now up in towards the bottom end of the circuit, McGurr versus Clayton, the 3/10 between them. They've got about a second over John Wall. Akhil, Hamilton, Kilby, Anders and Bolter are the drivers who are currently safe, but they've got Kasper Abaski trying to get in on this as well as Joe Jennings in 10th place. James Burgess and Ollie Henderson are now moving up the order as well at the expense of Matt Stevens. But we are looking at the leaders at the moment with Jack Clayton right on the rear bumper. Now
Max Kilby going backwards, Ben Hamilton in 5th at the moment. Remember, we are after the top 8. It's not like the cadets, where we have 3 semi-finals, when you have 2 semi-finals of the juniors, so it's the top 8 we are looking for. So currently John Bolter has that
Hamilton looks racy there as
final
well.
place. Casper is close, but no cigar, I'm afraid, at the moment. 9th place will not be enough to make it through to the grand final. Look at this, Jack Clayton, he was literally moving around there as if he was in some kind of slipstream.
Oh, there's the 10. That is
Casper.
That's Kasper Abaski, the 9th place driver. So that is pretty much going to be his day. And BIKC done and dusted.
That might be a bit of desperation, because he probably would have known he's in 9th, 1 place off a place in that grand final. So
we're going green again there. So it's green with a couple of the drivers on the ramp. That could have cost a couple of them and maybe a 10th or 2 as Jack Clayton reignites the challenge against Bobby McGurr. These two are absolutely nose to tail as you come through the double left-hander and head down the ramp. McGurr looks over his shoulder. He just sees that Clayton is about a 10th and a bit behind, with John Wall not too far back. Looks like Ben Hamilton's managed to get past Jacob Akhil, so those two looking like they're going to have a bit of a fight, with Kilby, Anders and Bolter still the top 8, and the drivers punching their ticket into the main event. Another look over the shoulder for Bobby McGurr. 8 minutes remaining in this one. There's a little bit long for them to try and hold on. So McGurr's already going defensive here with 8 minutes remaining. That could give Clayton a look in here, especially with the boost button to have a bit of a play with. So McGurr again defensive down the straight, holding it up the middle of the ramp. Clayton not really finding the space just yet. I have a feeling it's going to be a bit of a send when this move does come, but I have a feeling this move is coming. These guys effectively deciding which row they're going to start the main event on. Currently, Bobby McGurr will start on the front row. Jack Clayton will start on the second row. John Wall on the third, and so on and so forth. But as we've seen before, you want to maximise your start position in the finals. If you want to try and get up towards the top ends of the podium, you definitely want to try and make your life a little bit easier.
Big gap between 8th and 9th. So at the moment, the top 8 look like they're pretty secure.
About 2.5 seconds.
2.5 seconds at this stage with 7 minutes to go is a long way. He goes very wide. Look at that, Jack Clayton. He wants as much overspeed as he can possibly find to try and find a gap to go through there. And yeah, great to watch. Driving absolutely using the full width of the circuit, trying to, it's a good job. It's a good job that Bobby can't see out the back of his helmet, Bobby. So you'll be seeing that Jack Clayton's everywhere on track, absolutely everywhere. And Ben Hamilton, fastest lap, 52.0. We're so close to 51s, aren't we? 52.071 is an absolute stunning lap time. But here we go on for another lap. 6.5 minutes to go of this one. It's going to run and run. These two drivers are absolutely locked in combat. As Tom said, it is basically a battle for which row. Whoever wins this will be somewhere on the front row. Whoever comes second will be somewhere on the second row. And the difference that makes to winning this competition, I've already said, it is absolutely huge. That's what they're racing for. And here we go. They've never been closer.
Yeah, it's just over halfway in this race with 6 laps completed. It looks like we're in for 6 more as McGurr now just looks over his shoulder. He's just trying to hold Clayton at arm's length, but Ben Hamilton has really reeled in John Wall there. He looked like he was right on the rear bumper. He has just set the fastest lap of the race in 52.0. So we were looking at Mason Chahal earlier to see if he could get the 51. It may be Ben Hamilton at the pace he's going here. Another look over the shoulder there from McGurr. You can just see flashing into shot how big that gap is. It's about 2 seconds separating Jack Clayton and John Wall, but you've got Ben Hamilton is tucked right under the rear bumper of John Wall. There's still about 2 and a bit seconds separates Bolter and Jennings behind, so Jennings really needs to get the hammer down or hope that something kicks off at the front and he can profit from others' mistakes. but it's still Jack Clayton trying to throw everything he can at the back of Bobby McGurr, but Bobby just driving a very, very smooth race, defending where he needs to, not defending too hard, but just making sure that there isn't a place for Jack Clayton to throw that Biz EcoVolt GT either down the inside or try and hang it around the outside. A little bit of a touch on the barrier there for Bobby McGurr. That's brought Clayton back onto the rear bumper. These two are still nose to tail. 5 minutes remaining here in this semi-final. 5 minutes to try and decide who is going to be on the front row for the main event later on this evening. Another look over the shoulder. Looks like Clayton got a bit of an overlap, but again, we've seen round the outside, unless you can really hold it and try and make the move on the inside, then it's a little bit tougher to try and do it. A black and white's going to be going out to Jake Anders for loadings. That's excessive pushing down in towards down the straights and in towards the corners. That's the warning. He won't get another one. It will just be a penalty after that. So he needs to now try and keep his nose clean for the next 4.5 minutes, because that could quite literally be the decider as to whether he gets into the main event or not. Currently running in 7th place, a 5-second penalty at that point will drop him all the way down to 10th. Remember, I said Joe Jennings would need something to get him into the main event. That could be exactly what he needs to do it. But we're looking at the leaders still with 4 minutes remaining here. Bobby McGurr, Jack Clayton now have about 3 seconds over John Wall. With John Wall and Ben Hamilton about to have a almighty fight behind. There's the guys in 2nd and 3rd. It's like Noah's carts. They all go 2 by 2 down the back straight as they now come in towards to complete yet another lap. You've got about 3 minutes here before we decide who is going to be going through into the main event and who we're going to be sending home. Still Bobby McGurr soaking up the pressure.
It's a great drive
Jack
from Bobby
Clayton.
McGurr,
Very, very measured drives, very mature drive from these young drivers. It's very easy to forget that these drivers are just still right at the start. Bobby's 14, Jack Clayton 15. These some of the youngest drivers we're going to see in the BIKC over the course of this weekend, and they're driving like they've been racing for years, because for some of them they have got a lot of time. If you've been in Cadet since you were 8 years old, quite easily be 6 or 7 years karting experience you've got at this point. These drivers both
they're needing every inch of that experience at the moment.
Yeah, they've had
whether it's defending, whether it's attacking. It's one of them. It's right down to the wire. It doesn't get any bigger. This final few laps will pretty much decide the outcome for these two drivers on where they finish in BIKC 2023, because that row difference is absolutely huge. And again, he's looking all over the place. Literally, Bobby's looking more behind him than he was looking in front. So but Jack Clayton, he's tried everything. He's tried everything to kind of almost put Bobby off as he's been driving around, but indeed, it's just a smooth performance from Bobby at the moment as we do enter the closing stages. It should be one more lap after
There's your 51. There's your 51. Jack Clayton gets it. 51.882. So it's not even just the 51. It's quite a way into it.
It had to happen.
It was going to happen at some point, but both of these drivers have had quite a lot of time around this circuit. McGurr coming from Basildon. Clayton is a Trafford driver. They come over the line. It's probably going to be one more lap to decide the front row for the main event later on. Now, Bobby's been here before. He's been in the finals before. He finished 4th last year. He knows what it takes to get through and to get into the main event.
Look at Joe Jennings. He has closed that gap that was 2.5 seconds all the way down.
Yeah,
so 0.7 of a second. It's not all done for 8th place, and we might have Joe Jennings potentially racing in the grand final as well.
It's going to be close for him. He's going to have to try and do something this lap, but we've seen stranger things happen in the BIKC through the years as they now go down in towards the top section. No defence required for Bobby McGurr as they go in towards the second hairpin. There is defence required for John Wall, though, who's really fighting to try and hold on to his third place finish. They come through with the double left-hander over the line. Bobby McGurr takes the first of the semi-finals here. Jack Clayton 2/10 behind. It is John Wall who hangs on ahead of Ben Hamilton. Jacob McCure, Max Kilby, Jake Anders and John Bolter complete the runners and riders who are going to take you into the main event. Joe Jennings, James Burgess, Matt Stevens, Lawrence Cameron, Caelan Beddoe, Casper Baskian, Ollie Henderson. Sadly, their BIKC journey ends here.
Fantastic racing. Flat out all the way through, and Joe, you got to say, half a second. He closed that gap all the way down to half a second, and it was 2.5 seconds. Unlucky. Great drive from Joe Jennings, but we will be losing Joe Jennings, James Burgess, Matthew Stevens, Lawrence Cameron, Casper Backe, Calum Bedder and Ollie Henderson will all, unfortunately, their BIKC journey, which has been an absolutely heroic one, comes to an end. And then we go back to the cadets. The second of the 3 semi-finals for the cadets. So once again, we are after the first, second and third in the cadets. And obviously the fastest 4th place driver. That's what's going on. A lot of love going on for Bobby on the live stream. So yeah, Bobby the GOAT. Leah Farris as well then, Bobby. Bobby the GOAT.
He's getting a lot of love there. One point Jen's just made to me there, it's actually quite a good one here. Now, we're saying they're competing for the rows they're starting on the grid. The deciding factor is their fastest lap.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Bobby there on a 52.1.
Yeah.
Let's assume the drivers...
I'm getting first. He's my pick.
He's your pick?
He's my choice.
Okay, he's got in there
I haven't
early.
seen the third.
So you're going to have 6 or 7 picks by the end, by the time you actually get to the main event.
Yeah, indeed.
But the point Jen just made there, you're looking at your fastest lap, really. He spent quite a bit of that defending. So there's a very real chance that when we get into the main event, having had second in the semi-finals, if the driver who takes that win has gone faster, he's going to be starting on the outside.
But I'd say, Bobby, even though, Jack did a 51.8.
52.1 is not shabby around this track by any stretch of the imagination.
Exactly. That just shows the pace that they were both doing at that particular moment in time. There's Christina. There she is.
There he goes, giving a high five to all the drivers, wishing
Chrissy
them well
Crawley,
on their...
official legend in team sport. It has to be.
There we
said.
go.
Look at that. Okay, come on, yes. See that at the end? See that? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
indeed.
proves, even in an event like this, where it's a serious championship, you've still got to be able to have a laugh.
Indeed. It's a shame we can't duplicate Christina, take some of her hair and produce lots more. Every track should have one, I think, Tom. Right, here we go. We are lining up for the second of the cadet semi-finals. And as ever, we have got a grid. Let me take you through it. So we have got, in car number 51, Niall Bill, who's starting from pole position. Francesco De Caro is second. Jude Pudderfoot, he's had a very exciting day's racing, no doubt. He's been all over the place. Bertie Hodgson, 4th on the grid. Nishan Marshall in 5th. We got Mason Nicol in 6th. Ferris Palkas in 7th. John Maparange is in 8th place, and Finley Darroch is in 9th. And we are already away. Look at that for a fast turnaround.
I know.
Come
Wasted
on.
absolutely no time here for the BIKC finals. The second of the
Showtime,
semi-finals.
says Paul Freeman.
Second of the semi-finals here for the cadets. So it's now Bill, Francesco De Caro, Jude Pudderfoot, 3 drivers who we've seen fighting it out over the course of the day. Those are the 3 currently occupying the box seat. It's going to be Bertie Hodgson, Nishwan Marshall, Mason Nicol, Ferris Pelk, John Maparanga and Finley Darroch trying to take those qualifying positions off them. We're going to try and keep an eye on the 4th place driver, see what their lap times are like, try and compare them to Callum, but let's go racing here for the semi-finals. Once again, it's Niall Bill who leads them all away, with Francesco De Caro, Jude Pudderfoot nose to tail through here. The top 3 really need to try and build a gap as best they can to see if they can get themselves a bit of breathing room, but it looks like Niall Bill is just trying to run away at the front of this one straight away.
Absolutely stormed the first few corners.
Yeah, he's had a really good start. That's a couple of kart lengths he's already managed to get over De Caro there as they come into the top end of the circuit. As they now go down into the bottom, he's still trying to build that gap. We've seen these 2 on circuit for the majority of the day so far. It is getting quite late on into the day now, getting towards 4 o'clock. These drivers have been here about 5 or 6 hours now. It's going to get to a point where it's quite an endurance for these guys, even though they haven't been driving. But it's Niall Bill who's currently leading the way in the 51. It's the 60 of Francesco De Caro, Jude Pudderfoot in 3rd place in the 48. But Niall Bill definitely opening up a bit of a lead here as Bertie Hodgson is looking at the back of Pudderfoot and trying to take that qualifying position off him. Remember, top 3 is what we're looking for here. Over the line, Niall Bill leads, De Caro second. Everyone stays nose to tail here. It's as they were, with 7/10 the advantage at the front. 3/10 further back is Jude Pudderfoot. Hodgson, though, though, is going to try everything he can is to try and get that move. It looked like he was trying to look down the inside there as they go up the top section, but the move hasn't been made just yet. So you got 4 or 5 karts fighting over second place. Niall Bill is checked out at the front of this one. It's now Decaro trying to hold back Bradford, with Hodgson and Marshall trying to take those qualifying positions away down the bottom end of the circuit as they drop down under the flyover, under the mezzanine bridge. And it is Niall Bill tucked up under that steering wheel, just trying to extract every single tenth he can from that kart. As they go down the main straight, looks over his shoulder. He knows he's got a bit of a gap, bit of a defensive move there from
49,
Hodgson.
having a little look
just
there,
had a
Bertie
little bit
Hodgson
of a move, looked over, saw Marshall
concerned.
maybe trying it.
Ooh, slide there for Francesco with a slide. That's going to mean that Duke Putterfoot will be right with him. Here we go.
He's trying it.
Look at this.
That's
it was
Marshall
there.
and Hodgson. These guys fighting over 4th place. If Hodgson's going to finish in 4th, they need to just try and get the hammer down and set the fastest lap. The target they need to beat is a 1:01 1.129. That effectively is the qualifying time to get you into the final should you finish in 4th place today. It's like your get out of jail free card. If you can beat that time in 4th place, you will find a way onto the back of the grid for the main event. As Niall Bill,
although you will be in 10th, but
you will be in 10th, but you'll still
be in the final.
To have a chance of winning the title, you've got to be in the race. We've already seen drivers can move through the field in these races. We've seen it in the past, especially in finals, that you can move through the field. But Niall Bill has just got his head down and he's just trying to build a gap over Decaro. It looks like Decaro now also has a few tenths in hand on Pudford. These gaps just starting to stretch away now as we get in towards the halfway stage of this semi-finals. About 3 races left before we go into the main event. We get ready to crown the first champions of the weekend. Over the line now Bill goes. I think Decaro is actually taking a bit of time out of them there. So 2 tenths he's managed to get. He's also pulled about 7.5 tenths on Jude, who's there in 3rd place as they head up onto the top section. It looks like Niall Bill maybe just trying to consolidate that position, just trying to focus on keeping it clean and staying on the front row. But he does need to push a little bit so he can try and set the fastest time possible. A 60.7 is what he's managed. Decaro is just a little bit quicker there by about a tenth, as it looks like. So let's take a look at the lap times for Bertie Hodgson. So Hodgson currently on a 60.8, which would be enough to get him into the main event. So if Hodgson finishes 4th, he currently has a ticket with 1 more semi-final before we decide whether he gets to keep it or not. So down the back straight, Decaro is definitely catching Niall Bill here. That gap has come down even further. It was 7 tenths over the line last time. I'd probably say it's going to be close to about half a second this time as they come through the 3rd hairpin. 8 minutes remaining in this semi-final here.
He does a good last hairpin, mine. I've gone through
he's pulled a bit of a gap. He's pulled a lot of a gap there.
Yeah.
So the gap stays at about 8 tenths now, so it's maybe just up a tiny little bit there as they go through the top end of the circuit. You've got the 51 versus the 60. Niall Bill just trying to hold Francesco Decaro at arm's length. And still, remember, Bertie Hodgson's lap time is enough to get them into the main event as it is. But if Nisha and Marshall thinks about making a move, they're only 2 tenths behind. Their time would be enough as well. So it's not quite guaranteed just yet. And we are just over halfway through the run-in at the moment of this second of the semi-finals for the Cadets. So down the back straight again, Niall Bill just again holding Decaro at arm's length. That gap seemingly staying the same. I don't think Decaro at this point in the race has an answer. The 2 drivers, their fastest times are pretty much the same, to within a couple hundredths of a second. A 6.57 versus a 6.13 for Bill and Decaro. So these 2 drivers very, very evenly matched. It seems to be the sort of thing we've seen in the Cadets. These karts are so close over the course of the meeting, and hopefully,
and the drivers are equally close as well. As close, but Niall Bill really is just looking like he belongs in the BIKC final. Am I going to get in early and say that he's my tip for the Cadets? I don't know. Would that be
one of the wild cards to come through as well?
Yeah, so Francesco is doing everything he can, and it's still going through to a very solid grid position. 4th, 5th or 6th will be the reward for 2nd place in the semi-final. But hey-ho, it's not over yet, and there's a lot of action a little bit further behind there. Again, it's all Bertie, it's all Jude and Bertie, really, and Nishan, who's basically all battling there to see if they can get that 4th or 3rd place.
Yeah, this the fight for the last of the guaranteed qualifying positions. So the gap at the front seems to be staying pretty similar, but the top 3, the fight for third, fourth, and fifth is extremely close. Two of these drivers will, at the moment, will go through. One of them guarantees a place, and the other one has to earn it by their fastest lap. Currently, all three of them, their times would be enough to get them through based on the 1 minute one that Callum managed in the previous race. So two of these drivers are going to have a seat in the main event. One of them isn't. There's a bit of contact there from Hodgson at the back, just pushing the 48 of Pudfoot. We've seen how Jude can defend, and he's put some very, very good defensive drives on, not just this year, but in previous years as well. He's shown exactly what he's made of. Fastest lap for Francesco De Caro while he's chasing down Niall Bill. He's on a 60.527 is that lap that he's just put in for the Leeds driver. The 60 is closing down the leader at the moment. We're watching the fight over the last qualifying position here. I would say two of these drivers are going to get through as it stands.
48 looking
48,
right. Jude is
just throwing it to the
behind.
inside, slamming the door just to make sure that there is no chance that these drivers can get anywhere near him. As they come through the top end of the circuit there, Bertie Hodgson's going to be trying to make a move if they can. Nishwan Marshall's there ready to pick up the pieces. Should things come to blow, it blows in front. As a little bit of a move there from Pudfoot, a little bit offline. I think Hodgson here is feeling a bit racy here as they go in towards the top section of the circuit. A little bit of a push as Pudfoot again just slams the door on the inside there. There's no way round there as Francesco De Caro is going even quicker at the moment. He's under the 1 minute 0.5 back bracket. You can see the gap at the front's getting closer.
That would potentially give him fourth, depending on what happens in the next race. But for me, at the moment, the drive is Jude. Like, he's had to withstand incredible pressure, lap after lap, for the last 8 minutes. And can he hold out for just a little bit longer? There's no doubt. Yeah,
Francesco, the inside again.
Francesco is much, much closer. Now, Niall does do a really good final exit here and makes up a lot of time on the lap, but let's see exactly where they are. It does look a little bit closer, 0.719. We'll have to see. It looks a lot closer to my reckoning. It's that 0.531, so yeah, edging closer. But yeah, would he make a move? Can he get that little bit closer? But there's no doubt that he's sped up in the last few laps.
Yeah, so the fight at the front is still looking about half a second. There's a couple of kart lengths in it with about 3 minutes to go. Remember, this in the cadets, this is actually quite a big change. It's not just fighting for the row on the grid. The difference between the first and the second row can be quite a big difference. But here, you could end up starting, if you are finishing in first place, you could start inside the top three. So that could either be the first or second row. If you end up with the slowest time but finish second, you could be starting the final in 6th place, which is outside the top half. So if De Caro can make this move, he's going to want to get it done so he can try and find a starting position inside the top three. Looks like there's a bit of a conflagration going on at the top section there. Looks like Pudfoot, Hodgson and Marshall are getting really close over third place as the leaders go over the line. Yellow flags are out.
Here we go.
What number is that?
I can't see.
That looks to me, is that the 59 of Maparanga that is there? I can't make the number out on the back.
We're zooming in. They're definitely
just
trying to help
sat
us.
on the back. You just can't see it. The thing on the back of these cars is lifted up.
We need the drone in action.
Yeah, there we go. There's one for next year. So it looks like that's the 40. That's the 46. That was Nishwan Marshall. I got that wrong. That was Nishwan Marshall who's come out of that one. So there's definitely contact between that fight for third. And that's taken Nishwan Marshall out of it. It could also end up, if Marshall's been deposited towards the side of the circuit, there's a good chance that one of those drivers in third or fourth could be about to get slapped with a 5-second penalty.
Could be.
And if that does happen, that could bring one of the other drivers further behind into this one. But now back under green flag racing with, we think, one more lap left to run. It's Niall Bill versus Francesco De Caro for the lead. There's the two drivers of Pudfoot Hodgson. Remains to be seen what happens with that one. A 5-second penalty from the looks of things wouldn't affect the qualifying order. The disaster for Nishwan Marshall. It looked like they were trying to make the move down towards turn number 1. It's just not worked out for them. And that will end their BIKC run. But last lap saloon here for Niall Bill and Francesco De Caro. The difference between starting inside the top 3 and then starting between positions 4 and 6 as they now go towards the top end of the circuit. Niall Bill still holding on. 6/10 is the advantage at the moment. We've got just over 4 and a bit seconds over Jude Pudfoot. Just shows how big a defence Jude's had to make to try and hold on to that guaranteed
all comes down to the
qualifying
last
position.
few corners.
I don't think De Caro is going to be close enough to do anything about him here. So Niall Bill, I think, is going to come through. to take the second of the semi-finals
I
here.
always think that Francesco has settled for second here, actual fact, because he did get close.
At this point now, with this little left of the race, just consolidate the second place. Don't do anything daft, and maybe count on a mistake from Niall Bill. But they are very rare. Here we go, the 49 and the 48 as they come to the flag. Racing, he tries it down the inside. Hodgson didn't quite have the measure of Pudfoot there. Over the line, Niall Bill wins once again here. So Francesco De Caro starts in second. Jude Pudfoot qualifies for the final, and currently, with that lap time of a 60.696, that also sees Bertie Hodgson inside the main event again. So that is Callum Carney's BIKC run. Even though he finished fourth, Bertie Hodgson was quite a bit quicker than him. So we have one more semi-final for each of the classes to run. Then we get to the business time of the weekend.
We do. So we have the second semi-final for the juniors coming up, which will mean that we will, again, I know it's a little bit confusing because we're after different positions of 4 different groups, but we will be once again after the top 8 for the juniors to join the other top 8 that will be racing in the grand final, which we're not far away from, really.
We've got 2 more races, and then we're getting towards the business end of the weekend.
Yeah, this is the absolute sharp end. So, yeah, don't forget anything, really, that you want to put on the live stream, go for it. Any shout-outs? We haven't had a shout-out in a while, to be honest.
I know, we've had too much racing.
I know. But any shout-outs that you want, just put them on, and we will. So here we go.
There we go. Rio Faro, yes, Jude, well done.
Yeah,
it's a very good run there for young Jude. We've seen him be able to defend beforehand, and that was, do I say it was a defending masterclass? It was getting close if it was.
Pretty much.
I would getting close if it was.
Yeah. The pressure from 2 drivers all the way through. And he was defensive because he just let the other drivers go. I think if if he had stayed with the top 3, could have probably stayed there, but he had his hands were full with what was going on behind him.
Yeah,
and
he
then
had a lot of pressure for the entirety of that race.
A defensive masterclass to keep those 2 drivers behind. Really good, and a really great grand finalist, I think. Will bring a lot to that race when we get through to that stage. So a great 3rd place. I'm just looking at race control. It's just suddenly flashing up on my phone, but no, nothing of any total relevance going on there. So it's all a bit quiet there. Last entry was 22 minutes ago.
That is quite for race control.
That means that everybody's been driving very, very cleanly, which pretty much they have. Just a few black and whites for watching some of the drivers when there's a bit of a contact, but nothing really much gained by it. So we are more than willing to let it go. So here we go. Once again, we are just gridding up for the last of the semi-finals for the juniors. So, yeah. And just a shout out for the pace car. That's a Biz pace car. It's sponsored by Sono, and it's a bit of a work of art, isn't it? It
does look pretty good in that.
It's a sexy looking car, doesn't it? There's no doubt about that. And yeah. So, and the lights. What's not
the lights
love?
are a good addition.
They're literally combat lights. We've got those on the combat carts, ladies and gentlemen. That are.
Oh, that's sick.
That's good, wasn't it?
That is pretty
so
good.
Much good. I don't want to continue.
Good.
I don't think I'll continue with it because it was too slick. No, but the lights on those carts are very similar to the lights on the combat carts that we have got that currently are in Newcastle and Preston and Mitcham as well. And Reading. And Reading, yes.
And
indeed.
coming to other tracks soon as well.
Wouldn't it be great if we did a BIKC? Run it normally, right?
I
and then
see
for
where
the
this
grand
is going.
final, we'll do it on combat.
Okay, right. Before they actually listen to you and take that idea, we've got a semi-final to run here for the juniors, the last of the semis for the juniors. So we'll run you quickly through the grid. Mason Jahal, Frederick Navarro, Freddie Farrell, Henry Barrington, Elliot Potter, Hector Sadlowski, Liam Martin Bradley, Adam Sims are the ones that start in a qualifying position. Trying to take that away from them is Charlie France, Ollie Peters, Jaden Linford, Edward Haslam, Tyler Richardson, Robert Borowski and Joshy Wood. So the drivers now all going to come under the Dunlop Bridge. The pace cart's going to drop the throttle, try and get away from this field.
Here we go.
We go green and we go racing. Mason Chahal leads the field away. Navarro round the outside. Farrell looks like they've lost out there. Barrington's trying to go for third place, maybe even second here on Navarro, but up the order they go. Mason Chahal, Navarro, Farrell, and that looks to me, yeah, that looks like Barrington's there in third place. Farrell is there in P4 at the moment. There's a fire through the top end of the circuit. Mason Chahal in control here as it looks like something's gone on at the top end of the circuit. Just see a lot of carts caught up. We may end up with the yellow. Oh, track spot. There's loads of them there. There's loads of carts up there.
Are we going to see our first red flag?
That looks like the flag. Looks like we may end up with the first red. There's
six
1,
carts?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts in there.
Yeah, I think it's
that's a
something
red.
else.
Circuit's gone red for the first time here at BIKC. It's taken us
And
to
that
get
is
through to the
remarkable.
semi-finals
Yeah.
before we get a red flag.
Really remarkable. With all the tight racing that we've had, first red flag. And even though, you know, it's nothing serious there, it's just a bit of a track is blocked. Simple and as straightforward as that. So, yeah, we're going to restart everything and we're going to send these drivers back down.
So I think at this point, it's probably a good time to go through the red flag procedure and how this all works. Because unlike normal, where we get them all pointing in the right direction and then we lip stamp and send it, it's going to be more of a re-grid procedure.
Yeah,
so
re-gridding, yeah.
With it being on the opening lap, I think I'm right in saying we go back to the original grid order being on the opening lap. I'm getting a nod from behind from the racer, so that means I probably have a rough idea of what I'm on about here. So what happened, once we've got all the carts out of the barriers, which it looks like we've got there, the lights will be sent yellow and then we'll get all the carts back on the dummy grid. And then we'll look to get this going once again.
And Mason Chahal's going to have to do it all over again because he's
going to have to deal with the whole start again.
That was a brilliant start for Mason. I was going to say he literally had his kart so on the inside and nobody near him. And it was a very controlled start from Mason, and he's going to have to do the whole thing all over again. So here they come. We're going to, this gaggle of kart's going to come down and join up with the other group, and then we will be doing a restart. No rest for the pace kart driver today, is there?
Yeah, so they're getting Adam's getting quite a lot of laps in. Is this the most laps he's got in a BIKC final?
Yeah, probably.
I think he's probably loving the fact that he's driving that Biz EcoVol GT as much as he is at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of going to be sending around to the grid here.
Yeah,
so this is going to take us a couple of minutes, I'll be honest, to sort out.
Yeah, so
there's karts all over, but the kart just not just out of position, but they're out of kilter on various parts of the track. And we all have to communicate in order to get them all back.
Yeah, we also see, obviously, you see in the top corner of the timing tower, obviously the clock is paused at the moment. So race time stops. We're not losing any race time here at the moment. And as soon as you've got all the drivers in the right order, so the kart that looked like they started it, the 36, Elliot Potter, he's quite a way down the grid.
However, here's one for the rules, yeah? Because the race has already started, it will be a single file restart.
Yep. So single file restart now, so we don't get the 2x2. Instead of it being a race start, it's just a restart. So now we wait to get the drivers. They're going to get them in the correct order. I believe it will go off the full grid. And they'll try and get the drivers in order. So they need to try and get 36 back up into 5th place off the top of my head.
Hyper Igniter says you can always trust the TeamSport session to have a blocked track. Well, it has taken us 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, we started this at what, half past 9, and now we've got to the semi-finals before we've had a red flag. That must be a BIKC record.
Pretty much.
That's the longest run. That's the longest green flag running I've seen.
Yeah.
We normally end up with at least
totally.
one. There's normally at least one before you get into the semi-finals, but I think that just says quite a lot about the quality of the drivers you've got this year.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt. So here we go. Just the final karts just joining the back of the chain, and we'll be running here, I think, in the next 20 seconds or so. Just final few drivers.
Yes, we've got the last ones joining the back. That's Joshy Wood joining on the back of the pack there. And then as soon as he's got the order, Adam Neal will lead them all away with Mason Chahal.
But single file, so we really should see. I don't want to curse it. I'll say cat grease. That won't. We're sorted now.
That should help.
Sorted now. I'd say we should get a clean start because they're all in single file, and it's it really is for kind of doubling up that gives us a few issues. But we've got 11 minutes, still a long way to go. We're only a minute in to the race, and Mason Chahal's got it all to do again, but with a little bit of a helping hand that he won't have anybody charging into the corner directly alongside. Here we go, Mason Chahal puts it on. It's Frederick Navarro in second, Freddie Farrell, and yeah, this time it looks much cleaner, isn't it, when they go through in a single file. And yeah, here we go on to the up ramp, and Mason Chahal has done exactly what he needed to do. Frederick is right there, as we said. Freddie Farrell in third. It is bumper to bumper stuff, absolutely snaking around these corners of the Warrington circuit, but at the moment in time it is. Here's your order: Mason Chahal, Frederick Navarro is going to be coming through in second, Freddie Farrell is going to be coming through in third as they storm down to the fastest point of the track. Henry Barrington there in second. I was checking out to make sure he hasn't been overtaken. He's in fourth, yeah, absolutely. So great stuff as they come over the line to complete the second flying lap, and I think they'll do a better lap time than the 5-minute lap time they did on the first time round. So here we go, good stuff. We're off, and Mason is literally carrying on in exactly the same way as what he was doing before the stoppage.
Yeah, so Navarro trying to take a chance at the back of Mason Chahal there, trying to maybe get on terms, and Freddie Farrell just behind Barrington in fourth place. Sadlowski, Potter, Marty, Bradley and Sims, the drivers still occupying a qualifying position. Remember, 8th and above are the drivers that are going to take part in the main event. The position you see them there are the row they're going to start on. So Chahal, depending on his lap time, will start either first or second if it all finishes like this. So he drops in towards the last couple of corners before they get ready to put another lap in the book. 9 minutes of this race left to go. Just see him looking over his shoulder, just trying to double check where Frederick Navarro is, trying to make sure that he's not close enough to just send it down the inside over the course of the lap. It looks like he's just got him far enough to hold him at arm's length at the moment, as he seems to slow off a little bit. There. Navarro seems to get a better run through that bottom corner before they head onto the top. It seems like Chahal's a lot stronger towards the back end of the lap. So Navarro makes it up before they go up the top, and he seems to be pretty even up on the Mez section. That being said, Freddie Farrell seems to be closing in here behind. So third place, Freddie, coming down the back section of the circuit as they try and get ready to go down in towards turn number 1. Freddie on his first year in the juniors, his second time in the BIKC finals, as Navarro tries to get alongside Mason Chahal as they throw it down the back end of the circuit. Going to put another lap in the book. 4 laps completed, 5 laps they go on to as Chahal. These top 3 really starting to make a bit of a breakaway. Henry Barrington trying to hang on to the coattails of Freddie Farrell as they drop now towards the top end of the circuit. Let's see if Navarro has an answer for Mason Chahal. No one's had one just yet. Let's see if Navarro is the one that is able to find it as they go through the double left-hander up there. Looks like he's almost being pushed a little bit by Farrell. He's right on the rear bumper as they come through at the top end of the circuit, and Chahal now just starting to build a little bit of a gap.
And look at this, Tom. Look at this, right? 9th place, Charlie France. He's battled his way. He's only 0.8 seconds behind a place in the grand final. And after a bit of a nightmare time that Charlie has had with battling through from the back of the grid, following the curious incident about the boost button, that would be quite an achievement, I think, for him to get into that final. But it is Mason Chahal still leading with Frederick Navarro in second. Freddie Farrell is in third. Henry Barrington is in fourth, and Hector Sadlowski is in fifth at the moment. Elliot Potter is in sixth. Liam Martin Bradley in seventh. Adam Sims is in eighth. Charlie Farnes, that we have talked about, is currently running in ninth place, just 1 spot away from the grand final. 10th is Ollie Peters. 11th is Jaden Lyford. 12th is Edward Haslam, 13th is Tyler Richardson, 14th is Robert Bukowski, and 15th at the back, Joshie Wood at the moment. And everybody, little gaps between everybody. In fact, it just bunches up a bit every time they come through this second of the 3 hairpins, these 3 flowing hairpins on the far end of the building there. And we are about halfway through now, 6.5 minutes in, and this looks, even though it's tight, it needs almost like a moment of I almost said madness, not madness, but moment of genius, I would say, to to see if, because it could happen, because Ted is really starting to go defensive. That line on the up ramp there, absolute smack bang in the centre of the track, with Frederick Navarro able to go absolutely wide in order to get a much better line going through the next section of the track. Freddie Farrell third.
Fastest lap for Navarro, second driver into the 51s, is about 2/10 quicker than anything Mason Chahal's been able to do. That's one thing Chahal hasn't done so far this time round. He hasn't been able to pump out a 51-second lap,
but he has.
Navarro's got it.
51.9.
Yeah, Navarro's got
the
51.9. Second time we've seen it in the races so far. Over the line this time. Does Chahal have an answer for him? Looks like he's currently just holding him at arm's length still.
That would be fourth on the grid for Navarro.
Yeah, so at the moment...
But if he overtakes, he'll be, at the moment, it'll be pole.
Yeah, so it's an extremely close fight here.
It's
it just shows the difference.
The difference pole in the final.
The difference one position can make here, it can literally move him up 3 positions. So if he can go for the move, it's definitely going to be in his interest. However, no one's been able to get on terms with Mason Chahal so far. He's been able to just hold everyone at arm's length. So if Navarro can do it, that's going to be a feat in itself. Oh, step there as Chahal went through. Looked like the Carter stepped into one of the faster corners there. That's brought Navarro right onto the rear bumper of him. Is he going to be close enough to try and get a good run out of here? He goes for a wider line. Chahal just taps the brakes a little bit to get the kart rotated. Trying to force that kart as they come through. Looks over his shoulder. He knows Navarro's right in his rear bumper. These two are so evenly matched. It looks like Chahal is now trying to back him off, trying to go as slow as he can to try and maybe bring Freddie Farrell back into this one. Again, he looks over his shoulder to see where Frederick Navarro is. He's not close enough to do anything just yet. 4 minutes remaining.
Can also talk about Charlie France. The gap now for that grand final place is
2/10. He's getting there. Charlie France might spring an upset. He had a grid penalty at the start of this one. Started the first heat from the back of the grid. Can he snag the last position in the main event today? Meanwhile, while we're looking at that, Navarro is still trying to snag pole position away from Mason Chahal. So as they go through the top end of the circuit, if it finishes as it is, we reckon Navarro will start the final in 4th place.
At the moment, 51.9.
Yeah, unless he can find a bit of time. So he's about a 10, so it's a 51.8 was the last result.
If he overtakes at the moment, he will be in pole. If he finishes where he is,
he will start in 4th.
Yeah.
How big of a difference. This is absolutely crazy here. If Navarro's going to have a shot at winning this title, he really, really wants to get past Mason Chahal now. He's got 3 minutes remaining to try and get a move on the Edmonton driver as they come through the top end of the circuit. But it looks to me like that gap has just come up a little bit. Chahal looks over, he sees that gap is a little bit bigger. Navarro's been right on his rear bumper for the majority of this one, but now he has at least a kart length as they head in towards the first hairpin into the second one as well. He's not close enough. This is normally where Chahal looks a little bit stronger than Navarro. Navarro seems to make it up towards the start of the lap, and Chahal seems to gain it towards the end of it. So over the line, I reckon this is probably maybe 2, maybe 3 laps if we're lucky. As they now head under the bottom section here, Mason Chahal again looks over his shoulder. He's really trying to look. This is where Navarro is strong. See how quick he's closed up. That gap's more than halved over the bottom section. Chahal really needs to get a good run off here and try and build that gap as much as possible. Otherwise, he's leaving himself open for attack into that bottom corner off what is now T1 at the start. You see just a load of karts going through at the back end of the circuit, but still the qualifying positions stay the same. Chahal, Navarro, Farrell, Barrington, Sadlowski, Potter, Martin Bradley and Sims are your 8 drivers that currently are going to be in the main event. Navarro again not close enough as Chahal just stretches his advantage through the tarmac section here. He looks over his shoulder, he sees the gap's got a little bit bigger. Let's see what Navarro can do through this in what we think is going to be the last lap of this semi-final here. Navarro's going to close right up onto the rear bumper of Mason Chahal once again.
Now or never for Navarro.
He's really going to have to make a move. He's going to have to look at it. He looks over his shoulder. He knows he's not got any. He knows he's not got any pressure from behind because Farrell's about 2 seconds further back. So if he's going to go for a move, he can afford to try and be a little bit racy with this one. Down into the bottom section, he needs to try and get this done as quickly as he can because we're about to get to the section of the circuit where Chahal is a lot stronger. You can see the gap's already opened up quite a bit. I don't think Navarro is going to be close enough to do it. So Chahal is going to come through across the start-finish line. Are we going to see a dive in towards the second hairpin? We've seen quite a few this time round. No, he's not gone for it. He's not gone for it. He's going to bank the 4th place position, but they're going to come through the top end of the circuit and come over the line. Mason Chahal wins the semi-final. That puts him on the front row. Frederick Navarro is going to start on row 2. Based on the lap times we can see here, it looks like Navarro is going to start that one in 4th place. Freddie Farrell's going to start. Freddie Farrell's on the 3rd row. Barrington on the 4th row. Hector Sadlowski, Elliot Potter, Liam Martin Bradley and Adam Sims are the drivers that are going to be taking part in the main event. Unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to Charlie France and Ollie Peters, the 2 youngest drivers in the junior category, nose to tail in at the end of that. Jaden Linford, then Edward Haslam, Tyler Richardson, Robert Borowski and Joshy Wood. Unfortunately, their BIKC 23 ends here.
And I got to say, right, Jen is sat here thinking, what do I do? Like, there hasn't been any controversial instance, really, is there?
I know, she's not got a job just here yet.
Indeed, because the driving standard has been so good.
It's been really clean so far, which normally for the semis, when you get to this point, then if the elbows start coming out, which it's not really happened yet.
Yeah, no, I was hoping to see, obviously, the top 3 drivers then fighting for the sort of higher spots in the grand final. I was hoping to see some moves being made, but nothing quite been done about that. Obviously, we had that spin out in the Cadet race, but we didn't get that on camera, so unfortunately couldn't review that. So yeah, I'm just waiting for some interesting content. Hopefully the grand final brings some interesting things.
Yeah, finals are normally where the elbows come out. Once you start saying, right, 15 minutes between you and a champion, there's 16 drivers on the grid, only one of them can take it home. That's normally where the fireworks start.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to see what the grand final is going to come to bring. Obviously, we said that Frederick's going to finish or start in 4th. So we'll see what's going to happen with the first 3 drivers. It's going to be an interesting battle for that podium.
Yeah, there's 4 very, very quick drivers so far at the front of that junior category. It's going to be hard to try and pick them apart, but
this grid looks tasty, guys.
Yes, this one really does look tasty.
We've got Eskil, who of course would be in pole position. He has a bit of a perfect record so far. But we've got James Vout, who has been really good on overtaking and pushing in 2nd position. We've got Ben Hunt, who starts in 3rd place. We've got Harvey Ball in 4th. We've got Alex Ratton in 5th. A lot of love for Alex Ratton actually on the live stream there. Lottie North lining up 6th on the grid for this semi-final. When we have Kai Jackson in 7th, we've got Elliot Griggs in 8th and Abe Palmer, who, has to be said, we would remind, only found out they were racing here yesterday. So
yeah, it's a
strong I wouldn't
performance already.
I wouldn't describe as match fit. I would say that they've done an outstanding job, if I'll be honest, to drive exactly as they've done. And here we go for the last of the semi-finals. Eskild, with the whole of Norway is still watching at this particular moment in time, because he is in pole position and leads around the corners right behind the pace car. This is what didn't happen in that start from a few races ago. They'd kind of lost the pace car, but the pace car is only a metre or so in front of a driver of car 59, Eskild Hewitt. And here we go. Are we going to get a nice clean start? I think we are. Here we go. And we are on for the last of the semi-finals. And is James Vout going to make a move, or try and make a move early? Because early sometimes sounds good. People get into rhythms here, and suddenly it just looks like nothing's going to happen. The start is obviously a really great time to get that car up the inside and take that position. Going over the top of the flyover at the moment, completely resurfaced, following the refurb that we have. Loads of new barriers absolutely everywhere. Around the contact there, 45, Ben Hunt, contact, and James Vout, you can see the back of the neck go a little bit there, because that was quite heavy. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a black and white warning flag going out there, but at the moment, coming down past the pits, it is car 59. Eskild Hewitt is leading at the moment.
Yeah, through the top end of the circuit. Looks like off the start, I think Kai Jackson lost a position. They've lost a position at the hand of Elliot Griggs. But it's Hewitt, Vout and Hunt are your top 3 at the moment. Harvey Ball not too far behind. We really need to look at the times for Harvey Ball to see if they can take that 4th place spot. The time they're looking to beat is a 60.696 if they're going to finish in 4th place. But looking behind, there's a lot of drivers that want to take it off them. Alex Rattan, Lottie North, Elliot Griggs has got another position as Arby Palmer now moves into 8th place at the expense of Kai Jackson. So Jackson with a lot of work to do to try and get into the top end of the circuit. Once again, the top 3 have broken away here. So it's Hewitt, Vout and Hunt. These guys can now effectively try and decide who's going to start where in the main event, because they've already got about a second and a half over Harvey Ball in 4th place. Who behind him, he's got Alex Rattan tucked under the rear bumper. So that could be a good fight brewing over 4th place as they come through now. Akhil Hewitt just looks over to the left-hand side, just sees James
Was literally
Vout
looking at his bumper.
Yeah, he's literally looking there.
The eyes were really looking down rather than at the driver behind. Just checking literally how many
close
inches.
he is.
Yeah, how many inches.
It's like, is he there? Bumpers. Is he not? Okay, let's turn in. So the top 3 broken away here. 7/10 is the gap between those. They've got a further 2.1 seconds behind for Harvey Ball and Alex Rattan. Alex Griggs and Kai Jackson up another one as Lottie North now comes down to 8th place. We're watching the fight here over P4. These guys fighting extremely hardly. Alex Rattan tucked under the rear bumper of Ben Hunt, but still Akhil Hewitt who leads the way here against the 57 of James Vout and the 45 of Ben Hunt. They come through to the top end of the circuit. Again, a little bit of a look over the shoulder. It's quite interesting to see the difference in styles when you see drivers like attacking and defending. Yep. You see the look over the shoulder almost every lap. Some do it more than others, and some doing it in very specific places just to try and see. You can see Askill's doing it on the way out of a corner just to try and see if Vout's got a run in him or not. And then he's deciding where he's going to put his car based on that. It's out of the corners where you're going to get the most of the time. Through the top end of the circuit now, Hewitt's going to bank another lap here as we head towards the main event for the cadets. This is the last of the semi-finals that we're going to have today. It's the last of the semi-finals for the cadets as well. So soon we're going to know our 10 runners and riders for the main event. As Akhil Hewitt, James Vout, Ben Hunt currently with a ticket to the party. Harvey Ball trying to see if they can get in on the action as well. Currently, they've done a 1 minute 1.361. That will not be enough to get them into the main event. They need to try and find about 7/10, which is not a small ask to find on a circuit like this. The top 3 go through the top end of the circuit. Fastest lap for James Vout in 2nd place. 1 minute 0.580. Quite a quick time there for our cadets. Top 3 lapping within about a 10th of each other. Again, a look over the shoulder from the 59. Akhil Hewitt just soaking up the pressure here. It's a very measured drive for Akhil Hewitt, but now with so much more on the line, I can't imagine Vout's going to sit back and rest on his laurels. He's going to try and get that position if he can do it.
Looks really good. So the top 3 go through, and they're the ones that have absolutely pulled away. So again, it's what these drivers want. Because it's 3 semi-finals and not 2, it does mean that the difference for each position is a bit more dramatic. So it's the fastest drivers, the winners are 2nd and 3rd, they're 3 places. So it's 3rd, you know, if you're the fastest 2nd driver, you'll line up in 4th place. Which really, you know, as I said, it's possible that you can win the race from 4th place, but it's always difficult when you get to grand final time. Because we've got the best drivers. They're in the first 3 slots, and they've been driving absolutely brilliantly all the way through the entire event. So we've got Akhil Hewitt, who has won everything so far. But as we said, has won everything by doing extremely, what I would say, defensive driving.
Yeah, very measured drives.
Yeah, it's interesting where his lap times will kind of, if suddenly he finds that he wins and he finds himself in 3rd place on the grid, then suddenly we're going to have to, you know, we're going to need a different skill set from Akhil in order to win the entire thing. So even though he has a perfect record so far, nothing is guaranteed. And because all the defensive driving, would that lead to fast lap times? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, currently these guys lapping about the 1 minute 0.5 mark. That's for all 3 of them. Ben Hunt's just dipped into the 1 minute 0.4s again to bank yet another of the fastest laps. So he's looking to try and maximise his grid position as best as possible. Akhil Hewitt just with their head down, just trying to see what they can try and pull out of the top end of that. Biz EcoVolt Jr. dropping through the chicane, one of the fastest sections on the circuit, probably one of my favourites when you try and drive this circuit. As James Vout tries to see if they've got any answer for Akhil Hewitt at the front.
I've got news. We've got 2 finals. Which one's going first? I know, it's the juniors that are going first. So these drivers here, the top 3, will be climbing straight out of a cadet car, straight back into a cadet car.
So cadets are going to get to the cadet final. Will go before the juniors.
Will go before the juniors.
That could be interesting. That could also play into the fact that these drivers, having just done a 12-minute race, about to jump back in for a 15-minute final. That could make it a little bit interesting for these guys.
Here we go, 48 and 53. Only black and white flags. So 48 is Elliot Griggs, and 53 is Alex Rattan. Who will both, no points or time lost or anything like that. Time lost. Just warnings, final warnings is what I would say. So they've got to be really, really careful. And Harvey Ball, let's keep an eye on the whole fastest lap.
101.2 so far. It's not enough.
Not enough.
It's not enough. Thinking about lap times, looking at these three, the times are just coming down and down and down. Every lap, one of them takes the fastest lap, and it's just moving the marker a little bit further down. So currently all three of them are running 60.4
This is the closest that James Vout has been.
Yeah, Vout with the fastest lap previous time by Hewitt's about a tenth and a bit slower. So Vout is now took right on the rear bumper, 4 and a bit minutes to go. So in my head, it's just under 4 laps to go. Hewitt again looking there, just trying to make sure they can close the door on Vout if they do end up coming down the inside. But again, these three, they've been absolutely inseparable the entirety of this race.
And let's not forget, these races are longer.
Yeah,
12 minutes, not
now.
10. It's even more drive, even more concentration that is required, and we're going to increase them again when we get to the grand final stages. Okay, here we go. So 4 minutes to go. So we've got a fair few laps in here, 2 or 3 laps easily, kind of thing. Let's see if absolutely planted on the rear bumper there. You could put like a piece of paper between it if it was so close here. And again, different racing line going through there. But again, James Vout with nothing too extravagant there, nothing to open the door that Ben Hunt can suddenly go for a gap and steal that second place off him. But again, has got visions really of trying to push Akhil into making some kind of mistake that we have yet to see, it has to be said, in any of his races so far this morning and this afternoon.
Yes, the driver's now firing through the top end of the circuit. And notice coming through from race control, a 3-second time penalty for continuous contact. That is Alex Rattan. So coming through the top end of the track, Rattan's BIKC is pretty much over now. Even if they were able to
penalty,
get into the top
Alex
section.
Rattan.
Yeah, 53-second penalty for excessive contact. So he's been given the black and white for loading already. He's continued to push the carts in front of him as the top three are pushing each other faster and faster and faster. We've got 3 minutes left to go here. I make that about 2 laps left to run. So it's this one they're about to start, and then one more after that for Akhil Vyas to try and defend the top 3, covered by just over half a second here as they drop down towards the bottom end of the circuit. As you wait to see the rest of the field filing through, they've got quite a big gap in 9 seconds over Harvey Ball in
massive,
fourth
isn't it?
place. That
just shows the pace that the top 3 are going at.
Yeah, these guys are in a different league. They're consistently about 8 to 9 tenths quicker than the drivers that they're chasing. So these top 3, they're going to be heading into the final definitely with a point to prove with the lap times these guys are putting in at the moment, but they are so close, especially with the rest of the drivers are about to put them on with the final.
Yeah, but also Ben Hunt now is so far in the lead. Not that he would know unless he's conscious of what's behind him, but he can also take a risk.
Yeah.
If he gets a 3 or 5 second penalty, it doesn't matter. They're so far ahead of everybody else that it should give him the confidence to have a go. But we shall see, because we are now this is going to be the last lap of the semi-finals of the cadets or juniors in 2023. This is the last lap before we will start grand final racing. And is there going to be a fine there? There has been final twists in the tail. And let's see if there is going to be one here. We've got Elliot Griggs with a 3-second penalty.
Both drivers about black and whites. They've both been given time penalties now.
But Alex Rattan and Elliot Griggs aren't necessarily out of it. It's all about these 3 drivers here. And we don't think Harvey's going to be fast enough to pick up that 4th place grand final. It's all about these 3. It's been a stunning drive from each of them. But if they stay like this, it will be first, 4th,
side by side,
and 7th.
Vout's trying to cut back down. This isn't over yet.
It's not over.
This isn't over. Yeah, he's just managed to get it. He just managed to cover it off there. Akhil Vyas comes over the line, continues his winning run. So that's 2 wins in the semis, and that is a win in the semi-final for Akhil Vyas. James Vout and Ben Hunt also come across the line to secure places in the semi-final. And thanks to Harvey Ball coming over the line now in P4. He did set his fastest lap of the race, a 1:01.196. But that isn't quicker than what Bertie Hodgson managed in the semi-final before, a 60.696. So that looks like Bertie Hodgson's managed to bag a ticket into the main event.
Oddly, even though I've been told that it is the juniors next, I can see... Sorry, let's just check on what I was...
Would you like to double-check your facts to make sure you're not making yourself look daft?
No,
because I can see juniors getting into
juniors. It's the junior final.
Have you forgotten how to read?
I've always had problems with reading.
Yeah. Have you got your glasses on?
Wrong ones.
The wrong ones. Are they the long vision ones? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
there's a lot of chat on the live stream because it's a long event, isn't it? King Adam TV has said, "I've gone swimming. I've gone swimming, but I'm back now."
People have been able to go out, do another leisure activity, and then come back and we're still
well
racing.
Well done, Chapper81. I've literally been watching this since 10 a.m. straight, no breaks. We've been commentating since 10 o'clock straight with no breaks.
I know.
And we have the grid for the grand final. I'll take it. I'll take this. Will you take the
You can take that through. I'll go through.
Here we go.
Cadets.
So, and now I am going to do a bit of an EastEnders. Let's go from the back to the front. It's to keep you in a bit of suspense. 16th on the grid, Adam Sims. 15th, John Bolter. 14th on the grid, Jake Anders. 13th is Liam Martin Bradley. 12th is Max Kilby. 11th is Elliot Potter. 10th is Jacob Equal. You'd be disappointed at that with all the overtaking he's done. 9th is Hector Sadlowski. 8th is Henry Barrington. We get into the top drivers. 7th is Benjamin Hamilton. 6th place on the grid will be John Wall. 5th on the grid will be Freddie Farrell. 4th on the grid, the second row position, as we predicted, obviously, Frederick Navarro. 3rd on the grid for the grand final, Jack Clayton. 2nd on the grid.
Just so I know, am I still live?
Here we go, Mason Chahal. Which means driving kart 17, Bobby McGurr will start the BIKC Grand Final from pole position. This is going to be an absolute belter.
Yeah, we're just having a bit of a conversation down here just regarding the cadet race, just saying how clean that was.
It was beautiful.
And we've all just realised here that the 3 drivers actually come. So it's myself, Lewis Jackson, and Jen here. So the 3 drivers in there all come from our respected circuits. So, so
well
Ben Hunt's from one of Jen's, James Vouts from Liverpool, and Eskild. Even though he's qualified through Preston, he's Warrington out on loan. So he's one of our. He's a Warrington driver who's come through here.
I think he's racing under a Norway.
Racing under a Norwegian flag and a Preston track license from Warrington. So just about everything that could be mixed about there, we've got it. But it's the Warrington. It's one about my driver on the front. So that's all.
Here we go.
To me.
Theo B Racing, watching from Edinburgh, hoping to be there next year. Good luck for the finals.
Please tell me someone has bought these commentators some food. They deserve it. Dom. Someone said buy us food.
Yeah, none of that has happened. But yeah.
To be fair, we've not had chance really. There is food. There is food. We just haven't had a chance to go get it. So,
Ash on VR predictions for junior finals. Oh my God, I'm going with Bobby. But he's easy. I said that earlier. But he is in pole position. So yeah, he must have a chance if he's in pole position.
Now we're at the business. Now we're at the business end of the day. So. Let's start.
Who's
the point where we start making predictions, isn't it?
Who's the dude in the red car?
Who's the dude in the red car?
The dude
in the red car
is
the dude who is responsible for all of the karts within TeamSport.
Yeah.
So he is Mr. Go-Kart in TeamSport.
If you get a bad kart at TeamSport, it's basically down to him. Kind of that man there.
And as Lex has just informed, it's not just called the red kart, it is the Sonair
safety kart. Indeed. Odd that Adam's in a kart with the word safety on it. Probably outside, but here we go. Anyway, I thought
normally at this point
Malcolm should be in it. Malcolm, he's had a health and safety.
Normally,
if there's going to be a kart with safety on it, Malcolm should be driving it, as far as I'm concerned.
Normally, by this point, you're making a joke about him being in a kart that's still on its wheels. So, but yeah, now we're at the point of the weekend where we start making predictions. So,
can I just say, Johnny Elliott, that's a good point. Great racing today. But now it's time to see who can hold their nerve.
Yeah.
And it is a lot about that.
Yeah,
That's a really good point.
We are now about 15 minutes and change away from crowning our first champion. And we caught up with Johnny before we kicked off BIKC week, and it's a real challenge just to be part of this event. Like, you've got to deal with pressure. You've got 2 people talking about you. You've got loads of people watching you at the venue. You've got loads more people watching you at home.
Indeed.
Knowing you've got that sort of backing and people rooting for you, it can be a little bit of
Tom, do you know how many people
pressure
tuned into live stream last year in the whole competition?
Go on, Russ, let me know.
120,000.
120,000.
I know I make a lot of stuff up. I'm not making that up. That is actually what happened.
Yeah, if you were to make that up, you'd say 120 million. You go, that's how far you'd take it. It'd be like 120 million.
Totally. So we know there's a lot of people watching in, and we know there's people watching in from Norway, and we've heard there will be watching people in from Catalonia and France as well. So yeah, there is everything. You know, it's started to turn into a global event.
Yeah, there's loads
and
of
also
people
now we've
following
got tracks in Germany, got Munich, Mönchengladbach. We've
Yeah,
got
there's
just
two in
opened
Holland.
in Utrecht.
Yeah, Utrecht the Wall.
By the way, if anyone fancies a whole day,
that place. It looks fantastic.
a Race Again voucher bought in the UK is valid in
Don't tell
Germany
me that.
or in Holland.
Next thing you're going to tell me my crew karting works there as well. Don't tell me that, because that's just dangerous. That's just dangerous.
Elena's watching from Newcastle. Not quite as glamorous as Norway, but not bad. And we got
the same letter.
And we've got a fabulous track in Newcastle. We really,
Yeah,
really
I need to get up and try that. I need to get up and try that one. I've heard loads of good stuff about Newcastle.
Here we go. We got Ethan Bailey saying, "Come on, Bobby, you've got this." Salvatore Newman says,
Can I come to the commentator? No, you can't, Sal. Stay in the infield and let us talk about some good racing.
He can if he brings food.
Yes.
Okay, Russ will take a bribe of food. But, yeah.
Right, here we go.
Now,
Lee Illingworth just got my BIKC entry. He's coming next year. Sorry,
Yep.
I've got to get away from live stream because we got the biggest race to run. Tom, do you want to take it through?
So, this is crunch time now. We've got 16 drivers. We've got 1 championship to decide. 15 minutes is going to separate one of these drivers from a BIKC title. None of them have won it before. Only a handful have been here before. Both of them on the front row there. Bobby and Mason, the 2 top-seeded drivers this time about, but the field is under the control of Bobby McGurr as they come through under the bottom section of the circuit. 15 minutes to decide a champion. Are we going to get going at the first time of asking? Lights go green. We're racing for the BIKC Finals. Here we go. Bobby McGurr still holds it down the inside. Mason Chahal looks like they're going to be shuffled out by Jack Clayton, who gets a really good start trying to go in second. No, he's managed to gauge. There's contact there. Is there a car stop? Yeah, there's one off there. There's at least one off there. Lights go yellow. Trying to pick out who that is. That's Freddie Farrell's out there. I think there might be a second one in there as well. I think that may end up being a red. Yeah, that looks like a red flag to me there. So session's been paused, time has been stopped.
Well, we're not.
So
but James will, surely.
It's all happened. It's all happened immediately. So
Here we
the marshals are going to try and...
that looked like it was going to happen. As they steamed underneath there, in a grand final situation at the start, it looked like that was going to... And it just a few drivers just got pushed a little wide. They collided with a barrier. That slowed them down with the friction.
There's 2 of them in there. There's 2 karts in there.
Indeed.
We didn't even see...
Jen, can we have that on the Gen pad?
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. We'll have to have a look at that.
I don't know when we can watch
it.
Yeah,
I'm trying to pick out who that second driver is. I can't quite work out the helmet.
Can you see?
It might be.
Can you see in the background? We bought a new TV.
Yeah, we're watching it now. It looks really good, doesn't it?
Yeah,
looks really good.
No expense at BIKC
no
finals.
expense spared.
I wonder who bought that. Right. Anyway,
probably the same guy who's having to pay to listen to us commentate all weekend. Yeah, the marshal's going to get Freddie Farrell back in race position. I'm trying to ID the second driver. I can't work out the helmet. I think it might be Potter, but I don't want to get it wrong. I can't quite see the number. 34. That is Elliot Potter. I got that one right. So first time I've actually been able to ID a driver correctly. So red flag procedure. We are going to go for a rolling restart.
Single file.
Single file. So it means that Bobby McGurr's got a little bit less pressure, let's say, as the safety cart there is sat waiting to receive the field of 16 drivers. We said the elbows had come out in the final. We didn't think it'd kick off that quickly.
Also, look at Adam, the pace kart driver.
He looks extremely happy about being in that car.
We've literally put a helmet on him, right, and whacked him in there just so he can't be around anybody and pass on his germs.
Oh, God.
He can keep his germs to himself inside that race helmet.
Is he taking that kart home with him as well, so it doesn't get driven again?
It's going to get sanitised as soon as the race is over.
Pop it through one of the ozone cabinets just to sanitise the whole kart, yeah?
Yeah, totally. Look, Dubai, Joe Cortez. Well, oh, that's amazing. Well, welcome. You're very welcome over there in Dubai. Let us know who you're supporting, Joe. You know what I mean? Because we haven't got a track in Dubai yet.
There's a good question. Let's bring Jen in on this one as well. What is the best track to race if you're in a cadet? Now, that's a tough one, that.
Don't say Cardiff.
I'm trying to think.
Wow.
I'm trying to think. It'd be like, I'm thinking maybe a tighter circuit would probably fare a little bit better, or...
Yeah, so I find when I've driven cadet karts, again, it's very odd to race in a cadet kart for myself, but I have. I find that tighter tracks are better. You don't need to use the full width, so I did really enjoy watching Leicester. That was a really, really, really good track for racing with cadets.
I think Trafford would be a good shout as well, to be fair. It's quite a nice, tight one, all tarmac.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ramps either. Obviously, you just go up and then back down the bridge again. So I think that's a great track. I've only been to a handful of TeamSport tracks, so I can't say for all of them.
I have a feeling Crawley would probably be a good one as well. It's a proper roller coaster. Like if you think like ramps at, like, let's say this track is steep, Crawley's something else. They are properly vertical. They are properly vertical. It's an absolute hoot.
Yeah, I would say, though, Cardiff is a decent track for cadet karts, I would have to say, just because that's where I'm from and it's where I work. But I do find that it's a very
Can I just interrupt, sorry, because there's a few things. So first of all, can we see a replay of the crash? Yes, we're working on it. Harry Power Racing. KV Racing wants a shout out. Shout out to KV Racing. Paul Boodle, sanitise the car, keep it. It's a combat car. That's not the... BTV Racing just says, I'm American. Now, does that mean you're in America, or it's just a statement that you are American? Let us know. Big up Crawley. Crawley track is such a lot of love for the Crawley track.
Crawley's definitely it's good fun. If you can justify the run down, like from here, it is a bit of a track.
Now,
but if you can justify the run, it's good fun.
Make sure you mention cat grease this time.
I'll let you do that. Clearly, me calling a start was bad luck, so I think you should call this one.
Okay, so we've got in kart 17, we've got Bobby McGirt. Are we going to get a clean start? It should be much easier when they get underneath the flyover, but here we go. Let's see, we're looking out for the green light. The pace car is going to pull away. And then look, he's holding back. Doesn't need to go all that fast. Are we going to? Yes, I think we're on. Cat grease. Here we go. And kart 17, he gets immediate contact. He literally holds his hands up and says, wow. Straight in there. And once again, even though, right, they were single file, they've still managed to end up
Farrell
really
straight to
tight.
Navarro's been shuffled out there. He's lost at least 2 places. He's behind Ben Hamilton now. So he's probably at least outside the top 7, I'd say. As Bobby McGirt, Mason Chahal come through. Jack Clayton is now still there. Jack Clayton's actually got ahead of Mason Chahal. So for the first time all day, Mason Chahal has been overtaken.
It's a semi-final all over again.
So Mason Chahal has been overtaken. We've seen Jack Clayton can make a good start, and he waited to the final to make it. So it's now Clayton, McGirt and Chahal coming through the top section of the circuit. Clayton on his first entry into the BIKC Finals. McGirt and Chahal have been here before, but it is Clayton who's got the upper hand there on the driver who started on the front row. Bobby McGirt leads over the line. So it's Clayton in second, Chahal in third, Farrell, Wall, Hamilton, Barrington, Navarro down to 8th. So that restart really cost him. You've then got Liam Martin, Bradley, Max Kilby rounds out your top 10. Jacob McCule is in 11. Jake Anderson 12. Sadlowski's down into 13th. Bolter, Sims and Potter are your runners and riders as we head through the top end of the circuit. McGirt just needs to now control the pace as they come through the top end of the track.
Navarro must be furious, Tom.
Yeah, he must be
such a great
furious.
Grip position. Worked so hard all day to get that grip position, and he's running in 8th place after 2 minutes of the grand final. But this is it. This is the absolute showdown. These are the best drivers.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Down the inside.
Fabulous move. Fabulous move. That
Beautiful
is, look,
move.
he knows
Let's
hand in
go.
the air. Come on.
Beautiful
That is
move.
Mason, that is so Bobby is leading. Mason Chahal, who went backwards, is back into that second position. And surely now he's got to set his sights on tracking down Bobby McGurr, who has managed, obviously, to pull away because of the action that is going on behind. But we've seen some fabulous overtaking manoeuvres. That is right
Clayton's
up
going
there
for him
with
again.
him.
Clayton's going for him. So Chahal was signaling, let's go, let's try and catch him up, because you can see the 8 and a bit 10th gap that he's now got, but Clayton's not having a bar of it. He's going to want to try and overtake Chahal on track and then try and chase after Bobby McGurr, but all this is doing is it's letting the Basildon driver run away at the front of the field. So Chahal, Clayton, Farrell, Wall, Hamilton, that's how close the top 6 are at the moment. Farrell really is the one that sort of spelled the downfall for Frederick Navarro. He made the move on the opening couple of corners, and that just left him towards the outside as McGurr comes over to record another lap. Oh, we've got a spinner there. That was the 28 that's gone round.
And the yellows.
That's Max Kilby. That's Max Kilby who's had a spin. So Kilby's now fallen right down towards the order. A driver who's had a bit of a mixed bag over the course today. He's had some really good performances.
Huge potential.
Shown great potential, but he's just not been there when it counts. And right now, he's down in 16th, and he's got a lot of work to do in the next 11 minutes if he wants to try and get back into contention for a decent run at the end of this. But Bobby McGurr, 1.4 seconds is the gap over the line. Chahal, Clayton, Farrell are your top 4. And just look at the gap that Bobby's got at the moment. He's really controlling this one. This junior field has been so close throughout the entirety of the day. And if Chahal and Clayton carry on fighting in the way that it looks like they have been, McGurr is just going to run away, and he's going to run away with the title by the end of the day.
It's brilliant stuff, and Bobby McGurr now has got, we call it a comfortable gap. Look at that. To have a gap like that in the final, it is Bobby McGurr's race to lose here. It's all about second and third. And Jack Clayton and Mason Chahal have been two of the best drivers this one, and they battled tooth and nail in all of their heats. Nobody's had it easy here. And now they've got the prospect. It's a tough prospect because they're literally watching Bobby McGurr disappear disappear. And yet the gap now 1.7 seconds, and they know pretty much now that they are battling over second and third position. And that, after lining up on the grid, that's got to be tough to take. It has to be tough to take. But here we go, the leader still, Bobby McGurr. But we're going to be focusing, I don't think we're going to see much of Bobby, pretty much, on the TV between now and the end of the race, because the action is absolutely all behind. And can Mason break through? He is 0.4 clear, but as soon as they cross the line, they get to underneath the bridge, and Mason and Jack Clayton closes right. He's really quick around this section of the track. This is where he did some of his overtaking earlier on in the event, and absolutely, he's great around these corners. And this is where you look at him, touching literally bumper to bumper. It's like this section of the track he is amazing at, and really closes it in on Mason Chahal. Then we get round to this end of the track, and it just seems to come back to Mason, and he's able just to pull away a touch. But the gap now 1.9 seconds. So here we go, and the fastest lap time. A lot of battles out of there. So the fastest lap is 52.425, and guess who's got it? It's the leader. It's going to be the leader because he's got the clear track in front of him. But whoa, battles out there. Freddie Farrell and John Wall as well, absolutely. But look at 29. Look at that, Jack Clayton almost fully alongside there, not on the racing line,
defending,
but fully alongside.
Chahal's having to defend here. They're not going to be making inroads into Bobby McGurr. They've got nearly 2 seconds to try and catch him these next 8 minutes. Time is really starting to run out, despite the fact we're about halfway through this race. These two, if they want to try and catch McGurr, they've got to get their heads down. They need to stop fighting. They need to work together, figure out which of the two is the quickest, get them in the front, and then go for it. Because if they keep letting Bobby McGurr get away at the rate he's going, he's not going to be catchable. And it looks like here Freddie Farrell's actually coming into this one. I think I saw a dive there for Henry Barrington in the background there. So Clayton now, instead of being the hunter, he's now the hunted, as Freddie Farrell wants to get into this fight.
He's in this battle, Freddie Farrell, for the podium, no doubt.
These guys
come from nowhere.
Close here.
And also Jack Clayton, all the attacking he's doing, you might not be fully aware, right? The Freddie Farrell is absolutely there. More contact, there's minor contact going underneath the mezzanine. That's why. That's why he had a look behind him there to say, yeah, get off my bumper. I think Jack Clayton third, Freddie Farrell still in fourth, but Freddie Farrell, he could easily make a surprise move here and really really shake things up.
Yeah, there's 2 steps on the podium being fought for here. One of them, when the music stops, is going to be left off the step of the podium here. But all this fighting is doing is just letting Bobby McGurr run away. That gap went up another half second on the lap. It's now 2.4 seconds. It's one of the biggest gaps we've seen so far. As Farrell goes down the inside on Jack Clayton. He gets the move. Farrell down now onto the podium. A very opportunistic move, but he's made it clean. It was going to come. The black and white goes out. We'll try and figure out through race control who that was aimed at, as Freddie Farrell now into a podium position. And what that has done is it's released Mason Chahal. So now the gap, now there is a bit of a gap there. Chahal can get his head down and he can see if he can eat into that advantage that Bobby McGurr has. 2.6 seconds it was over the last lap. And John Wall now looking racy. He might be about to depose Jack Clayton of P4. Farrell looks over his shoulder. He's trying to see if he can run away here. But Chahal now, he's got 2.6. That's the gap. That's what 2.5 seconds in an indoor kart looks like. There's about a second, I'd say, towards Freddie Farrell as well. Let's see what Chahal can do. He can get his head down now. Let's see how much of that gap he can eat into.
Adam Sims with a 3-second penalty, drops all the way to the back. So he is completely out of it. But let's go back to the front. We're starting to get, so there's 6 minutes left. It's amazing, isn't it, how quick these races seem to go, because they're so intense. They're absolutely fantastic. And there's a bit of camera shottage there, footage even, for Bobby McGurr, because we haven't seen much of him. He's been so far in the lead. 2.8 seconds in the final of the BIKC is a huge margin. And Tom was absolutely right. In any chance for Mason and Freddie to catch him, you're going to have to work together. And I don't see that happening one little bit in the grand final. It is the battle for second and third, which is the main focus here. And Jack Clayton, after missing out, you know, he was second. At the start, he got overtaken by Mason. He's been overtaken by Freddie. It's like, what has he got? Has he got anything left in the tank? Any emotional energy that he can pull these lap times in, get back on the tail of Freddie Farrell, and see at least if he can leave here today after such epic racing with a trophy, which you've got to say, fully on the paper, he fully deserves. So I'll be absolutely honest. He's gone from second to fourth, but it's not over. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Chahal is not closing here. That gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So last time over the line, McGurr ran a 52.4, Chahal ran a 52.6. So that gap now 3 seconds. McGurr is just extending that advantage now, and it almost looks like he's getting towards the point where he may be, dare I say it, uncatchable. But anything can happen in the world of motorsport, and usually it does. As he now got dropped through the top end of the circuit, Chahal really needs to try and get his head down. There's about 4 minutes of racing left. That equates to about 4 laps worth for him to try and get onto the coattails of Bobby McGurr. There's the leader. He goes over the line. That is what the gap is this time. Over the line, it's still 3 seconds. That's the first time the gap has stayed the same over the last couple of laps. But we're looking now at the fight for third place. Freddie Farrell, Jack Clayton, John Waller in this one as well. Henry Barrington in P6. Ben Hamilton, Frederick Navarro is still in P8. He's not been able to pull anything up to get a little bit further up the field. Fastest lap of the race, though, currently belongs to Jake Anders. A 52.099 is the fastest we've seen out of these juniors so far. Not quite into the 51 bracket, but you've got Freddie Farrell at the moment.
The lead now, 3 seconds.
3.1 seconds here.
3 seconds.
Over 3 seconds with
and a gap for
3 minutes to go.
Is a second between second and third. It literally is. The last battle here is between Freddie Farrell and Jack Clayton, which is 0.4 of a second, that will decide who steps onto that final step of the podium to take that third place trophy.
Gap's 3.4. It's gone up again. Bobby McGurr is just in control of this race. He's running away, so to speak here. He's pulled another 4 tenths over that lap. Mason Chahal still in second place. He's pulled a couple of tenths over Freddie Farrell. So the top two looks relatively set here with 3 minutes on the clock. Freddie Farrell and Jack Clayton is the fight we're watching here. John Wall, don't count him out of the podium just yet. If this all kicks off in front of him, who knows what could happen there. Plus as well, we've seen penalties, we've seen black and whites load in for pushing. We want to make sure it's a nice, close, clean, fair fight as we watch our leader go through.
3.5 seconds.
I reckon this is probably going to be about 2 laps remaining at this point here. You see the field file over the line. So I haven't seen any movement from Navarro, Barrington, Hamilton behind. They're trying to get on terms with Wall and Clayton, who are fighting over 4th place, with Freddie Farrell still tucked there. There's the fight for 3rd place. You watch as they file through. Only one of them can stand on the podium. Only one of them can take home a trophy and a prize with Total Karting 0. And there's about 2 minutes for them to figure out which one of the two of them it's going to be. But at the front still, Bobby McGurr, the gap is now 3.6 seconds. That gap has gone up yet again. Jahal still has about a second over Freddie Farrell, so he currently looks like he's in a pretty safe position right now, as it looks like Bobby McGurr, as he comes around, is going to be starting his final tour of the circuit en route to a British Indoor Karting Championship. Mason Jahal still hasn't been able to take anything out of him. 3.6 seconds the gap. We'll see what it is this time around. Freddie Farrell still trying to hang on against Jack Clayton. Clayton's had a fantastic drive over the course of the day, but it looks like he may just be left a tiny bit unlucky and about 4/10 off the podium here. Farrell looks over his shoulder. Gap's 3.7, it's gone up again. So last lap, Bobby McGurr, he is less than 1,000 metres away from a British Indoor Karting Championship. All he's got to do is just coax that Biz EcoVolt GT home now. Mason Jahal in second place. Clayton looks down the inside, he tries to go for the move there. There's no one home. Freddie Farrell's just hanging on to the final podium position, but we're looking for our leader, who's going to be coming through the last couple of corners any moment now to seal a British Indoor Karting Championship. We're looking at 3rd place at the moment. Mason Jahal's there. There is our leader. He's 3 corners from home. Through the first one, he keeps it nice and clean. Through the second one, he came here last year, 14 years old. He finished in 4th place, just off the podium. 12 months later, it's another championship for Basildon. It's a championship for Bobby McGurr, who wins the British Indoor Karting title. It's a podium for Mason Jahal. Freddie Farrell gets on the podium as well. There, your top 3. The pyrotechnics go off. Well done to Bobby McGurr. 4 seconds was the gap at the flag as they come over the line. Commiserations to Jack Clayton. He drove fantastically all weekend, pulled off some fantastic moves that we've analysed all weekend, but it just wasn't quite enough. He comes home in 4th place as Bobby McGurr pulls up towards the 1st place board. Mason Jahal's going to pull up next to him, and Freddie Farrell is going to come up alongside. And then we get to see an outpouring of emotion from these lads, as I think Bobby McGurr is trying to figure out what has just happened there. He's taken home a British Indoor Karting Championship win. It's the first one for him. It's his 3rd one for Basildon. It's their 3rd one in the junior category. He's the first champion since Charlie Ratford for Basildon. Mason Jahal on the podium for Edmonton. I believe that is the best result for anyone from Edmonton as well, to get them on the podium. And then Freddie Farrell, you can see he looks absolutely shattered there. He's just run a fantastic race, and you can see what 3rd place means to him there. Drive with the DRS branding on the front of the kart. Look at what it means there. He almost looks like he's crying there. It shows the amount of effort and the amount of emotion that goes into a British Indoor Karting Championship title. But yeah, a podium for Freddie after a strong performance, a great overtake for Jack Clayton. Jack Clayton, who comes home in 4th place. As the drivers now jump up, as we get to see the drivers coming off. You see a bit of a sportsmanship between the 3 of them. There you go. There's the congratulations.
Fantastic stuff.
They head towards Akhil, who I think is going to be grabbing a bit of a word with our
there is Don Gaynor,
champions. There's CEO Don Gaynor. He's going to fist bump all of them, congratulate them. As the winners now get congratulated by the spectators. A hug from the family. You see just the support network we spoke about. As the drivers, all fully deserving of the time they've had here, but.
A stunning race.
A stunning race. A fantastic run. And a dominant run from Bobby McGurr there.
Indeed. And, okay, that was one stunning national final. We could go straight into another, Tom. So we have got the grid lining up.
So the cadets now up on the grid. I'm going to do some computer trickery, and I'm going to pull it up for you now.
Yeah, we're going to be able to pull up the grid so we can go through exactly who is where.
So, in the cadet category, just 10 drivers left to contest this one. And starting on pole position is going to be
if I find the right one, it's going to be Akhil Vyas. We were talking about fastest laps, so it's Akhil Vyas going to start on pole position in kart 46. Niall Bill will start on P2. Rory Hamilton will start in 3rd place. So even though he took the win, 3rd place is going to be where Rory Hamilton will go off here. James Vout, Francesco De Caro, Luca Batuev will start in P6. Then you've got Ben Hunt, Samardeep Dhariwal, Jude Pudfoot and Bertie Hodgson are your top 10. So 15 minutes to decide who's going to go for a BIKC title. The cadets are under starters' orders here, and it looks like we're just waiting for the last command, and we'll be able to get off and running. So cadets all sat on the grid, waiting for the commands before we can start sending them. A little bit clamoring around under the PCs just to make sure everything is all set. And we've got Hewitt, Bill, Hamilton, Vount, De Caro, Batuev.
And that is really interesting, Tom, if I'll be honest, because we talked about Akhil driving defensive all the way through.
Yeah, and he still managed to get the fastest lap out of the 3 of them.
Yeah, because we weren't sure that was going to happen. But yeah, there he is, pole position for the grand final of the Cadets BIKC Championship 2023. Here we go, we've got a lot of love on the live stream. Hype Igniter with Rory starting on 3rd. We get to see him make 2 overtakes.
Interviewing the winners. So just before we get to sending the cadets, we're going to have a bit of a chat with our top 3 from that one. Let's stick a microphone under our top 3 drivers.
Freddie, how was that?
Very stressful. I had pressure from behind me the whole race. I had to make the move to get on the podium. I knew that from the start. But I managed to use my boost in the right place to keep him behind. And yeah.
And how was using the boost in the final? Because obviously this is the first final where there has been the boost button.
Yeah, it just helps you to defend and attack in some cases. Like those gaps, and you can close them with the boost, and you can open gaps with the boost as well.
And how proud are you of your journey? Because it has been pretty epic, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really good. I'm just so happy to be on the podium after coming here in Cadets 2 years ago and not doing very well. I just can't believe it.
Well done. And what's next for you? Back next year?
Yeah, hopefully. Probably doing a bit of outdoor karting as well. But yeah, definitely back next year.
Well, you should be very proud of yourself. Give it up for Freddie! Mason, how was the race?
It was long. It was good, yeah. I had to defend a lot from the start and then got back up to 2nd. And I just pulled away after that.
Yeah, it was good. Did you ever feel 1st was achievable, or did you?
I think it was. I think me and Bobby would have had a good battle if we were together, but he was just too quick and he pulled away.
But how hard is it when you know maybe that 1st isn't achievable anymore in the last few laps, but then you sort of have to defend?
From the middle, I knew he was too far, and I had 3rd, 4th, I had a train behind me, so I just defended because I knew I wasn't going to get 1st spot.
And how's the journey been for you?
Long. Locals is at Edmonton, 3-hour drive from where I'm at. Yeah.
And today, been a dream?
Pardon?
Today, been a bit of a dream?
Yeah, it was good, yeah.
And what's next for you?
Hopefully I'll do BIKC next year in the lightweight category, and hopefully get 1st next year, which I think is possible, but yeah.
Perfect. Give it up for Mason. Well done, man. Bobby? Bit of a walk in the park there, wasn't it?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Yeah, it was.
How'd you feel the race went?
Well, my heart was beating very, very fast. Yeah, I just have to focus on what I do. Don't worry about anyone else. Just focus on the best line that I can do. And yeah, that won me the race.
I sort of saw when you came off, your face, you were very, very emotional. How much does this mean to you?
A lot. Coming 4th last year was very good for my 1st year. But to win it the next year is just something else.
And what's next for you?
Hopefully do the same next year.
Going to be back to defend your title?
Hopefully, yeah.
Good stuff. All right, give it up for Bobby. back to the studio.
Okay, here we go. Great words, Akhil says. There's some very mature comments coming from those drivers. You can see exactly why they've made it in the position that they're in. And here we go. Right, okay, I'm going to hand you over to Tom, who's going to take you through the start of the cadets.
So 10 drivers now. We managed to get down to the last 10 drivers. They've got 15 minutes to try and decide who is going to take home a BIKC title. We've seen Akhil Hewitt defending and holding pole position. He's led every lap he's raced so far. Niall Bill and Rory Hamilton have been exceptionally quick for both of them over the course of the day. Don't count out the likes of James Voughton, Dakaro, Batuev, Hunt, Darlywell, Pudfoot or Hodgson as they come through. The lights go green. Here we go. We're racing for the last time tonight. The last time for the cadets for BIKC 2023. And already the top three are starting to break away with Hewitt, Bill and Hamilton all pushing away. If Hamilton finishes here where they are, this will be his third time in the championship and his third time in third place. He's definitely going to want to try and make moves early on to try and avoid the third place curse that he seems to have in the BIKC. But he's got Niall Bill and Akhil Hewitt standing in his way at the moment. Looks like Hewitt already has a bit of a gap coming through the top end of the circuit. Double left-hander as they come down, as they head under the footbridge for the first time of asking. You could say Hewitt definitely has a bit of an advantage here. The 49 and the 53 right nose to tail with James Vought tucked under.
And it's like, if he runs away, this will be the first time we've seen this. In all the racing we've had, with so many defensive drives, we at last have got Hewitt absolutely on it, and he is pulling away because look at his behind. Look at this.
There's James Vought. He's tried it down the inside. So Vought tried it down the inside of Rory Hamilton there to try and take third place off him, but Hewitt now is just running away at the front of this one. Is it another final where we're going to have another driver run away at the front? Whereas during the heats, all these grids have looked so close over the course of the over the last day or so. Now Bill looks over, slams the door against Rory Hamilton there. We've had such close racing, and now in the finals, the leaders seem to have found another gear, and they've just gone. Akhil Hewitt, that gap was a second over the line. It's nowhere near a second now. It's probably close to about 1.5 seconds as Niall Bill is defending for his life against Rory Hamilton, with James Vought, Francesco Dakaro, Luca Batuev, Ben Hunt, Samadhi Darrell, Pudfoot and Hodgson all running right up under his rear bumper. You can just see the hand going up from Niall Bill. It's like, come on, let's go get him. Let's not let him away. Hamilton looks down the inside, maybe trying to make the move early on. He's not quite close enough to go for it here. We've seen Hamilton is ruthless when it comes to attacking. If there is a move to be made, he's going to find it, and it's not going to take him very long to do it. There goes Batuev. Batuev and Dakaro side by side. This could end badly as they come through here. All respect to the drivers. They all fall back into line, but Akhil Hewitt now has a gap of 1.7 seconds against Niall Bill in second place. Rory Hamilton's tucked right under his rear bumper still, but this is a fight over second place here as they head up the top section of the circuit once again. Akhil Hewitt, he's found another gear, 60.7, his first flying lap here.
Look at that, it's incredible. And on the live stream, everybody's expecting a through goes Hamilton comment at some point in the course of this race.
I mean, we've seen him overtake. It might happen. We know that
I don't think it's going to be for the lead, because up front, unbelievable. Like, for the first time, I think, in the whole event, Akhil suddenly has got the opportunity just to push. Forget about behind, just get the laps in. Every single lap, a qualifying lap, get that gap built up, because behind
Vought's trying it.
49, Niall Bill is looking all behind him. Here we go, side by side.
Vought's down the inside.
Has to be.
Down the inside,
Has
side
to
by
make
side.
it
He's
stick,
not
but
got the
no.
run. He's not got the run. Batuev behind was also trying to go for it as well, as we blow the ears of the guys monitoring our stream right now. You got Niall Bill is still tucked under the back of Niall Bill and Rory Hamilton still tucked together. Despite all that action, these guys are still the exact same way they've started. Hand in the air from Niall Bill. He doesn't quite understand how Akhil Hewitt's got quite so far ahead.
2.5 seconds. He's got this sewn up at this stage with 11 minutes and 40 seconds. Unless there's a catastrophic mistake, and he hasn't showed any mistakes when he's been under so much pressure, he's got this in the bag. Once again, it's all about second and third. Are we going to get another Hamilton moment?
He's been inch perfect the entirety of the entire day. We've seen him lead from the front the entire way through. And now we watch Rory Hamilton trying to fight through. Like we've said before, he's ruthless in attack. If he can find a move, if there is a move to be made, he's gonna find it. But you can just see behind all the drivers is just backing up, and you can see it's starting to bring as many of them into it as possible. Hewitt is about 3 and a bit seconds clear right now as they come over the lines. 2.8 seconds is the gap. The rest of the field is covered by 2.5 seconds. That says how far Eskild Hewitt has managed to get away at the front of the field so far. Niall Bill, though, here we go. He's trying it. He's not close enough for Hamilton.
Hype Igniter is saying he just needs to send it. I totally agree. He needs to send it. If he's going to win, he's got a big gap to hunt down. So at this point, if he wants to be the champion, he's got to send it. He's got to get that move done. He's put a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pushing there, a lot of loading. Yeah, but hey, it depends what he wants. Does he want a podium? Does he want to win it? It's down to the driver. Here we go. We are, where are we? 5 minutes in already. It's a real look down the inside. We haven't seen much overtaking, if any overtaking down there today. But hey, that looked like the closest that we're likely to get to it. And once again, we're side by side once again, but then it all filters back into single file as they get onto the rear side of the circuit and start going through the S's. And the gap has gone up to 3.4 seconds. And even if Rory Hamilton can get past Niall at the moment, 3.5 seconds, that's a big gap to try and hunt down. But here we go, it is a great, and another fastest lap, Eskild Hewitt. Who else is going to set fastest lap in this race? He's got the track to himself. But a brilliant lap.
You can't even see him.
0.5.
You can't even see him in that shot.
Not on the screen.
He's not even on the screen, he's gone. So even looking at the lap times, he's only about 4/10 quicker than the slowest driver there. So his fastest lap is a 60.5. The slowest I can see is a 60.9. So there's only about 4/10 in it. But that driver who's got a 60.9 is Niall Bill, who's currently defending for his life. Pretty much all the drivers behind him, save for maybe Hodgson, who's towards the back of that pack, is quicker than him, as Rory Hamilton has got his hands full of James Vowles. He's trying to overtake him, tries to go for the overlap once again. No one there, he's not quite close enough to go for it. Over the line they go. Hewitt now 4 seconds clear of this one. That is a fantastic gap to be able to find halfway through a main event. We thought Bobby McGurr was having a dominant drive. This is something else that we're seeing from Eskild Hewitt so far. Look over the shoulder. Niall Bill knows that he's got a little bit of space now on Rory Hamilton, who's trying to defend from James Vowles. These carts still absolutely nose to tail. This is what cadet racing normally looks like. The fact that Eskild Hewitt, the leader, is 4 and a bit seconds down the road is absolutely extraordinary here. Look how close that entire pack is there. There's the leader coming down, and then wait, make a brew, and then come back, and there's Niall Bill coming down through the chicane. That's how close the pack behind him is. Eskild Hewitt is off and gone here. Rory Hamilton, if he wants to try and win this title, he's got to get past Niall Bill right now, and he needs to try and find another gear in that kart.
You see, they won't work together here. They just won't. There's too much on the line. Even second or third in a race of this magnitude, it's nothing you're going to work together on. Yes, you might do it in a heat to try and conserve points when there's nothing on the line. Or well, nothing on the line, but only a few points on the line. But when you've got the entire championship on the line, you know, this is why Hewitt is just able to just take off into the distance. And now is 4.2 seconds. That's a bigger gap. We were amazed at the gap in the junior final. We get the cadet final. He's already done it. He's halfway. We're going to end up potentially with a 10-second lead maybe by the time we get to the end of the race. Absolutely unbelievable. He's just got to keep it. He's just got to keep it on the racetrack. But you know what? He does have to keep on the racetrack, but he's still cracking in those lap times. He's not going, hang on a minute, let's just play conservative. He is throwing that kart into the corners. And 53 again. Rory Hamilton, a big look behind, moving his car, his defence, his attack.
On the outside.
He's literally trying to do, but here we go.
There we go. Oh, I thought he'd go for it there. We both thought the exact same thing. I thought he was going to throw for a dive. I think he spotted the gap was going to close, and he backed out of it. But that's slowed Wout down. It allowed Decaro to try and go side by side with him. Meanwhile, behind, it looks like Batu Evan Hunt was still side by side as well. That looks like it's all sorted itself out. But Niall Bill effectively has been released. So instead of looking behind him and trying to focus on Rory Hamilton trying to overtake, let's see if Niall Bill has any more speed in that kart. Now, Hewitt himself, he's only about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the rest of the guys, but the issue we've got is he is just consistently quick. He's just constantly pounding in those laps. It's 60.5, 60.5, lap after lap after lap after lap. The guys behind who are fighting, they're running about the 60.8 mark if it's a good lap. When they start fighting, they're losing half a second, maybe even a second lap, just because of how hard they're fighting. We've seen it through the entirety of the BIKC. Hamilton again looks down the inside, thinks about it, backs out. It was a bit of a half-hearted move, that one. And it's just brought James Vout straight into it.
And Niall Bill's waiting for it. He's waiting for it.
He knows it's coming. He knows it's coming. We've seen how ruthless Hamilton could be when he tries to overtake and when he tries to attack. He just needs to find that gap. If the gap exists, he is going to find it, and he's going to make sure he can put his kart into it. But currently, Niall Bill is doing everything he needs to do just to hold him at bay at the moment. It looks like at the moment, especially if it finishes like this, that Rory Hamilton is going to finish third for a third time here, and he definitely is going to want to go at least one better than that in his third year here in the BIKC.
Yeah, the gap is over 5 seconds now. It's an absolute... it's just a walkover for his skill. It's like, I just hope he holds it. Like, if he bins it at this point, it's soul-destroying. Just keep it on the island. And Niall Bill, great defensive drive. And is there, because we've seen great moves from Rory Hamilton, haven't we? Is there another great move there in Rory Hamilton to go through and take second place in the championship? It could easily happen. There's still just under 5 minutes to go. Plenty of time, lots and lots of laps for this to happen, and all the drivers behind, it's still bumper to bumper. This is almost, you could call it a 6 or 7 car chain for the podium. That's what's going on here. It's just one driver who's legged it, gone out in front and left everybody standing. 5.3 seconds. So here we go. We start to get into the closing stages of the race. Can his skill do it? Is he going to crack under pressure? He's not under much pressure.
He's not under pressure.
But this is the title, though. This is the title. And Niall Bill has driven brilliantly all the way through, still holding on to second place with Rory Hamilton, still eyeing him up. Can he go through and take that second place?
So here we go. We've got about 3 minutes left to go. 3 laps left for Rory Hamilton, James Vout, for Francesco De Caro to try and overcome Niall Bill. These guys fighting over 2 steps on the podium, while Akhil Hewitt is currently 5.7 seconds clear at the front of this field.
Tyler Hill, it's hammer time now, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to get the hammer down. If he's going to do anything about it, he's got to do it now. So James Vout is currently still tucked under the rear bumper of Rory Hamilton. This entire pack is extremely close. If something goes on here, any one of about 8 drivers could end up on the podium. All it takes is for one driver to maybe push one a little bit too far.
The gap is massive. Literally, the leader
goes. It's almost not even funny. It's almost not even funny at this point. I think at this point it's going to be like 8 or 9 maybe seconds when we get towards the final here. But this is the fight we're really watching. It's hard to believe that this is only the fight for second place.
It's
like
not the fight for
the win.
Going round to lap the drive. It's like they're approaching to lap. They're not. That driver is so far ahead that it just looks like he's in a completely different race, to be perfectly honest.
It's
stunning
it's almost
stuff.
like Hewitt's in a junior kart and these guys are in cadets. That's how far ahead he's pulled, and he's just consistently banging in those times. His fastest lap is a 60.502. His last lap was a 60.512. He's just ruthless with that pace. His average lap is a 60.7. His average lap is faster than most drivers' fastest laps. That's
Brilliant.
how consistent this young driver has been.
And everybody else is bumper to bumper.
Yeah, they're all bumper to bumper. They're all fighting. And it's getting to the point now where we're currently about 1 and a bit laps away from seeing a near 7-second gap. At the end of this final, and Hamilton really is starting to run out of time. If he's going to want to try and do this, he's probably got one more lap as leader is about to go over the start-finish line. Niall Bill has one more lap to try and defend from Rory Hamilton, while everyone else behind him is trying to take that second place off him. Over the line they go. Hewitt completes another lap. He's on his final tour of the circuit. The rest of the field comes through. Look how close the rest of them are. You've got the other 9 drivers all tucked up under Niall Bill. Niall has withstood so much pressure from the drivers behind him here. It's a real champion's drive, but the sad part here is he's fighting for second place.
Yeah,
because Eskild Hewitt is 6.3 seconds clear of
and
everyone else.
We were expecting a defensive drive from Eskild Hewitt. We were
questioning whether he'd have to start attacking, and he's not started attacking. He's just put it in top gear and absolutely run off at the front of the field.
Like is doing, you know, people actually question the kart. There's nothing wrong with the kart. It's just defensive driving.
Yeah, the difference in kart is about 0.3 of a second. Yeah. But those 0.3 of a second per lap have added up to this massive advantage that we're about to see Eskild Hewitt coming over the line to seal what we believe is going to be a British Indoor Karting Championship.
Eskild Hewitt is the British Indoor Karting Champion 2023. Niall Bill comes home second. Rory Hamilton, a brilliant third. James Vouch is fourth. Francesco De Cara is in fifth place. Luca Batrev is sixth. Ben Hunt comes home in 7th place. Samadeep comes home in 8th. Jude Putterfoot is 9th. Bertie Hodgson brings up the rear, still driving absolutely brilliant in 10th place. What an absolutely stunning drive. Is that the biggest margin we have ever seen a victory done in the British Indoor Karting Championship?
If it's not, it's extremely close. That was, what, 6.5 seconds at the end of that one. Also, in terms of those who want to know what tracks were like, that is a championship win for Preston. It's actually a Preston 1-2 with Eskild Hewitt and Niall Bill holding off Rory Hamilton.
In existence since May.
Yeah, the track's only been back since just before BIKC there. And then you've got Rory Hamilton from Crawley, one of the Crawley drivers, gets themselves on the podium. You've had 6 of them so far, and one of them is managing to take a trophy back towards Crawley, taking a trophy back down south. That, I believe, off the top of my head, is the second title. That is the second title for Preston as well. So Basildon pick up their 3rd championship, Preston pick up their 2nd championship, as the drivers now are down towards the bottom end of the pit lane.
But ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the drivers taking part. This is the Cadet category. This is 8 to 11 years old. It's like,
yeah, and they've just put on a show like that.
Absolutely unbelievable that what the driving standard has been all the way through for all groups. Racing this morning has been absolutely, totally outstanding. Brilliant stuff. And there are the drivers just coming off there. They are going to be interviewed in the next minute or so. And then once we've done interviews, we will be pressing on with the presentations. We've got a lot of very fancy trophies to hand out to the winners of the events today. Just brilliant stuff. So we're just arranging the interviews down there in the corner there. And that is the first 2 of this BIKC weekend. We have the first 2 events are done and dusted. Tomorrow we will be with the lightweights, and then the middles, and then the heavyweights will be later on in that day. So we've got even more racing coming up tomorrow, Tom, than what we have seen today. And we've seen some pretty dramatic stuff, it has to be said. But brilliant stuff. Amazing. Look how happy. And the marshals, great. The marshals are all over there as well. It's just really good to see.
I think the good thing for us as well through Warrington, you really start seeing all the drivers starting to practice and get to know them a little bit. But we can see our winner there, Eskild Hewitt. It's currently with Akhil. Let's get a few words with our canoe champion.
Wow. How was that?
That was amazing.
I think we spoke at the start of the day, didn't we, about your sort of ambitions today, and you were quite confident then. I mean, how did the race go for you?
Well, I think I got quite lucky, but I think it was also skill at the same time. I had a load of really good competitors today.
And I noticed you went to kind of your marshal there just to kind of have a little emotional moment. How was that?
I don't know.
And what's next for you? Are you going to be back next year to defend your crown?
Yeah, but I'll be in juniors next year.
And then how do you think that's gonna? Do you think that'll be a bit of a difference?
Yeah, I think it'll be quite a lot harder with a load of more competitors.
And of course, this was the first time we went electric for the final. How did you find sort of using the boost button and the whole electric karts?
Well, it was really good. It made the karts way more even, made the races way more fair.
Well done. Enjoy your evening. What a race. What a race.
Great defending.
Yeah. I mean, how did you feel?
Good.
How did you feel the race went for you?
It felt alright, but I think I could have done better. But
I hear a tad of disappointment in your voice. Is that what? Do you think you could have started better, or where do you think you could have done a little bit better?
I don't know.
Doesn't matter now, does it, really? So are you kind of proud of your achievements this year?
Yeah, because I defended off Rory Hamilton.
Yeah. And you defended for quite a while as well. How was that for you? Was it quite tough to know that sort of, you know, you probably can't catch first, but you've got someone right behind you?
It makes it so difficult. Like, Mark's just sweating too.
Wow. What are you going to do to celebrate? Because second place is obviously worth celebrating.
What?
What are you going to do to celebrate?
Don't know.
All right, well, we'll leave it to your parents to organise. How was that?
I think it was great. Probably could have snagged second, but I just decided to back out because I didn't want a penalty.
And you know, the start of the race, end of the race, I mean, you know, talk me through the race. Talk me through the race from your eyes.
I had James behind me, which was, I got quite scared because he was like right on my bumper the whole time. And then Niall did some great defending, but I think it went well.
And going to be back next year? Going to be back next year?
Yeah,
Maybe second or first next year, eh?
hopefully.
You going to celebrate tonight?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, well done, Rory. And we'll hand back to the studio.
So yeah, two awesome finals there, and I think we're going to take a look through some of the junior one, at least with yourself there, Jen. What have you got there for us?
So we got the red flag incident on the first lap of the junior final. We got no clips, unfortunately, from the cadet final. It was so clean. Obviously, not a lot to show there. So here's the first lap incident.
Yeah, so this is off the start. We've got all the drivers throwing it through, and this is where we're really looking towards the back of the pack to see where it all kicks off. Oh, you just see he's gone wide. Looks like Farrell went wide, and it just caught Potter off, from what I could see there. Just caught him out.
Yeah, I'll put it on a little bit of a slower speed.
Go a little bit
everyone.
slower, and let's take another look at that.
So what it looks like to me is Navarro went quite wide on the start of that, and then clipped the barrier coming around the left-hand corner.
Yeah.
And then that caused him to bounce into the side of Farrell. Don't think it was an intentional move. I think it was
he's
just a racing
understeered.
incident.
Yeah, he's just understeered in, and then Farrell's kept his foot in on the outside, as a racing driver he's entitled to do, but he's just run out of racetrack there.
Looked a pretty nasty crash, but
yeah,
honestly,
it
I don't
looked
think he
a
can
lot worse
complain
than it was.
after getting third. So
yeah, considering he went through that and then came back to get it on the podium, I think that's quite a testament. That must have shook him a little bit.
exactly, I bet there was a pure frustration, and once frustration hits, it can always go wrong. But obviously, he kept it together and got third in the end. So we're going to move on to the next clip now. So we have the move from third on to second.
Let's take a look here. So
obviously, this is our leader, McGurr. This was the overtake that Mason made on Jack.
yeah, so you've got Jack's just gone. It's a move we've seen quite often today. Seems to be the favourite, this one. So Jack's gone and taken a normal racing line. You just see him turn out of it as well as he notices Mason's down his inside.
Yeah, so some good racing from Mason.
Very good awareness
from
Jack.
Yeah, obviously, just like make sure you turn out and stuff like that. It impacts their race less. Then obviously he's got Freddie behind. The last thing he wants to do then is cause any more issues for the drivers behind as well.
I mean, there's a good chance that he could have ended up fourth at the end of that. It's a very good chance. Had he not have seen Mason coming there, he could have ended up a lot worse than that.
Yeah, exactly. So it was just control, good control of the karts. So we'll move on to the next clip now.
And this one is Freddie Farrell coming back for the podium. Place. So this again on Jack. Jack Clayton. It looks like it's almost a rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I can't tell whether the driver's using the boost button. I can't tell whether it's done the main straight hand
down there. Almost like I just saw his hand off the wheel.
Yeah, it might have just been pain. Obviously, it's a very physical track and a lot of karting today.
They've done a lot of racing today. They have done a lot of racing. You see Farrell looks over just to make sure he's definitely got that move completed.
Yeah, it was good driving from Freddie. He pushed him wide a little bit just to show, no, this is my corner. But he didn't put him in a barrier, which is obviously what a penalty can be good for.
Just leaving enough space and nothing else.
Yeah, so he was 50 much before the corner.
Yeah, you can see that Jack's fully seen him.
Jack's
fully seen him down there. He's left him a kart width and nothing else. And then just getting towards the outside again, Farrell's left him enough room, but again, nothing else.
Yeah, he was very aggressive with his overtake, Freddie was.
Yeah,
he very much took the track away, but didn't take too much away.
Almost firm but fair, let's
exactly.
say.
Obviously, we saw then on the corner as well.
Yeah.
Sort of, 29 went quite wide for this corner, to be fair. I feel like I wouldn't necessarily go this way, especially in a situation where I have a grand final and I am the last podium position. So it was a very, very good overtake from Freddie. It was just a bit of a...
He spotted the gap, and he's got it in there correctly.
Exactly, so yeah, it was a great overtake.
It got very close, but I think they might have got away without contact there as well. If it was only light. It was a very, very tight move, but I think both of them were putting it on the line of what's on and what's not. So
yeah, so we're going to head over now to Russ for the podium presentations for the cadet and junior finals. So we'll go over to Russ.
And go.
Okay then.
Turn his mic on, handheld 4. Yeah, go for it.
Okay then.
It's not coming through.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. I can speak. Ladies and gentlemen, what an event. How good was that? First of all, a round of applause for all the drivers taking part today. How great has today been? Amazing racing. Now then, first of all, before we get into the nitty-gritty of actually handing out the trophies and crowning the British Indoor Karting Champions of 2023, I am going to hand you over to somebody very special. He is the CEO of TeamSport. His name is Dom Gaynor, and here he is.
Thanks very much. Just to echo Russ's comments, massive congratulations to all of the drivers today. The racing was hard, but it was fair, and there were some brilliant moves on track, so well done to all the drivers. Absolutely brilliant performances all round. I'd also like to say a massive thank you to the crew. I thanked them at the beginning because I knew they were going to do a brilliant job today. James and Darren and Bieber and Sam, all the team. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to call you Bieber anymore, am I? Ben, sorry, Ben. The whole crew, you've all worked really, really hard today. You've done a brilliant job. Well done. Thank you very much. Last thank you, and then we'll get on to the main event, which is getting the kids up here to take their trophies. It's just to say big thank you again to our sponsors and partners for today. Sponsors for the cadet and junior class, Total Karting Zero. Thank you very much for your support. Also Club 100, Biz Karts as well. The karts were fantastic today, didn't put us foot wrong all day. Fantastic effort, well done. Also to Motorsport UK, it wouldn't be a British Championship without Motorsport UK's support, so thank you very much to the team there as well. I will now hand back over to Mr. Mabley, who are going to get the winners up here. Thank you.
Right, okay then, so we come to the important bit. We are going to crown some BIKC champions, who will also receive an award from Motorsport UK as well. We're going to start with the juniors. So third place, a brilliant third place in that final, took his moment when it came. He knew he had to. Third place, give it up for Freddie Farrell! Second position, the runner-up spot. A great drive, great racing, all the way through the heats, all the way through the semi-final. Second place, the runner-up. Give it up for Mason Bahal! But the big one. And this driver, has to be said, just checked out. Just got in that kart, lights went out, and absolutely went for it. One of the biggest margins, biggest winning margins ever in British Indoor Karting Championship history. The one, the only, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. The coolest customer here, Bobby McGill! Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Now we're just going to have a little bit of pause while the paparazzi just do their thing. All these pictures will be on the glossiest of magazines in the next couple of weeks. We're edging away for no reason at all, are we? Okay, very good. Is it all done? All done? A few more at the back? All done. Okay, gents, here we go. Put your thumb on the end, shake it up. It's champagne time! Fantastic! Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners and your new BIKC champion, Bobby McGill! Is there any left? It's all done. Absolutely brilliant. Well done, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic. And now, we are going to move on. Deliberate pause while we quickly reset the stage. Look at that. It's perfect. A little bit of blue roll. Wouldn't be a BIKC final without a bit of blue roll. Champagne there and some trophies will arrive. Here we go. So we're going to move on to the cadets, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, we saw an absolute magnificent battle all the way through that race for the podium, for the second and third podium positions. Absolutely brilliant stuff. We have got three worthy winners here. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, make your way up to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, through comes Hamilton, Rory Hamilton! Fantastic. Second position, the runner-up spot, who drove the most defensive race in that grand final. Every single lap under extreme pressure. He held on. He takes the runner-up spot. He is the one, the only, Niall Bill! What was that, madam? You need one of these. But we have one driver left. And this driver really did check out. The biggest winning margin, over 6 seconds in the end, which is pretty unbelievable. With fans all the way from Norway on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, your Cadet British Indoor Karting Champion of 2023 is the one, the only, Akhil Vyas! Whoop, whoop. Again, we just have a little pause while we have a bit of paparazzi. Just a few pictures. That came back. That came back really quickly. And also receiving Motorsport UK trophies as well. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Okay, are we all done? No more. We're done, we're done, we're done. Okay, chaps, it's the time. We've got 3 bottles of champers there. Thumbs over the end. Careful if you run. Give him a shake. Thumbs on the end. Aim for the CEO. Go on! Go on! Yes! Yes, 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 yes! Fantastic! The spoils of victory. Go on! The back of the neck works well. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners of the Cadets and your champion, Akhil Vyas. Okay then. Just it is non-alcoholic champagne. We've made very clear of that. One final round of applause, AJ, for your team, your crew, who have done absolutely brilliantly all the way through the event today. Fantastic job. All that is left for me to say, and it's a privilege to say, thank you so much for all the support that you've given to the whole of the BIKC of 2023. All the practice sessions, all the Christmas presents with the race suits and the helmets and the neck braces. We will see you again in BIKC 2024. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Whoop, whoop. That was awful. Oh, wow, what a day. I'll be amazed if you can still see us because it's gone absolutely pitch black. Also, not very warm in here, so they're probably freezing with that down the back.
It is. It's freezing. Yeah. Freezing cold in here tonight.
What a day. Akhil, come on in. We can't see you there. What a day, guys. It's been great, hasn't it? How have you found it?
Enjoyed that?
By the way, it is cold in there.
Yeah. I'm starting to see my breath now.
I thought the level of racing was just brilliant.
Yeah,
today,
it was.
The quality of it was absolutely brilliant.
We're going to have a chat with Dom in a sec, see how he found it. There he is. Before we do, though, I just want to close off that competition.
Yes, we did. So earlier on, I did ask a question, and it went something along the lines of, what will be the new name for Total Karting Zero?
And what is the answer, Will?
Oh, what is it again?
You do know, right?
Do you know this?
You do.
Sure. I know it's...
You've got it.
Oh, it's fine. No, you've ruined that. You've ruined it.
Yeah, never mind.
The correct answer was Global Karting League, and we literally had hundreds of people enter.
Yeah, we did.
But we even had some interesting comments on the email, didn't we, Lex?
Yeah.
A couple of interesting ones.
Someone called it Total CO2 Karting.
Yeah, and they literally said,
maybe that's their next name.
Yeah, honestly, like, do you know what they said, Lex? They said, I didn't know the answer, but I thought I'd just try anyway and see if you can get some free karting.
That's what it's all about.
Fair play, fair play.
Google's a good idea next time, though.
It is. But anyway, listen, Akhil, I believe you have the winners. So, Akhil, over to you.
Well done to Callum Jones, Jake Saunders, Salvador Newman, Nicola Firth, and Sarah Rawcliffe. Well done to you all.
Congratulations.
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, we'll get in touch by email. I got some free karting. Akhil, can I just shove you out while we bring in Dom, get a final word? And how have you found it, Dom?
What a day.
Yeah, it's been great, hasn't it?
What a day. I'm kind of exhausted from the emotional energy of watching. I mean, what racing?
Yeah.
Absolutely superb.
Yeah.
Oh,
and the first final, electric as well. So we've set that bar now.
I know.
This is where it begins.
Yeah, and it was, it's fantastic. All of the feedback, the kids loved it. Absolutely loved it. They were all saying the boost button, especially if you're driving defensively, it gives you that little bit extra to keep away from them. Yeah. But also, if you want to send one up the inside, you can use that power. Definitely. Brilliant. There was some great overtaking manoeuvres done today as well. Really clean racing as well, I thought.
And close, I think, across the board. I think everyone was pretty close, yeah. Which again is great. I think that's a benefit with the electric karts, actually. They're so much more equal than the petrol fleet could ever be, I think. So,
The team spent a lot of time yesterday, I know, really dialing them all in so that they were as even as possible. So, yeah, no kart complaints at all today, I don't think.
Brilliant. So that's great. It's great to see. Well, we're going to be back tomorrow. Heavyweights from 6:25, middleweights 2:15. We're kicking things off in the morning at 9:30 with the lightweights. Looking forward to that one.
We'll be here.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Ready to go.
Thank you to everyone. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30. Bye-bye.
Take care.
See you later.